Great Voyage, the strongest emperor of the Whitebeard pirates, Chapter 1-20. Chapter 1 _ Brother Whitebeard. Kill Marco. At this time. There are only 7 days left until Ace is executed. On the shore of an island on the Great Route, a ship that looked very much like a whale was parked there. Dad, what are we doing here? Shouldn't we be there to save Ace? The pineapple-headed boy in a purple jacket looked at the huge figure beside him with a puzzled expression. Goo la la la, Marco. This time, Daddy brought you here to save Ace. The corners of the tall figure's mouth raised and looked forward. The figure who responded to Marco was Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of Megatron New World. He was supposed to go to the naval headquarters, but at this moment he appeared on an unknown island. That's why Marco is confused. He also asked Dad along the way, but Dad always knew it when he said it. Let's go, I'll take you to meet someone. Whitebeard jumped off the Moby Dick with the pheasant knife in his hand. Marco and other captains followed closely behind him, wanting to see what medicine was being sold in his father's gourd. As the crowd moved forward, the trees that originally filled the road disappeared, and what came into sight was a very simple single-story wooden house. Gee you la la la, you should know that I'm coming. At the ticket of the wooden house, Whitebeard stopped and shouted towards the house. Under the suspicious eyes of Marco and others, the door of the wooden house was slowly opened from the inside. A blond boy in a black trench coat slowly came out of the house. You still have the face to come back to see me, Newgate. The blond boy ignored the Whitebeard and said. The blond boy was named Edward Raldo, the younger brother of Edward Newgate, the 4 emperors Whitebeard. After the Rocks pirates disbanded, Newgate put Raldo on an island for safety and gave him some money and life cards. The good times did not last long, and Raldo, who should have lived a carefree life, was killed by a powerful pirate. Then, a ray of light enveloped Raldo's body. Raldo, who had lost his vitality, suddenly opened his eyes. Feeling the stinging pain from his brain made him react. Did you pass through by yourself? Still the most classic soulware. After sorting out the thoughts in his mind for a while, Lin Feng understood what happened. It turned out that he had transmigrated into a person named Raldo, and this Raldo turned out to be Whitebeard's younger brother. When Lin Feng was shocked, a cold mechanical voice sounded. The elemental mage system is now officially enabled. Binding identity, Edward Raldo. Lin Feng, who had come back to his senses, was stunned again when he heard Void's voice. System. Isn't this the legendary Golden Finger? Surely God is fair. But the identity of Raldo is bound. Forget it. Since I came from the soul, I will live a new life in this identity. After accepting this identity, Raldo stayed on the island and waited for more than 20 years. Because the first task of the system is to let Whitebeard come to him. Hence this embarrassing scene. At this moment, Raldo looked at Newgate resentfully like an abandoned little daughter-in-law. Before Whitebeard could answer, Marco called out first. You bastard, how dare you talk to Dad like that? Whether you are an acquaintance of Dad or not, I will teach you a lesson. Marco waved his hands, and a pair of wings burning with blue flames instantly covered him's arms. With scorching heat and power, Marco rushed towards Raldo in front of him. Looking at Marco's flying figure, Whitebeard's expression changed dramatically. Although his younger brother did not leave his name on the sea, how could there be weak people on the Rocks pirates? Just when he wanted to stop, Raldo's figure moved. Raldo snapped his fingers lightly with his right hand, and a staff inlaid with obsidian appeared beside him. Frost Seal. Raldo grabbed the staff and whispered. The flying Marco instantly turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. The other captains who came with Whitebeard also showed shocked expressions. No, this boy can actually use the power of ice. What the hell is going on? Are there 2 ice fruits in the world? No, he was able to freeze Captain Marco. That's the scariest thing. Never mind, let's save Captain Marco first. In an instant, all the captains mobilized their fighting spirit one after another, staring at Raldo like wild beasts. The Whitebeard standing beside them also looked at Raldo in shock. Because he remembered that his younger brother was a physique practitioner, how did this ice ability come from? Looking at the arrogant crowd, Whitebeard hurriedly said, "Gee la la la, brother. Stop playing when you've had enough. It's true that Marco is too reckless. HMPH, since you said so. Forget it." Raldo waved his hand and cancelled the power of freezing. Marco, who came out of the freeze, thought his friends were helping him. Just as he was about to move on, Whitebeard called him back. "Huh, Vista, you just said. Dad called his brother." Marco noticed the point and looked at the man with the goatee in confusion. Marco's remarks immediately shocked everyone present. What? That young man turned out to be Dad's younger brother. It's true, how come I've never heard Dad mention it? I don't think it's fake. You see that blonde hair is exactly like Dad. Ellipsis. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were discussing one after another, and their eyes kept looking back and forth at Whitebeard and Raldo. "Dad, you said, that young man is your brother." Marco pointed at Raldo in disbelief. "Gee la la la, of course. But, I also have something to ask him." Whitebeard looked at his younger brother still maintaining the appearance of decades ago, and he also had some doubts in his heart. After Whitebeard explained his purpose, Raldo followed him out of the wooden house. "Oh yes, Newgate, please let them help me lift the furniture up. I'm used to it." Raldo floated in the air and cast a glance at his Whitebeard. Then Whitebeard instructed Joes to bring some people back to carry furniture for Raldo. No way, his father's younger brother, that is also his father. Regarding the matter of Papa Raldo, it has to be treated the same as Papa. Gee la la la. Speaking of which, Raldo, why haven't you changed? Newgate looked curiously at Raldo, who was floating beside him. Chapter 2 _ Mysterious Figure in the Windlass Belt. Raldo sighed, "Oh, after you left. A lot of things happened here, I'll tell you later." Seeing that Raldo didn't want to say more, Whitebeard didn't ask any more. "Father, since Raldo is your younger brother, then what should we call it?" Vista looked at Whitebeard suspiciously. Because of his question, meaninglessness is the voice of all crew members. "Gee la la la, of course it's the same as me." Newgate grinned. Hearing Newgate's words, Reardo almost didn't fall from the air, and quickly waved his hand to reject Newgate. Seeing Reardo's refusal, the other crew members couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. "Hey, Daddy, are we being disliked by Daddy Raldo?" the man with the beige turban said in mourning. "That's not what I meant. You see, I'm not married yet. Just get me a bunch of sons, which will scare away the little girls who come to show their love." Raldo explained. Seeing that it was for this reason that Raldo rejected himself and others, all the captains laughed. "Ha ha ha, Papa Raldo was afraid of this. Don't worry, the job of finding a wife for Father Raldo is left to us. It's better to let Vista go, doesn't he know a lot of girls?" "Come on you, the girls Vista knows are almost stronger than me." Vista rolled his eyes helplessly. "That's a bunch of superficial people who don't understand appreciation. Gee la la la, this problem is left to my brother. Don't worry." Newgate laughed, and then patted Reardo on the shoulder. Looking at the eager eyes of the group of captains like children, Raldo finally agreed to their request. ... Newgate, are you planning to go to the Admiralty? You should know that for this operation, the Navy will definitely be in a big position. Reardo sat on the deck and looked at Newgate. Gee la la la, I know. However, Ace is my son, even if it is a million hero, I will go. Newgate looked at Reardo firmly. If I said that before, I would feel very sad about Ace's death. But since God gave him such a chance, he wouldn't die for Ace. Not to mention, he is now the other father of all the crew, and there is even more reason for Ace not to give up. So, do you have any plans? Raldo yawned. Well, let's go to the Windlass Belt first. Newgate bowed his head for a while, and then said. Windlass Belt, what are you doing there? Raldo looked at Newgate suspiciously. This cheap old man will not be funny just because he is old. What does Ace have to do with Wufungi in Marinfando? Goo la la la, you'll know when you get there, let's go. Joes, turn around, Whitebeard ordered to a big man after taking a sip of wine. Joes responded and went to work. Not wanting to say anything about Whitebeard, Raldo naturally wouldn't ask any more. The windless zone is a special sea area. All the sailing boats can't sail here because there is no wind at all. That's why Whitebeard put an outer wheel on the back end of the Moby Dick. After reaching the island, Whitebeard ordered everyone to disembark and rest. As soon as they got off the boat, Raldo sensed a strong aura and was approaching them. Newgate, be careful, someone with unknown background is approaching. Raldo stared at the front seriously, and the obsidian staff in his hand was also running at high speed. After hearing Raldo's reminder, Marco and others who didn't know the truth deployed their abilities and weapons one after another in case of emergency. Don't be nervous, it's the person I called over. Whitebeard stepped forward and greeted the gradually appearing figure. Rayleigh. After seeing the person coming, Marco and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Whitebeard, have you really decided? A white-haired old man with glasses looked at Whitebeard slightly solemnly. Emerging from the jungle was the former One Piece vice captain, Rayleigh, who was known as Hades. After seeing Rayleigh, Raldo understood what Newgate was thinking. Because Rayleigh has been one of the coding craftsmen of the Soap Bubble Islands since his retirement, in addition to his identity as a pirate. That's it, Newgate. Are you trying to dive into Marinfando from the bottom of the sea? Raldo looked at Newgate. Goo-la-la-la, as expected of my brother. That's exactly what I planned. After all, I've been fighting with the warring states for decades. Whitebeard laughed. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Rayleigh's eyes changed slightly towards Raldo. Whitebeard, what did you say? Is he your brother? Hello, I'm Edward Raldo. As Newgate said, I am indeed his brother. Raldo bowed slightly to Rayleigh and greeted him. This is really surprising. I didn't expect Whitebeard to have a younger brother. Rayleigh's eyes were a little surprised. Goo-la-la-la, Rayleigh. Are you envious of me? Whitebeard glanced smugly. Ahahaha, it is indeed much better than a loner like me. Well, I'll do my business. Rayleigh waved his hand, and then walked towards the boat with his tools. Goo-la-la-la, it will take 2 or 3 days to coat the film. Let's take a rest on this island first. Whitebeard waved and dismissed the surrounding crew. In an instant, the entire coast was left with him and Newgate. Let's go, Raldo, I have something to ask you. Whitebeard took the pheasant knife and stepped out. Raldo sighed slightly, then floated and followed. The two came to a clearing in the middle of the island, and Whitebeard slowly stopped. Raldo, all these years. What happened to you? Raldo knew that this scene would happen sooner or later, so he told him what happened after Newgate left. Of course, Raldo intends to rot in his stomach when it comes to wearing his soul and owning a system. After listening to Raldo's elaboration, Newgate suddenly hugged him in his arms. It's my brother's fault, if I didn't leave by myself. You wouldn't. Whitebeard, the emperor who has been in the sea for many years, actually choked up slightly when facing his younger brother. If those pirates knew about this, they wouldn't be shocked. Those are all over. Don't you think I'm fine? And I also got new abilities. After Raldo broke free, he showed his abilities in front of Newgate. With Raldo's obsidian staff as the center, a circle of different kinds of elements emerged one after another. Blue water spirits, red fireballs, green wood spirits, and ice crystals mixed with coolness. Chapter 3_ An incoming navy. Raldo shot. Whitebeard was a little surprised after seeing Raldo showing multiple elements. Brother, you can actually use so many elements. What fruit did you eat? Guessing that Newgate would ask this for a long time, Raldo told him the answer prepared in advance. I ate the natural system, the ability of the elemental fruit. But, the only flaw is that it cannot be elementalized. Raldo looked at his staff and frowned slightly. Whitebeard thought that Raldo was because of this entanglement, and said comfortingly, "Gee la la la, you are already very good. If you can be elemental, won't you be invincible in the world?" Raldo thinks it is the same, since he can gain elemental control from the system, he is already very strong, and there is no need to pursue elementalization. Just when the two were chatting, a figure suddenly ran over. Daddy Raldo. Not good. There is a navy in the windless belt, and it seems that they have found us. Goo la la la, the navy. If that's the case, they can't be let go. The plan can't be exposed. Whitebeard held the pheasant knife and was about to walk towards the sea. It's better for me to go. I haven't done it for so many years, and I'm a little stiff. Raldo said softly as he passed by Newgate. Seeing the figure of Raldo leaving, Newgate pondered, "Go, call all the captains to gather on the shore." Although he knew that Raldo could control multiple elements, this tense moment appeared in the navy of the windless belt. 9 times out of 10, he was a general, and he was really uneasy about letting tired ears go alone. Lieutenant Admiral Brady, the Moby Dick was found ahead. It's the Whitebeard pirates. A navy looked through a telescope and found a whale docked on the shore. Okay, Whitebeard pirates. Brady received a call from the headquarters and asked him to rush to the headquarters to meet and prepare for the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. And just when they were passing through the windless belt, they encountered Whitebeard's car, the Moby Dick. "Look for any Whitebeards, if not we'll go up and catch them all." Brady spit out the cigarette in his mouth. Of course he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could go head to head with the most terrifying Whitebeard, but as long as Whitebeard wasn't around, other people could still deal with it casually. And, if a boat of Whitebeard pirates was caught here, when you go to the headquarters by yourself, you can not only get awards, but also put restrictions on Whitebeard. After all, who doesn't know in the sea, Whitebeard loves the crew as much as he loves himself. Report, Lieutenant General Brady. Whitebeard was not found on the Moby Dick. Only, a figure flew towards us. The figure suddenly rushed into the line of sight, covering the entire lens. Figure. The Whitebeard pirates are indeed the most arrogant pirates. They dare to rush up to see my ship. Hey, it's just one person. Don't be nervous. I'll come when I go. Brady jumped on the bow, facing the flying Raldo across the sea. At this moment, Raldo, who was gradually approaching, also found Brady's figure. When there was still a distance from the warship, he stopped the flying figure. Finding Raldo standing still, Brady thought that the other party was frightened by his rank. "Looking at you, let your captain come out. If you surrender, I can do it lightly. Otherwise, Brady drew his weapon, meaning it was obvious that he would beat him if he didn't surrender. But who is Raldo, the younger brother of Whitebeard, the king of the sea? Would he be afraid of a lieutenant general? Oh, Lieutenant General, no wonder you are so arrogant, but when you meet me, you must not have run away." Raldo slowly held the obsidian staff around him, and the light on it flickered. Falling fire. As Raldo's voice sounded, the clear sky suddenly darkened. The dark clouds kept rolling over the heads of Brady and the other navy, as if they could fall at any moment. Just when they were confused, lights suddenly appeared one after another in the dark clouds. The light gradually became larger under the dark clouds, as if it could squeeze through the clouds and rush out at any time. Whoa! The next second, countless football-sized fireballs flew towards Brady and others overwhelmingly. This scene left Brady and other navy shocked speechless, and also shocked the Whitebeard pirates who had just arrived on the shore. Daddy Raldo was able to use a Kainu's meteor volcano. No, look, there's nothing else in Papa Raldo's fire. My dear, this time it must be stable. With Father Raldo here, even the 3 generals can't stop us. Haha, it seems that our Whitebeard pirates will soon have 3 emperors. Come on, Daddy Raldo. Kill the navy. Hearing the screams coming from behind him, Raldo shook his head helplessly. These children, what can't they do? They are fighting for the first place. But even if Marco and the others don't say it, they will not let go of the navy in front of them. The attack of the fireball was fierce, and it quickly approached the ship. Feeling the strong hot wind in front of him, Brady felt as if his clothes were on fire. Draw the knife, Lanzhou. Brady jumped up, pulled out the knife in his hand, and slashed toward the fireball in front of him. The blue slash instantly extinguished a lot of fireballs that fell from the sky, but because Raldo's casting range was too large, this slash was obviously not enough. Boom! The slash that was not chopped slammed into the warship. Immediately, the entire warship lit up in all directions, and from a distance, it was like setting off fireworks, very flickering. Seeing that his ship was burned down by Raldo, Brady looked at him coldly. The dreadful Whitebeard pirates actually attacked the Marines. Raldo couldn't help laughing. What does this mean? Don't you want to shoot us? HMPH, you are all vicious pirates that deserve to die. Brady disapproved, and rushed towards Raldo with a few slashes. Raldo waved his left hand, and a huge frost shield appeared in front of him. The slashes made by Brady could only leave some scars on them, but could not shatter them. Who the hell are you? How can you control both ice and fire at the same time? I don't remember that the Whitebeard pirates have a powerhouse like you. Seeing the ice shield, Brady looked at Leigh with a solemn expression. Eldo. As for a navy, I haven't told you my trump card obligation. Raldo grabbed his left hand, and the huge ice shield burst open. Countless pieces of ice turned into sharp ice spears and rushed towards Brady. Ice spears are physical, so they fly faster. Chapter 4_Dual Invitation. V.S. Hades Rayleigh. Brady didn't have time to think so much, and could only resist with a hard swing of his sword. However, there were too many ice spears, and Brady could not resist gradually. Puff! After Brady missed, an ice spear pierced through it impressively. Then countless ice spears directly shot Brady into a sieve. Brady, who was killed on the spot, fell straight into the sea like a ball of cotton falling in the wind. Looking at the sailors still struggling on the warship, Raldo drew a circle in the void with the staff in his right hand. Looking at the huge waves that suddenly appeared on both sides of the warship, the originally struggling sailors were instantly terrified. No, this was just swallowed up by fire, and then there was another huge wave. Come to Lieutenant General Brady for help, this is not something we can resist. Lieutenant General Brady, he was killed. Whoa! The monstrous waves devoured the warship covered in flames in an instant. When the weather calmed down, there was nothing else on the sea except Raldo. Rayleigh, who was coding the Moby Dick, naturally witnessed the whole process. There was a flash of light in the eyes under the reading glasses, and then Rayleigh continued to work. I am afraid that only he himself knew what he was thinking. Seeing Raldo's figure flying back, Marco and the others all praised him. Haha, Daddy Raldo's strength is so terrifying, it's not much worse than Daddy. However, Daddy Raldo can use so many abilities. If Akainu and Aokiji see this, they will doubt their lives. Ha 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 ha. Ellipsis. 3 days later. With his tools, Rayleigh slowly came to the center of the island. Sitting here are all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, including Whitebeard and Raldo. Whitebeard, I have coded your boat. Rayleigh held the toolbox in one hand and the glasses in the other. Boo la la la, is it done? Thank you, Rayleigh. When I get back, I'll definitely treat you to a drink. Whitebeard looked at Rayleigh. Speaking of which, you really don't need the help of us old guys. Rayleigh also sat down, and after taking 2 sips of wine, he looked at Whitebeard with some concern. Whitebeard shook his head, and then said, No, it's my own family business. Seeing Whitebeard's rejection, Rayleigh could only sigh helplessly. Who knows if Whitebeard will be able to come back alive this time? I am afraid that these old guys have one less. Gee la la la, I won't talk about reminiscing about the old days. Sons, go to Marin Fando. Whitebeard held the pheasant knife and slowly got up. The tall body looked very grand under the sunlight. Just as everyone was about to leave, Rayleigh's figure appeared in front of Whitebeard, blocking the group's progress. Wait a minute, this old man's old bone is a little itchy. Can you have a fight with your brother? Rayleigh took out a knife and pointed at Raldo in front of him. Raldo turned his eyes for help to the Whitebeard beside him. What do you think, Newgate? Whitebeard nodded slightly and thought for a while. Just fight him. Rayleigh is also a fighter. If we don't fight, I'm afraid he won't let us go. With the permission of Whitebeard, Raldo no longer refuses. He also wanted to know how terrifying the man known as Hades was. In order to make room for the two of them to fight, all the crew members retreated one after another, leaving an open space dozens of meters wide. It seems that the thing in your hand. It should be a weapon. Rayleigh looked at the obsidian staff in Raldo's hand. Raldo nodded, and then activated the gem on the staff. Come on, let me experience how terrible the former One Piece deputy captain is. Rayleigh suddenly stepped on the ground with his feet, and the whole person turned into a meteor and rushed towards Raldo. Facing the attacking Rayleigh, Raldo did not dare to relax in the slightest. Even if he gets older, he is still the top powerhouse resounding in the world. Ice shield. Raldo opened his palm slightly, and a 2-meter ice shield instantly appeared in front of him. Seeing the sudden appearance of the ice shield, Rayleigh just smiled. The sword in his hand slashed fiercely on the ice shield, and some cracks began to appear around the contact point. As the strength of Rayleigh's wrist increased, only small cracks instantly filled the entire ice shield. Whoa! The ice shield made by Raldo finally turned into fragments that scattered all over the sky. Just when Rayleigh was about to continue swinging his sword, there was a sudden warning in his heart, and the whole person hurried back. Just as Rayleigh's figure left, a huge wooden stake appeared on the ground he stepped on. The sharp wooden stakes gleamed dangerously silver in the sun. If you get stabbed by this thing, the consequences will be disastrous. Rayleigh raised his brows slightly and said mockingly. Although Rayleigh appears to be calm on the surface, if you look closely, you will find that a little sweat is slowly slipping down under his white hair. The opponents in the past were either pure abilities or pure physique practitioners. It was the first time he had seen someone like Raldo who could use multiple abilities to fight. So when playing with Raldo, I had to be more careful. Raldo is not just blindly defending. If you want to defeat your opponent, you have to control the rhythm of the battle in your own hands. Fireball. Raldo held his staff in the air, and a hot fireball gradually condensed on his hands. From a distance, Raldo's hands seemed to be catching two suns, which was very dazzling. With the surging of the elements, the two huge fireballs quickly condensed and formed. Raldo threw the fireball in his hand towards Rayleigh. After getting out of Raldo's hand, the fireball suddenly became huge. Like two huge rocks, it flew straight to Rayleigh. The temperature on the fireball made an old face of Rayleigh turn red. With such a terrifying attack, Rayleigh was not fully confident that he could follow. Watching the approaching fireball, Rayleigh swung his sword. It fired several slashes in a row and flew towards the fireball. The moment it touched the fireball, the huge fireball was cut off by the slash. But the disconnected fireball did not disappear because of this, instead it split into two fireballs and continued to fly towards Rayleigh. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Rayleigh's face didn't change much, and he jumped back and left the place. Boom! After Rayleigh left, many fireballs followed and blew a huge hole in the ground. The scorching smell in the air could prove just how terrifying these fireballs were. Chapter 5-Strange Carp, The Meeting Before the War. Seeing that Raldo was going to continue to attack, Rayleigh said quickly, Okay, I admit defeat. Rayleigh's sudden admission of defeat made Raldo only interrupt the follow-up attack preparations. My old bones can't stand your toss. Are young people so terrible now? Rayleigh patted the dust on his body. Goo la la la, you don't even look at who Raldo's brother is. Seeing Rayleigh praising Raldo, Whitebeard was even more excited than Raldo himself. Ha ha ha, not bad. I didn't expect Whitebeard, who is called a monster, to have a brother who is also a monster. Rayleigh laughed. After the fight was over, Whitebeard said goodbye and left the island with Raldo and others. Seeing the shadow of the ship gradually disappearing on the sea, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile. Raldo. It seems that this era is about to change a lot. I wonder what your expression will be when you know that Whitebeard has a younger brother. Warring states. Well, none of this has anything to do with this old guy like me. Go home and drink. Rayleigh shook off the thoughts in his head, jumped into the sea. Apparently, he planned to swim back to the soap bubble islands with his bare hands. Ellipsis. On the Moby Dick at the bottom of the sea. Are we going directly like this? Newgate, Raldo said without looking back, sitting on the bow. Gee la, what's up? Are you nervous, brother? Whitebeard smiled at Raldo's figure. Raldo shook his head. It's not that I'm nervous, if only our team goes there, we'll be a little overwhelmed. Seeing Raldo worried, Marco took some fruit and handed it to him. Don't worry, Father Raldo. All our fleets are on the way now, and the other Moby Dicks are also coated. After getting Marco's reply, Raldo continued to sit on the bow and enjoy the scenery under the sea. Ellipsis. Marin Van Doe. Inform everyone above the general level to gather in the conference room. A middle-aged man wearing a seagull hat said something to the phone, then hung up the phone. Having received the order, the Navy hurriedly issued the notice. Soon, the empty conference room was filled with people in an instant, and the lowest Navy in it was a major general. Hey, why did you call an emergency meeting all of a sudden? Does it even need to be said? 3 days later, Fire Fist Ace will be executed. It must be a discussion on how to deal with Whitebeard. You're right, I think we're here this time with 100,000 Navy at least. Shish, don't talk, the generals are here. Just as the Navy were discussing, the door of the conference room suddenly opened. 3 figures walked in slowly and sat in the positions of the generals one by one. Sakaski, don't you think Marshal of the Warring States period, why let us come? This kind of meeting, let the people below come to listen, why let us come too? It's really troublesome. It was the 3 admirals who spoke. One of the Yellow Apes. And the man he called Sakaski was sitting in the middle of the 3 at the moment. HMPH, what kind of meeting is there? Just follow my words, just destroy it directly, don't give life to those pirates. Akainu adjusted the navy hat on his head, and his eyes flashed fiercely. The man with the blindfold on the side just gave the 2 of them a slight glance before continuing to rest. These 3 are the highest combat power in the Navy, and they are also the 3 generals that make the pirates fearful. The most terrifying thing is that these 3 people are all disaster-level natural fruit ability users. Even if the 4 emperors come, they may not be able to obtain benefits in the hands of these 3 people. Subsequently, the protagonist of this meeting also appeared at the door of the conference room. The Supreme Marshal of the Navy, the Warring States of Buddha. At first, they followed Garp, known as a naval hero, and the 2 chased Roger all over the world together. Although the Warring States period became a marshal, he hardly ever participated in a battle. But everyone will not forget the name of the Warring States because of this. Today, I'm calling you here. It's to discuss how to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Kuzan, Sakaski, Polsolino, the 3 of you will share your views. Sengoku said after inspecting the 3 of them. Seeing that no one responded, Kuzan raised his blindfold. Well, are you fighting the Whitebeard pirates? It's best not to confront him, and it's best to kill them at sea. This can greatly preserve our army's combat power. Quote. After listening to Kuzan's words, Sengoku nodded in agreement. After all, the captains under Whitebeard's banner are all powerful men in the new world of Megatron, and they are far from being able to fight against those Marines. HMPH, blocking overseas. No need at all. Whitebeard cares about those so-called sons so much, so let's start from this point. Execute Ace ahead of time, let Whitebeard mess up, and then we're taking advantage of it. Akainu hummed in dissatisfaction, obviously disapproving of Kuzan's plan. What about you, Polsolino? Seeing Kizaru saying nothing, Sengoku turned his attention to him. My opinion is similar to Sakazuki's. If Whitebeard's plan is destroyed, they will become hairless flies and just walk with their heads covered. At that time, we can harvest. Said. To be honest, he didn't want to care about these things, and he didn't want to worry about them. I just want to clock in safely and steadily, and then get paid and go off work. Therefore, during the subsequent meeting, Kizaru kept his eyes on the clock behind Sengoku. As soon as the watch chimed, he was freed. The Warring States period, which has long been a human being, naturally saw Kizaru's actions in his eyes. But he wouldn't point out anything. After all, the three generals attended the meeting to appear formal. As long as Kizaru doesn't slack off when the war starts, otherwise he will deduct his salary for a year for anything he says. The above is all the content of this meeting. Everyone has worked hard for this part. After the battle with Whitebeard is over, I will apply for benefits for everyone. After a tour of the Warring States period, he said to all the navies present. After leaving the conference room, Sengoku returned to his office. When he opened the door, a figure that surprised and expected him sat on his sofa. Carp, why are you here? Didn't I give you a vacation? Sengoku moved his steps and sat slowly at the desk. Carp's face was a little gloomy. This old man is a navy, and fighting pirates is my duty as a navy. So this time, I have to go. After Carp finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. After listening to Carp's words, Sengoku raised his brows slightly. This is your decision, I have never forced you. Chapter 6 Shock the World, Ace's Blood. When Garp was about to leave his office, Sengoku said after thinking for a while, well, you don't have to shoot. Just like me, stay on the execution stand. This is my last tolerance. Garp, who was about to leave after the words of the Warring States period, suddenly froze. Thank you, Sengoku. Then Garp closed the door and walked straight out of the naval building. After Garp left, Sengoku sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do about Cap. If Garp didn't want to fight, he couldn't force him to. That's why he didn't notify Garp during the meeting, and gave Garp a holiday in advance. But even so, Garp found himself and told himself to go to war. ... Hurry up, hurry up. Immediately send all the supplies to the bay. A lieutenant general was now on the huge artillery on the shore, constantly commanding the navy below. Today is a very special day. The execution of Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, is today. And the decisive battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates is also today. That's why the entire Marin Vatican was so flustered and busy. 2 hours later, all defenses were in place. Countless navies stood on the square of Marin Vando, looking at the high platform behind them. Admiral Buddha of Warring States is standing there at the moment, and directly below Warring States, 3 very luxurious chairs are placed there. When they saw this chair, most of the Navy had already guessed who the owner of the chair was. Just when the Navy was whispering, I don't know who shouted, "Hey, look! It's 3 generals." Everyone's eyes gathered on the right side of the high platform, and 3 figures were walking up slowly. Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru sat in the prepared chairs in order. The general's seating was like a reassurance, and the morale of the Navy immediately rose. Is that Admiral Sakazuki? How cool! Admiral Kuzan has a calm face. Our Navy will win this battle. General Polsolino, as always, the wind is light and the clouds are calm. ... After confirming that the telephony bug was turned on, the Warring States period began the formal process. Now, let's escort the prisoners. Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku's voice lingered throughout the Marinfando square. Step, step, step. With the sound of footsteps and the sound of iron chains rubbing against the floor, a slightly embarrassed figure appeared on the execution platform. It was the protagonist this time, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace. After fixing Ace's boot cuffs, the 2 executioners made Ace kneel on the execution platform. Before the execution, I have something to ask you. Is your father Whitebeard? Warring States did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional, and said to Ace. It goes without saying that my father is Whitebeard. Ace snorted disdainfully. Hearing Ace's words, Sengoku raised his brows slightly. It seems that Ace's answer should be within his expectations. No, your father isn't Whitebeard. Do you really think we don't know anything? Warring States glanced at Ace. Sengoku's words finally touched something in Ace's heart. Ace raised his head and looked at Sengoku in shock. When our Navy heard the news, we were also taken aback. I didn't expect that you would actually be that person's son. Warring States nodded slightly, a wise flash in his eyes. Portgas D. Ace, your real name should be Goer D. Ace. You are the heir to the world's most vicious blood. The reporters in the soap bubble islands stared wide-eyed. What? That Fire Fist Ace turned out to be the son of the Pirate King. Really fake, this is big news. My God, the worst bloodline in the world still exists. ... You lie, my dad only has a white beard. I'm not Gal D. Ace, I'm Portgas D. Ace. Ace roared angrily, reacting violently to the chains that bound him, couldn't help but tremble. Sengoku was still indifferent to Ace's frantic struggle, and looked at him calmly. You lied. Your mother gave birth to you after being pregnant with you for 2 years. That's why you were not discovered by our Navy. After listening to Sengoku's words, Ace, who was struggling, seemed to recall something, and actually knelt on the execution platform obediently, not moving. When the Warring States sentenced one after another of the trumped-up charges, he stopped speaking. And just when Ace was in a daze, a somewhat familiar figure sat gently beside him. Looking at the broad arms that were exactly the same as in the memory, the familiar profile. The only difference was that Garp in front of him looked older than he thought. Ace, why don't you listen to the old man? Garp's voice was slightly sobbing. Feeling so ashamed, he didn't dare to look up at Garp's face. But when he saw the tears on Garp's shirt, he slowly raised his head. The old man who had never shed a single tear was crying like a tearful man at the moment. Grandpa, Ace said these 2 words instinctively. It's all the old man's fault. If the old man resolutely brought you into the Navy, this situation would not have happened. Garp's hands were tightly clenched into a ball. Seeing Garp in this state, Sengoku on the side sighed slightly. Others don't know, but as Garp's decades-old friend and part-time comrade in arms, he knows it very well. Garp has been fighting for the Navy all his life, but his son defected from the Navy, and his grandson became a pirate. Now he wants the white-haired man to send the black-haired man. Behind the honorable life of Garp, there are countless sadness and helplessness hidden. The 3 generals sitting below the execution platform naturally heard the words of the Warring States clearly. HMPH, Fire Fist Ace turned out to be that person's son. Since that's the case, then he must stay today. Akainu raised his head slightly, his eyes flickering fiercely. Kizaru didn't care about these, but looked down at the watch on his wrist. It's strange, Crane, haven't found any trace of the Whitebeard pirates yet. Warring States asked, looking at the empty sea in the distance. What should come will always come. You have been with Whitebeard for decades. You don't know what his temper is. It's not like you, Warring States, to be so flustered. Just as the 2 were chatting, an exclamation sounded. Chapter 7 _ The huge tsunami, the terrifying Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates are here. After a Navy found the shadow of the ship on the sea, he quickly reported it back. Following his voice, the big guys turned their attention to the sea. Under the cover of sea fog, dozens of huge ships drilled out of it. Every captain standing on the bow is a big pirate who can make a name for himself in the New World. After the Warring States also inspected, they found a difference in this fleet. No, there is no Moby Dick with a white beard in it. Sengoku stared coldly ahead. And the Crane on the side frowned. Is it possible, is Whitebeard going to be the queen? Just as Sengoku and Crane were looking for Whitebeard's trail, Bubbles suddenly appeared in the sea in the bay. Grumpy, grumpy. One after another bubbles surged up from the bottom of the sea, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. Naturally, this scene could not escape the eyes of Sengoku. Huh? What happened in the bay? Why are there so many bubbles? This is not a soap bubble archipelago, so why are there bubbles? Soap bubble islands. Not good. How could I forget about this? Looking at the constant changes in the face of the warring states, the crane asked inexplicably, "What's wrong?" The warring states. Sengoku's face was a little gloomy, and he kept staring at the bubbling bay with squinting eyes. "I forgot about that ballast. Whitebeard is not in the fleet at all. They. Whoa." Before the words of the warring states period were finished, a huge invisible body floated up from the bottom of the sea. The huge waves suddenly caught the Navy on the shore by surprise. When the waves disappeared, a Moby Dick was quietly parked in the bay. Just when everyone thought the change was over, 3 more Moby Dicks rushed out of the sea and stood side by side with the first. Coding. But I have already sent someone to lock up all the coding craftsmen. Where did they find them? Crane was also at a loss at the moment. Although she is not as high as the warring states, her IQ is not worse than the warring states. She had long expected the way of coding, so she invited the craftsman to Marin Fando in advance. You forgot one person, Crane. The former One Piece vice captain, Pluto Rayleigh. He will also be coded. Sengoku sighed helplessly. Now that people have broken through into the bay, it will be very irrational to worry about the coding. Tread, tread, tread. A heavy footstep slowly sounded from the Moby Dick, and then a huge figure appeared on the bow. Whitebeard held the pheasant knife in his hand and looked at the execution platform at the top of the square. Gee la la la, we haven't seen you for decades, warring states period. Is my son alright? Whitebeard, since you're here, don't even think about leaving. He was put together again and again, making warring states feel a little irritable at the moment. Oh, don't let us go, I'm afraid. I can't help you, Sengoku. Raldo's figure appeared beside Whitebeard at some point, and he raised his brows slightly to look at the execution platform. Seeing the blonde boy who suddenly appeared, Sengoku and the others were slightly stunned. In their impression, there is no such character in the Whitebeard pirates. And this young man was still able to stand beside Whitebeard, at least at the level of cronies. Who are you? This is the naval headquarters, I have the final say. With a wave of his hand, all the cannons turned around and aimed at the Moby Dick in the bay. Goo la la la, Raldo, back up. Let's see my brother's abilities. Whitebeard motioned for Raldo to step back. He knows his abilities best, and it would be bad if he hurt his brother. Raldo, who is a traveler, naturally wants to see how terrifying this ability, which is known as the most terrifying, will be. Okay, be careful, Newgate. After Raldo instructed, he withdrew a few meters away. Seeing that Raldo had left his range of play, Whitebeard inserted the pheasant knife into the bow of the Moby Dick. The 2 sturdy arms slammed down towards the air on both sides of the body with all their strength. Cracks suddenly appeared in the originally empty air. The entire sea began to shake violently. Be careful, the most terrifying man in the world is going to go crazy. Sengoku reminded him loudly when he saw Whitebeard using his abilities. After a few seconds, the cracks in the air also disappeared. The swaying sea also stopped, just when everyone thought that Whitebeard's attack was over. Suddenly 2 huge shadows shrouded the entire Marin Vando, and after the curious Navy raised his head, he was immediately pale with fright. It's over, it's over. That man caused a super tsunami. Such a big tsunami, I'm afraid it's going to drown the entire Marin Vatican. This is not a level opponent at all, how is it good? Just when the Navy was scared to death, the green pheasant below the execution platform suddenly moved. Alara, you really deserve to be a monster. It will cause a tsunami when you come up. This is no fun. Aokiji moved his body, and his whole body instantly exuded a strong frosty aura. Ice Age. The green pheasant jumped up suddenly, facing the tsunami on both sides with both hands, sending out 2 icicles. The originally turbulent tsunami instantly turned into 2 huge ice sculptures, standing quietly on both sides of Marin Fando. "Gee la la la, what a nasty kid," Whitebeard said dissatisfiedly, seeing his tsunami being frozen. After freezing the tsunami, the green pheasant did not stop, but condensed 3 huge ice spears out of thin air and threw them towards the Whitebeard below. "The magic of ice, copy," Raldo said softly, and an ice spear like the green pheasant suddenly appeared in the air. Whoa! 2 pairs of ice spears exploded directly in the air, which shocked everyone including Aokiji. "Really or not, that blonde boy. It seems that he used the same ability as General Kuzan just now. Who the hell is he and why I don't have the slightest impression of that little blonde?" Call out. Just when the green pheasant was stunned, Raldo's ice spear directly smashed the green pheasant into pieces in the sky. The green pheasant that turned into pieces fell straight into the bay. When it was about to touch the sea water, Aokiji activated its ability again and successfully froze the entire bay. "Who are you and why are you able to use my freezing ability?" Aokiji stood up and looked at Raldo with cold eyes. "Me, guess what, how could I possibly tell the enemy my details? You Navy are all so funny. You actually ask the enemy what your abilities are." Raldo didn't want to explain so much to Aokiji. Clever. Raldo's words finally angered Aokiji. Just as Aokiji was about to launch an attack, a strong figure suddenly appeared in his sight. Chapter 8_Legendary Ability, Marco the Phoenix. Boom! The green pheasant, who had just recovered its human form, was smashed into ice by Joe's who came out from the side. Jaz's body shone with silver diamonds, which was also the key to his ability to smash Aokiji. Diamonds are said to be the hardest shields and defenses in the world, and even the slashes of the world's greatest swordsman can be blocked. At this moment, the green pheasant, who was knocked out, once again condensed its body. After condensing, the green pheasant stared at the Yoja who knocked him away, Diamond Yoja. And the Whitebeard standing on the Moby Dick looked at Raldo proudly, "Boo la la la, brother. These children of mine are strong." For Whitebeard's behavior, Raldo didn't want to answer and gave him a roll of eyes. Kizaru, who was located below the execution platform, slowly got up after seeing Aokiji being beaten. "If you want to reduce casualties, of course, the thief will be captured first." As the voice fell, the figure of Kyabu gradually turned into a light and disappeared in place. Just when Whitebeard was about to wave and let the pirates attack, a burst of intense light suddenly stabbed, causing Whitebeard and Raldo to narrow their eyes slightly. Hey, that's really dazzling," Whitebeard murmured as he looked at the yellow monkey who emerged from the light. Kizaru floated in the air, and after his eyes locked on the 2 on the Moby Dick, he instantly launched an attack. 8-foot Changu Jade. The golden light of the yellow monkey rose sharply, like a sun falling to the ground, exuding a powerful and dangerous aura. As the sound of the yellow monkey sounded, the overwhelming light spots rushed towards the 2 people below. Just as Raldo was about to leave, Marco accelerated and jumped out. The whole person turned into a huge blue phoenix and flew to the 8-foot Changu Jade of the yellow monkey. Countless light spots kept hitting the blue phoenix, and the penetrated parts were quickly restored by the flames. Seeing that the attack was useless, Kizaru gradually stopped releasing light spots. At this moment, Marco's figure emerged from the smoke generated by the explosion. This scene made the Navy present look at Marco in shock. Sure enough, it's that legendary ability. Captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix. It's terrifying to take the attack of General Kasaragi without injury. Marco's body was burning with a strange blue flame, and he looked at Kizaru with disdain. "This trick works very well." The eyes under Kyabu's sunglasses gradually became surprised. "Don't lie to others." Sure enough, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are monsters. Huh. Marco transformed into a complete phoenix. Waving its wings made of blue flames, it flew towards Kizaru quickly. The blue light swept through the air at high speed, and instantly reached Kyabu's side. Marco jumped up and kicked Kizaru's face. Kizaru raised his arm quickly and blocked Marco's flying kick. This move is also very useful. Stop deceiving people. Marco gritted his teeth, increased the strength of his legs, and kicked Kizaru directly out. The yellow ape that flew upside down turned into a golden light and slammed heavily on the square. After returning to his human form, he only glanced at Marco and did not attack again. At this moment, Hawkeye, who was in the Chihuahua camp, slowly pulled out the black sword knight behind him. Hawkeye, what are you doing? A beautiful woman in a high fork Cheongsam said after a glance. I just want to try the gap between me and that man. Hawkeye's vertical pupils gathered slightly, raised the black knife in his hand, and slashed in the direction of Whitebeard. Then a huge green slash quickly moved towards Moby Dick. All the people encountered along the way were smashed and annihilated by the slash. Come on, I can't be anyone who can challenge you, right? Then we can't save Ace. Raldo reached out and stopped Joe's, who was ready to fight, and jumped in front of the Moby Dick. Looking at Raldo who was blocking the front of everyone, Joe's was full of emotion. Father Raldo was just like his father and liked to protect them. But after being moved, Joe's was still a little worried. After all, the slash was struck by Hawkeye, who was known as the world's greatest swordsman. Looking at the approaching slash, Raldo's eyes narrowed slightly. Hawkeye is indeed the world's largest swordsman. This slash made him feel threatened. However, with this slash alone, still can't figure out what to do with myself. Raldo threw the obsidian staff towards the slash, and at the same time his hands kept clicking something in the void. Obsidian storm. Start. As Raldo's voice sounded, the obsidian staff that flew out suddenly began to spin. The rapid rotation caused the staff to instantly form a black whirlwind, which flew towards the green slash. Boom. In an instant, Hawkeye's slash collided with Raldo's staff. In just a few seconds, Hawkeye's slash was smashed into pieces by the obsidian storm. After completing the mission, under the control of Raldo's mind, the staff flew back into his hands again. This scene made the owner of the slash involuntarily raise his brows. Who is this person? He can actually crush my slash. Sengoku, who was on the execution platform, was also squinting at Raldo in the bay at the moment. Since this person appeared, the heart of Sengoku has been beating drums. He always felt that the plan he had prepared would be shattered by this blonde boy. Watching Raldo smash Hawkeye's slash, the corners of Whitebeard's mouth widened. Sons, rush to the square, kill the Navy, and rescue Ace. Whitebeard's cry was tantamount to a flare gun. All the pirates jumped off the boat at his order and ran quickly towards Marinfando Square. Oh! Ace, we're here to save you. Watching the pirates rush over overwhelmingly, countless navies rushed over under the wave of the Warring States period. Come on, hit on. Destroy the pirates and swear to guard Marinfando. The two groups of troops soon faced each other, and the entire bay was full of fighting and screaming. Joes looked at the ice layer under his feet, and then looked at the square not far away, and suddenly had a plan in his heart. Slowly squat down his huge body, and once again diamondize the whole body. Joes slammed his hands into the ice and lifted it up desperately. An iceberg the size of a warship was pulled from the ground by Joes, and then threw it towards the square. Looking at the flying iceberg, a red figure slowly got up and stood on the edge of the platform. Chapter 9_Raldo shot and rescued Ace. HMPH, as a general, without guarding the most important link, one by one ran out. Akainu slowly raised his head, his eyes were slightly cold, and he looked at the flying iceberg. Big fire. Akainu's right hand instantly turned into hot lava, and hit the iceberg. Noisy. The high-temperature magma directly melted the iceberg into steam. After doing this move, Akainu did not return to his position, but stood on the high platform and looked at the battlefield below. Given the current situation in the bay, the release of Meteor Volcano is the most appropriate. Just as Akainu was about to release, a voice interrupted his preparations. Red Dog, this trick. I wonder if you are familiar with it. Meteor fire arrow. The staff in Raldo's hand flickered, and then the sky became dark. Countless fireballs penetrated the clouds and flew towards the Navy on the square. The Navy who saw this scene showed shock on their faces. Isn't this the meteor volcano of Admiral Sakaski? How could that pirate do it? Everyone spread out. The fireball fell. The fireball that fell from the sky quickly entered the crowd. Boom! A burst of strong explosions suddenly sounded in the square. Every now and then a Navy is wounded by a fireball explosion. Seeing this scene, Akainu's face was first shocked and then resentful, staring at Raldo with gnashing teeth. Bastard, the damned Whitebeard pirates. Raldo's meteor fire arrow almost wiped out a third of the Navy in the square. The Whitebeard pirates, who became less stressed, rushed into the square in an instant. Watching Raldo lead his children to the square, Whitebeard jumped off the Moby Dick and ran to the square as well. Looking at the execution platform so close at hand, everyone couldn't help but smile on their faces. Wait for us, Ace. You'll be rescued soon. Ace, hold on for a while. Kill this group of navies right away. The words of the pirates made Ace on the execution platform feel extremely ashamed. If he hadn't insisted on pursuing Blackbeard, this scene would not have happened. Emotional Ace, hot tears in his eyes, spilled on the execution platform. Thank you everyone. Goo la la la, if you want to thank me, go back to our Moby Dick. What is going on here? Whitebeard also stepped into the square, looking at Ace with the corners of his mouth raised. Newgate, you cut down that execution block. I can get Ace out if I can. Raldo said softly beside Whitebeard's ear. Whitebeard nodded without hesitation. Since Raldo said so, then he must have full confidence. Sons, get out of the way. Whitebeard scattered the pirates surrounding him, and then prepared to use his abilities. I saw Whitebeard take a lunge and turn the huge pheasant knife in the air half a circle backwards. A white ball of light appeared on the blade, and Whitebeard let out a low growl. The pheasant knife swung forward suddenly, directly slicing the air in front of it into pieces. With a shock wave of destruction visible to the naked eye, he ran towards the execution platform. The sudden shock wave made it too late for the warring states to react. The tentacles of the huge execution platform were immediately broken, and after losing the support point, the execution platform began to tilt. HMPH, thought I could save Ace by breaking the execution platform. How naive, Whitebeard. The warring states suddenly turned into a huge golden Buddha statue. He reached out and grabbed towards the falling Ace, just as he was about to touch Ace. A black afterimage flashed by, directly taking Ace away from the air. Looking at the giant hand that came from the warring states period, Ace completely lost his desire to survive. At this moment, a black stick suddenly appeared in front of him, wrapped around an iron chain and took him out. Without catching Ace's Sengoku, the huge bergamot slammed to the ground. Immediately, a gust of wind and waves arose, adding a little help to the flying staff. Watching Ace escape under his own eyes, Sengoku's lips trembled with anger. Raldo, don't even think of leaving here today. After receiving Ace's obsidian staff, under Raldo's control, he successfully returned to himself and others. Hurry up and untie the Halu stone handcuffs for Ace. Marco shouted excitedly. Then someone quickly stepped forward and fiddled with Ace a few times. He successfully untied the handcuffs and anklets that bound him. Losing the limitations of the Sea Tower stone, Ace finally felt his ability. The whole person was instantly enveloped in flames, and the intense temperature caused the surrounding people to instinctively step back a few steps. You brat, you started to get sick as soon as you came out. What should you do if you hurt yourself? Raldo ignored Ace's fire ring, stepped in slowly and used an obsidian staff. Hey, isn't this a little complacent? I'm causing trouble for everyone. Ace scratched his head embarrassedly. From the previous battle, he knew that the blonde boy who beat him was his father's younger brother. Also his other dad. The fact that he was able to be rescued successfully this time was largely due to the help of Father Raldo. Just as Ace was about to thank Raldo, Whitebeard's voice rang out. "Little ones, Ace was rescued. Now let's retreat," Whitebeard said to all the pirates in the square. Afterwards, the pirates gradually retreated while fighting. It was soon withdrawn from Marin Van Do Square. "Damn, the Whitebeard pirates. Do you want to leave if you save someone? What a bunch of cowards." Seeing that no one cared about him, Akainu continued, "To be honest, Whitebeard is just a loser of the previous era." Akainu inadvertently took off the hat, dusted it off, and put it back on his head. His words meant nothing to Ace. I have to say that Akainu is not only disgusting, but mocking this skill is also disgusting. Sure enough, after hearing Akainu's words, Ace gradually stopped running and stood there with a gloomy face. Seeing this scene, Raldo rubbed his forehead helplessly. He knew that this kid Ace would be stimulated, and everyone in the audience except Ace didn't care what Akainu said. After all, who cares about a dog barking? Obviously, Ace was caught in Akainu's trap at this moment. Looking at Ace, who stopped, the corners of Akainu's mouth twitched slightly. "HMPH, a hairy boy. Can't you see the tricks? If you're not fooled, I'll have a headache." Chapter 10 You have Meteor Volcano, I have Storm Barrier. If it was according to the original book, Ace would turn his head to argue with Akainu, and then be killed by Akainu. And now with the existence of the variable Raldo, it is naturally impossible for Akainu to be happy. "What's the matter, Ace? This matter is left to me." Raldo kicked Ace out with one foot, and let Marco, who was flying in the sky, catch it. Ace, who was about to turn his head and reason with Akainu, suddenly felt a pain in his butt. Then he flew off the ground and flew towards Marco. After Marco heard Raldo's words, he quickly grabbed Ace with his claws and took him to the Moby Dick. He also knows a thing or two about Ace's stupefying level. If it wasn't for Father Raldo's kick, Ace would have turned around and fucked Akainu. Whitebeard glanced at Raldo. "What to do? Do you want my brother to help you?" Raldo waved his hand in disgust. "You hurry up. Looking at your injury, come to help me. Go back later and I will treat you." Akainu sighed, "I will come alone." Seeing Raldo's disgusting expression, the corners of Whitebeard's mouth twitched involuntarily. "My brother's temper doesn't suit me at all." Seeing that the target of his plan was kicked away by Raldo, Akainu's eyes burst into flames. But when he saw Raldo stop, he raised his brows suspiciously. "Huh? What? Are you going to die for that fire fist, Ace? Well, your ability is very strange, and you can kill you. The sea is still at peace." Quote. Raldo looked at the mentally retarded eyes and looked at Akainu. "Huh? Kill me? I said Red Dog, did you light too many candles and cause your head to get confused? Who said I was going to fight you?" Every word of Raldo was stabbed into Akainu's heart like a sharp blade. "You call me Red Dog, okay, I will bear it. After all, red and red are just a change of words and have no effect. But you say that I am confused by lighting candles, which I am not happy with. I, Akainu, the Supreme Admiral of the Navy, possess the power of lava fruit. You actually said that I was used to light candles. It is true that the green pheasant can endure it, and the yellow monkey can't bear it anymore. Clever little devil, I'm afraid you can't leave today." Akainu slowly walked towards Raldo. But Raldo is not a fool, so naturally he can't stay in place and beat him. "Is that what your Navy said? You said at the beginning that you wouldn't let me leave, and now it's over. You also won't let me leave. Why, this Marin Fando belongs to your family," Raldo replied. Akainu didn't respond to Raldo's words. His body was covered with hot magma, and he walked slowly towards him. Raldo turned his head and found that basically everyone had boarded the boat, so he didn't plan to entangle with Akainu. The reason why he stayed behind was to allow other people to evacuate safely. After all, as an element mage, he can fly very quickly. Even if attacked, you can block. Just as Raldo was about to retreat, he noticed the gravel in front of Akainu. The left hand hidden in the sleeve waved gently. When Akainu just stepped out of his legs, a tree root suddenly sprang from under the small stone in front of him. He tripped the unresponsive Akainu directly to the ground. Akainu, who has not withdrawn the fruit ability, suddenly fell to the ground. The ground emits thick steam because it is in contact with the magma, and the accumulated magma looks like the natural fertilizer accumulated in the landlord's house at this moment in Raldo's view. Everyone on the Moby Dick laughed when they saw the fallen Akainu. Ha ha ha, it's really become a dog eating shit now. Admiral Akainu will fall down and lose your lord. I remember that the old man in the Warring States period said that this battle will be broadcast live all over the world. Does that mean that the Navy has lost a lot of money this time? The culprit responsible for all this is now flying back to the Moby Dick with a staff. The jeers of the pirates made Akainu's glass heart, which was originally glued, shattered once again. Akainu got up angrily, with a fierce light in his eyes. Bastard! I won't let you go. Raldo! Akainu, who was almost insane, aimed the lava-filled hands at the sky in the bay. Countless lava missiles were blasted into the clouds. Immediately, the whole sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and the clouds were densely covered. In the dark clouds, the light flickered from time to time. Suddenly, huge lava meteorites protruded from the clouds and smashed straight towards the Moby Dick below. The pirates on the boat looked at the meteorite that flew over, and all looked pale. What to do, Dad, Raldo? That Akainu's attack is coming. Damn, the ship is frozen by that ice, there is no way to move. No way, we just rescued Ace, are we going to break it here? Whitebeard is also staring at the sky with a solemn expression, and countless lava meteorites continue to shoot through the clouds and shoot here. If there were only a few, he could destroy these meteorites with just a swing of his knife. But this overwhelming attack came, and for a while he had no good way to use it. Storm. Just when everyone panicked, Raldo's voice sounded. In an instant, the entire Moby Dick was wrapped up by a strong wind. The meteorite that came into contact with the windscreen was instantly blown out of the flame, and the lava inside was twisted into pieces. Watching the storm created by Raldo so easily blocked Akainu's meteor volcano. All the pirates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, it was too dangling. If it wasn't for Father Raldo, they would have killed and injured a lot of people this time. The other meteorites that did not hit the storm all hit the ice. Immediately, the frozen sea level turned into a pot of boiling water. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard hurriedly asked the people below to turn around, and the huge whale head of the Moby Dick slowly turned towards the outside of the bay. Oh, Akainu, thank you so much. We are worrying about how to break the ice, so you help us break it. Next time, please go to light a candle. Raldo smiled and waved at Akainu on the shore. Waved. Such gentle words and smiles made Akainu's teeth tremble. At this moment, Akainu looks like a red devil who came out of hell, and the whole person is extremely red. More. No matter where you escape, I will rectify you on the spot. The angry Akainu stared at the Moby Dick, which was gradually leaving, with a pair of red eyes. Kizaru, who was on the mast of the warship, pushed his glasses lightly. You can't just walk like this. It's somewhat unreasonable. Chapter 11 Leaving Marin Vando, Blackbeard in the dark. The legs were bent, and then the whole person jumped up suddenly, and once again used his signature skills. Bachi Changu Yu. The light centered on him instantly burst into countless spots of light, flying towards the departing Moby Dick. Seeing Kizaru attacked again, everyone on the Moby Dick turned pale. Damn it, this yellow ape has come to interfere with us again. What can we do, Daddy? This group of Navy is really stalking. We have all gone out of the bay, still don't plan to let us go. Captain Marco, why don't we go back and fight them? Marco and Whitebeard did not respond to the questions of the pirates, but both turned their attention to Raldo. Although Whitebeard's shock fruit is powerful, it is only limited to causing damage to some substantial objects. Dad, why don't I just go up and block it once? Marco gritted his teeth and looked at the incoming light. Whitebeard shook his head. It's not necessary, if you go to resist. That guy in the Warring States period will definitely target you. But if no one resists, we can't get out at all. Hearing Whitebeard's rejection of him, Marco clenched his fists a little unwillingly. Boo la la la, Raldo. You should have a way to help us get out. Whitebeard looked at Raldo and said. At this time, Raldo suddenly thought of a clip from a certain movie in his previous life. As long as the elements are large enough, it is not a problem to destroy the 8-foot Chungu Jade of the yellow monkey. Ace, you release your power with all your strength. Then put your hand on my shoulder. Raldo put away his staff and said to Ace beside him. Ace looked back at Raldo with a bit of resentment in his eyes. There is no way. Who made Raldo kick him out just now? But Raldo was also for his own good. If Raldo hadn't kicked at that time, Ace must have gone up to fight with Akainu. With Ace's current strength, he is far from being the opponent of the 3 perverted generals. So if you rush forward, you will only lose your life in vain. Oh good. Resentment returned to resentment. Ace still did as Raldo said. After all, they are elders, and their butt is still hurting. Whoa! The strong firelight instantly wrapped Ace's right hand, and then looked at Raldo worriedly. That, Father Raldo. Just put it on like this. He knew that his father Raldo could use the ability of fire, but he was still afraid that his fire would hurt Raldo. After all, the effect of burning the fruit is only immune to those who eat it. For others, burning fruit only burns, not immunity. Let's just let it go, it's too late. Raldo urged with a solemn expression. Seeing Raldo's dignified expression, Ace didn't have time to think too much, so he directly put his burning right hand on Raldo's shoulder. The moment Ace put his hand on his shoulder, Raldo seemed to feel a steady stream of fire pouring into his body. Raldo silently used his elemental ability to guide the fire in Ace's body and slowly entered his body. After gathering similar fire elements, Raldo's body surface was gradually covered with a layer of flames. Father Raldo, you. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ace couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. But Raldo didn't reply to him, because at this moment the 8-foot Chungu Jade launched by Kizaru had already reached his face. Fire Fist. Raldo's right hand is wrapped with a crimson flame, which is a special flame that combines his own fire element and Ace's burning fruit. The flaming fist, which gathered the aura of destruction, blasted out towards the light spot in the sky. The huge flames were like the shipborne guns of the Star Destroyer, directly burning the light spots in the sky into nothingness. And with a destructive momentum, he continued to run towards Kizaru. Huh, stop deceiving people, come again. Kizaru looked at the flames approaching in shock, and the whole person turned into light and left the place instantly, dodging the flames. When the firelight dissipated, there was no trace of the Moby Dick on the sea. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Beneath a warship in the outer harbor of Marin Van Do, a black fat ball is there. Gia ha ha ha, I didn't expect Dad and the others to succeed. The owner of this voice was the promoter behind this battle. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who killed the captain on the Whitebeard ship and stole the dark fruit. That's why Ace's pursuit was triggered. Originally, he wanted to use the hands of the Navy to obliterate Whitebeard here. Then you can steal the ability to shake the fruit, and then you can truly dominate the world. Raldo, who suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard, disrupted all his plans. Edward Raldo, I didn't know this person existed on my father's ship for so many years. It seems, the plan to steal the fruit of the shock is dead. Teach's face was a little gloomy, staring at the sea. Wayhaha, Captain, since Whitebeard has escaped, what should we do? Are we going to catch up? Boxer Bacchus looked at Titch with a smile. Titch shook his head, no need. If we catch up, we will definitely die. After all, there are 3 Emperor-level powerhouses on that ship. A man with a cigarette slowly stepped forward. Since there is no shock fruit, I think we can change our target. There are many disaster capabilities, so there is no need to stare at Whitebeard. The person who spoke was a prison officer, Shiryu, who was picked up by Titch from the underwater prison before. 2 Character of the Blackbeard Pirates. You're right, let's go, little ones. I already have a second choice. Titch suddenly thought of something, and then signaled everyone to leave. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. The territory of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. Goo la la la, little ones. The banquet is ready, celebrating the return of Ace, and also celebrating being the vice captain of our Whitebeard pirates, Raldo. Whitebeard sat on the chair, holding up a big wine in his hand bucket, said to everyone on the deck. Beside him, Raldo was quietly suspended in the air with his legs crossed, looking at the Whitebeard with a livid face. I said, Newgate, don't you know your own body? You still drink so much alcohol. I think you think your life is too long. Whitebeard, who was reprimanded by Raldo, scratched his head embarrassedly. Gee la la la, just this time, just once. Looking at the happy crew members below, Raldo couldn't bear to end the banquet, and sighed helplessly. Okay, after the banquet is over, I will use the wooden element to repair your body. Chapter 12 officially wanted, 2.3 billion co-captain. The Navy's declaration of war with the Whitebeard pirates had been publicized all over the world before the war started. However, after the war, the Whitebeard pirates were not destroyed, and even the felon of Fire Fist Ace was rescued. This time, the prestige and popularity of the Navy fell to the bottom in an instant. Originally, the world government wanted to remove the post of Marshal of the Warring States period, but no suitable candidate has been found. Therefore, the Warring States period was dug the name of making meritorious deeds and continued to serve as a naval marshal. Marin Van Doe. Because Whitebeard randomly activates the shaking fruit ability, the buildings on the entire island are basically broken. Countless navies are carrying wooden planks and steel bars to repair the damaged buildings of the naval headquarters. At this moment, the Warring States sat on his chair with a livid face, looking at the newspaper in front of him and worryingly said, Abominable Whitebeard pirates, where did that person named Raldo come from? If it wasn't for him, the Navy must win a war. Looking at his old friend worrying, Karp spread his hands helplessly. Well, Sengoku, you might as well consider the future of the Navy instead of this. Then Garp told the Sengoku one by one the news he got from his subordinates. Because of the failure of the Navy to fight against the Whitebeard pirates, the number of recruits in various places has not only not stabilized, but many new recruits have been discharged. This suddenly made the Navy, which is now under manpower, fall into an extremely passive position. Isn't it all you old man? If you shot, how could Raldo save Fire Fist Ace? Looking at the furious Sengoku, Garp decided to stay out of trouble for the time being. Okay, I just need to catch the Whitebeard pirates again. Garp took out his eardrums, which were sore from the shock, and turned his eyes to the angry Sengoku. After venting to Garp, Sengoku felt that his mood was much better at the moment. HMPH, let's just hunt down the Whitebeard pirates. Now there are other tasks for you. What task? Let's say it first, I won't do the tiring work. Garp picked up Shanbei beside him, leaned on the sofa and said while eating. Seeing Garp as his own home, Sengoku's brows jumped involuntarily. You bastard, you fish in troubled waters all day long. Both Kuzan and Barusalino learned from you, right? When it comes to work, they push it back and forth. I asked you to hunt down Blackbeard Tiki. The name of Shichibukai was officially cancelled by the government. Also, my senbei, give it back to me. Warring States rushed to Garp, grabbed the bag of senbei, and poured all the senbei into his mouth. Then a brand new wanted notice was distributed around the world by the Navy. The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Raldo. The bounty is 2.347 billion Bailey. The man sitting on the deserted island, after getting the warrant, whispered the contents above. Wearing a black cloak, with a pair of wooden sandals under his feet, he walked with a rattling noise. Under the cloak lifted by the wind, a body with only one arm was exposed. Shanks slowly raised his head, a light flashed in his eyes. After repelling Kaido, he immediately went to Marinfando to stop things from getting worse. Unexpectedly, I met the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates halfway through, and after inquiring, I learned that the war is over. His captain's son, Ace, was also successfully rescued. When he saw today's wanted notice, he realized what happened to the war that day. Edward Raldo, what's it got to do with Newgate? Come on, let's visit that old man. The redhead slowly got up and hung Griffin on his body. Why, are you going to find Whitebeard? The appearance of Raldo really surprised me. I hope it won't have any impact on the plan. Beckman on the side took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. ... It wasn't until everyone fainted on the deck that the celebratory banquet stopped. Whitebeard was also pushed into the bedroom by his paramedic, and Raldo followed. Gee la, why don't you go to rest? Do you want to come and show me your body? Whitebeard lay on the bed and glanced at Raldo, who was following him. Raldo nodded, and then called out his staff. The gems on the staff flickered with mild green fluorescence, and the light slowly left the staff, wrapping the huge body of Whitebeard. The green balls of light were like little elves, and they plunged in after touching Whitebeard's skin. The entire treatment process lasted for 20 minutes. After finding that the green light could not penetrate into the skin, Raldo stopped the output of the wood element. And the Whitebeard who received Raldo's treatment, the originally pale complexion turned a lot ruddy. Gee la, your ability is really amazing. I feel as if I am a lot younger, and the dark wounds in my body have disappeared. Whitebeard sat up and said to him after moving his body. Raldo frowned slightly, and then said to Whitebeard as if he was okay, "No, my elemental ability is extremely powerful. I can use any element. You rest, I will go back." After leaving Whitebeard's room, Raldo went straight back to his bedroom. Looking at the exact same interior as the house he lived in before, Raldo knew that Joe's might have moved the entire wooden house. I can't see that the usually naive big man also has such a careful side. Thinking of this, Raldo couldn't help laughing. The ability of Wood Elemental is the reward he got from the quest of the Elemental Mage. Since leaving the island with Whitebeard and the others, Raldo has not opened the interface of the system again. Thinking of this, Raldo wanted to call the system to see what his current value was. System, open the personal interface. Raldo called towards the void. Then a screen that only he could see appeared in the void. Elemental Mage System. Host, Edward Raldo. Equipment, Obsidian Staff, unique. Abilities, Elemental Mastery, Wind, Water, Fire, Wood, Ice, Element Fusion. Points, 647,000. Mission, become the Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, reward points, 40,000 completed. ... Update task status. Mission, defeat the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, reward points, 470,000 unfinished. After browsing all his information, Raldo couldn't help but sigh. From the water element at the beginning, to the 5 elements that I have mastered now. The points have also accumulated from 0 to more than 600,000, and I will be able to exchange that soon. Chapter 13 _ Uninvited Guests Visiting. Challenge Raldo. Click on the Elemental Mage System Store. There are only 2 options. One is an element, one is a staff. The staff can only be equipped with 1 standard, that is to say, if you want to buy a new staff. The obsidian staff in his hand has to be recycled by the system. So Raldo doesn't plan to replace the staff for the time being, and this obsidian staff is enough for now. What he has been longing for is the thunder element lying in the element store. To say the most terrifying, it must be a powerful natural disaster. The terrifying aspects of the thunder element are vividly reflected in the world of pirates. Amy rode on the empty island, and all kinds of terrifying thunderstorm weather on the Great Route. Raldo chose to click on the element store on the left, and after entering, a row of products appeared in his sight. ... The element store. Fire elemental, 200,000 purchased. Wind element, 400,000 purchased. ... Thunder elements, 1.7 million. Light elements, 6 million. Looking at his pocket, he skimmed the price of the thunder element. Raldo sighed helplessly. Hey, 1.7 million people killed this day, how many tasks have to be completed? After closing the system interface, Raldo lay on the bed, his hands resting on his head, and his eyes looked at the night outside through the side window. For Emperor Shanks. Although the reward of this quest is quite attractive, the goal of this quest is really disturbing. Thinking about it, Raldo slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, a hurried knock on the door successfully woke Raldo from his dream. Papa Raldo, are you awake? There is good news for you. Ace shouted inside through the wooden door. Raldo, who was woken up at this moment, was completely sleepless, and after sighing, he got up and went to open the door. Ace's excited face suddenly appeared in Raldo's sight. Raldo looked at Ace suspiciously. What's wrong? Ace, early in the morning. What good news? This, Daddy Raldo, this is the latest reward. Ace showed Raldo a wanted notice. After Raldo took it, he raised his brows slightly. That guy from the Warring States period, he actually gave so much bounty. This is how he hates me to the core. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. I have to wake Daddy up. There is an uninvited guest on the boat. You can take care of it first. Ace, who suddenly thought of something, patted his forehead and ran towards Whitebeard's room. Uninvited guest. What kind of uninvited guests could come on their ships? The Navy was so busy dealing with the aftermath of the war that it was impossible to trouble them. Ordinary little pirates are scared to hide away after seeing the flag marked by Whitebeard. Could it be? Thinking of Raldo here, he waved the obsidian staff out of the bedroom, and strode toward the deck. When he saw the red-haired man on the deck, Raldo knew who it was. Saber, clogs, black cloak, the most characteristic red hair. There is only one person who meets these characteristics, the Four Emperors' red-haired Shanks. For Shanks, Raldo still has a good impression. After all, in the original book, he also helped Marco and others in the Top War. The footsteps on the deck caught Shanks' attention, and he slowly looked up to see the blond boy holding a black stick standing there. You are the deputy captain in the report, Edward Raldo. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble for the sudden visit. Shanks said a little apologetically. This time Shanks came to the Whitebeard pirates for two purposes. One was to have a friendly discussion with Raldo. The other is to test Raldo's purpose to see if it will affect his plans. Goo la la la, red-haired kid. Why did you come to me? The figure of Whitebeard appeared behind Raldo, his eyes turned slightly to Shanks on the deck. Shanks stretched his hand to his back, a move that made everyone present draw their weapons one after another, staring at him very vigilantly. As long as there is something wrong with him, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates will rush towards him. Don't be nervous, I heard that you are back with a great victory. I came here specially to congratulate, this is a congratulatory gift. The red hair dragged the huge wine barrel behind him to him. Goo la la la, congratulations. A ghost will believe what you say, talk about it. What do you want to do? Whitebeard said while holding the pheasant knife, slowly sitting on the chair and looking at Shanks below. Okay, then I'll cut to the subject. I want to see your co-captain, and I also have some questions to ask him. Shanks slowly moved his gaze to Raldo. Looking for me? I don't know any big secrets, why are you asking me? Raldo shrugged slightly and looked at Shanks. Shanks' remaining hand slowly rested on Griffin's hilt. No, I want to know. Are you interested in that person's treasure? Treasure? I'm not interested in these. I just want to become stronger and live a more leisurely life. So, you found the wrong person. Raldo shook his head and laughed. Raldo's words made Shanks, who was preparing for the next move, stunned, and this unexpected answer was obviously not within his expectations. Really? If that's the case, then I have another request. Can you have a discussion with me? I also want to try the strength of the deputy captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks returned to God, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Looking at Raldo. Challenge. Huh, redhead, you really are here to pick things up. Marco instantly used his Phoenix ability, staring at Shanks with piercing eyes. Whitebeard also looked gloomy at the moment, and slowly stood up from the chair. A terrifying breath burst out in an instant. "Red-haired brat, you'd better not have any unreasonable thoughts. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that my pheasant knife can take care of Roger's face." And Shanks naturally looked at Whitebeard with a fearless face, and an aura that was no weaker than Whitebeard burst out from him, colliding with Whitebeard's aura. Two powerful breaths collided, causing the slightly weaker pirates to be overturned by those who were shocked. Just when Whitebeard was about to start, Raldo's figure stood between the two, and Raldo said to Shanks, "I agree to your request. I also want to try the Four Emperors, Shanks. How strong is it?" Seeing that Raldo agreed to his request, Shanks immediately took back the terrifying breath, and the whole person was like nothing had happened, and smiled at Raldo. "Haha, then thank the vice captain very much. Appreciate your face." Chapter 14 _ The battle begins, the broken redhead. After accepting Shanks' request for a duel, Raldo flew to the island beside the Moby Dick. "Since it's a duel, do you have any rules?" Elements jumped from time to time behind Raldo, flames, hurricanes, and water polo floated beside Raldo. Shanks, who saw this scene, was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw Raldo's ability. "Well, there are no rules for sparring, just have fun. It seems that your ability is very special, so I can't lose my share in front of Vice Captain Whitebeard." Shanks stared at Raldo opposite, and took the hand on the hilt slowly pulled Griffin out. A crisp sword cry broke the silent space, and Griffin's cross-bladed blade shone with dazzling silver light under the sunlight. Even if there is still a distance between Raldo and Shanks, Raldo can feel the power and danger emanating from the Griffin knife. Raldo stared at Shanks with a solemn expression. The other party was a proper Four Emperors powerhouse, and he was also a top-level domineering cultivator. Shanks, who owns the supreme sword, can use his swordsmanship to the fullest. At this moment, Shanks moved his wrist, Griffin drew a graceful arc in his hand, and then a sharp black slash flew towards Raldo. The huge black slash was like a pair of scissors, tearing a huge hole directly into the hard rock ground, and countless rocks and ground were smashed and blown away by the slash. Ice frozen, Aegis. Raldo grabbed the obsidian staff in front of him with his left hand, and a dark blue crystal condensed in the palm of his right hand. The crystal was melted into the staff, and the ground tens of meters centered on Raldo was immediately frozen with a layer of frost. The surrounding frost gradually condensed, and a very huge diamond-shaped ice shield appeared in front of Raldo. If you want to say what the purest ice looks like, it may be what Raldo has condensed now. The ice shield created by Raldo is as crystal clear as a piece of cold jade that has been frozen for 10,000 years. The clearer the ice, the stronger it is in terms of hardness. It's not that Raldo is proud of himself, just this piece of ice. Let the kid Jors come, and he will have to be bumped. Boom! The slash from Shanks slashed violently on the ice shield. The powerful force shook the entire ice shield, and when the shaking stopped, the ice shield did not shatter. If you look closely, you will find that there is a 1-foot thick knife mark on the ice shield, which is deeply engraved on the ice. Seeing this scene, Shanks raised his eyebrows in surprise. No wonder the Navy gave him such a high bounty for the first time. Even my slashes couldn't break through his defense. I'm afraid that Hawkeye might not be able to break it. Although he is a great swordsman, he is also a strong man who specializes in physique. Shanks bent his legs slightly, stepped hard, and suddenly jumped towards Raldo. From Raldo's condensed ice shield, Shanks judged that the opponent was good at long-range strikes. Years of combat experience made Shanks decide to start with melee combat, and maybe he could defeat Raldo unexpectedly. The armed color domineering instantly wrapped around Griffin, and the silver-white blade suddenly became pitch black. There is no difference in color with Raldo's obsidian staff. Shanks' eyes narrowed slightly, and while running towards Raldo, he waved Griffin for a slash. Raldo stretched out his right hand to control the ice shield, constantly moving the position of the ice shield in the air to block the slash. Taking advantage of the gap between the end of the slash, Raldo urged the staff in his left hand, and the frost in the air instantly condensed countless ice needles, and flew towards Shanks below. Looking at the overwhelming ice needles, Shanks' pupils shrank and hurriedly ducked to the side. Just after dodging, countless ice needles were instantly inserted into the ground. The large and small rocks on the ground were pulverized by the extremely fast-flying ice needles. This scene really made Shanks roll his dry throat involuntarily. If the rock was replaced by himself, not to mention that he would be cut into a skewer. Just thinking about that scene, Shanks couldn't help shivering. Just when Shanks was stunned, a hot breath touched his face. Looking back, the original huge ice shield had disappeared for some time, and was replaced by a huge fireball that was rushing towards him at a high speed. Shanks scolded the street crazily in his heart, and at the same time jumped up again to avoid him. Originally, I wanted to cut to Raldo to attack, but the opponent's endless and diverse elemental attack methods made it impossible for Shanks to step into the 10 meters of Raldo. Boom! The moment the huge fireball touched the ground, a strong light burst out. Then there was a deafening explosion, and the incomparably hot air wave baked the surrounding land into black charcoal. After the heat wave passes, look at the huge potholes and the charred ground. Shanks' mouth twitched slightly. I just wanted to learn from you, but you want my life. Wolf attack, silver wolf slash. Shanks, who decided not to keep his hand, turned griffin in his hand. A huge slash turned into a silver wolf and ran towards Raldo in the sky. The onlookers of the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates were shocked when they saw Shanks move. This is Shanks' new trick. It seems that our captain has been hiding his clumsiness. Beckman's pupils shrank, and even he might not be able to catch the power contained in this trick. Goo la la la, the red-haired kid even has this set. He's just like Roger, and they both like to keep their hands. Whitebeard's gaze wandered between Shanks and Raldo. On the one hand, he lamented the power of Shanks as the new 4 emperors, and on the other hand, he was worried that his younger brother would be injured because of it. Seeing the silver wolf rushing towards him, Raldo erected his staff in front of him. 2 kinds of energy, one blue and one red, spewed out from the staff immediately, straight into the sky. Boom! The originally clear sky suddenly sounded thunder, and the entire cloud layer instantly darkened. At the same time as the thunder sounded, the figures of 2 behemoths poked their heads out of the dark clouds. There are 2 giant dragons, but these 2 dragons are not real dragons. It is the water dragon and fire dragon constructed by Raldo with the power of elements. The 2 dragons glared angrily, and after seeing the huge silver wolf below, they rushed out of the clouds and rushed towards the silver wolf. When the giant dragon fully appeared, the onlookers could see how huge the element dragon created by Raldo was. Chapter 15 _ The trick explodes, the redhead admits defeat, and the world is shocked. The huge elemental dragon collided with the silver wolf in an instant, and the 2 giant dragons, one fire and one water, were directly wrapped around the silver wolf, and the strong pressure instantly wiped them out. After the silver wolf composed of slashes was annihilated, the powerful energy instantly detonated the 2 elemental dragons. The shock wave generated by the explosion directly shrouded the figures of Raldo and Shanks, and the dust raised high made other onlookers unable to see what was happening inside. The originally cloudy sky was instantly blown up by the energy generated by the explosion to a huge hole. Everyone looked up, and the bottomless hole was like a cosmic black hole. As long as they stared at it for a while, they felt like they were about to be sucked in. Just then, the raging waves hit the shore. In the area where Raldo and Shanks were fighting, a violent wind suddenly sounded. Call. The dust that originally covered the sky was instantly blown away by the wind, revealing the face in the battle area. Raldo still floated gracefully in the air, his golden hair fluttering gently under the sea breeze. And Shanks on the ground was not as comfortable as Raldo looked. At this moment, he was leaning on Griffin's hilt with one hand, panting slightly. A few strands of blood oozing from the corners of his mouth can show that his current state is not very good. Unlike Raldo, Shanks can use elements to form a barrier to resist explosions. He is completely resisting with his flesh. It really surprised me, Raldo. You should only be able to release an attack of that magnitude just once. Shanks, after slowing down, slowly stood up. After listening to Shanks' words, Raldo frowned slightly. The staff beside him shook violently, and more powerful elemental energy was shot into the clouds by Raldo. In an instant, 4 or 5 elemental dragons poked their heads out of the dark clouds. Seeing this scene, the griffin that Shanks just lifted was inserted back into the scabbard in an instant. Shanks twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, which was covered by the shadow. That kind of terrifying attack can be used once, but Raldo can use it a second time. And also double the number of elemental dragons. How does this make me fight? Isn't this for food delivery? The deputy captain of the Whitebeard pirates deserves his name. I can't bear such a terrible attack. I admit defeat. Shanks scratched his head and smiled. Watching Shanks admit defeat, Raldo snapped his fingers at the void. After losing Raldo's control, the elemental dragon in the cloud layer instantly turned into elemental particles and dissipated in the cloud layer. Without the control of the elemental power, the dark clouds gradually faded from the sky, and the warm sunlight shone down again. On the other side of the island, a figure with a camera was recorded. He flapped his wings and flew into the distance, and no one noticed his departure at all. Ellipsis. In just half a day, the news of Raldo's battle against the red-haired 4 emperors spread all over the world. What? That Raldo actually defeated the red-haired Shanks? Warring States looked at the news report and said with a shocked face. Ahahaha, that kid Shanks. I didn't expect that someone could suppress him. This is really rare. Garp laughed. He didn't have the slightest affection for this red-haired kid who took his grandson to the pirate's path. Now that someone can suppress him, how can Garp be unhappy? It's terrifying. The Whitebeard pirates are all monsters. So is the Whitebeard, and now this Vice Captain Raldo. What did they eat to grow up? Kizaru sighed aside. Although Kizaru looked calm on the surface, he was already full of thoughts inside. The Vice Captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Raldo, can not only use fire, but also ice from Aokiji. If the next time that Raldo uses his light element, it will be terrible. In the Red Earth continent behind Marin Fando, 5 old men of different shapes were sitting on the sofa watching the news in front of them. Is this the Vice Captain of the Whitebeard pirates that Sengoku said? Edward Raldo, an old man said carefully. HMPH, it seems that there is another nasty monster on the sea. The plan has to be ahead of schedule. Let's inform the Warring States period to promote the general to 4 people. Another old man with a goatee snorted dissatisfiedly. Let's choose Fujitora, the great swordsman with the gravity fruit. Another short-statured old man rubbed his chin. Then a new government order was drawn up by the 5 old men and sent to Marin Vando not far away. On the ghost island outside Shinsekai in Japan, a tall man with huge horns on his head drank a jug of spirits after reading the report. Gollum. Is that redhead actually defeated by a hairy boy? Isn't that saying that I am not as good as a hairy boy? Kaido's 2 huge nostrils kept spewing steam, and his eyes were red. Raldo on the report. At this time, Raldo, who shocked the world, was preparing a banquet on the Whitebeard pirates. As the host of the banquet, Raldo invited the Red Hair pirates and others to attend the banquet together. Seeing Raldo who was so kindly invited, the redhead was embarrassed to refuse, so he agreed. Immediately, the entire Moby Dick was extremely noisy, and there were sounds of laughter and drinking beer everywhere. On the upper level of Class A, Reardo, Whitebeard, Redhead, and Beckman sat together. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, you can't drink enough. You can't drink after only 2 barrels. Shanks was a little red at this moment, and it seemed that he should be listening. Gee la la la, the old man also wants to drink it. But my brother is strict. After Whitebeard said, he glanced at Raldo slightly. When Shanks was still trying to persuade him to drink, Raldo's icy gaze fell directly on him. Shanks instantly felt as if he was being targeted by some super terrifying existence. Ahahaha, then I'll drink it myself. Shanks laughed awkwardly. After gulping down the beer in the cup, Shanks wiped the corner of his mouth slightly. The vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Raldo. I have never seen such a terrifying existence as you. If you really want to get to the top, and you can be the second Roger. Quote. Speaking of which, Shanks paused for a moment, remembering the scene of the fight with Raldo before, and couldn't help but smile slightly. No, you will definitely surpass Captain Roger and reach that height that no one has ever reached. After taking a sip of red wine, Raldo looked at the blue sea in the distance. I have no interest in climbing to the top or anything. I just want to guard this big family with Newgate. Chapter 16 BIMMOM Raid on Fishman Island. Angry Whitebeard. Guarding. It's also a good choice. Ha ha ha, I'll give you a toast. Shanks was a little surprised to hear Raldo's answer, because Raldo in front of him said exactly the same thing as Whitebeard. 30 years ago, Captain Roger asked Whitebeard if he wanted to visit Ralph Drew. Whitebeard refused with a smile, saying that he had no interest in treasures or secrets. All he wants is family. The banquet became more and more lively, and in the end, even the redhead was pulled to the deck for a drink. Ahahaha, come again, you Whitebeard pirates have nothing to drink, Shanks said, stepping on the barrel. This remark immediately angered Marco and the others, and they came to Shanks with their barrels in their arms. Huh! Dare to look down on us? Brothers, pour him down. Looking at the crowd below, the three of them looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Gee la la la, this red-haired brat is the same as Roger. He doesn't have a formal appearance on weekdays, and when it comes to a fight, he is better than anyone else. Whitebeard said with a smile after drinking a few sips of wine. The banquet continued until the next morning, and the whole deck was poured into one piece. Those who didn't know thought that the Whitebeard pirates had been looted, and there were wine barrels and corpses everywhere. Thank you for your hospitality, Whitebeard. Then I'll take this unconventional captain away. Beckman carried Shanks, thanked Raldo and Whitebeard, and jumped off the deck and left Momo. Bidick. Looking at the mess in front of him, Raldo turned his attention to Whitebeard. Newgate, what do you think? Gee la la la, it's not good to sleep in an open-air bed once in a while, isn't it? Whitebeard grinned and looked at Raldo. After understanding the connotation of Whitebeard, Raldo couldn't help laughing out. Ha ha ha, you were right. Let them drink like dead pigs one by one, just wake up on the deck. 3 days after the banquet ended, the Whitebeard pirates, who have returned to their normal state of life, continued their territory cruise mission. Father Raldo, let me tell you, there is a very magical island in our territory. I will take you to see it today. Marco came to Raldo's side and said with a smile. A magical island. Raldo turned his head and looked at Marco suspiciously. Just when Marco was about to explain the magic to Raldo, a hurried report interrupted his thoughts. Not good. Dad, our brothers on Fishman Island said that BIMMOM's people are preparing to attack Mermaid Island and want to occupy it. A pirate panicked and faced the people sitting on the deck, the huge figure reported. This report immediately surrounded everyone on the deck, including Raldo and Marco on the edge. After listening to the report, Whitebeard stepped on the deck angrily. The Moby Dick, which was sailing, swayed instantly, and countless waves hit the ship. HMPH, that stinky old woman. How dare you come to snatch my territory? Little ones, turn around and head to Fishman Island. Go and teach those fools a lesson. Whitebeard's eyes flashed fiercely. Yes, Dad. After receiving the order, the pirates began to get busy. Looking at the Moby Dick, which was sailing very fast at sea, Raldo asked suspiciously, Newgate, we don't have coding. Whitebeard shook his head at Raldo. No, this time we enter Fishman Island in a different way. Nodded, as to why BIMMOM would rob Newgate's Fishman Island. He already had some guesses in his heart, because Fishman Island produces gourmet food and desserts, and Charlotte Lingling, who loves desserts, is naturally irresistible. Soon the Moby Dick came to the entrance of the New World, which is the back of the Red Soil continent. Just when Raldo wondered why everyone stopped, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the sea not far away. Call out. Just as Raldo stared at him, a blue figure suddenly emerged from the vortex. It fell straight on the deck, and the seawater on the clothes kept falling on the deck, and the sound of tick-tick was as clear as a hanging bell in a silent night. Father Raldo, you can count, Jinbei said slightly behind Raldo and Whitebeard. At this time, Raldo could clearly see the whole picture of Jinping, with dusty eyebrows and temples, a haircut of Ding Kong Fang, a thick black short beard on his chin, a lightning-like scar on the corner of his left eye, a fat body and 2 jaws. With big teeth, the Sun logo representing the Sun Pirates is located in the center of the chest, and she wears a patterned yukata. Such a strong man joined Whitebeard's banner after the Sun Pirates disbanded. Jinpei's purpose is very simple, to use Whitebeard's prestige to defend Fishman Island and deter those pirates who want to do evil. But today's shock and deterrence is not enough, because it is the BIMMOM pirates who are also the 4 emperors with my father. Jinping, you tell us the specific situation first. Let's set off later. Raldo looked at Jinping and said. Jinping nodded slightly, and after thinking for a while, looked at Raldo. Okay, then I'll explain the situation. After listening to Jinpei's explanation, Raldo and others understood what happened. It turned out to be the old woman from BIGMOM, who thought they were in a weakening period after the war between Marin Fando and the Navy, so they came to attack the Fishman Island that she had been thinking about for many years. Since eating the dessert of Fishman Island once, she has fallen in love with the taste of Fishman Island. He quickly ordered Katakuri, Baron Dandan, and Cricket to lead the team to snatch the ownership of Mermaid Island. The 3 generals dispatched 2 at once. No wonder the people from Fishman Island came to report in a panic. In the era when the 4 emperors did not exist, 2-3 generals were enough to overthrow the territory or personnel of any one pirate group. But today they are here, naturally it is impossible for the BIGMOM pirates to succeed. After listening to Jinbei's words, Marco gritted his teeth and said, Cracker, get out of there, how dare you come to our site? Let's see if I won't turn him into a cookie this time. Just when everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Whitebeard slowly said, HMPH. That stinky old woman, let's go and let him see if our Whitebeard pirates are true. Wait a minute, I'll blow a bubble for the Moby Dick. Jinbei took out a coral fork from his arms and a bottle of liquid. For these, Raldo has also seen it in the forum in his previous life. In addition to the soap bubble islands, the Fishman Island at the root of the World Tree is also full of bubbles. Chapter 17_Operation begins, Fishman Island Incident. Jinbei jumped into the water and swam slowly to the bottom of the Moby Dick. Gently blowing the coral fork in his hand, a huge bubble instantly wrapped the Moby Dick inside. This bubble is like the film that Raldo and the others plated on the windlass belt before, and it is very Q-bomb. Jinbei grabbed the bubble lightly with his hand, and the huge Moby Dick was instantly brought to the bottom of the sea. Ellipsis. On Fishman Street outside Fishman Island. Several figures were sitting around a white-haired murloc. These murlocs showed fierce faces one by one, and they didn't seem to be of good kind, and no murlocs dared to go forward to communicate with them. The white-haired murloc's name is Hody Jones, and he is the leader of the new murloc pirates. Because of dissatisfaction with Princess Otahime's policy, he chose to leave Fishman Island and come to Fishman Street to survive, where he met Aaron, the captain of the Fishman pirates at that time. Later, because Aaron was killed by humans, Hody's resentment against humans became even deeper. For 10 years, he has been catching pirates who want to enter the New World through Fishman Island, and he has also gathered many criminals living in Fishman Street. Kika, Captain Hody, is our plan going to start? A red murloc with a medieval warrior helmet said excitedly. Ah, the plan will start today. I have been preparing for this day for 10 years. Today we will tear down that stupid Neptune and lead Fishman Island back to the sea. The corners of Hody Jones' mouth raised slightly. But, what about the people from the BIGMOM pirates? It seems that they also have ideas about our Fishman Island. The round-headed fishmangio in purple stripes hesitated for a moment and then said, HMPH, whoever is BIGMOM or not, I will eliminate all those who hinder my plan. Hody Jones snorted dissatisfiedly. Because just yesterday, someone from the BIGMOM pirates came to look for him in the Fishman Street, and said that they supported their new plan of the Fishman pirates. As long as Hodikin agrees, the desserts from Fishman Island will only be supplied to the BIGMOM pirates after the event is over. Hody, who was not interested in desserts, agreed to Baron Eggy's conditions without hesitation. Seeing the figure of Baron Dandin leaving, Hody hummed disdainfully in his heart. What bastard BIGMOM pirates, when Lao Su occupied Fishman Island, he would be the first to kill you all. Hody, who has never left the bottom of the sea since he was a child. I think that all pirates are just like those caught by themselves, weak and vulnerable. If Ka-er and the others know this, they must let Hody experience a different kind of happiness in life. Go, let's go. Hody got up and walked towards Fishman Island. Hody Jones, what are you going to do? The great Prince Sharkstar looked at the corpses all over the floor, and glared at Hody and the others in front of the Dragon Palace gate with gnashing teeth. Just now, Hody led the cadres of the new Murloc pirates to successfully infiltrate the Dragon Palace and killed all the patrolling guards. Such a big movement naturally surprised Neptune, who was dining. Oh, First Prince, can't you see it? I'm here to take over the position of the next king. Hody raised his mouth slightly and looked at Sharkstar with contempt. Wishful thinking, the old man is here. Don't try to succeed. Neptune suddenly appeared behind Sharkstar with a huge trident in his hand. Seeing this scene, Hody couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, it's really a father and son soldier. However, even you Neptune can't stop me today. I'm not the same as before. Hody slowly took out a capsule from his pocket. The moment he saw the capsule, Neptune's face was full of shock. You actually stole the forbidden drug. That drug must not be touched. Huh, you can't touch it. I think you want to swallow it alone. Let's talk about it. It tastes really good. Hody frowned slightly, then threw the capsule into his mouth. In an instant, Hody's body began to swell, and the muscles on his arms became extremely developed. The clear eyes gradually turned red. Stop talking nonsense, the plan begins. Before Neptune and the others could react, Hody had already arrived. Neptune and several princes were brought down in an instant. Bodhidharma, Leopard Zhang, the two of you, go and bring those waste royals to the Fishman Plaza, and I'll go catch Princess Whitestar. After Hody ordered, he headed towards the shell tower of the Dragon Palace. Ellipsis. Mrs. Charlie, something is bad. The new Murloc pirates are going to execute the royal family in the square, so go and see. A Murloc boy hurriedly pushed open the door of the coffee shop, facing the figure on the chair. Shouted. The mermaid called Charlie slowly turned around and sighed helplessly. Oh, is this day still here after all? After packing up, he followed the Murloc boy to the Murloc Square. Charlie was an astrologer. She had predicted long ago that Fishman Island would be destroyed and could save Fishman Island from destruction. Only the golden figure in her crystal ball, no matter how many times Charlie predicted. She couldn't see the face of that figure clearly, so that's why she lamented. After coming to the square, countless Fishman Island residents surrounded the rocks on the square. On the platform in the middle of the square, Hody and the others were standing there quietly, while Neptune and the others were tied to the pillars with huge chains. Today is a very important day for Fishman Island. I will personally execute these stupid royals and lead Fishman Island back to land. Hody stretched out his hands and said towards the onlookers. HMPH, Jinbei has informed Whitebeard. You won't be mad for long, Hody. Neptune said angrily after waking up. What if you come? At that time, you were already executed by me. And, I'm not afraid of Whitebeards. Because we have 100,000 people here. As Hody's voice fell, the originally closed gate of the square was suddenly opened. Tread, tread, tread. Dense figures walked out of the dark passage, and there were both Murlocs and humans in these figures. After a while, dense figures filled the square. Looking at this shocking scene, Neptune didn't know how to speak. The great Prince Shark Star also looked at Hody in shock. 100,000 people, how many years has this Hody been preparing for, and why haven't they discovered it before? Had Hody's anomaly been discovered earlier, this situation might not have happened today. Ha ha ha, let alone a Whitebeard, even two. I can make him hate it on the spot. Hody laughed wildly. For Hody's rampant, Neptune was silent. Yes, that's 100,000 people. Even if you cut with a knife, you have to cut for half a day. Chapter 18_new move, shocked Hody Jones. Look, what is that? A voice sounded, interrupting Hody's follow-up actions. Everyone looked up at the sky, and a dark shadow was flying towards the square. Kika, what is that? Whale, Bodhidharma exclaimed. No, how could a whale come to Fishman Island? That's a ship, Jiao said with a shocked expression after seeing it clearly. Boom. Originally, Jinpei planned to let Dad and the others come in through the gate of Fishman Island, but Dad Raldo thought that was too troublesome. Raldo directly isolated the seawater with the wind, and let the Moby Dick plunge into the sky above Fishman Island. That's why there is this scene now. Countless people watched the Moby Dick smash into the square with wide-eyed eyes. Boom. The huge Moby Dick landed heavily at the entrance of the square, and suddenly a thick dust was thrown up, blocking everyone's sight. The power of the wind, the hurricane. A voice suddenly sounded from the thick fog, and then the dust in the sky was swept away by a sudden hurricane. The figure on the Moby Dick was revealed, and a blond boy with a black staff was standing on the head of the whale. Father Raldo, you are too messy. What if the protective film of Fishman Island breaks? Jinping came out from behind and looked at Raldo with a complaining face. Jinbei, are you back? Neptune's exclamation interrupted Raldo, who was about to respond. Hearing someone calling him, Jinping looked back in surprise. It was found that Neptune and others were tied to the stone pillar in the middle of the square, and Hody was standing beside Neptune. As Jinping, who has been walking around Fishman Street all the year round, he is all too familiar with Hody and the others. Hody, what are you going to do? Jinbei glared at Hody. As you can see, Boss Jinbei, I'm going to execute these rubbish royals and lead the Murlocs to kill the sea. Occupy the world. Hody laughed. Gee la la la, is he another idiot who is dreaming? Occupying the world, this kind of words can also be said. Whitebeard looked calmly at Hody, who was babbling wildly. You're Whitebeard, right? How about it? Join me or not, I can give you a king dang dang. Hody didn't care about Whitebeard's words at all, but instead extended an invitation to him. Hearing Hody's words, Raldo patted the Whitebeard with laughter. Newgate, did you hear me? They want to give you a king to do something to. Quote. Whitebeard looked at Raldo speechlessly. In this world, Raldo was the only one who dared to say that to him and left him helpless. That boy, with blonde hair, could it be that he is the savior in the prophecy? Charlie, who was above the rock, noticed Raldo's figure and murmured softly. Daddy Raldo, what are we going to do next? Joe stepped forward and said. Of course it's a big fight, defeating this group of arrogant pirates and rescuing our old friend Neptune. Whitebeard waved. At this moment, Raldo reached out and stopped the excited crew members. Let me come and deal with these clowns. I am enough alone, you should save some energy to deal with those people in BIGMOM. Raldo slowly stepped forward, his eyes staring at Hody and others not far away. Hody raised his brows slightly and looked at Raldo with disdain. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? There are a whole 100,000 people here. As soon as Hody's voice fell, there were bursts of clamor and roars in the entire square. Marco's mouth rose slightly. Hey, if there are too many people, you will definitely win. Father Raldo, beat them up. In the new Fishman pirates present, no one knew about Raldo's situation. After all, these people only live in the sea and don't read news and newspapers. In Hody's view, Raldo is just an arrogant human teenager. Kill him. Hody turned his fierce eyes to Raldo, and then signaled everyone to rush up. The 100,000 pirates in the square rushed towards the Moby Dick. That battle was no less than the top battle that Raldo and the others had experienced before. Facing the incoming enemy, Raldo calmly raised the obsidian staff in his hand. A powerful elemental energy centered on Raldo, and a cold air burst out in a fan shape and instantly enveloped all the enemies in front of Raldo. After fighting with the red hair a few days ago, Raldo also received 400,000 points as a reward from the system. Leaving the accumulation of 200,000, Raldo used the remaining 200,000 to strengthen the proficiency of the ice element. Now he can easily let his elements cover a radius of 10 miles. The Ice Age released by Aokiji in the War on the Top of the Mountain can also be done by Raldo now. Frozen thousands of miles. Raldo stared at him, and the ice crystals in his right hand instantly merged into the obsidian staff that was releasing elements. The new Fishman pirates who were enveloped by the cold air suddenly turned into blue ice sculptures. Looking at the new Murloc pirates who had been turned into ice sculptures, Raldo squeezed his right hand. Whoa! All the ice sculptures burst into pieces in an instant, just like fireworks in a prosperous world. The Mermaid Square, which was originally full of people, became empty in an instant under the ice of Raldo's move. Kika, it's terrible, that young man killed half of our men and horses with just one move. The small eyes under the helmet of Bodhidharma were extremely large, and he looked at Raldo tremblingly and said. It was the first time I saw Raldo shot Jinping, and a pair of old eyes stared. Daddy, Raldo is so strong, this move directly wiped out 50,000 people. The purple mermaid on Hody's right hummed disdainfully, HMPH, even if 50,000 people are wiped out. We still have 50,000 people. You should only be able to use that ability once. The eyes under Jiao's mask stared at Raldo, that kind of terrifying attack, he didn't believe that Raldo could release it a second time. I've always been very easygoing. Since you've already asked questions, I'll answer them. Raldo frowned slightly and repeated the previous spellcasting again. Whoa! The remaining 50,000 people were also turned into ice shards, falling freely on the square. The new Fishman pirates, originally as many as 100,000 people, were under the ice of Raldo twice. Immediately, only a few people were left on the stage. Seeing this scene, Shali raised her red lips involuntarily. Well done, blonde boy. And Neptune, who was still tied to the post, also looked at Raldo in shock. This young man with blonde hair has instantly wiped out the 100,000 new Murloc pirates. Chapter 19 _ The new Fishman pirate group is completely wiped out, and Baron Dandan appears. Where did Whitebeard find such a powerful monster? Nipton decided to thank Raldo after the battle was over. HMPH, just wiped out those rubbish. Don't get too carried away. The power of the Murlocs is beyond your understanding. Leopard hide, give me the medicine. Hody turned back and said to an orange octopus behind him. Hiccup tilde. Leopard Zhang slowly put down the wine bottle in his hand and looked at Hody drunkenly. Hody, the medicine is not on me. Didn't you let Jiao take it? Hearing Leopard Zhang's words, Hody's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for the use of watching Leopard Zhang, Hody would have wanted to kill him at this moment. He dared to demolish his own platform in public, it was too much to give him the captain's face. Taking a package from Jiao, Hody grabs the capsule inside. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed continuously. Hody groaned in pain, and his whole body swelled up instantly. A pair of shark eyes stared at Raldo with extremely red eyes. Jia ha ha ha, I'll let you know the horror of Murlocs next. Hody raised his palm slowly, and a drop of water gradually condensed on his fingertips. Murloc karate, hit the water. Hody waved his hand suddenly, and the water droplets condensed by his fingertips flew towards Raldo in an instant. Looking at the fast-attacking water, Raldo raised his right hand slightly. This time it was no longer ice crystals, but water flow. Water flow, rain runs through. The water flow in Raldo's hand suddenly turned into countless tiny water needles and flew towards the water. Boom! After the water needle came into contact with Hody's blow, it exploded in an instant. The rocks on the square shaken by the strong shock wave kept shaking. Kicka! It broke Hody's water blow after taking the medicine. That young man is also a monster. A little sweat oozes from Bodhidharma's forehead, and he looked at Raldo in horror. He now wonders if they didn't read the almanac before planning their action today, or how could they encounter such a terrifying monster. Hody, who could not hit a single blow, completely lost his mind, and instantly rushed towards Raldo in the center of the square. For Hody's actions, Raldo just looked sideways slightly. Slowly raising his hand, a 1-meter-high ice wall suddenly appeared on Raldo's left. Boom! The ice wall just appeared, and Hody's fist hit it. The hard ice wall made Hody's fist feel very painful, and he stared at Raldo behind the wall with gnashing teeth. No matter how Hody changes the direction of the attack, Raldo can create an ice wall in advance to block it. Watching Raldo deal with Hody with ease, Marco, who was not far away, seemed to have discovered something. With a look of shock, he said, "Dad, look at Daddy Raldo. He seems to have mastered the domineering and domineering." Goo la la la, Marco, take a closer look. This is not what you see, but Raldo's unique ability. Whitebeard shook his head with a smile. Marco, who was surprised, once again focused his attention on the center of the battle. Sure enough, this time he found the difference around Raldo. 10 meters around Raldo, there are many tiny green light spots floating in the air. And Hody, who has been attacking Raldo closely, is already full of those green light spots at this moment. The green light spot is a new ability developed by Raldo to imitate the sky ice system he knew before crossing. This green light spot is the wood element that Raldo spread around in advance, and those who are contaminated with the wood element can be clearly known by themselves. In addition, the wooden element also has an alarm function. Where there are wood elements, Raldo can instantly know the surrounding situation. That's why Raldo can shape the ice wall ahead of time every time, blocking Hody's punches and water blows. Damn, do you only hide in it? It's really just a coward, dare not come out and fight me. After many attempts to no avail, Hody looked at Raldo with gnashing teeth. I have to say that your mouth is really annoying, no wonder Luffy kicked you out in the original book. Looking at the furious Hody, Raldo raised his brows slightly. Don't come out, then I'll break your turtle shell. Hody once again ate a lot of fierce medicine, and his whole body swelled up to a height of 1/2 meter in an instant. Now Hody looks like a giant, and his rock-solid muscles are surging like a living chrysalis. Go to hell, lower races. Hody suddenly threw a punch at Raldo below. The fist, which was several times larger, slammed into the ice wall shaped by Raldo with a sharp punch. The ice wall that was originally extremely hard was actually smashed into a small hole by Hody's punch at this moment. This scene really surprised Raldo a little. He didn't expect that the fierce medicine that Hody took was so powerful. The strength of this punch has almost reached the 4th Emperor level. Looking at the more and more wooden elements on Hody, Raldo raised his brows slightly. You must be tired after playing for so long. Let me relax for you. Wood Elf, the bondage of the forest. At the same time as Raldo's voice sounded, the wood elf covering Hody instantly turned into a thick rattan, directly wrapping Hody into a zongzi. As Raldo's palms closed slightly, the vines wrapped around Hody became tighter and tighter. Click. The crisp sound of bone cracking came from the rattan. Under the control of Raldo, the wrapped Hody has become the first invertebrate murloc in history. After sensing the elements, Raldo slowly released the cane that bound Hody. Without the restraint, Hody fell to the ground like a broken puppet. The whole body showed a strange twist, looking extremely terrifying. After Raldo solved Hody, Marco and the others directly killed the cadres and remnants of the new murloc pirates. Jinbei untied the trapped Neptune and others, and brought Neptune and others to the Moby Dick. Gee la la la, Neptune, you are too rude. The king of knights of the sea was brought down by a little mermaid. Whitebeard looked at Neptune with a smile. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Neptune's mouth twitched involuntarily. When did Newgate learn to spit on others? Even if I was really brought down, you can't say it so bluntly. Anyway, I have to save some face in front of the people. Well, there were some minor accidents. Fortunately, you arrived in time, or else something would have happened, but... Before Nipton could finish his words, several figures jumped down from the rocks. A man in a red suit with half an eggshell on his lower body said slowly, "Sure enough, this group of rubbish in Fishman Street is useless, and even your hair is not hurt." Chapter 20_Whitebeard demolished the island. Weeping King Neptune. The sudden appearance of Baron Dandan made everyone who had just relaxed tense their nerves again. "Well, you really didn't say anything about the coffee in Fishman Island. How about it? Should Neptune consider breaking away from Whitebeard and come to our BIGMOM banner?" Baron Eggy took a cup of coffee from the red plate above his head and tasted it. After a while, he looked at Neptune on the opposite side. Neptune stared gloomily at Baron Dandan. "I don't want to repeat it again. If you BIGMOM want to come to the dessert business, I welcome it. If you come to cause trouble, please go back the same way." Seeing that Neptune's attitude was still firm, Baron Eggy slowly put the coffee in his hand back on top of his head. Bending down to straighten his trouser legs, he stood up and looked at Neptune. "You should also know the horrors of our mothers, so I hope you can think about it again." Baron Eggy's remarks made Neptune ponder. Yes, that BIGMOM is as terrible as Whitebeard and the others. Besides, he is now an ally with Whitebeard. If he is persuaded like this, he will be somewhat ungrateful. Over the years, Fishman Island has also received a lot of help from Whitebeard. Now even if the King of Heaven is here, he has to stand with Whitebeard. After thinking about it for a while, Neptune slowly picked up his trident, and His Majesty as a Sea King burst out in an instant. "HMPH, although my mermaid island is not a powerful country. But we also know how to be grateful. Whitebeard is for us mermaid. Tao has grace. So, if you want to do something to Fishman Island, go through this old man first." Quote. A ray of light flashed under Baron Eggy's sunglasses. He looked at Neptune unhurriedly and said, "Fighting is not something I am good at, so I'll leave it to you." Baron Eggy slowly turned sideways, and two figures walked out from behind with a group of pirates. Looking at the two figures taking the lead, Marco's pupils shrank. Sure enough, it is the three generals of the BIGMOM pirates, Katakuri, and Cracker. If Daddy Raldo and Daddy weren't around today, this battle would have been much worse. Katakuri's bizarre prediction of the future makes it impossible for you to hurt him. Crackers can also create countless powerful biscuit generals, and they are not opponents at all in human sea tactics. This is why Sanshogun is called the most terrifying existence of the BIGMOM pirates. Looking at the figure of Katakuri, the Whitebeard raised his brows slightly. "Gee la la la, who am I supposed to be? It turns out that it's you, the rice cake kid. Go back and tell that stinky old woman. Fishman Island is Lao Su's territory, let her not what a crooked mind. Otherwise, as long as she dares to come, I will chop her with a knife." Whitebeard's words made Katakuri's eyes slightly cold. Then there were many huge fists composed of rice cakes on its side. Katakuri's eyes narrowed, and the white rice cake fist was instantly covered with a dark-armed color, and smashed towards the Whitebeard in front of him. Looking at the incoming rice cake fist, Whitebeard waved his right hand and punched in the direction of the rice cake. Centered on Whitebeard's fist face, many cracks suddenly appeared and spread around. Click! The fists of the rice cakes that flew in were all smashed into pieces by Whitebeard with the shaking fruit. After smashing Katakuri's attack, the aftermath of the shocking fruit still slammed towards them. Katakuri's eyes flickered slightly, and then he grabbed Baron Dandan and Cracker with his ability and swept back at high speed. Boom! After Katakuri and the others left, a huge crack appeared in the originally smooth ground. Then the cracks gradually spread, and the ground without support collapsed instantly. The entire Mermaid Square collapsed in half in an instant. The residents of Fishman Island who were watching above the square all looked at Whitebeard in shock. Is this the strength of the man who has protected us for decades? It's terrible. Whitebeard is so strong. our King Neptune really didn't find the wrong person. With such a strong person protecting us, Fishman Island doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Quote. Not a word of the residents' words reached the ears of Whitebeard and the others below. Whitebeard was no stranger to this reaction, but Marco and others were different. At this moment, there were unstoppable smiles on their faces, as if the residents were not praising the Whitebeard, but themselves. In addition to the smiling Marco and others, there was another person in the square who showed the exact opposite expression to the big guy. Neptune nodded slightly, and with a gloomy face, he looked like a beast ready to go. He walked slowly to Whitebeard, grabbed the collar of Whitebeard and shouted angrily, "Newgate, you bastard! Are you blowing them up? You're about to demolish Lao Su's house. Murlocs, do you still want the island, Looking at Neptune, who looked like a mad Red Bull, Whitebeard said embarrassedly, "Neptune, this old man didn't mean it. I won't let it go, I won't let it go." Looking at the two who were arguing like the old urchin, Raldo sighed helplessly. "I thought I could rest and rest, it seems that this battle has to be fought by him." All right, Newgate, your ability is too destructive, let me do it next." Raldo's voice interrupted the quarrel between Whitebeard and Neptune. Seeing Raldo standing up, Katakuri carefully looked at the blonde boy in front of him. There is no way, the existence of this young man is really hard not to attract attention. Half a month ago, he fought the battle with the 3 generals of the Navy, and he was able to make the Whitebeard pirates retreat from Marin Fando. A few days ago, in the Whitebeard territory in the New World, he had a fight with the 4 emperors' red hair on the island. The redhead, who was no weaker than his mother, was also defeated by this young man. To be honest, Katakuri himself was very shocked when he saw the news, so he went to check the relevant information of Raldo. "Edward Raldo, is it the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Let me see if it's as terrible as the reports say." Katakuri clenched the black spear in his hand and moved towards Raldo. Jumped over the element of fire, the super large fireball. Raldo suddenly stimulated the elemental power in his body and created an orbital connection with the staff. A fireball several meters in size appeared in the sky and smashed towards Katakuri. The rapidly approaching fireball caused Katakuri to widen his eyes, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Nuo fruit, Nuo shield. Katakuri stretched out his hand to construct a huge white shield, blocking Raldo's fireball. Great Voyage, the strongest emperor of the Whitebeard pirates, Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21 _ Substitution in midfield. 3-star acrylic stand. Z _. The moment the fireball came into contact with the Nuo shield, there was a continuous sound of sizzling baking and thick smoke. Marco, who was watching, could not help wrinkling his nose. "Huh, what's the smell? It smells so good." "It's a baked rice cake, Captain Marco. This is my favorite." Joe scratched his head embarrassedly. When the smoke cleared, what was inside was revealed. It turned out to be the glutinous shield of Katakuri, which was roasted by Raldo with a large fireball. Looking at the charred shield, Katakuri frowned slightly, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "What kind of power are you? You can use ice and fire at the same time. Do you think it's necessary for me to tell you about this?" Raldo raised his brows slightly and looked at Katakuri opposite. Raldo is not like those who receive the lunch box, revealing his abilities to the enemy. This is not equivalent to telling the enemy in disguise that my weakness is here, come and get me. HMPH, what a arrogant brat. Second brother, don't talk nonsense with him, I'll do it. Kaligia looked at Raldo with contempt, and he was ready to fight. What happened the next second surprised everyone else present. I saw Katakuri with one hand to stop the Kaligia. "No, you go to the back. I don't need your intervention in my battle." Seeing that Katakuri refused to join himself, Cracker had to stand back again. "Hey, count your life as a kid. It's enough for my second brother to deal with you alone." Although Kaligia couldn't participate in the battle, he never stopped talking. Seeing Katakuri reject the Cracker who wanted to help, Baron Eggy frowned involuntarily. He admires Katakori's fighting spirit, but also resents this behavior. He is the best person in the BIGMOM pirate group, so Lingling will assign him to be responsible for some other diplomatic matters. As for the current situation, if the Cracker and Katakori go together, it can cause double the pressure on the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It is a crucial step for them to get a competitive chip for a while, and at this time, Katakori still chooses individualism. There was no way for Baron Eggy to say it directly, he could only sigh silently in his heart. Because what Katakori hates most is when others oppose him. After knowing that Raldo could use fire to attack, Katakori quickly came to a judgment. Raldo's fire can restrain his fruit ability, so melee combat is his only breakthrough. As a mage, the common problem is that there are many thieves in long-distance attacks, but the defense in close combat is the weakest. Knowing this, Raldo deliberately chose to strengthen his ice element control. On the one hand, it can be perfectly defended, and on the other hand, it can also attack the enemy from a long distance. Katakori turned his wrist, and a black-armed domineering instantly wrapped around the spear in his hand. The long spear covered with the armed color is like an abyss beast, exuding a very dangerous atmosphere. Although the glutinous fruit cannot be used as the main attack method, Katakori can use it as a secondary attack. Both feet slammed on the ground, and Katakori stabbed the spear in his hand towards Raldo not far away. The long spear wrapped in red lightning slashed a dark afterimage in the air, hitting Raldo's forehead. Ice crystal hardening, ice shield. Raldo's eyes narrowed, and he directly urged the ice crystal in his palm. The pebble-like crystal suddenly turned into a huge shield, blocking Raldo's body. The hardening of the ice shield is not weaker than the previous ice shield at all, which is a way to quickly freeze the ice shield. It was made by Raldo with the ice crystals in his body, and then magnified by his staff. Squeak! Katakori's spear made a harsh sound on the ice shield, and was then bounced off by the ice shield. Thousands of ice! Raldo's voice rang from behind the ice shield, and countless ice needles condensed out of thin air and rushed towards Katakori. Katakori activated the ability to predict the future again, and then the whole figure quickly moved to the side to avoid. Boom! Countless ice needles exploded one after another on the ground like cannonballs shot out. The corners of Katakori's mouth twitched slightly under his neck, and he had never been so aggrieved since he was a child. The ability can't be used, and the weapon is strengthened and the weapon can't pierce the ice shield of others. This made Katakori's heart scratch like a cat scratching. Katakori, you'd better come down. Let Clicker go, don't forget the purpose of our visit this time. Seeing Katakori at his helplessness, Baron Eggy said slowly. Baron Eggy also deliberately emphasized the word, purpose. This made the figure of Katakori, who was planning to continue, pause for a moment. Katakori turned back and glanced at Baron Dandin, and after thinking for a while, he slowly withdrew from the battle. Raldo did not stop Katakori's withdrawal. For him, whether it's Katakori or Cracker, the ending is the same. Hey, second brother, don't worry. I'll help you beat him. Seeing Katakori withdrew, Kelika said excitedly. He finally had a chance to go up and show his hands. Watching Ka-er and Raldo fight, he had already seen Ichi. Not only after playing against Raldo, he can still be so active. The difference between me and Katakori is that I am good at crowd tactics. Come out, biscuit soldiers. Cracker clapped his hands, and two huge biscuit soldiers suddenly appeared beside him. The corners of Cracker's mouth raised slightly, observing Raldo's fighting style just now. Crackers have found a trick, and that is to line up with Raldo. With a wave of his right hand, the two biscuit soldiers quickly charged towards Raldo. Raldo, who is good at elemental power, found a way to restrain the restraint in an instant. Hurricane, strangle. Raldo urged the obsidian staff in his hand, and a grey tornado suddenly appeared in front of him. The strong wind made the surrounding crowd unable to open their eyes at all, and with a mighty momentum, the tornado slammed into the Cracker biscuit soldier. Click! Immediately, the two huge biscuit soldiers were torn into countless tiny biscuit pieces by the strong tornado. After smashing the biscuit soldiers, the tornado still rushed towards the direction of the cradle. Watching the hurricane so fast, Cricket didn't have time to shape the new biscuit soldiers, so he could only make a few biscuits to block in front of him. As expected, the biscuits made by the acrylic stand were torn to shreds by the hurricane after only a few seconds of resistance. Cracker looked at the hurricane in front of him in shock, and at the same time looked at his hands suspiciously. For the first time, he questioned his ability. Cracker, leave, dangerous. After Katakuri predicted the future, the shocked Ultra Cracker shouted. Chapter 22 Cracker was seriously injured, the retreating BIGMOM pirates. Cracker, who was in a daze, didn't even notice the Katakuri who was calling him. The hurricane, which had already rushed in front of him, directly swept the figure of the Cracker into it. Watching the hurricane suck in the cradle, Raldo stretched out his finger and drew across towards the void in front of him. Originally just a smoothly rotating hurricane, the interior suddenly turned into a lingering wind blade. Countless wind blades shone with silver light and slashed fiercely on the body of Keligia. Heart-piercing screams suddenly came out from the hurricane, and this scene made the other onlookers shudder involuntarily. I thought to myself that this teenager must not be messed with in the future, otherwise he will turn you into duck slices in minutes, or the kind that are cut very thinly. It was not until the sound of the cradle gradually decreased that Raldo waved his hand to cancel the strangling hurricane. Losing Raldo's elemental control, the spinning hurricane disappeared from the sky in an instant. A bloody figure fell from the air, and Katakuri instantly activated his ability to construct a huge glutinous rice net to catch the cradle. After pulling the cradle back to his side, Katakuri frowned. At this time, the Cracker was like a French fries dipped in ketchup, and there was no bloodless place on the whole body. Katakuri's eyes were full of anger, and then he got up and charged towards Raldo. Baron Dandan, who was about to stop him, saw that Katakuri had already rushed out. Raldo raised his hand unhurriedly, and a huge ice shield appeared in front of him, blocking Katakuri's fist. The glutinous rice is wrapped around. As soon as Katakuri's voice fell, Raldo's feet suddenly turned into soft glutinous rice. He directly pulled Raldo's figure down and was trapped on the ground. Seeing that his feet were fixed, Raldo just glanced slightly. Unexpectedly, Katakuri's ability can still be used in this way, directly assimilating the ground under his feet into glutinous rice. Looking at this, the other party should be someone who has awakened the ability of the fruit. But whether or not Katakuri is awakened, it will not change the result of Raldo's victory. Flame shrouded, Raldo's voice just fell, and a circle of fire suddenly ignited on the ground centered on him. The raging fire directly swallowed the figure of Raldo. The glutinous rice that originally bound Raldo was directly burned into black charcoal by the sudden fire, and then turned into ashes until it turned into nothingness, and the flames slowly weakened. Raldo lost his restraint and floated from the ground again. Your move is really good, but this alone is not enough. Just as Katakuri was about to predict the future, a pain in his chest interrupted his movement. Katakuri slowly bowed his head, his right chest was pierced by a blue ice thorn. At the tip of the ice thorn, bright red blood was gradually dripping along the lines of the ice. When Katakuri was stunned, Raldo kicked it to the side of Cracker. Save your life, go back and tell that stinky old woman. Fishman Island is the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. If you think about it again, I will hit her directly in the face. Raldo looked at Katakuri talk to Baron Eggy. The white-bearded people and the BIGMOM people who saw this scene widened their eyes in shock. Dad, Raldo is too powerful. Not to mention the redhead who won the last duel. This time he directly injured the second of the three generals of the BIGMOM pirates. That's right, our two old fathers are so powerful. Let's see if the grandsons of the Navy dare to mess with us in the future. Quote. Lying on the ground, Katakuri slowly pulled out the ice thorn on his chest and sealed the bleeding wound with his ability. Slowly got up and looked at Raldo floating in the air in the distance. Is this the first time the Navy has offered a reward of 2.3 billion to a teenager? It seems that the Navy still underestimated the strength of this teenager. Just relying on him to defeat me and Kellygia lightly, at least he must have the strength of 3 billion. Katakuri stared at Raldo with both eyes, and kept thinking about the next move in his mind. No matter how he predicted, as long as he attacked Raldo, the result would be death. Just when Katakuri was struggling with what to do, Baron Dandan walked slowly to his side, and Gujin stared at Raldo without a wave. Your Excellency, I will tell my mother word for word. We come on, Katakuri. Katakuri glanced at Baron Egi in surprise. The meaning was obvious. Why did he suddenly retreat? Cricket's injuries are very serious. If it is dragged on, it may be life-threatening. You don't want Cracker to die here, right? Baron Egi said slowly. After listening to Baron Dandan's words, Katakuri's pupils shrank. Afterwards, he picked up the body of the Cracker and followed Baron Egi to leave the square. Seeing Raldo flying back, Jose hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Father Raldo, why did you let them go? Now is a great opportunity to weaken the power of the BIGMOM pirates. Shook his head slowly. If I leave them behind, the old woman from BIGMOM will definitely be angry. At that time, it will become a battle between our Whitebeard pirates and the BIGMOM pirates. It's really going to be a fight. It is bound to kill and injure many sailors and companions. Quote. Whitebeard nodded with a smile. Gu la la la, your father Raldo is right. Although we are not afraid of her, if we fight, it will only increase unnecessary casualties. This is what the Navy wants to see the most of. After listening to the words of the two old men, Jose reacted. How terrifying the impact behind this incident is. If the two Emperor pirates fight, the peace on this sea will never be peaceful again. Let's go, you have once again protected our Fishman Island. I invite you to come to the Dragon Palace to attend the banquet. Neptune patted Whitebeard and said. ... Then Whitebeard and others followed Neptune back to the Dragon Palace. As the first time he entered the Dragon Palace, Raldo said involuntarily, Nipton, your Dragon Palace is not bad. It's splendid and looks very luxurious. These are the decorations designed by Princess Otoji in the past. I also like this design very much. Let's walk around and take a seat together. Neptune brought everyone to the hall. Numerous melons, fruits and delicacies were neatly placed on the table, and barrels of mellow and strong wine were also placed aside. This is what Neptune asked the prince and the others to come back early to prepare, so that when Raldo and Whitebeard and others came, they could start the banquet directly. In a burst of laughter, the banquet began. Raldo, Whitebeard, and Neptune sat in the main seat together. Marco, the three princes were sitting on both sides of the main seat, and they were all well behaved at first. As soon as he drank it, Marco and Xiaoxing cried and hugged together, looking like brothers who had been separated for many years. Chapter 23_Whitebeard to be a moon man. Forcibly pull the red line. Seeing such funny Marco and Shark Star, the others present burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Captain Marco is too funny. I didn't expect you to have such a side. Who said it wasn't? Ha ha ha, I also saw this scene of Marco for the first time. No, it's too funny. Ace brings the camera, hurry up. Because of these two people, the atmosphere of the whole banquet became even stronger. At this moment, behind the banquet pillar, a pink figure slowly stuck out his head and carefully observed. White Star, how did you come out of the shell tower? Go back. Nipton raised his eyebrows and scolded when he saw the white star hidden behind the pillar. That, Lord Father, I want to come out and meet Lord Raldo. Shirahoshi, who was reprimanded by Neptune, walked out from behind the pillar with his head down. When she completely left the blocking pillar, Raldo could see her whole picture clearly. The long pink hair hangs behind him like a waterfall, and the skin on his arms is as crystal clear as suet under the reflection of the night pearl. The most striking thing is her long red tail fin, which is very cute dangling in the air. The mermaid princess really deserves to be called the most beautiful existence in the world, and even the pirate queen might be slightly inferior to her. What about Bai Xing? I didn't expect you to grow so big. Whitebeard looked at Bai Xing gently. Grandpa Whitebeard, the last time you came to Fishman Island was 10 years ago. Bai Xing pouted in anger. Gee la la la, I'm quite busy. From now on, I'll come here a few more times. Whitebeard looked at Baxing and said with a smile. Then Bai Xing turned his attention to Raldo. You are Lord Raldo. Thank you very much for saving my father and brother Wang. Bai Xing looked at Raldo timidly and said. Don't worry, these are all things within my power. Raldo waved his hand, indicating that Bai Xing didn't need to worry too much. Bai Xing's little head shook like a rattle, and looked at Raldo seriously. No. Mother told me to be grateful. So Bai Xing still has to thank Mr. Raldo. Okay, since you insist on doing this, I won't say more. Would you like a glass of orange juice? Raldo laughed and shook his head, then snapped his fingers lightly. A glass full of orange juice slowly floated up and flew in front of Bai Xing. Watching Raldo float the cup like magic, Bai Xing's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with starlight. Wow, Lord Raldo is amazing. Raldo looked at Bai Xing so naive, and immediately released many other elemental abilities in succession. Shirahoshi, who was shocked by Raldo's performance, gradually let go of his inner restraint. The sound of laughter, like a silver bell, continued to linger throughout the banquet hall. Add a different color to the whole party. Looking at Raldo and Bai Xing who were talking and laughing, Whitebeard suddenly thought of something, and then kept looking back and forth between them. Although this white star's body is a little bigger, it doesn't affect anything. It is said that when the mermaid princess becomes an adult, she can freely change her body shape. A handsome boy, a beautiful mermaid princess. This is obviously a match made in heaven. After making up his mind, Whitebeard turned slightly to Neptune's side. I said Neptune, I remember your Murloc princesses will become smaller when they become adults. Neptune, who didn't think about it too much, nodded directly to him. Yeah, why did you ask this all of a sudden? Whitebeard shook his head. It's okay, I'm just curious. What do you think of Raldo? It's the first time you've seen him. Let's talk about it first, and ask for the most honest evaluation. After listening to Whitebeard's words, Neptune looked at Raldo very seriously. Well, Raldo is very good. Not only is he extremely powerful, but he is also a dragon and a phoenix in appearance. Hearing Neptune compliment Raldo, Whitebeard laughed happily. Gee la la la, you don't even look at whose brother. Since you think he is so good, why don't we be in-laws? Whitebeard said with a smile as he put his arms around Neptune's shoulders. Hearing this, Neptune knew what the old Newgate guy was thinking about. Co-authoring you to make me Querido is to make him my uncle. Neptune's face stinks when he thinks that Bai Xing will marry and leave him. Newgate, you bastard, you're actually trying to get Bai Xing's idea. Besides, even if you want to talk about marriage, you have to wait until Bai Xing is an adult before thinking about it. Chong Chong stared at the Whitebeard. Gee la la la, isn't it fast? Let's make a decision in advance so that there will be no mistakes. Whitebeard patted Neptune's shoulder as if he didn't notice his expression. Before Neptune could speak, Whitebeard's voice rang out again. But this time, Whitebeard didn't say it to him, but to the white star beside him. I said Bai Xing, Grandpa Whitebeard asked you, do you have someone you like? Whitebeard looked at Bai Xing gently. When Bai Xing was suddenly asked this question, his face turned red like a ripe apple. Hey, this, that. Shirahoshi couldn't help but aim in Raldo's direction. Seeing this scene with Whitebeard, I couldn't help but clapped my hands in my heart. This thing, there is a play. On the other hand, Neptune's heart was extremely gloomy. When it was over, he couldn't help crying in his heart. It seemed that the flowers that he had raised for more than 10 years would soon disappear. To prevent things from getting worse, Neptune quickly changed the subject. And let the mermaid dancers who just came in to start performing. The next morning with Whitebeard, Raldo and others said goodbye to Neptune. Gee la la la, there will be an appointment later. Neptune, when I come next time, Whitebeard didn't finish his words, but gave him a meaningful look. How could Raldo, who is so close, not hear the conversation between Whitebeard and Neptune at the banquet? The reason why he didn't stand up and deny it was because Raldo also had some good impressions of Shiraishi. "You'd better not come." Whitebeard's remarks made Neptune's preparations turn into such a sentence. "You two, what are you sneaking about?" Rayleigh lingered on the two of them suspiciously. "I haven't had enough time to drink it yesterday, why don't I stay for a few more days? Let's drink another 10 buckets and 8 buckets. Sharkstar on the side looked at Marco with reluctance. Chapter 24_Mysterious Invitation. Go alone. Marco turned his head to look at Sharkstar. "Well, it's mainly because we have to guard against that stinky old woman. Bigmom is not a master who doesn't suffer from losses, so we have to go back to patrol the territory." After knowing that the other party has something important, Xiaoxing said helplessly, "Well, you must be safe. You kid still owes me a drink." In the sound of farewell and farewell, the Moby Dick slowly sailed away from the coast. This time, Jinpei repeatedly reminded the two fathers that they must go through the gate, as Mermaid Island cannot withstand damage. That's why the Moby Dick behaved properly at this moment, heading towards the gate of Fishman Island. In the Dragon Palace above Fishman Island, a conch horn protruded from the shell tower. A bright eye kept flickering. "Lord Raldo has left. I don't know when Bai Xing will be able to see you again." Bai Xing looked a little disappointed, because for some reason, she couldn't step out of this shell tower at all. But she didn't have the courage to tell Raldo what she wanted, so she hid in the shell tower and watched the figure secretly leave. After leaving Fishman Island, the Moby Dick soon returned to the New World. Raldo, standing on the deck, looked at the blue sky in front of him and the slightly salty sea breeze that got into his nose. Raldo couldn't help but sighed. Although Fishman Island is beautiful, it's still blue sky and white clouds. The dark seabed is really depressing. Marco nodded in agreement. "That's right. After staying at the bottom of the sea for a long time, I felt a little uncomfortable when I first came up." Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the boat, Raldo returned to his room after chatting with Marco for a while. Not long after Raldo entered the room, a dark object appeared above the Moby Dick. Boom! As a voice sounded, everyone on the deck looked in the direction of the voice. I don't know when, on the deck where there was nothing, a wooden barrel suddenly appeared out of thin air. Who threw down the wine? Can you tell me in advance next time? Joe scratched his head in confusion, and then planned to move forward to remove the barrel. At this moment, a hand stopped in front of Joe's, and I saw Marco staring at the wooden barrel on the deck with a solemn expression. "Don't come near, this barrel fell from the sky. It is not clear whether there will be any. What's the danger? I'll go check it out first." Marco cautiously approached the barrel. Because of the particularity of his abilities, he was not afraid of whether there would be explosives in it. After slowly opening the barrel, Marco found that there was only one letter inside. Curious, he took the letter out of the barrel, and under the sunlight, Marco could clearly see the writing on the letter. Edward Raldo, _. This is a letter to Daddy Raldo. Ace, go and call Daddy Raldo. Marco shouted to Ace. After Ace responded, he put down the barbecue in his hand, and then ran towards Raldo's room. How is it, Father Raldo? What is written in the letter? Ace looked at Raldo curiously. At this moment, Raldo frowned slightly after reading the letter. Invitation letter. It seems that he has been living on the island since he crossed over. He, who has never been out at all, is naturally impossible to know others. This weird invitation letter actually filled in his name, and seriously stated that he would go alone. Knowing this, Whitebeard also came to the deck. After reading the contents of the letter, he glanced at Raldo. What do you think, brother? Raldo nodded slightly, thought for a while and said to him, since you are inviting me, then I will go and have a look. Hearing that Raldo wanted to go by himself, Ace and the others were worried and persuaded. No, Father Raldo, what if this is a bureau set up by the Navy? Yes, it's definitely not a good idea to let only one person go. You must think twice. Quote. Whitebeard took a deep look at Raldo, and suddenly said with a smile, "Boo la la la, let's go. There is a brother guarding here, don't be afraid." Seeing that Dad actually agreed with Dad Raldo's idea, everyone looked at Whitebeard in surprise. But, when Marco wanted to say something else, Whitebeard reached out and interrupted him. "Marco, you should trust your father Raldo. There are people in the world who can live in Raldo, but they haven't been born yet." After saying goodbye to Whitebeard and others, Raldo drove the boat and left the Moby Dick. This ship was built and improved by Raldo himself, and his power of the elements was used in the power. As long as the staff is placed in the slot, the force of the elements will turn into power to propel the boat forward. Soon Raldo arrived at the island marked in the letter. From a distance, the whole island looked huge. Half green and half yellow vegetation makes the island look eerie. Raldo couldn't help sighing in his heart. This great route is really magical, and islands covered in the same seasons of spring and autumn can exist. After patrolling around, Raldo noticed a medium-sized sailboat docked on the shore of the island. After turning around, the boat drove over there. Several figures on the medium-sized sailboat patrolled and chatted again and again. "Is that Lord not here yet? Why do I feel unreliable? Yeah, he is the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. How could he come to an inexplicable invitation alone?" Just as the two of them vomited and complained, Raldo's figure had already appeared on the fence of the deck. "Oh, listen to your tone, the person who invited me should be you," Raldo said slowly. The two people who were talking suddenly jumped up in fright at the sudden voice. Suddenly looking up, he found a young man standing on the guardrail, staring at him flatly. Looking at Raldo, who was holding a black staff and had broken golden hair, the two quickly determined the identity of the teenager, and said respectfully, "That, Mr. Raldo. Thank you for accepting the invitation, but it's not us who invited you. It's our captain." Raldo jumped off the guardrail, and his body fell lightly on the deck like a goose feather. "Captain, then take me to see him. I want to see who is a big man, who hides his head and hides his tail." Raldo raised his brows slightly and looked at the two of them. The two looked at each other and nodded, and then one of them ran back to the cabin. After a while, Raldo felt that the deck under his feet shook violently. Looking over the boat, the sea is gradually getting farther and the island is getting smaller. In other words, the sailboat he was on was flying in the air at the moment. Soon the ship disappeared into the white clouds and disappeared. Chapter 25 _ The Legendary Flying Pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. After the ship passed through the clouds, Raldo couldn't help but be slightly surprised by the sight that appeared in front of him. There are islands in the sky. And there's more than one. Raldo, who was familiar with the original work, instantly denied that this was an empty island above Gaia. The empty island was in the first half of the Great Route, but he flew up from the second half. Suddenly, an arc flashed in Raldo's mind. So many islands are floating in the air, if you're not mistaken. In the entire One Piece world, only one person can do it. And he is also the great pirate of the old era with Newgate. The Flying Admiral of the Flying Pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki. In the past, he was arrested by the Navy because he was dissatisfied with Roger, the Pirate King, and brought a dozen warships to make trouble with Marine Fando. He was defeated by the then Garp and Sengoku, and he was imprisoned in the underwater prison. The Golden Lion, who was imprisoned in prison, decisively cut off both feet. He tied two sharp knives to his legs and escaped from the underwater prison with knives instead of his feet. This has been hidden for nearly 20 years, but I didn't expect him to be hidden in the sky. No wonder the Navy never found him. While Raldo was thinking, the boat he was on had landed on the largest floating island. Led by those two people, Raldo slowly stepped into the palace. In front of the palace, a man with a rudder stuck on his head was standing there. "Gia ha ha ha, you are finally here. The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Raldo. The corners of the Golden Lion's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at Raldo. Golden Lion, Shaki, I don't know what you, the world-famous flying pirate, are doing to me. Do you want to share your property with me? Raldo held his staff and raised his brows as he looked at the Golden Lion. After listening to Raldo's words, the Golden Lion's mouth twitched involuntarily. Will this person chat? How can he ask for property from others when he comes up? Well, it's not impossible. I want to invite you to participate in my plan, as long as the plan is successful. How about I give you half of the world? The Golden Lion stretched out his arms towards Raldo, and looked like a savior. But then Raldo's words completely made the Golden Lion uneasy. Ah, the plan. I'm not interested, and I'm not interested in your property. I'll leave if I'm okay. Raldo cast a flat glance at the Golden Lion, and turned to leave the palace. Not interested in what you mention it for. The Golden Lion complained wildly in his heart. Boom. Just as Raldo turned around, the gate of the palace was suddenly closed from the outside. That can't be done. Why would I be so embarrassed to let my guests leave empty-handed? I advise you to reconsider. The Golden Lion finally revealed his wolf ambitions and threatened. The domineering arrogance of a powerful overlord burst out in an instant, and the entire palace was shaken violently by the shock wave. Consideration. No, I've made a decision. Not to mention you, even the new gate guy can't change it. Raldo turned around slowly, staring at the Golden Lion with piercing eyes. The powerful hurricane suddenly centered on Raldo and wrapped it in the middle. All the walls and stone pillars touched by the hurricane left terrifying cracks. Seeing Raldo's aura no less than his own, the Golden Lion's eyes suddenly became serious. It seems that I underestimated this rail before, but I didn't expect the opponent's strength to be no weaker than myself. Originally, when the Golden Lion saw the Navy report, he was very disdainful. That guy in the Warring States period was really confused, and he even let a young man hit Marin Fando and retreated completely. But, if such a young man can pull over and use it for himself, then, if you plan to destroy the East China Sea, you will be more certain. That's why there was the scene where the Golden Lion invited Raldo, but what he never expected was that Raldo's strength was purely played, and there was no moisture in it. HMPH, since it can't be used by me, then destroy it. Gia ha ha ha, chopping. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, and then kicked out countless flashes with both feet, heading straight for Raldo in front of him. Ice shield. Raldo stretched out one hand, and a huge ice block appeared in the air, blocking all the incoming flashes, and then burst into pieces and scattered in the air. Raldo, who has never liked passiveness, suddenly activated the staff in his right hand. Countless firelights appeared beside Raldo, and then rushed towards the Golden Lion. Seeing that Raldo used two different elements successively as means of attack, the Golden Lion was full of shock. Who is this Raldo, who can use two different elements at the same time? Can't everyone eat only one devil fruit? Just when the Golden Lion was shocked, countless flames flew in front of him. Immediately it exploded in front of the Golden Lion, and a huge flame instantly swallowed the Golden Lion's figure. Lion Might, Earth Scroll. The angry voice of the Golden Lion rang out, and a powerful shock wave suddenly appeared, dissipating the flames that enveloped him. When the firelight dissipated, a dark figure was revealed inside. I saw that the Golden Lion was extremely miserable, and the whole person was burned to black coal from head to toe. The rudder on the top of the head was also burned in half, and the golden fluffy coat was also burned into a bald coat. At the moment, the Golden Lion looks like a canary escaping from a fire pit, very funny. Damn brat, you completely angered me. The Golden Lion stared at Raldo with red eyes. If his eyes could kill, he would have been killed 10 million times by the Golden Lion at this moment. Lion Qianqiegu. The Golden Lion slowly floated up and kicked out an even sharper slash. Feeling the pressure from the slash, Raldo looked at the Golden Lion slightly dignifiedly. The aura of this attack was already at the same level as the red-haired slash. The Golden Lion is worthy of being a big man in the old era, and his strength is almost equal to that of the current 4 emperors, if it is pushed forward 20 years. I am afraid that the position of the 4 emperors must have his golden lion. Ice crystals manifest. Raldo flipped his palm, and a transparent crystal appeared in his palm. By activating the staff, the ice crystals in the palm instantly turned into a huge shield to block Raldo. HMPH, you think this kind of thing can stop my Chiakigu? Watching Raldo use the same defensive move, the golden lion hummed disdainfully. But what he didn't notice was that this time Raldo condensed the ice crystal shield, not the ice shield that blocked him from slashing. Such a careless and arrogant character made the golden lion doomed to fail. Boom! Countless 4 emperor-level slashes smashed heavily on Raldo's ice crystal shield. Countless extremely shallow knife marks appeared on it. Seeing this scene, the golden lion involuntarily widened his eyes and said in shock, "Impossible. You actually blocked the lion, Chiakigu." Chapter 26 _ The truth is exposed, the shocked golden lion. Why, it's unbelievable. Raldo frowned slightly and looked at the golden lion. The golden lion took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a huge ring of smoke. Looking at Raldo in front of him with a flat expression, "Do you know your name and appearance? You look like a person." Like a person? Well, then I'd like to hear it. Raldo looked at the golden lion in surprise. Once, when I was a member of the Rocks Pirates, there was a trainee member on the ship, and his name was Raldo. Golden Lion recalled the past, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Oh, that's it. Is that Raldo following Whitebeard every day, almost never leaving? Raldo said slowly. The Golden Lion instinctively got the head. Yes, that kid has always been protected by Newgate. Therefore, he is not famous on the sea, and even the Navy does not know that there is such a person on the Rocks ship. The Golden Lion, who reacted, looked at Raldo in surprise. How do you know these things? Raldo's mind moved, and the power of the wind element was covered under his feet. The figure slowly floated up, and Raldo looked down at the Golden Lion condescendingly. Is there a possibility? I am that Raldo, right, Huangji? Hearing this, a fierce light flashed in Golden Lion's eyes. Although I don't know why you haven't changed for decades, I should have warned you. Call me Huangji again, and I'll kill you. When he was on the Rocks pirate ship, the Golden Lion never dealt with Newgate. The guy Newgate hates is naturally the guy Raldo hates. Later, Raldo gave him the nickname of Huangji, knowing that this matter was a Golden Lion, and almost killed Raldo in anger. If it weren't for Newgate's constant protection, I'm afraid Sky had already succeeded. You, Lion Power Earth Scroll. As the Golden Lion's voice sounded, countless huge lions instantly appeared around Raldo. The lions danced their teeth and claws at Raldo, who was floating in the air, as long as the Golden Lion gave an order. These terrifying lions can devour Raldo in an instant. The corners of the Golden Lion's mouth are slightly raised. Without the protection of that old guy in Newgate, I see how you can escape now. Under the manipulation of the Golden Lion, the male lions surrounding Raldo slammed towards him. This time, it was not in the outside world, so Raldo could not summon the element dragon to fight against the Golden Lion's attack. But Raldo's trump card is definitely not only the element dragon. After all, there are other elements he has not released yet. Wood Elf, everything. Raldo threw the obsidian staff on the ground, and the moment the staff touched the ground of the palace, green starlight kept emerging. Boom! The entire palace suddenly began to shake violently, and countless wooden slats and tree roots burst out of the ground, destroying all the male lion shock waves from bottom to top. After destroying the attack of the Golden Lion, the trees still did not stop growing and spreading. Looking at the huge trees around him that were constantly pressing on him, the Golden Lion flew out of the palace directly under the power of the fluttering fruit. Looking at the leaving Golden Lion, Raldo's face was still flat. The wind covering his feet was instantly released, and Raldo, who had lost the power of the wind, did not fall immediately. Instead, it landed on the small platform extended from the tree, and a branch rolled up the obsidian staff inserted on the ground and slowly sent it to Raldo. Holding the staff tightly, Raldo directly increased the output of the wood element, and the trees that received new energy grew rapidly. Boom! The sturdy branches directly lifted the roof of the palace, and the surrounding walls became fragmented under the pressure. After Raldo chased out, the entire Golden Lion Palace instantly turned into ruins. The Golden Lion floating in the air kept jumping with his double eyelids, or else he found something wrong in advance. I am afraid that I will be crushed to pieces by those trees like the palace. HMPH, the same nasty kid as Newgate. Do you think I've been hiding for 20 years without preparing anything? Originally, these were prepared for Donghai, but now it seems that we should do some experiments on you. Jin Shishishin, he took out his palm and held it towards the void. Not far from the palace, there are huge white trees that look like radishes. With the sound of the Golden Lion's movement, those big radishes were uprooted one after another and collapsed to the ground. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roared from the periphery, and Raldo looked back. A burst of thick dust was rising high, and some figures were looming in the smoke. When the smoke dissipated, a huge figure hidden inside was revealed. Countless huge beasts were rushing in the direction of Raldo with red eyes. Frozen thousands of miles. Raldo unhurriedly urged his staff, and suddenly a cold current covered all the beasts around him. When the beast's body came into contact with the cold current, the skin outside the blank instantly began to freeze. In just a few breaths, all the beasts turned into ice sculptures. Originally thought that these beasts who had eaten the maddening potion would have some obstacles and deterrence to Raldo, but I didn't expect that hundreds of beasts were instantly frozen by others. If you only prepared this for 20 years, it would be a bit pricey. After Raldo smashed the ice sculpture again, he looked at the Golden Lion with a dull gaze. For the first time in his life, the Golden Lion felt so powerless that he was crushed and beaten by Raldo. Almost crazy, he kept slashing towards Raldo. The overwhelming slash flew in the direction of Raldo, and the whole sky changed color. Since it's outside, it's the most suitable move. Elemental Dragon. Raldo's right hand got the staff and burst out with strong elemental power, and shot it towards the sky. Originally black pressure pressed the sky, and suddenly there was a dull sound of thunder. After the thunder, a huge elemental dragon poked its head out of the clouds. This time, there are as many as 7 or 8 elemental dragons condensed by Raldo. The mighty dragon head stared at the Golden Lion below, and the slightly opened huge mouth let out a deafening dragon roar. Raldo waved his right hand, and the 5 flame dragons rushed towards the Golden Lion. The other water dragon is directly in front of Raldo, turning into a water curtain to protect Raldo from being injured by slashing. Looking at the elemental fire dragons as huge as hills, the Golden Lion's eyes widened in shock. When he reacted, the element dragon had already rushed in front of him. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the entire island where the fire dragon detonated was trembling. Chapter 27 Re-enter the windless belt and meet the Empress. Immediately after, a black shadow fell out of the billowing smoke. It was the Golden Lion that was blown into a coma by the elemental fire dragon. At the same time, the entire island began to tilt violently. Countless boulders and animals fell from the edge of the island, and the whole island suddenly panicked. After the Golden Lion lost consciousness, the objects affected by his fluttering fruit naturally lost their support. More than a dozen huge islands are like meteorites out of the sky, swept to the sea below at a high speed. The Golden Lion never thought that Raldo had not changed for decades. Because the real Raldo died 20 years ago. The elemental law god system that came later directly locked Raldo's physical age, so Raldo would always maintain the appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old boy. This question, Whitebeard also asked Raldo, but Raldo put it away on the grounds of the ability effect of the elemental fruit. Although he was once a crew member of the Rock's ship, but after all, it is a trainee crew, and many of the battles Raldo have no chance to show his face at all, resulting in Raldo's presence has always been very low. Otherwise, during the war on the top, the Admiral Sengoku would not have the slightest impression of Raldo. Let's go for a walk. I've been fighting since I went to sea. It's good to relax occasionally. Raldo grabbed the staff beside him, turned and flew towards the blue sea below. You ask why he doesn't fly at high altitudes. Needless to say, of course, it is because long-term high-altitude flight is prone to hypoxia. In the windless sea. A huge red ship is slowly advancing on the sea. The most unique part of this ship is that in front of the hull, two huge sea snakes are pulling the ship forward. Although these two sea snakes are smaller than other sea kings, they can still walk freely on the windless belt. Because sea snakes have a pair of fangs covered with poison, once they encounter this poison, even sea kings will die instantly. It is because of this that none of the sea kings dormant under the sea will take the initiative to attack this ship. The owner of this ship is the ship of Boya Hancock, one of the 7 sea pirates. This time the return flight was due to some domestic changes of her daughter, and she, as the king, had to go back to preside over the overall situation. Sister, there is something fast approaching us on the sea. After Sundarsania found the abnormality, she turned her head and said behind her. It seems. Something is indeed coming towards us. Everyone cheer up, it may be an enemy attack. Maragruder's pair of huge yellow vertical pupils gathered slightly, staring closely at the flying shadow. Oh, it's really bold. How dare you stand in the way of the concubine and others returning? A voice as clear and pleasant as an oriole suddenly entered the ears of everyone. Looking in the direction of the voice, a meowman figure in a red cheongsam was slowly walking out of the cabin. A long black hair hung like a waterfall behind him, and 2 golden snake-shaped earrings shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. The moment Hancock came out, the whole deck was in chaos. Ah, my heart is going to melt. Lord Snake G is so beautiful. Lord Snake, I love you. Quote. At this time, Raldo, who was flying on the sea, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Since stepping into this sea area, he seems to have not felt the existence of the sea breeze. Could it be? Have you entered the windless belt again? If there is no sea breeze, Raldo only relies on his own wind element to fly, which will cause a lot of elemental and physical consumption. After patrolling for a while, Raldo found a ship that was traveling not far ahead. There is a boat. It's very rare in the windless belt. Let's borrow a place to rest. It's too tired to push the wind element all the time. After Raldo made up his mind, he went straight to the 9 snakes sea the thieves flew over. After arriving at the ship, Raldo landed on the deck of the 9 snake pirates. The 2 sea snakes who noticed Raldo's figure stuck their heads out to stop Raldo's landing. Man, what are you doing here with us? A crew member put one hand on the bow and arrow, staring at Raldo with a serious look on his face. You should be the 9 snake pirates. I have no ill intentions. I just want to borrow a place to rest. After I recover, I will leave. Raldo looked at the standard snake bow and arrow in the opponent's hand, and then said. Rest. We don't need to talk about this matter. What do you think, my elder sister? Sandasonia shook her head and moved away at the same time. Hancock stepped out slightly, and his pupils shrank when he saw Raldo. The other crew members don't know Raldo, she does. Oh, my concubine really didn't expect to meet you here. The vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Raldo. Hancock stared at Raldo with a solemn expression. This boy is not an ordinary boy. The 3 generals of the Navy have nothing to do with him, so she should be more cautious. Although he is very confident in his own strength, the Whitebeard pirates are not easy to provoke, after a little consideration. Hancock leaned back suddenly, stretched out his green fingers, and said slowly to Raldo, Okay, the concubine agrees to your request. But your range of activities is only the deck, you know. If not, even if she's a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and her concubine won't let her go. For Hancock's gesture, Raldo's brows jumped involuntarily. Just talk when you talk and point at me. What's the matter? The 9 snakes pirates, who had the exact opposite attitude to Raldo, had their eyes filled with fear. Ah, Lord Snake who reprimanded men is also so beautiful. No, I've fallen. Lord Snake G's profile is so perfect. Quote. With Hancock's permission, the sea snake returned to its original position. Raldo slowly landed on the deck, and the crew members who had never seen a man hid in the distance, looking at Raldo with vigilance. Is that a man? It's scary to hear from Lord Sansania. Yes, it is said that men are monsters who drink blood. Quote. Hearing these conversations, Raldo involuntarily twitched the corners of his mouth. Although it is understandable that these women kept their distance from themselves out of safety. But the content of this discussion is not too much. What is it that all men drink blood? Do I look like a primitive man? Hey, do you have food on board? Can you give me some, and I can exchange it for you? Raldo felt a little hungry and said to the members of the 9 snake pirates who were hiding. Chapter 28_Neptune Attack, Raldo Hero Saves the Queen. Seeing Raldo speak suddenly, everyone in the 9 snake pirates panicked. Yeah, run, the man is angry. It's horrible. He's going to start eating people. Quote. In just a few seconds, Raldo was the only one left on the entire deck. Raldo looked at the people who fled away with a look of surprise. Why did they all run away? I just want to ask if there is any food. I don't need to react so much. Just when Raldo sighed, a tender white arm holding the bread reached out, trembling slightly. Here, are you hungry? Margaret said slightly nervously. Margaret is a new member of the 9 snake pirates. She is kind-hearted. When she saw the hungry Raldo, she couldn't help but soften her heart, so she stepped forward and handed him a piece of bread. Looking at the girl with short blonde hair in front of him, Raldo raised his brows slightly. Then he took the bread from Margaret. After a little hesitation, Raldo tilted his head and looked at Margaret. Well, aren't you afraid of me? Margaret gave Raldo a careful look, first nodded, and then shook her head. This move made Raldo dizzy. Is he afraid or not? After seeing Margaret approaching Raldo, the other people whispered to her to hurry back. After all, the man's sight is too dangerous, so it's better to be careful. Noticing the movement near the cabin, Raldo looked back at Margaret. Oh, yes. Your friend seems to be calling you. Margaret looked back to see Kikyo and others waving at her. After some hesitation, Margaret trotted back. Margaret, you are too careless. How can you be so close to a man by yourself? Kikyo pulled Margaret angrily. I just, look at him poor. I want to give him something to eat, and it doesn't look that scary. Margaret looked back at Raldo. Noticing Margaret's gaze, Raldo smiled softly. Raldo still has a good impression of this girl who gave her food. That's all a man's false appearance. You better be careful, Kikyo said earnestly. Margaret hesitated. Well then, I'll pay attention. After eating the bread, Raldo activated the power of the elements in his body. A huge ice crystal lounge chair appeared beside him, and Raldo slowly lay on it. Looking up at the blue sky and white clouds above his head, Raldo said comfortably, Oh, it is the most comfortable to lie down like this, no one bothers. Although it is said that the sea kings are very rational and avoid the highly poisonous sea snakes, there will always be times when they are irrational. Example. At this moment, on the bottom of the sea below the 9 snake pirates, a huge octopus is slowly following. Because it hadn't eaten for a long time, it was on the verge of starvation and decided to fight to the death. If you don't catch it, you will starve to death, and if you catch it, you may be poisoned to death. Obviously, the latter option is better, and there is a certain chance of survival. Seeing the opportunity, the octopus suddenly emerged from the back of the boat. The huge tentacles wrapped directly around the hull, and the strong pressure caused the wooden hull to groan. Such a huge shaking naturally alarmed Hancock and others in the cabin. What's wrong? What happened? Hancock walked out frowning in displeasure. Seeing the figure walking out of the cabin, the octopus, huge eyes suddenly flashed. Reached out a tentacle and rolled towards Hancock. Lord Snake, be careful! Margaret shouted in panic when she found the octopus tentacles behind Hancock. Hearing Margaret's cry, Hancock turned his head suddenly. A huge octopus tentacle swept towards her at a high speed. The sudden attack made Hancock slightly stunned. Seeing Hancock who couldn't dodge, Raldo sighed helplessly. Sure enough, it's a blessing, not a disaster, it's a disaster that can't be avoided. I didn't expect that when I was resting, I still had to fight. Raldo's figure quickly appeared in front of Hancock under the addition of wind element. Cold current, frozen. Raldo stretched out his right hand towards the octopus, and a powerful cold air instantly covered the entire tentacle. Raldo's eyes widened, and his tentacles were instantly frozen into ice cubes, covered with cold air. Looking at the frozen tentacles, Raldo suddenly had an idea. Just eating a piece of bread is a bit too monotonous, and grilled octopus should be pretty good. Click. Raldo tapped the obsidian staff gently on the frozen tentacles with his obsidian staff. The huge octopus tentacle broke directly from the root. Relying on the power of the wind element, Raldo threw the tentacle on the deck. Roar. The pain from the broken tentacles caused the octopus to roar angrily. Looking at the two sea snakes that were gradually approaching, the octopus hesitated for a while and then fled back to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the fleeing octopus, Raldo didn't plan to pursue it. After all, such a big tentacle is enough for him to eat. Barbecue, barbecue. Raldo turned around quickly and walked towards the frozen tentacles on the deck. When other people saw Raldo coming, they made way for him. Hancock turned his head and looked at the boy who was handling the octopus. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The octopus attack just now was too sudden, if it wasn't for Raldo's timely shot. Not to mention, he will also have a few ribs crushed by that tentacle. But why did he try to save himself? He clearly didn't know him before, and he never fought at close range when he was in the war. Could it be? Does he like himself? Thinking of Hancock here, a blush suddenly appeared on his pink face. After all, she is so beautiful as a fairy, and she is all over the country. Raldo is another man, and it's normal to like himself. If Raldo knew that Hancock had a strong heart, Raldo would definitely stand up and tell her seriously. You think too much, I just want to repay you for your kindness. But then the flush on Hancock's face subsided again, and his expression was a little tangled. Except for his two younger sisters, no one knew that secret at all. The three Hancock sisters were once slaves of the Draco, so they were on the backs of the three of them. They were all branded with a special mark by the Tianlong people to confirm the identity of the slave. It is precisely because of this that a certain emotion that had just ignited in Hancock's heart was instantly extinguished. Raldo, although you saved your concubine just now, but our daughter country is not a person who doesn't talk about friendship. I can do you a favor. Hancock didn't lean back at the moment, but looked at Leigh with his arms around him. Raldo, who had planned to refuse, suddenly lit up when he heard Hancock's last words. I heard that your daughter country is a domineering country. I wonder if you can teach me. Raldo looked back at Hancock. Originally thought that Raldo would make some excessive demands, after hearing that the other party just wanted to learn domineering. Hancock frowned and slowly stretched out. Domineering. No problem, you can follow your concubine back to Nine Snake Island. But, you can only be outside the country. Chapter 29 Shocked Defender. Man built a house in seconds. Raldo shrugged. Well, as long as you can learn domineering, it doesn't matter where you are. After about half a day, the island that looked very strange in appearance suddenly appeared in Raldo's line of sight. Several giant rock pythons are pinned to the top of the island, creating a unique landscape. Underneath the boa constrictor, two huge red letters highlight the identity of the island. Amazon Lily is the only country in the world that is built in a windless belt. Because of its unique geographical location, Amazon Lily has hardly been invaded by foreign enemies in its hundreds of years of history. The only race on this island is the Nine Snakes ruled by Hancock. The Nine Snakes are also known as a fighting nation, because every citizen has been trained as a warrior since childhood. There is a snake wrapped around each of them, and they are good at using snake bows as a means of combat. The most terrifying thing is that everyone's attack will be mixed with domineering elements. At this time, the soldiers who were patrolling the city wall noticed the ships gradually approaching the island. After taking out the sight glass for observation, I found the 9-snake flag on the ship, and quickly turned around and shouted down, "Sir Snake G is back. Open the inland waterway." As soon as these words came out, the soldiers of the entire 9 snakes jumped up and down with joy. Some went to inform the residents of the island, while others hurried to open the switch of the country gate. "Just disembark here, you also know that our country's system does not allow men to enter," Sandersonia said to Raldo on the deck. Marigold on the side cast a glance at Raldo. "Although you saved my elder sister, the rules can't be broken. I hope you can respect us too." Raldo nodded in agreement, then jumped from the boat and flew into the jungle on the right side of the channel. Seeing the figure of Raldo leaving, Sandersonia pondered a little. Then he turned his head to Margaret and the others behind him and said, "Margaret, you and Kikyo and others will follow him. Although you are not afraid of what he will do, it is better to be a little more vigilant." "Yes, I understand, Lord Sandersonia." Margaret nodded, jumped off the boat with Kikyo and others, and chased in the direction where Raldo disappeared. One step ahead to Raldo in the jungle, a pair of eyes kept looking at the surrounding environment. Thick tree trunks and dense bushes fill the surroundings of Raldo, which looks a bit like a tropical rainforest. "Well, I don't know when that Hancock will come over. Let's find a suitable place to rest first." Raldo had to step through the bushes and come to a slightly open space. Looking at the open space in front of him, Raldo slammed his staff into the soil. Green light flickered from the gems at the top of the staff, constantly pouring into the open space below. Suddenly, the whole ground began to shake violently. This movement directly alerted Margaret and others who were looking for Raldo. "What's the matter? Why did the ground suddenly start shaking? It must be the man who did it. Hurry up." Kikyo's face turned cold, and he instructed Margaret and the others. Then the girls accelerated their pace, and their light bodies kept jumping between the trees. When Margaret and the others came to the open space, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. A 2-story wooden house burst out of the ground in an instant and stood in the open space. And the person who caused this astonishing phenomenon was Raldo, whom they had been chasing. "Well, it's too ugly. But it's enough, after all, it's just a temporary resting place," Raldo said with some dissatisfaction after making a round of inspection. Just as Raldo was about to return to the cabin to rest, several familiar figures appeared in the open space behind him. "Huh, Margaret, why did you come here? Don't you follow the 9-snake pirates into the country?" Raldo looked at Margaret in surprise. "No, we follow the orders of Lord Sandersonia to come to prison." Before Margaret could finish speaking, Kikyo hurriedly covered her mouth. Kikyo's forehead could not help shedding a few drops of cold sweat, thinking that the girl Margaret was too sincere. "When people ask anything, you say it. Aren't you afraid that if this man is unhappy, he will kill you?" "See, what are you seeing?" Looking at the two women who behaved so strangely, Raldo's head was full of question marks at the moment. In order to prevent their mission from being discovered by Raldo, Kikyo hurriedly said, "That's right, because you are here for the first time. For safety reasons, the two adults, Sandersonia and Marigold, sent especially to assist you." Seeing so many people coming, Raldo also gave up the idea of going back to the wooden house to rest. Gently clapping his hands, a huge wooden stake and several wooden benches burst out of the ground in an instant. Raldo slowly sat on one of the benches and stretched out his hand to Margaret and the others. "If that's the case, then please sit down. I'll prepare some cold drinks for you." When Kikyo and others were hesitating whether to sit or not, Margaret was already sitting on the bench, drinking the cold drink condensed by Raldo. "Well, it's really amazing. Even the cup is made of ice." After Margaret drank it, she stared at the cup carefully. Seeing that Margaret was not in any danger, Kikyo motioned for the others to sit down together. Their Amazon lily is located in the windless zone. The climate is hot all the year round. When she saw the cold drink in the ice cup placed on the stake, she involuntarily rolled her dry throat. After struggling for a while, instinct finally triumphed over reason. Hikio picked up the ice cup and poured the cold water into his mouth. At the moment when the ice water poured into the body, Hikio felt as if he had fallen into a hole in the ice, and all the heat was washed away. Margaret pointed to the wooden hut behind Raldo. How did you do that hut? Hikio, who put down her guard, also nodded. Yes, if Margaret asked, I would also like to know. Can you men build a house in an instant? Another very tall girl said Nuo. Men are really convenient, if there are men. Don't you have to work so hard to build a house in the future? Seeing that they seemed to fall into some irreversible fantasy, Raldo said quickly, this is not a man's ability, this is an effect called devil fruit. Margaret and the others looked at Raldo in confusion. Devil fruit? What is that, a kind of fruit? Seeing that Margaret and the others were confused, Raldo understood. It seems that Hancock and the others have not revealed that they are devil fruit users. Chapter 30_Weird Empress, shocked. You're right when you say it's a fruit. However, devil fruit is not an ordinary fruit. Raldo explained to several people. Then can you tell us what's so special about that fruit called devil fruit? Margaret stared at Raldo with big watery eyes and was very curious. This devil fruit is a very special kind of treasure in the sea. After eating it, you can get magical abilities. For example, it can become a natural type of ice, water, and fire, or it can become a cat, tiger, or dog. Animals, as well as superhumans that can change physically. Devil fruits are the same as ordinary fruits in appearance, and they look colorful. But the taste is definitely the most unpalatable in the world. Raldo again explain, using the elements to condense water droplets, fireballs, etc. in the palm of the hand. This operation really surprised Margaret and others. As the ships gradually sailed into the inland river, they were greeted by the cheers and screams of countless nationals. Ah, it's Lord Snake G and the others, everyone is so cool. That's Lord Sandersonia, second only to Lord Snake. That is Lord Marie Godreau. Sure enough, they are the three strongest sisters, so powerful. At the end of the river, the boat slowly stopped. A red plush carpet was spread out by the two warriors, extending all the way down to the steps of the palace. Click, click, click. The crisp footsteps sounded slowly from the cabin. Everyone suddenly spoke, holding their breaths and looking in the direction of the voice. Under the gazes of all eyes, Hancock's slender and tall figure slowly walked out. Looking at the nationals below, Hancock raised his jade hand gently, and slowly pulled the hair on his forehead behind his ears. This action instantly touched the hearts of all the women present, and they all shouted at Hancock. If Raldo was here, I am afraid that the sound would make the eardrums swell. Ah, Lord Snake's action of pulling her hair behind her ears is so charming. No, my heart is going to melt. I want to be with Lord Snake, and I want to protect Lord Snake. Hancock is also used to the situation of the citizens. Go, Sandersonia, Marigold. Hancock glanced back at the two. Yes, my elder sister. Yes, my elder sister. The two women responded to Hancock's words at the same time, and then followed Hancock up the stairs of the palace. In the palace, an old woman leaning on a snake-shaped walking stick was walking back and forth anxiously. Squeak. The closed gate of the palace was slowly pushed open, and Hancock's figure gradually walked in. Seeing this scene, the old woman hurriedly stepped forward. Shiji, you are finally back. The old man has many things to ask you. Hancock turned sideways as if he didn't see her. Snake Princess. Seeing that she was ignored by Hancock, Zappo roared angrily. Hancock slowly sat in his seat, crossed his legs and looked at Zappo. If you have something to say, you can leave. If you have nothing. The concubine has been sailing for a long time, and I am a little tired. Seeing that Hancock was finally willing to take care of himself, Zappo cleared his throat, cough, that's it. I heard that recently a group of people have begun to be dissatisfied with the Chihuahua system. I hope you will find a solution no matter what. Keep it. After all, the safety of our Amazon Lily is in your hands. Quote. Seeing her long talk, Hancock waved his hand in disgust. My concubine knows what to do, so you don't need to worry about these things. Then Hancock looked at his sister again. By the way, Sonia. Where is that man Raldo now? Go back to my elder sister, in the suburbs outside the country. I have sent Margaret and others to monitor him, don't worry. Sonia bowed and said towards Hancock. After hearing the conversation between the two, the figure who was about to leave suddenly stopped in place. Looking back at Hancock with a puzzled look on his face, Raldo. What Raldo? Could it be the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates who made a big fight before? Hancock tilted his head and stared at Zappo with a flat eye. It's him, what's the matter? Do you have any opinions? The corners of Zappo's mouth twitched slightly, and then she glared at Hancock seriously. Of course I have an opinion, that Raldo is a man. You actually brought a man to our Amazon Lily. You are trying to violate the ancestors' ancestral teaching. HMPH, don't take these concubines. And concubines are not afraid. No matter what concubines do, they will be forgiven. Because concubines are the most beautiful. Became love. Then Hancock asked Marie Gaudreau to send the woman out of the window. Without the noise of the mother-in-law, the entire palace suddenly became quiet again. Hancock propped his chin with one hand, and his slightly wrinkled brows could show the mood of his master. As long as it was quiet, the scene of Raldo saving her on the boat would appear in Hancock's mind. Every time she thinks of that scene, her heart will be a little restless. She has never had such a situation before, and she feels very uncomfortable. Hancock felt that it must be the ghost of Raldo, so it's better to go to him and ask the truth. Sonia, Marie Gaudreau, you two take me to Raldo. I'm afraid Margaret and the others will be in danger. Hancock said sideways to the two next to him. Under the leadership of the two women, Hancock passed through the door on the land and came to the open space where Margaret and others and Raldo were. When she saw several people sitting at the table talking and laughing, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart was even stronger. If Granny Za sees this scene, she will definitely be shocked and say, Snake Princess is actually jealous. Margaret, what are you doing? Go back to the country, the guards are waiting for you. We will handle it here. Hancock scolded Margaret and the others in a serious tone. Although I really want to chat with this man for a while longer, the order of Lord Snakegi cannot be disobeyed. After Margaret made a promise, she left the open space. Hancock stepped forward and looked condescendingly at Raldo who was sitting in the chair. HMPH, don't think about attacking my lovely nation. Raldo felt a burst of injustice in his heart, and looked at Hancock helplessly. I'm just telling them about the devil fruit, and then again. Didn't you tell them that you were the devil fruit power? Don't ask questions about our country's affairs. Let's go, I'll take you to a place to learn domineering. After Hancock finished speaking, he turned his head and walked towards the other side. Chapter 31 _ The Three Sisters of the Empress Are Shocked, the Talented Raldo. Before leaving, Raldo turned the wooden house he hardly built into ruins again. If nothing else, after learning domineering, I will definitely not come to this place again. After leaving the suburbs, Raldo followed the Hancock sisters to the shore. An outer wheel-drive boat was docked there, and Hancock glanced back at Raldo. Domineering training is special, I'll take you to a nearby island. Raldo spread his hands and said to Hancock, it doesn't matter where you go, as long as you are willing to teach me. Hearing Raldo's words, Hancock's delicate body paused slightly. What's the meaning? He seemed to say just now that as long as he is there, he can go anywhere. Is this a hint to the concubine? Looking at Hancock's slightly red face, Raldo looked at her in surprise. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Hancock kept shaking his head in his heart. No, don't let him see his embarrassment. The concubine is just a little seasick. Sonia, let's go. Hancock dared not look at Raldo, His eyes flickered slightly and said to Sandersonia. Seasick. Hearing this reason, Raldo's mouth twitched slightly. Even if you make excuses, you have to find a suitable one. As one of the 7 seas of pirates, the pirate queen would get seasick. Even if it is fooling a child, I am afraid it will not succeed. ... The boat soon arrived at its destination, and a small island that did not seem to be huge and dense appeared in Raldo's line of sight. Followed the 3 Hancock sisters to board the island and looked at the desolate scene around them. Raldo looked at Hancock in surprise. Are you sure this place is suitable for cultivating domineering? Since the concubine has promised to teach you domineering, she will naturally teach you. Does this have anything to do with the environment you choose? Hancock looked at Raldo suspiciously. ... After getting rid of the problem of this environment, Raldo and Hancock quickly entered the subject. Before the official start, let me tell you about the composition and classification of domineering. According to the way and function of use, it can be simply divided into knowledge-like domineering and armed color domineering. In addition, there is a type called domineering. The overlord looks domineering. This kind of domineering is the qualification of a king that only one person in a million people can possess. Hancock explained to Raldo the types of domineering one by one. Raldo nodded, then looked at Hancock. Well, can we start? You guys really can't stand your temper. Since you're in such a hurry, let's get started. Mary, Sonia. Hancock turned to the 2 women and said. Then Sonia threw a silk satin at Raldo. Blindfolded this, you must feel it with your heart to learn the domineering and domineering. Raldo, who is a traveler, is naturally no stranger to this method. Isn't that what Rayleigh taught Luffy in the original book? Speaking of which, since the appearance of the Top War, Luffy and the others seem to have not appeared. Could it be because of him that the timeline was rewritten? Just when Raldo was thinking, a strong wind suddenly hit Raldo's face. Driven by instinct, Raldo hurriedly rolled to the left. Boom! In the position where Raldo was just now, a long spear was inserted into it. Mixed with domineering attacks, it directly blew a pothole out of the ground. After dodging, Raldo quickly lifted the silk covering his eyes. Looking at the potholes on the ground and the weapons flashing with cold light, Raldo frowned. Is this teaching? This is fatal. Hey, Hancock, is this serious? Why do I think they want to kill me? Raldo looked at Hancock beside him in astonishment. You can only awaken when you feel the danger. You'd better not use your ability to block it. After Hancock finished speaking, he sat on her snake. My elder sister is right, we came here like this back then. Marie Godreau nodded, and then swung his weapon towards Raldo again. Ellipsis. 10 days later. Sonia, the angle of your attack is not accurate enough. Mary, your speed is not fast enough. Raldo said. At this moment, his hands are behind his back, and his eyes are still covered with the silk satin. The body kept leaning left and right, dodging all the attacks of the 2 one by one. Hancock, who was watching from the side, widened his eyes in shock. If the scene in front of her hadn't happened in front of her eyes, she wouldn't have believed anything she said. It took only 10 days for Raldo to gradually turn his arrogance into a small one. No one can achieve such an achievement, even the 9 snakes, who are famous in the world for their domineering. Where did this Raldo monster come from? However, it's okay to be strong. Concubine likes strong men. Thinking of Hancock here, he couldn't help blushing slightly, and instinctively reached out and touched it. Realizing that his face was actually hot, Hancock took a deep breath to suppress this strange emotion. Stop, Sonia, Marie. He has learned to be domineering when he sees it. Hancock got up and stopped Sandersonia and Mary Godreau, who were about to continue to attack. After Raldo heard it, he also took off the silk. Now he feels that he is not the same as before. There seems to be something more in my mind, but I can't feel it. Your talent is really terrifying. You have mastered the domineering and domineering in just 10 days. Sandersonia looked at Raldo in surprise. Yeah, let's compare it with you. Our sister's practice for more than 10 years seems to be like feeding dogs. Marie Gaudreau sighed helplessly. Raldo smiled and said to the two of them, no matter how good the cultivation talent is, without the correct guidance, it will not be able to achieve anything. Hearing Raldo's words, Sandersonia and Marie Gaudreau looked at each other with a smile. Hey, you can talk. Let's go, let's see what elder sister's plan will be next. Sandersonia covered her mouth with one hand, smiled slightly, and then put away her weapon and walked towards Hancock. During the 10 days of practice, Raldo kept his staff in a nearby tree trunk. Slowly coming to the tree trunk, Raldo stretched out his hand and flashed with a green starlight. Under the action of starlight, the trunk of the tree in front of him slowly spread out to the surroundings. The obsidian staff standing inside was revealed, pulled by the power of the elements. The staff flew out from the inside and landed firmly in Raldo's hands. The moment he held the staff, a shock wave of green starlight suddenly radiated from Raldo. The shock wave directly covered the entire island, and after the shock wave ended, the whole picture of the whole island appeared in Raldo's mind. This is. The wood element triggers the special effect of the domineering and domineering. Chapter 32_Soap Bubble Islands, Encounter the Straw Hats. It turns out that after seeing and hearing the domineering resonate with the wood element, does it still have such an effect? Although Raldo's arrogance is only a small success, if combined with the wood element, it can achieve a great effect. This kind of effect really made Raldo a little surprised. Although this wood element seeing and hearing color is not lethal, it was still detected by Hancock. My concubine asked you what the green thing was just now. Hancock looked at Raldo with a solemn expression. You mean the one just now? That's just the domineering effect of seeing and seeing with my abilities. Raldo explained to Hancock. Hancock moved his slender long legs and walked slowly to Raldo. A pair of Causyland's big eyes looked carefully at Raldo's face. Seeing that Hancock was suddenly so close, Raldo instinctively took a half step back. Why suddenly? Is there something on my face? Staring at Raldo for a long time, Hancock didn't find anything unusual. It seems that Raldo should not lie to himself. However, she had only heard that the power of the devil fruit could be matched with the domineering armament. I've never heard of it, and it's okay to be domineering. This man is really a freak, always likes to break other people's existing cognition, Hancock murmured in his heart. It's nothing, since you've mastered the domineering look and feel. Then let's learn the armament color. Hancock paused for a while, then said to Raldo. No, I've stayed here long enough. And I've troubled you for 10 days. It's enough for me to learn to be domineering. Raldo shook his head and rejected Hanku Graham's proposal. Hancock didn't expect Raldo to refuse, and looked at him in surprise. Aren't you going to continue to learn the armed color? If you don't have the domineering armament color, it will be very difficult to meet the ability of the natural department. Tricky, maybe, but if nature wants to move me, it will be very difficult. Raldo said with a smile. It's not that Raldo is arrogant, but he does have this strength. Without domineering, he can fight with the generals and the 4 emperors with the help of the elemental law god system. If he is proficient in 3-color domineering, Raldo is confident that he can unilaterally suppress his opponent in a one-on-one match. Then are you leaving now? Hancock said with a gloomy expression. Well, it's not a long time to be taken care of by you. If you need help in the future, just come to the Whitebeard pirates to find me. Raldo nodded, and then urged the power of the wind to cover the feet, ready to leave the island. Wait a minute, don't you have anything you want to say to your concubine? Hancock said quickly, seeing that Raldo was leaving. If you don't say it, I almost forgot. This is for you. When you are in danger, you can resist the attack of the Emperor-level powerhouse for 1 minute. Raldo took out a crystal inlaid with a crystal from his pocket. Pendant, handed to Hancock. After delivering the pendant, Raldo flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared from the sight of the 3 girls. Seeing that Hancock's cheeks were flushed, he stared blankly at the direction where Raldo disappeared. Sandersonia looked at Hancock in surprise, Sister, what are you looking at? That Raldo has left. As if he didn't hear Sonia's voice, Hancock held the pendant in his arms and murmured, "This is a token of love for the concubine. Wait for me. When the concubine is finished, I will go. The Whitebeard pirates are looking for you." After leaving the island, Raldo flew towards the east. After flying for half a day, Raldo felt the presence of the sea breeze. Huh, is that Soap Bubble Islands? Just to go around and visit that old guy from Rayleigh. I remember that Aunt Shaw's ripping off seems to be on the 13th. Raldo was suspended in the air, rubbing his chin with one hand, he muttered. After determining the location, Ralph flew along the outskirts of the archipelago, and soon found the big tree marked with the number 13. After landing on the island, Raldo strode towards the bar. Because the name of this bar is so unusual, Raldo saw it from afar. "Uncle Rayleigh, I think our current strength is not enough to enter the new world. So I want to practice." The Straw Hat youth in blue short sleeves and black shorts looked at Rayleigh very seriously. "Well, it's good for you to have this idea. But the only thing this old man can teach you is domineering, the rest is up to you." Rayleigh pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile. It turned out to be called domineering. No wonder that Zontalmaru can use his fist to hurt Luffy. Sanji said suddenly. While a few people were chatting, the door of the bar was suddenly opened. "I'm sorry to disturb you. Is there anyone?" Raldo said politely as he pushed open the door of the bar. Looking at Raldo who came in from the door, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates except Luffy stood up vigilantly. Seeing his companions look like they were facing a great enemy, Luffy said in surprise, "Chopper, Zoro, Sanji, what's wrong with you all? Isn't there someone here?" "Luffy, this is not an ordinary person. This person is the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Raldo, and even the generals are not his opponent." Zoro put his hands on the handle of the knife, his eyes locked on Rayleigh on the body. "Oh, I didn't expect my name to spread so quickly." Raldo raised his brows slightly and looked at the Straw Hat group in front of him. You, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, this uncle has 8,000 younger brothers. Usopp said tremblingly while holding the slingshot. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. Okay, stop teasing these young people." Rayleigh's sudden laughter surprised the Straw Hats. Listening to what Rayleigh meant, did he know this vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Raldo slowly sat in front of the bar, looking back at Luffy and the others on the side. "Although you may have heard of me, you still have to have the most basic courtesy. As you all know, I am white when we meet for the first time. Captain of the bearded pirates, my name is Edward Raldo." Luffy grinned and responded, "Hee, my name is Luffy. The man who will become One Piece in the future." Hearing the second half of Luffy's words, Sanji and the others suddenly gasped. Chapter 33 Challenging me Raldo. Be a hockey puck. Shish. Luffy, are you dumb enough to speak? Sanji and Chopper hurriedly stepped forward to cover Luffy's mouth. "I'm afraid that this guy will be inattentive and say something shocking." Robin on the side covered his mouth and smiled tenderly. "It seems that our captain, Mr. Captain, has never had a brain." "What time is it, Robin? You can still laugh," Usopp said in tears. "Relax, I'm not interested in being One Piece or not. So I won't do anything to you." Raldo waved his hand indifferently. Hearing Raldo's words, the Straw Hats exhaled a sigh of relief. "You are the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Then you must know Ace too." Luffy looked at Raldo excitedly. Raldo nodded and thought for a moment. "Well, of course I know you. That kid Ace often mentions you to me." "Child, we've met Ace too. Ace looks about the same age as you." Nami looked at Raldo suspiciously. "I'm almost 50 years old." Raldo picked up the glass and drank the wine in one gulp. "Hey, but you only look like 20 years old. How did you do it?" Chopper and others looked at Raldo in shock. "The ability of the devil fruit," Raldo said slowly. After talking with Luffy and the others, Raldo understood why Luffy and the others did not appear when he was on top of the war. They were involved in a base of the Naval Division because of an accident. So after a few days of delay, this is also the endpoint of the first half, the Soap Bubble Islands. As soon as he landed, he encountered Zontaomaru, a trainee Navy, who used his domineering power to beat Luffy. In the end, it was Rayleigh who saved Luffy and the others. Oh, so that's the case. Do you want to practice? How long? After thinking for a while, Raldo looked at the Straw Hats. Well, it's better to be 2 years. 2 years is enough for us to cultivate. Luffy slightly pressed down his straw hat and grinned. Hearing this, Raldo was slightly surprised. Even though the timeline and plot have changed, Luffy still chose 2 years. In this case, as the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, I know a lot of people, so let me give you some advice. Raldo said to the Straw Hats. At this moment, Raldo suddenly became interested. He wants to know, if Luffy and the others are allowed to practice according to the original location, will the timeline return to the original level? Oh, really? Thank you so much, Uncle Raldo. Luffy said excitedly. Raldo, Uncle. Although I am 50 years old, physically I am a steady little fresh meat. Raldo sighed helplessly in his heart, forgetting that he doesn't care so much about children. Just let Rayleigh add a little extra while Rayleigh trains him. Afterwards, Raldo spoke out about the cultivation locations and islands for each of them. By the way, I heard that there seems to be an empty island in the first half. Is it true? Raldo looked at Luffy. Although he knew that the empty island existed, he really didn't know the exact location. Raldo vaguely remembered that Luffy and the others had been there, so he asked. Sky Island. It exists, we have been there. Why, Uncle Raldo, you are also interested in Sky Island. Let me tell you, Sky Island is a very interesting place. Luffy nodded, and then told Raldo about the empty island in a long and large manner. Have you been? Then do you have any coordinates or charts or something? Raldo asked. Nami nodded, then found the sea map of the Sky Island and handed it to Raldo. I'll give this to you, and it's a reward for helping us find a training location. Just when Raldo was about to thank him, a voice suddenly sounded outside the window of the bar. Straw Hat Boy, I finally found you. Come out soon, we are already surrounded here. Zontaomaru shouted loudly towards the bar, carrying a double-edged axe. Although he has a low military rank, his personal network is not low. Naturally he knew who the owner of this bar was, but even so, he would not give up catching the Straw Hats. On the way here, I happened to meet Lieutenant General Mole who was nearby. Zontaomaru told him his purpose, and Mole agreed to Zontaomaru's request without hesitation. After mobilizing hundreds of navies from the Soap Bubble Islands, the two came to the number 13 islands to intercept the Straw Hat gang. No, that guy Zontaomaru is chasing here. Sanji frowned when he heard Zontaomaru's voice. What to do, Luffy? Chopper turned his attention to Luffy. Everyone turned their attention to Luffy, who was their captain after all. Let's find a way to escape, we are no match for that guy at all. Luffy pondered for a while, and looked at everyone with solemn eyes and said. How come this is like parting from life and death? Let me help you solve it. It's just a chart to repay you. Raldo picked up the staff and slowly got up and walked out. Luffy and others originally wanted to go out to help, but they were stopped by Rayleigh. You can't go out, won't you be exposed if you go out? After listening to Rayleigh's words, everyone gave up. They were all lying by the window looking out. Looking at the blonde boy slowly coming out of the bar, Zontaomaru suddenly said in shock, You, why are you here? Raldo, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. I heard you shouting as soon as I got in to drink some wine. Your old man Kaiabu didn't tell you that you should be polite when you meet people. Raldo raised his brows slightly and looked at Zontaomaru. HMPH, you don't need to be polite to pirates. Especially a vicious big pirate like you. Today I brought Lieutenant General Mole with me. If I can't catch the Straw Hats, I'll take you back. Zontaomaru pulling out the double-edged axe behind him, he charged towards Raldo. I still have something to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. Raldo's staff in his right hand suddenly shone with a silver light. Click. Zantaumaru, who was advancing, suddenly turned into a huge ice ball, rolled forward a few times, and then stood in place. Zantaumaru, the abominable Whitebeard pirates. Lanzhou, slash. After seeing Zantaumaru being frozen, the angry Lieutenant General Mole kicked several slashes towards Raldo. Just to try the actual combat effect. Raldo smiled slightly, and then easily avoided the attacking slash. This scene made Mole feel extremely shocked. He, who is already an elite lieutenant general, was unable to cause any damage to Raldo. Chapter 34_Gaia Island, Bellamy the Defiant Marine Hyena. If they continue to fight, this battle must be the result of their unilateral sacrifice. You seem to be stronger than when you were at the top of the war. But even so, I won't catch it. Mole held the knife in one hand, and instantly appeared beside Raldo. Raising the knife in his hand, he slashed heavily towards Raldo. Raldo just glanced slightly from the corner of his eye, and a cold air spurted out of Raldo in an instant. A huge crystal-clear ice shield appeared in the air, blocking the mole's attack. Looking at the sudden appearance of the ice shield, Mole couldn't cut off the ice shield in front of him even if the veins on his wrist burst out. The strength of the ice shield that Raldo is condensing now, even the four emperors cannot completely smash it. If this is broken by the mole, the four emperors will not be allowed to step into Marin Fando overnight to greet. When the mole was about to continue the attack, an alarm suddenly sounded in his heart, and the whole person hurriedly retreated. Just as the mole had just left, countless ice needles pierced through where he was just now. Seeing this scene, Mole's forehead could not help but sweat. When did Raldo condense the ice needle, if it wasn't for his fighting instinct for many years? That moment just now was enough to kill himself. Fight, not an opponent at all. Only to find a way to retreat. After returning to the headquarters to ask for support, I will seek revenge for Raldo. Mole slash. Mole got up and slashed a few slashes towards Raldo, and then the whole person ran towards the ice hockey. Even though he wanted to retreat, he couldn't leave Zantaumaru alone. Oh no, a ball here. Raldo naturally guessed the mole's intention, the classic siege of way to save Zhao. He raised his hand to condense the ice shield to block the mole's slash, and then gently snapped his fingers. Frozen thousands of miles. With Raldo as the center, a strong chill suddenly erupted. In an instant, all the navies, together with the Vice Admiral Mole, were frozen into ice sculptures. The Straw Hat Gang in the bar saw that Raldo waved his hand and froze the Navy and the Lieutenant General, and they drooped their chins in shock. Too strong. Is this the man with a bounty of 2.3 billion? This Raldo can actually use the ability of the Admiral Aokiji. I am really surprised. This is really super powerful, just by this trick. I'm afraid that if we go together, we will all be wiped out by super. Quote. It seems that since the last separation, Raldo has become stronger. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at the blonde boy outside the window. After finishing the Navy, Raldo waved at Rayleigh at the window and flew away from Island 13. Seeing Raldo jumped out and flew out, the Straw Hats were once again shocked. Hey, what kind of monster is that guy? He can even fly. This is too perverted. I hope we don't meet him in the future. Hee. Sure enough, there are no weaklings on Ace's ship. Seeing the shocked appearance of the Straw Hats, Rayleigh smiled helplessly in his heart. It seems that these little guys were not lightly frightened by Raldo, but that's fine. After knowing the gap between yourself and the top, you will have a direction to work hard, right? Okay, instead of shocking people's strength, it's better to improve ourselves. Let's hurry up and start. Rayleigh greeted the Straw Hats and left the bar. Raldo left the Soap Bubble Islands and flew towards Gaia Island along the chart given by Nami. As long as it is not a windless zone, Raldo can fly at a low altitude with the sea breeze indefinitely. After 3 days. According to the map, this is Gaia Island. Let's ask first. Raldo landed on the island and slowly stepped into the town. In this town, pirates and bounty hunters are everywhere. But there are still some ordinary people, such as shop owners and so on. Excuse me, do you know about Sky Island? Raldo asked an old man who set up a stall very politely. Hearing someone's question, the old man stopped his work and slowly raised his head to look at Raldo. Huh. It's a young man. Sky Island has always been a legend. Are you also interested in that place? Yeah, after all, it's an island that really floats in the sky. Which adventurer wouldn't be curious about this miraculous phenomenon? Raldo said with a smile. Although the old man doesn't know, there is a person who knows. There is a castle on the other side of the island. Where can you go and ask? After finishing speaking, the shop owner continued to carry his own goods. Thank you. After Raldo thanked him, he turned around and prepared to take a look at the place the boss said. Just turning around, a dark-skinned man with the same blonde hair as Raldo stopped in the middle of the road. Oh, are you asking about the Sky Island? A few months ago, my uncle said that the Sky Island is the existence of fooling children. Now there are still people asking. You adventurers are all funny. Bellamy looked at Raldo with disdain. Raldo just glanced at Bellamy slightly, then turned his head and prepared to take a detour. What? You don't even have the courage to refute. A group of people who only dream silly dreams on the sea are not worthy of sailing. Bellamy continued to mock as Raldo walked around him. Hearing this sentence, Raldo's figure paused slightly. He turned around slowly, raised his brows slightly, then what do you think? Could it be that the dog bites me, and I want to bite back? Hearing Raldo call him a dog, Bellamy's expression suddenly turned hideous. Dare to talk to me like this? I am the subordinate of that Master Shichibukai Doflamingo. You probably think you have lived too long. Quote. Brother Doflaming, you mean the turkey that giggles all day. The taste is too bad, it's better not to let me see him. Raldo waved his hands in disgust. Damn, you even insulted that lord. I want you to look good today. Spring Death Fist. Bellamy's right hand suddenly turned into a spring, which compressed and shot towards Raldo. For this level of attack, Raldo is too lazy to defend. Relying on the domineering, he avoided Bellamy's spring attack again and again. Every time, when he was about to come into contact, Raldo just avoided it. This made Bellamy, who had been attacking, feel a burst of madness and powerlessness. Taking advantage of the gap between Bellamy's spring punch, Raldo condensed an ice fist out of thin air and smashed Bellamy directly out. Boom! Bellamy's body smashed into the house in the distance, and the house collapsed after losing the supporting wall, causing a second injury to Bellamy. The loud sound of the house collapsing immediately attracted many onlookers who were eating melons. Who is that blonde boy who beat down that Tianyasha person with one move? Hey, this young man is very familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. Just as everyone was talking, Bellamy's voice came from the ruins. Chapter 35_Rising Ocean Currents. Spring Jumping Man. I saw Bellamy's legs instantly turned into springs, and the whole person kept jumping back and forth between houses. The people around could only see the afterimage left by his constant ejection in the air. When Bellamy ejected into the high-rise building, he suddenly turned around. The whole person accelerated and rushed in the direction of Raldo, trying to smash Raldo into flesh. But Bellamy could never have imagined that there is a system of power in this world. Not only can you predict the attack trajectory of others, but you can also successfully evade and counterattack. Watching Bellamy fly over, Raldo flipped his right hand. A fireball with bizarre orange and red colors appeared in Raldo's palm. Yanlu, Flaming Bird. The two-color fireball in Raldo's hand suddenly turned into a huge flaming bird and rushed towards Bellamy. The flame bird flapped its huge flame wings and quickly flew towards the top. Looking at the flaming bird coming towards him, Bellamy felt that his face had been reddened by the high heat of the flaming bird. But he had no way to avoid it. He could only stare at the flame bird getting closer and closer to him. Boom! The moment the flame bird touched Bellamy, a violent explosion occurred. The strong temperature and air pressure directly shocked Bellamy into a coma. After losing consciousness, Bellamy's body fell from the thick smoke. It's not scary to chase dreams. What's scary is that an adventurer loses his dreams. After Raldo left the sentence, he left the cluttered street. No one knew who he was speaking to. Maybe it was Bellamy who was lying on the ground smoking, maybe it was other people watching. A figure slowly walked out of the crowd of onlookers. This man was dressed in a black dress with a sword pendant hanging on his chest. With a pair of eagle-like eyes, he took a deep look at the direction Raldo left. Dream, he is really an interesting man. Looking forward to meeting you next time. ... After leaving town, Raldo followed the shop owner's instructions. Sure enough, a mansion was found on the shore of Gaia Island, but this mansion seems to be a bit special. Because Raldo found that the mansion was just a paper decoration, and the real house was the broken wooden house behind the decoration board. Uncle, do you know how to get to Sky Island? Raldo looked at the middle-aged man sitting beside the wooden house. Sky Island? Why, are you also interested in that place? Let me tell you, that Sky Island is real. A few months ago, a young man with a straw hat also went to the Sky Island. I really heard the sound of the golden bell. Vinblains took a deep breath and looked at Raldo with a little excitement. Whenever he met, he would tell others about hearing the golden bell. He wanted to tell the world that his ancestors were not liars and did not lie. A young man with a straw hat. This uncle should be talking about Luffy and the others. I remember that it seemed that after Luffy had a fight with that Enelu, he beat Enelu before ringing the golden bell. I know the Straw Hat Gang you mentioned. That's why I came here. Please tell me the location of the nearest upwelling current. Raldo nodded and said. Well then, I'll give you some calculations. Vinblains took out his notebook and pen, and began to draw on the chart. After some calculations and measurements, Vinblains came up with a location. That is, 5 nautical miles to the right of Gaia Island, an upwelling current will appear after 2 hours. Well, I'll take you there. If you go by yourself, you might not be able to catch up. Vinblains said while looking at Raldo. Raldo shook his head and rejected Vinblains' kindness. No need, uncle, I have my own way to get to the upwelling current. Although the young man rejected himself, out of concern and safety. Vinblains still decided to follow Raldo, and in case of any accident, he would help in time. ... This is where the upwelling current is. It looks like we came just right. Vinblains looked at the gradually changing sea surface with a smile on the corner of his mouth. As soon as he turned around, he found that Raldo was no longer on the boat. After patrolling, I found that the young man was flying directly on the sea, and gradually got closer to the upwelling area. Dangerous. Young man, come back quickly. Without the boat, you will be smashed by the current. Vinblains shouted with a pale face. Raldo didn't look back, just waved at him. Then he continued to move forward, and soon Raldo reached the center of the upwelling current. Gently inserting the obsidian staff into the sea, Raldo clearly felt what kind of fury was hidden under the calm sea. Is this the upwelling current? It is a natural phenomenon to have such a huge tidal energy under the sea surface. Raldo thought it was done by Aquaman. The suddenly calm sea began to sag downward, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared below Raldo. Relying on the power of the wind to float Raldo, he was not affected by the whirlpool. Boom! As the speed of the whirlpool became faster and faster, a huge ocean current suddenly spewed out from the center of the whirlpool. The water column like a mountain rose from the ground and directly sank into the clouds tens of thousands of meters above. After seeing the timing, Raldo silently chanted a spell in his heart. The obsidian staff in his hand was suddenly wrapped in a burst of blue water light. Raldo threw the staff on the water column and stepped on the staff. With the water column rushed to the sky. Seeing this scene, Vinblains' eyes widened in shock. Who is this young man who can step on the rising ocean current? It was so unbelievable that he had to tell someone else. I am afraid that he will be treated as a new generation of big talkers again. The speed of the upwelling current was very fast, and in just a few minutes, Raldo was brought into the clouds. Raldo, who is familiar with the original book, knows that this is not a real empty island. It still needs to go up a certain distance. After getting out of the ocean current, Raldo changed the water element to the wind element. The Obsidian staff took Raldo through the sea of clouds and came directly to the White Sea above the 10,000-meter altitude. After breaking through the clouds, what came into view were white clouds like cotton candy, and a very unique building. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would have imagined that there would be such a world above the clouds? It seems that the buildings on the other side of the white clouds should be the kingdom of God. Raldo saw the buildings after that, it flew over there. Chapter 36 _ being ridiculed with big earlobes, the angry Anilu. On the street, the bustling crowd was walking back and forth. What makes Raldo strange is that everyone's faces look a little depressed. What happened here again? I remember after Luffy defeated that Enel. Isn't the kingdom of God back in the hands of the god gone full? In order to find out the reason, Raldo decided to find someone to ask about the situation. Just as he was about to act, a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air and slammed into the building beside him. Boom! The building hit by the lightning collapsed instantly. Countless rubble collapsed all around, and residents on the street were fleeing. Lightning! Isn't this Enel's ability? Didn't this thing get knocked down? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Raldo's mind. Not long after the building collapsed, an old man in armor rushed over quickly. After inspecting the building, he turned around and inspected the surrounding people. How is it? No one was injured. The people around shook their heads, and a man stood up abruptly. Lord Fur, this is not the way to go. That Anilu has to do this once a day, are we really going to move? Hearing the young man's words, Fur sighed helplessly, alas, there is no way. The boy in the straw hat has long since left the empty island. Maybe we really have to move. Hearing the conversation between the two, Raldo nodded inwardly. Sure enough, it was Enilu's ghost, and he almost slashed himself just now. If it wasn't for taking a few steps back in advance, it wouldn't be just the building that was electrocuted. You are God gone fewer, right? What happened here? Listen to your words. It seems that Anilu is causing trouble. Raldo stepped forward and asked. Seeing Raldo's figure, Fur carefully looked at Raldo's decorations. Huh, look at your clothes. You are from Qinghai, right? Raldo nodded, and then chatted with Fur. Through chat, Raldo knew the general situation here. It turns out that a few months ago, after Luffy defeated Anilu, Foray led the soldiers to capture the seriously injured Anilu and imprisoned him in prison. After Anilu woke up, not only did he not repent, but he became even more brutal. Destroyed the handcuffs through lightning, escaped directly from the cell where he was imprisoned, and returned to Appayado. That is, the island that adventurers yearn for. Since then, Anilu has taken revenge on them. Every day, they are randomly discharged into the street, causing them to live in fear every day. Raldo is still very interested in this idiot of discharge. Oh. You said he fled back again. Then I'll go for a walk and help you solve this bad boy of discharge. Ever since he experienced the Straw Hat Gang, Fur has felt inexplicable admiration for Qinghai people. So Fur didn't stop Raldo, he believed that the blonde boy could do it. After leaving the Kingdom of God, Raldo flew to Appayado. After landing on the island, Raldo looked up at the towering tree trunk in front of him. The vegetation here is very strange, even the trees are dozens of meters huge. It should be affected by the altitude and sunlight. Raldo glanced at the sun diagonally above. Here, the temperature of the sun is very strong. After all, Appayado is located at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. After recovering from his admiration for the environment, Raldo looked into the depths of the jungle. I will appreciate this beauty later, but now let me find the location of Anilu. After Raldo finished speaking, he activated the obsidian staff in his hand. After gathering the energy of the wood element, Raldo tapped lightly on the ground. Immediately, a ring-shaped shock wave spread out towards the entire island with Raldo as the center. This trick is precisely after the windlass belt learns to see the sense of color, and the unique wood element of Raldo sees the sense of color. Soon, the entire Apajardo's face appeared in Raldo's mind. In the central area, Raldo sensed a powerful being in the central area. In the entire Apayado Island, such a powerful life form is only Anilu. Anilu, who was sitting on the throne eating apples, suddenly flashed a blue electric light in his mind. Who is using the heart net to detect the god? Is he trying to provoke the majesty of the god? Anilu's eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, Anilu exudes a net of heart, trying to find the person who perceives him with net of heart. With the help of knowledge, color and wood elements, Raldo came to the center of Apajado smoothly. When Raldo looked up, a golden palace was reflected in his sight. A palace made of gold. This Anilu will really enjoy it. So much gold is enough to drive those who are chasing the empty island crazy. Just as Raldo was about to go in, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in front of him. A man with a drum on his back and a golden stick appeared in front of Raldo. After scrutinizing it carefully, Raldo couldn't help but tut his tongue. You are Anilu. I have to say, even if Sakyamuni saw your earlobes, they would have to retreat. The corner of Anilu's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he heard someone dare to say that about him. Although I don't know who that Shakyamuni is, but from the tone of this blonde boy, he could see that the other party was mocking him. How dare you speak to God like that? Have you forgotten the pain of God's punishment? Anilu raised his head arrogantly and looked at Raldo with contempt. God, you can also coax the inhabitants of the kingdom of God. It's just a person who has the ability to eat the fruit of the thunder. If you want to be called a god, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Raldo shook his head with a smile. I don't know what you're talking about. I've been disrespectful to God again and again, and I'll punish you now. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Anilu waved the golden stick in his hand and tapped the thunder behind him lightly. Drum. An electric current appeared on the drum, and it turned into a big blue bird and flew towards Raldo. Facing the Thunderbird in Anilu, Raldo also waved his hand and shaped a firebird to pounce on the Thunderbird. The two different elements collided instantly, and the violent energy caused a violent explosion immediately after being squeezed. It shook the surrounding ground directly. Seeing this scene, Anilu couldn't help being a little surprised. After he saw Raldo's clothes, he understood that Raldo was from Qinghai just like the straw hat. But why are the people in Qinghai so scary? That straw hat is not afraid of his own thunder and lightning. Now this blonde boy can easily destroy his own thunderbolt. Chapter 37_new move, Fusion Dragon vs Thunder Giant. Do you say? Qinghai people were born to be his nemesis. Thinking of this, Anilu shook his head. He is a god, how could he be frightened by this? After adjusting his mentality a little, Amy looked at Raldo with a gloomy expression. No wonder you dare to provoke God. It turns out that you can use flames as an attack method. However, flames are not enough to defeat God. Anilu tapped the golden stick on the drum behind him twice. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. With the blow of Anilu, a dragon turned into a thunderstorm gradually condensed in the void. Thunder Dragon's dragon body kept flashing arcs, and wherever the Thunder Dragon touched, there would be a popping sound. Thunder Dragon's pair of electric eyes locked on Raldo in front of him, dancing and roaring towards Raldo. Looking at the surging Thunder Dragon, Raldo just raised his eyebrows. I have to say, this Anilu does have something. If it wasn't for the rubber man Luffy, I'm afraid this guy would have become a general-level existence for the first time. However, for Anilu, a disaster-level natural ability player who only appeared in one plot in the original book, Raldo is still interested in playing with him. After all, you will be able to exchange thunder elements soon, so there is no harm in knowing it in advance. Ice Crystal Shield. Raldo urged the ice element, and the ice crystal in his palm instantly turned into a shield to block him. You can still use ice. But it doesn't matter anymore. With just a piece of ice, do you want to block God's attack? Anilu laughed. In his opinion, it is a very ridiculous thing for Raldo to use ice to block Thunder Dragon. But what happened next made Analu's smile instantly freeze on his face. Boo! The Thunder Dragon transformed by Enel's drumming slammed into the ice crystal shield. But how could the ice shield, which even the 4 Emperor Shanks could not break, be broken by Analu? Even if Analu is the power of the Thunder Fruit, his 60 million Thunder Dragon only left a hole of 10 centimeters on the ice crystal shield. After all, lightning also has temperature. The lightning of 60 million volts, which can melt the ice crystal shield of more than 10 centimeters, has already surprised Raldo. Impossible. Who are you? Why are you able to block God's attacks over and over again? Analu tightened his hand holding the golden rod, and looked at Raldo in shock. Didn't I tell you the answer from the beginning? Because you are not a god at all. You are just a coward who dare not face reality. Raldo raised his staff, the powerful elemental power went crazy surging towards the sky. Boom! In an instant, the clouds above the two of them became thicker, and the strong wind swept over a large piece of dark clouds. The darkness brought by the dark clouds devoured the sunlight in an instant. Countless elemental dragons roared and poked their heads out of the dark clouds, and the powerful momentum directly pressed the trees below to their waists. Damn, who the hell are you? Can't you only eat one devil fruit? Why can you use so many elements at the same time? Looking at the giant dragon full of elements, Analu said in shock. Seeing Analu's surprised expression, Raldo raised his brows slightly. What? Don't you call yourself a god? Why did you change your mind and ask about the devil fruit? HMPH, don't talk about it. Qinghai people who only use their tongues, let you know why I am a god. Analu snorted disdainfully. Almost no Qinghai people have come to Baihai for decades, which made Analu develop an arrogant character since he was a child. For the first time since Luffy visited once a few months ago, Analu felt powerless to fight. After that, instead of thinking about his own flaws, Analu kept hinting at himself. That straw hat Qinghai man is just a special physique, and the others are not his opponents at all. Until he met Raldo today, this was the second Qinghai native who made Analu feel mad. No matter how hard you try your own lightning attack, you will not be able to touch others. 200 million volts for. Analu beat all the thunder drums. A powerful current spurted out instantly, wrapping Analu's body inside. Come on, let you see the power of God. Analu, who has grown huge, even speaks like thunder. Roar! With a wave of Raldo's right hand, the elemental dragons hovering in the sky emerged from the clouds one after another. With bursts of roar, he rushed towards the huge wreckage below. Analu, who turned into a thunder giant, suddenly jumped up and threw a punch in the direction of the element dragon. The fist shadow mixed with thunder and lightning defeated a water dragon in an instant, which surprised Raldo a little. This thunder is truly worthy of being known as the most violent energy in nature. Raldo is really looking forward to it now, and will exchange thunder elements in the near future. I don't want the gourd baby to save Grandpa, one by one. Play a big game with you. Raldo folded his hands and raised his mouth slightly. The elemental dragons that originally rushed towards Analu gathered in one direction. Water dragon, wood dragon, fire dragon, and ice dragon, 4 giant dragons with different elemental powers are merging impressively, and suddenly emits a dazzling light that is even more dazzling than the thunder giant. Even Analu, who was in the thunder giant's body, instinctively closed his eyes at this moment. You can only use your heart to observe the situation above your head. After the light dissipated, the elemental dragons that were densely packed in the air disappeared one after another. Instead, a larger and terrifying elemental dragon was quietly staring at Analu. If the element dragon before fusion is changed to 1, then the fusion dragon after fusion has a value of at least 100. Raldo waved his right hand, and the brand new fusion dragon instantly rushed towards the thunder giant below. The speed was so fast that even Analu, who ate the thunder fruit, did not react. The huge dragon body of the fusion dragon is tightly wrapped around the thunder giant's body, constantly absorbing the thunder power from the thunder giant. What the hell is this? Go away for this god. Lei Ying. Feeling the gradual decrease in the thunder element in his body, Anilu's expression gradually turned hideous. Anilu kept trying to activate the thunder fruit, trying to influence the fusion dragon wrapped around the shell of the thunder giant. No matter what he did, he couldn't hurt the fusion dragon a little, but made the fusion dragon stronger. Fusion dragon, devour and detonate. Raldo clenched his fist in the direction of the thunder giant, and the fusion dragon, which was slowly absorbing the thunder, instantly became crazy. In an instant, the thunder giant was devoured by the fusion dragon. After losing the thunder giant, Enel's body reappeared in Raldo's sight. Chapter 38_Anilu who was released, Raldo who disappeared. Without giving Anilu a chance to react, the elements in the fusion dragon began to violently riot. Boom! After using Anilu's lightning as a lead, Raldo instantly detonated the fusion dragon. No, God will not lose. Anilu roared frantically towards Raldo with despair in his eyes. Then the huge elemental energy directly swallowed the figure of Anilu. The elemental shock wave generated by the explosion of the fusion dragon instantly destroyed the surrounding vegetation hundreds of meters. Countless tall trees were turned to ashes by the elemental shock wave without even having a chance to burn. There were many cracks on the charred ground, and countless hot air was spewing out of the cracks. At the moment, Anilu was lying on the ground in pitch black, his limbs twitching. It's not dead. Is the thunder fruit strengthening the body so much? Raldo slowly landed in front of Anilu, looking at him with a frown. Forget it, a good man will do it to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Raldo tapped Anilu's charred body with his wand, and a small hurricane instantly appeared, holding up Anilu's body. With Anilu in a coma, Raldo came to the edge of EPUB. Looking at the vast sea of clouds below, Raldo snapped his fingers lightly. The hurricane that originally supported Anilu dissipated in an instant, and Anilu's body suddenly fell in the direction of Qinghai. If you survive, it's your fate. I'll help you and see how far you can grow. After watching Anilu disappear into the White Sea, the corner of Raldo's mouth raised slightly. Just when Raldo clapped his hands and was about to leave the Sky Island, a system that has not appeared for a long time suddenly pops up a prompt. The Sky Island achievement is achieved, and a new type of task is opened. For details, please check the personal panel. Okay, you still don't tell me directly, is it some task that cannot be seen directly? Raldo curiously clicked on the personal panel. Host, Edward Raldo. Equipment, Obsidian Staff, unique. Abilities, Elemental Mastery, Wind, Water, Fire, Wood, Ice, Element Fusion. Domineering. Points, 887,000. Mission, defeat the 4 emperors red-haired Shanks. Reward points, 470,000 completed. Update task status. Mission, ring the golden bell for 2 years on the Sky Island. Reward points, 660,000 unfinished. Bounty, 2.347 billion Bailey. Okay, it's even more domineering. It seems that I should have added it after I learned to see the color. Let me see the mission. The moment he saw the task, Raldo's vision gradually solidified. Ring the bell for 2 years. Do you want to become the first island keeper in the era of great sailing? I'm afraid the system is not kidding anymore. When Raldo reopened the panel, he found that the content of the task had not changed. Raldo sighed helplessly. Forget it, just keep guarding the island. The 660,000 penalty kicks are quite a lot, which is enough for him to control the tired elements. Then Raldo turned his head and walked towards the depths of EPUB. 2 years later. Boom. As a bell rang, Raldo clapped his hands in relief. It's finally over, hurry up and leave this ghost place. I don't know if Newgate and the others miss me. Raldo motivated the power of the wind and quickly swept to the shore of EPUB. Aiming at the sea of white and white clouds below, Raldo plunged in. I don't know how long it took, the white clouds that blocked the view gradually disappeared, replaced by a blue ocean. Raldo shrugged the tip of his nose and gently sniffed the salty sea breeze in the air. Ha ha ha, Edward Raldo, back. Raldo's voice resounded through the sky. On the sea, a boat was slowly stopping there, and a man in a yellow cowboy hat was sleeping soundly. The sudden sound of Raldo pulled Ace out of his sleep, and Ace looked around for the source of the sound. Suddenly looking up, he found that Raldo was actually falling from the sky. Hey, Dad Raldo! Ace stood up and shouted loudly to Raldo. Hearing someone calling him, Raldo took a closer look. It turned out to be this kid Ace. How could he be here? After seeing Ace, Raldo turned around and flew in the direction of Ace. A few minutes later, Raldo's figure slowly landed on the deck of the boat. Ace, why are you here? Raldo looked at Ace in surprise. Ahahaha, because Papa Raldo has been gone for 2 years. We are all worried about you, after we found out where you last disappeared. I will come to Gaia Island to wait for you. Why did you fall from the sky? Could it be? Ace scratched his head with a smile. Ah, the Sky Island does exist. Raldo nodded and said. What? It actually exists. I always thought it was a legend. Ace said in shock. After the two chatted for a while, they left the waters of Gaia Island and headed towards the Soap Bubble Islands. At the rear of Gaia Island, a boat also followed. Gia ha ha ha, that Raldo finally made me wait. His ability is much more fragrant than Dad. The corner of Blackbeard's mouth raised a terrifying smile. After sailing a distance, Raldo felt something was wrong. Looking back, a ship was speeding towards them. Ace, are you sure you're the only one here? Do you know that ship? Raldo turned to Ace who was steering the ship. Hearing Raldo's words, Ace was also at a loss. Apart from himself, the Whitebeard pirates should indeed have no one to pick up Father Raldo. Curious, Ace looked back. A ship with a pirate flag was closely following them. When he saw the pattern on the flag, Ace's pupils instinctively gathered. Daddy Raldo, it's the Blackbeard pirates. It's that damn Tiki, Ace said through gritted teeth. Blackbeard, is this thing still not dead? Didn't the Navy issue a hunting order for this guy 2 years ago as I remember? Tiki, since we met today. Dad will avenge you, and by the way, we will also avenge our sacrificed companions. Ace, turn around. Raldo stood on the bow, staring at the opposite vessel. Seeing Ace's boat turning around towards them, Blackbeard laughed even more wildly. Gia ha ha ha, turned around instead of running away. I'll let you know my horror, unfamiliar Daddy Raldo. I'll leave it to you to deal with everything except that titch later. Rayleigh glanced at Ace with extra light. Ace smiled slightly, and the flames instantly coiled around his right hand. Don't worry, Dad Raldo. I'm not the same as 2 years ago. I'm very powerful now. Chapter 39 _ The first battle after 2 years. The single abuse of the Blackbeard. Wayhaha, Captain. This battle is a bit tricky. Don't you need to call that person out? Bucky said, moving the mechanical device on his arm. Gia ha ha ha, no need. It's just 2 abilities. My dark fruit is enough to swallow it. Blackbeard turned his palm, and a mass of darkness instantly enveloped his left arm. The boat soon approached the boat of Blackbeard and others, and Raldo and Ace jumped on it. Tiki, long time no see. Ace stared at Blackbeard with a chill in his eyes. Ah, Captain Ace. I've been missing you for 2 years. You're lucky, you can survive that kind of war. Are you right, Edward Raldo? Blackbeard looked slowly moved to Raldo next to Ace. Just when Ace wanted to speak, Raldo reached out to stop him. Tiki, you should know the rules of our ship. Killing a companion is to pay for it with your life. Raldo's voice just fell, the power of the elements on his body surged, and the entire deck of the ship was shaken continuously. Stand up. You are right, I do have to pay him for my life. But you made the biggest mistake today, that is, there are only 2 of you, and you dare to challenge me. Teach laughed wildly. Ace, are you sure it's this stupid black ball? Why doesn't he look so smart? He keeps smiling stupidly. Seeing Blackbeard laughing wildly, Raldo asked Ace in surprise. Well, It is indeed him. But the title of Silly Black Ball is too vivid, Daddy Raldo. Ah ha ha ha. After hearing Raldo's words, Ace couldn't help laughing. Seeing the two making fun of themselves, Blackbeard's face gradually turned gloomy. That's all, it's just his last words before his death. Next, I'll let you know the horror of my tiki. Dark water. As soon as the voice fell, the deck centered on Blackbeard instantly emitted bursts of black water. It looked like an old sewer, dark and smelly. Be careful, Father Raldo. Blackbeard's ability has the same effect as Halushi. Ace, who had suffered a loss, quickly reminded. At the same time, Ace jumped suddenly, leaving the deck and jumping onto the bow. Seeing Raldo still standing indifferently, Ace couldn't help breaking out a little cold sweat. He also thought that Father Raldo was absorbed by the dark water just like himself 2 years ago. That's why he just stood there and didn't move. And Blackbeard also raised the corners of his mouth. He originally thought that Raldo was so powerful, but now it seems that it is no more than that. Just when Blackbeard was ecstatic, Raldo, who was standing in the dark water, suddenly began to move. Raldo walked towards Blackbeard and others step by step, while activating the elemental power in his body. The power of ice, thousands of books. Raldo squeezed his right hand lightly, and countless ice needles appeared beside him. Every ice needle exudes an extremely terrifying aura. As Raldo gently wiggled his fingers, countless ice needles rushed towards Blackbeard and the others in an instant. Call out. The dense ice needles kept piercing into the bodies of Blackbeard and others. And because the dark fruit has the side effect of double the pain, Blackbeard's scream is the most hysterical of their group. It's a lie. This Raldo can actually use that person's ice as a means of attack. Poison Q said with a look of surprise. No, that's not the most terrifying thing. Why can he ignore the effect of the dark fruit? Shiryu frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. It hurts. It hurts, fuck you. The black beard, covered in ice needles, rolled around on the ground like a hedgehog. Ace, those people will be handed over to you. Raldo turned around and said to Ace, then walked towards Titch. Just when Shiryu and the others wanted to block, a flash of fire suddenly divided the ship into 2 areas. Fire Fist. Ace threw a punch towards the center of the deck, and the monstrous flames instantly devoured all the items in the path. It's just a defeated general, so embarrassed to come out. Oka raised the sniper rifle in his hand and fired 3 bursts at Ace. Ace looked at the incoming bullet, but ducked slightly with a sideways body. Destroyed. You really dare to say that? Today I will let you know the power of the Whitebeard pirates. Crossfire. Ace raised his brows slightly, his hands crossed in front of him. A cross-shaped flame instantly spewed out of Ace's hand, and a huge hot stream of fire rushed straight to Oka and the others. On the other side, Blackbeard, who had recovered from the pain, slowly climbed up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. The ability to do nothing to hurt me. Hearing this, Raldo frowned slightly. Oh, what happened just now? It seems that I need to make you recognize the reality. Raldo slowly activated the staff in his right hand, and a blue electric arc suddenly flashed out on the staff. Boo! In an instant, Raldo was wrapped in a powerful arc, and the deck under his feet turned black because he touched the arc. It seems that in the past 2 years, you have gained new abilities. I am more interested in robbing you of your abilities. Blackbeard was not afraid after seeing the arc, but was slightly excited. Snatch my ability. Are you worthy? A rubbish that killed his comrade can't go to the end. Thunder gun. Raldo raised his finger, and a wave of electricity gathered at his fingertips. The huge electric current shot directly at the Blackbeard in front of Raldo with a destructive momentum. Feeling the terrible aura on the current, Blackbeard's expression instantly stiffened. He quickly reached out and opened a dark shield, trying to block the current. Blackbeard, who did not capture the Junjun fruit, would naturally not be as powerful as in the original book. At most it would be an enhanced version of Chiwahai. And after getting the control of the thunder element, Raldo has completely stepped into the imperial level. Don't think that he was simply ringing the bell in the past 2 years. With his own training, Raldo not only mastered the domineering of the armed color, but also improved the proficiency of the knowledgeable color a lot. The dark shield that Blackbeard hastily deployed only slightly blocked the current. Then it was directly smashed into air by the electric current exuding a violent breath. After defeating the shield, the current continued to shoot towards Blackbeard. Call out. The powerful electric current penetrated Blackbeard's right shoulder in an instant, leaving a large bloody hole in Blackbeard's body. Chapter 40_Thunder Teodi, the pirate Aokiji who suddenly appeared. After being penetrated through the body, Blackbeard's black face instantly lost its blood. His pale lips kept shaking, and the blue veins on his forehead showed how much pain he was in at the moment. Damn, how on earth did you do it? Why can you still use Thunderbolt? Are you the same as me? Blackbeard gasped, and his big eyes kept looking at Raldo. The last time he was on the top of the war, he didn't see Raldo using multi-element battles. Now Raldo is ice needles and lightning in a short period of time, which makes Blackbeard's worldview start to subvert. Could it be? Is this Raldo the same as himself? Does it have a body that can hold double devil fruits? No, not possible. Blackbeard rejected the idea in an instant, because he had a secret that no one had ever revealed. That is, there are two hearts in his body at the same time. That's why after he got the dark fruit, he kept thinking about Whitebeard's shocking fruit. It's not convenient for me to tell you about this issue. You'd better go to hell and ask. Thunder Teodi. Raldo frowned slightly, then raised his staff. A power of thunder poured into the clouds instantly, and the entire sky suddenly became dark. A huge beast suddenly poked its head out of the clouds, flashing red so that its eyes locked the Blackbeard below. At the moment when he was locked by Thunder Teodi, Blackbeard felt that his heart suddenly stopped. The powerful pressure and momentum made Blackbeard's forehead involuntarily ooze a little sweat. On the other hand, the Blackbeard crew members also looked up to the sky in shock. Hey, just kidding. Is this really something a human can do? The terrifying aura of this monster may have surpassed the four emperors. Quote. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the gluttonous food in the air began to act. With a huge thunder hoof, he charged towards Blackbeard. Damn, dark acupuncture. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and stretched out his hands in the direction of gluttonous. A dark vortex appeared in an instant, trying to devour the thunder gluttony. But how could the violent thunder gluttonous give in willingly, biting towards the darkness with his bloody mouth wide open? Under the condition that Blackbeard was visible to the naked eye, in just a few minutes, the dark vortex that he had created was bitten by the gluttonous glutton. The gluttonous glutton full of darkness and thunder completely bumped into him with the shocked look on Blackbeard's face. Boom! The huge explosion engulfed Blackbeard's figure in an instant. The half-ship behind Blackbeard was also directly burned to ashes by thunder gluttonous. And Blackbeard, the main target of Raldo's attack, has really turned into a briquettes at this moment. He was charred all over, hanging on the surviving deck. There is always a danger of falling into the sea. Raldo snapped his fingers a few times, and many fireballs instantly appeared on both sides of Raldo's body. Just as Raldo was about to launch a fireball to give Blackbeard the final blow, a sound interrupted Raldo's actions. Alara, the blonde brother over there. Could you please stop for a while? Aokiji's voice came from Ace's direction. Raldo is all too familiar with this voice. Slowly turning around and looking around, I saw a black-haired man in a green coat standing beside Ace. Although he changed his skin at this moment, Raldo still recognized him. Green Pheasant, why are you here? Raldo raised his brows slightly and looked at the green pheasant in surprise. Well, I hope you can spare Blackbeard's life because of this child's life. Chingzi said slowly. Are you threatening me? Raldo stared at the green pheasant slightly, and at the same time controlled the fireball around him to turn around. This is not a threat, but a fair deal. Aokiji condensed an ice blade out of thin air and pressed it against Ace's neck. Exuding cold air and a sharp ice front, it directly cut through Ace's skin. Bright red blood flowed out along the blue ice blade. Seeing this scene, Raldo frowned slightly. After some thought, Raldo sighed helplessly. You won, I promise you, let Blackbeard go. You can return Ace. Hearing that Raldo agreed to his terms, Aoki winked at Oka next to him. Oka gritted his teeth, slowly got up and pulled Blackbeard back from Raldo's side. At the same time, Aokiji also threw Ace to Raldo. Raldo covered himself and Ace's feet with the power of the wind, and then left Blackbeard's ship together. Now that Aokiji appeared, he could no longer continue to destroy Blackbeard. After all, Ace has to be taken into account. No matter what, Aokiji is still a top naval admiral. After returning to the boat, Raldo used wood elements to treat Ace's injuries. Ace, how did that green pheasant join Blackbeard? What happened in the past 2 years? Tell me. Raldo asked. I'm not too sure about this. Father Raldo, let me tell you something else. The Navy. After scratching his head awkwardly, Ace explained the world of the past 2 years to Raldo. Variety. It turns out that Sengoku resigned from the position of marshal shortly after Raldo disappeared. Every day, I follow the old guy Kapuna and eat and retire in Marinfando. As for the candidates for the new marshal, Aokiji and Akainu are meaningless to become the 2 most promising candidates. Because of his inactive attitude towards get-off work and only clocking in and off work all day, Huang Yuan was excluded from the campaign for marshal. For this matter, the yellow monkey himself does not care. As long as he can be paid on time, it doesn't matter who is the marshal. For fair competition, Akainu and Aokiji chose to fight a duel. The winner becomes the marshal, and the loser becomes the general. The 2 fought on the island for more than half a month, and finally ended the battle with Akainu's victory. After the defeat, Aokiji disappeared after resigning from the Navy. After taking over the job of the marshal, Akainu regretted it. To deal with so many headaches every day, it is better to let yourself fight the pirates directly. When Aokiji left, 2 positions were immediately vacated by the general, and Akainu had no choice but to recruit new ones. Finally, 3 new candidates were determined, namely Fujitora, Green Bull, and Black Dragon. Together with the veteran General Kizaru, the Navy now has 4 generals. It can be said that in terms of top combat power, the gap with the 4 emperors has been shortened. 4 generals. This Akainu really knows how to play. After hearing Ace's explanation, Raldo was slightly surprised. Raldo is no stranger to Fujitora and Green Bull. After all, this is the existence in the original book, and what is the sacredness of this black dragon? But being able to be seen by Akainu and become a general means that the opponent really has extraordinary strength. Looks like I need to take care of the kids in Newgate a bit more. Great Voyage, the strongest emperor of the Whitebeard pirates, Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41 _ True and False Luffy, a pacifist. Father Raldo, where are we going now? Ace said, looking at Raldo who was in a daze. Soap Bubble Islands, go there and find a boat to return to the New World. Your little boat can't pass through the windless belt, by the way. Ace, how did you get here? Thinking of this, Raldo looked at Ace in surprise. Ace scratched his head and smiled and said, "Ah, it was the Soap Bubble Islands that Dad sent me to, and then I came over by myself." Raldo nodded and said, "Well, it's no wonder. But what I didn't expect was that Aokiji actually became a pirate. I think there must be a problem here, so be more careful in the future." Soap Bubble Islands. Father Raldo, where are we going to return the whole ship? Ace followed behind Raldo, looking around constantly. The mountain man has his own plan. Raldo smiled, but did not tell Ace the answer. Seeing that Daddy Raldo refused to speak, Ace's heart was scratching like a cat scratching. Follow Raldo to spare 7 or 8 islands, and finally stopped at an island marked number 47. The 2 came to the shore, and a sailboat with a lion's head was quietly docked there. This flag is Luffy. Daddy Raldo, how do you know Luffy and the others are here? Ace said in surprise when he saw the straw hat flag hanging on the boat after patrolling. Seeing Ace's curious look, Raldo had to tell him the reason. It turns out that Raldo heard the sailing plan that Rayleigh made for them before he ripped off the last time. Island 47 is where they set off. With the mentality of giving it a try, Raldo came here. Sure enough, I found the Sonny of the Straw Hats. It seems that Luffy and the others haven't set sail yet. As the two figures approached, everyone on the deck gradually noticed the two. Huh, that's Luffy's brother Ace, and that Raldo. Robin's blue pupils gathered slightly, and he said in surprise. Hey, Ace, Raldo, why are you here? Usopp lay on the railing and waved to the two people on the shore. After coming to the side of the boat, Raldo and Ace jumped aboard the Sonny. Long time no see, everyone. Raldo looked at the Straw Hats with a smile. You guy, it seems to be more powerful. A green-haired man with long scars on his face looked at Raldo with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. It was Zoro who was speaking, and he was the first to come to the meeting point. I originally thought that after 2 years of training, the gap between myself and this man would narrow. Unexpectedly, it has become bigger now. It seems that I need to work harder. Oh, Serper, it's Raldo. Are you here to find Luffy? That guy is said to have landed, and we are going to find him. Frankie walked out of the cabin slowly. That's it, Ace and I want to borrow your boat temporarily. Let's go to the New World together. I wonder if we can. Raldo explained his intention to Zoro and others. It's nothing, everyone is friends. Of course you can pull it, if you know that you two are here. Luffy will definitely jump for joy. Nami covered her mouth and smiled. If that's the case, then Father Raldo and I will find Luffy and give that guy a surprise. Ace's mouth raised slightly, looking at the direction of the island. Then I'll leave it to you, we'll stay in charge of preparing to set sail. Zoro said to Raldo. Then Raldo used the power of wind to carry Ace away from the Sonny. With Luffy's life card, the two of them could easily confirm Luffy's position. Ellipsis. Another island. Little ones, the person who offended Lao Su just now has been found. It's him. An uncle with stubble in a tattered straw hat pointed a pistol at the thin figure behind him. Under the stage, there were a lot of pirates, including some pirate captains with bounties over 10 million. Fufu, a 400 million head is really scary. You're right, brother. A man who was dressed in a bad manner and covered in stinky smell stuck out his tongue. Yes, big brother. The fat green-haired man nodded quickly when he heard someone call him. Idiot, your brother, I'm here. Caribou roared helplessly. Just when the fake Luffy was about to shoot, a burst of violent footsteps suddenly sounded all around. This is the end, let's capture it. Pirates! A Navy colonel shouted with a knife in one hand. As his voice fell, the dense Navy wrapped the pirates in the middle of the island like dumplings. Capture without a hand. What a joke. Our boss is Straw Hat Luffy. Brothers, rush up and do it. Not only was a pirate not afraid, but he rushed up even more excitedly. His words, like a fuse, directly ignited the entire scene. The Navy and the pirates soon fought together, and the fake Luffy on the high platform shouted in fear, "You idiots, stop." Luffy, who was hiding under the cloak, murmured in surprise, "Hey, why are those people calling me boss?" Fake Sanji on the side raised his brows slightly, "You bastard, what have you been talking about since just now?" In the battlefield, a man covered in bandages jumped up suddenly, and the machete in his hand instantly took away 7 or 8 Navy's lives. Seeing this scene, the Navy quickly took out the wanted notice for comparison, that guy is the seriously injured Arubian with a bounty of 92 million Bailey. Fighting is distracting, but it will kill you. A tall, red-lipped man wielded a serrated knife and took away a naval major with one knife. That red-lipped waiter, Dodie with a bounty of 88 million is also here. Quick, ask for support. A Navy hurriedly shouted to the signal soldier. The situation here has exceeded his imagination. He originally thought it was just some ordinary pirates. Unexpectedly, there are so many million-level characters hidden in the crowd. Boom! A laser beam suddenly landed on the crowd, instantly destroying dozens of pirates. Not good. It's a pacifist. A pirate shouted in shock when he saw the bear-like robot. Pacifist. Interesting. Let me try it. Dodie smiled and charged forward with a big knife. Facing Dodie rushing over, PX5 shot a laser directly from the palm of his hand to solve Dodie. A bounty of 88 million Bailey, Dodie. Subdued. Hey, Navy, don't be too arrogant. Our boss is Straw Hat Luffy. A pirate said through gritted teeth. Straw Hat. A fat man dressed like a cherry looked at the pirate in front of him in surprise. Chapter 42 _ The powerful emperor who shocked everyone, Edward Raldo. Indeed, as soon as you enter this area, PX5 senses the breath of the Straw Hat. Aim at that guy, PX5. Zontaomaru shouted at the robots in the crowd. Then PX5 aimed at the man in the cape on the high platform and shot out a laser beam. Luffy quickly retreated to avoid the light's attack, and at the same time, the cloak he was wearing also fell. Zontaomaru, what are you doing? In my backpack, Master Rayleigh packed me a lunchbox. Luffy complained and looked at the other party. Huh, I don't care what you pretend to be. But you met me today. You can't get away. PX5 kills him. Zontaomaru directed PX5 to attack Luffy. Luffy got up slowly, and only slightly tilted his neck to avoid the laser beam. The laser light hit the huge tree behind Luffy, causing a strong wind and waves to blow the eyes of everyone present. Second gear. Rubber jet pistol. Luffy waved his right hand, and his whole body instantly began to steam. Before the next laser light came out, Luffy's figure jumped up in the air, and the PX5 exploded with one punch. All the pirates present widened their eyes and shouted in shock. With just one punch, the pacifists were destroyed. The strength of 400 million is really scary, and it's really different from that group of counterfeiters. Quote. And Zontaomaru, who saw Luffy blow out PX5 with one punch, also looked at him with a shocked expression. That guy in the straw hat, he is so domineering. After landing, Luffy put on his backpack and left the high platform quickly. Hee, goodbye, I always feel that I will see you in the future. Seeing Luffy trying to escape, Zontaomaru hurriedly chased after him. Stop. Straw Hat Luffy, I won't let you escape. Raldo and Ace, who had just arrived here, looked up and saw Luffy running towards them. Luffy, we're here to pick you up. Why do you always like to cause trouble? Ace waved at Luffy. Hearing someone calling him, Luffy hurriedly raised his head. Two figures that surprised him abruptly appeared in front of him. Ace, Raldo, why are you here? Luffy shouted excitedly. One is his brother, and the other is someone who helped him and Ace. Either one of these two made Luffy very surprised. After hearing Luffy's name, the pirates present took a deep breath. No, it's not true. It turned out to be those two people. Hey, true or false? Those two people are actually here. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Fire Fist Ace with a bounty of 700 million Bailey. The other one is to single out the 3 generals, the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates who are tied with the 4 emperors, and Edward Raldo who has a bounty of 2.3 billion Baileys. Why do 2 monsters from the New World appear here at the same time? It's horrible. Quote. Zontaomaru also slowly stopped, and where no one could see, Zontaomaru's hand trembled slightly. There is no way. Who made it 2 years ago? Zontaomaru was directly frozen into a hockey puck by Raldo. After a full week of hot water in the Navy, the ice covering his body was completely melted. HMPH, now I have a different weapon. Get rid of them. PX7. Zontaomaru waved his hand, and another pacifist rushed directly to Raldo and others. Looking at the PX7 flying towards him, Raldo just raised his brows slightly. The outstretched right hand was slowly clenched, and the power of thunder appeared impressively. Lightning Fist. A thunderbolt as thick as a tree trunk gushed out directly from Raldo's fist. In an instant, the pacifists rushed over and burned to ashes. Ace, I miss you to death. Luffy, who came to the two of them, hugged Ace directly and said excitedly. Ha, I miss you too. Let's go, let's go back and talk about the old things. Ace gently pressed Luffy's straw hat. Luffy nodded, then looked at Raldo. Uncle Raldo, why are you here? Did you come with Ace? Seeing Luffy calling him uncle, Raldo's mouth twitched slightly. This Luffy doesn't seem to have suffered enough, so he has to find time to make up for it. Well, Ace and I are here to borrow your boat. I hope you can send us back to the New World, Luffy said with a smile. So that's what it is, no problem. Hee hee, let's go. The rough-hearted Luffy naturally didn't notice the danger under Raldo's smile. Only Ace on the side noticed the difference in Raldo. He could only pray silently for Luffy in his heart, and at the same time, he also hoped that Father Raldo would not be too miserable. After returning to the Sunny, Luffy instructed to set sail again. The entire Sunny was wrapped in coated bubbles, and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea toward the entrance to the New World, Mermaid Island. Well, after 2 years, I came to Mermaid Island again. I don't know how that little girl Bai Xing is doing now. Just take this opportunity to take a look. Raldo leaned on the deck and looked at the dark seabed murmured. Raldo, I heard that you have been to Mermaid Island. Chopper, Usopp, and Sanji gathered around. Aang, what's the matter? What do you want to know? Looking at the few people who looked like idiots, Raldo said in surprise. I heard that Mermaid Island is rich in mermaids. And the most beautiful is the mermaid princess. Is it true? Sanji's nostrils were like a steam engine, and he kept breathing. Indeed, that mermaid princess is simply too beautiful to look directly at. But most people can't see it, because the mermaid princess lives in the palace. Raldo explained to several people. Hearing this news, Sanji and the others couldn't help but sighed. Oh, that's it. But that's okay, it's good to see the mermaid. On the periphery of Fishman Island, next to a huge ship, an extremely ugly fish man was scolding angrily. Damn it. You dare to betray me. Shirahoshi, you would actually like the Whitebeard pirate's dildo. That's a human being. Since I can't get it, then all destruction. Duncan took off his gloves and put his hand gently on the body of Noah's Ark. Squeak. The huge ship that was originally standing on the bottom of the sea suddenly began to shake violently. Countless rubble rolled down from the boat, and many marine creatures were frightened by the movement and fled around. Duncan turned out to be the ability of the target fruit, and one of his hands once touched the white star. So at this moment, he plans to throw Noah's Ark to Fishman Island and bury his beloved in the sea. Chapter 43 _ The Destruction of Fishman Island, Duncan the Crazy. The boat travels on the sea by the sea breeze, while the coated boat can travel by the current. After the Sunny dive, it moved very quickly towards a depth of 10,000 meters. What puzzled everyone in the straw hats was that the surroundings were extremely dark during the dive. And the 10,000-meter seabed is full of light. Is that Fishman Island? It's so beautiful. Nami looked at the huge bubble below in surprise. Inside the bubble is a piece of land, to be precise, it should be a country. Huh, what do you see on Fishman Island? Chopper said in surprise. Not far from the Fishman Island, there is a huge shadow falling towards the Fishman Island. Chopper was so surprised that everyone on the Sunny looked over. Raldo also glanced at it without any experience. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. The speech that shocked Raldo directly was a national quintessence. Damn it, I'm darling, what's the situation? Isn't this the Noah's Ark? Why did it suddenly appear in the sky over the Fishman Island? It's still heading towards the Fishman Island. Raldo widened in surprise. Eyeballs. This ship is too big. It looks bigger than Fishman Island. If it hits it, Fishman Island will be gone. Ace gasped and said in surprise. Just when everyone sighed that Noah's Ark was so huge, Sauron frowned, as if thinking about something. Luffy, what is that ugly monster? Is it an underwater creature? Zoro glared at the dead fish and pointed at Duncan on Noah's Ark. Where, let me see. Wow, it really is. How can there be such an ugly fish? Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy hurriedly stretched out his head to look. You too, is it appropriate to say that other people's underwater creatures, although he is really ugly? Sanji rubbed his forehead helplessly. Raldo held the obsidian staff in his arms, and his eyes were fixed on Duncan. Raldo is no stranger to the character of Duncan. In the original book, he did such a thing, but he did not expect to change the cause and effect of the world. He actually did such a thing again, but it was okay, this time he came here on the Sunny. If it doesn't come, Fishman Island is likely to suffer a disaster. Ace, wait here, I'll stop that ship from falling, otherwise Fishman Island may be wiped out. Raldo said to Ace. Then he jumped out of the Sunny, and the whole person walked quickly in the sea. From a distance, it looked like a torpedo, with a long wave of water trailing behind it. Seeing Raldo speeding in the water, the Straw Hats involuntarily widened their eyes. Hey, how can Raldo move in the sea? Isn't he a devil fruit recipient? Why is he not affected by seawater? Are Whitebeard's ships full of such monstrous monsters? Robin, who said nothing, suddenly noticed the difference in Raldo. No, there is a layer of white light on Raldo's body. Maybe this substance isolates the seawater. Robin nodded slightly and explained to the people beside him. In fact, what Robin said is almost the same, although Raldo is not a capable person. But for activities on the 10,000-meter seabed, one needs to isolate the seawater, and the other is to isolate the water pressure. 10,000 meters to the bottom of the sea, if nothing isolates it. Even Reardo will be instantly squeezed into human flesh compression packs by the powerful water pressure. And inside Fishman Island, after Neptune received a call, he hurriedly took the Murloc troops and Jinping and headed towards the gate of the Murloc Island. The Murloc residents on the street stopped one after another and looked up at the dark shadows in the sky. Hey, look, what is that? Such a huge ship, how could it suddenly appear above Fishman Island? When this thing falls, isn't Fishman Island just gone? Quick, go find Mrs. Charlie. The Murlocs ran towards the Murloc Cafe. After all, the only prophet on the entire island was Charlie. ... Huh, what is that? How come there is a figure in the sea? Duncan said in surprise when he noticed Raldo, who was moving towards him at high speed. It wasn't until Raldo entered the bubble of Noah's Ark that Duncan could see the whole picture of the Comer. With golden hair and a tall body, he holds a very representative black staff in his hand. In the whole world, the only person who looks like this is the Vice Captain Raldo of the Whitebeard Pirates. Raldo, you shameless fellow, you stole my woman, yet you dare to appear in front of me. Duncan's eyes were red, and his nostrils were steaming with anger. The mustache at the corner of the mouth kept shaking up and down because of the heat, which looked very funny. Duncan's remarks completely confused Raldo. Since he crossed over, he has been staying on the island. Even the last time I came to Fishman Island, I came to fight. When did I rob his woman? Your woman? Raldo looked at Duncan with a surprised expression. Nonsense. Who doesn't know that on Fishman Island, Bai Xing is my Duncan's woman? Duncan raised his head very proudly and looked at Raldo with disdain. White Star. Bai Xing is not blind, how could he see such an ugly thing? Besides, he and Bai Xing don't even have a leg. Raldo frowned slightly and pointed at Duncan. I warn you not to talk nonsense. I'm going to Fishman Island to sue you for slander, do you believe it? Sue me for slander. Now I will destroy you two cheating men and women together with Fishman Island. Ha ha ha. Duncan seemed to be going crazy, and he kept laughing up to the sky. As the deputy captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Raldo would naturally not watch Duncan destroy Fishman Island. Under normal circumstances, as long as the ability is removed, the effect of the ability will be removed. But now that Noah's Ark is located directly above Fishman Island, even killing Duncan would be useless. The only solution is to destroy Noah's Ark. When Raldo lowered his head, he noticed the wooden structure of Noah's Ark. Gently stepping on the deck under his feet, a huge wooden thorn protruded from below Duncan. Puff! The huge wooden thorn directly pierced Duncan through the tail spine. Duncan looked at the wooden thorn pierced from his chest in shock. You As soon as he opened his mouth to say something, his whole body slumped weakly after losing too much blood. After solving the mastermind of Duncan, Raldo began to think about how to solve Noah's Ark. Looking at the Fishman Island getting closer and closer, Raldo suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Got it. Just do it. Raldo suddenly realized and clapped his hands. Then Raldo rushed out of Noah's Ark and came to the area between Noah's Ark and Fishman Island. Huh, Father Raldo, why are you here? Jinpei said in surprise when he saw the figure who suddenly came out of Noah's Ark. It's really you, Raldo. Aren't you in the new world with Newgate? Neptune looked at Raldo in surprise. Chapter 44 Full Firepower, Lightning Strike. Huh, is it Shippen and Neptune? Let's talk about the old story later. I'll take care of this ship first. Raldo glanced at the two of them, and then turned around to prepare to deal with Noah's Ark. Hearing Raldo's words, Jinpei and Neptune looked at each other in confusion. What's the meaning? Solve that Noah's Ark first. How to solve it? Such a big ship. Unless you. Just as the two were thinking, a bright light suddenly interrupted their thoughts. I saw Raldo holding the staff in front of him, two different thunders in his left and right hands, and fire suddenly emerged. A 10-meter-tall black six-pointed star array appeared in front of him, and this was also the first time that Raldo officially cast a spell. In the past, Raldo did not choose to cast spells through the magic circle, mainly because the forward swing was too long. If you are not ready, they will put a knife on your neck. This time, Raldo was facing a lifeless opponent, so he chose to prepare for the attack through the magic circle. After all, the magic circle can expand the range and damage of the spell. The larger the magic circle, the larger the casting range. Looking at the array that is only 10 meters wide, Raldo frowned slightly. Not enough. Not enough. Raldo snorted suddenly, and blue veins suddenly protruded on his forehead. The output of the elemental power in the body was increased, and the six-pointed star array that appeared in front of Raldo became a huge 100 meters. Thunder. Raldo read softly, and the lightning wrapped around his right hand poured directly into the six-pointed star array through the staff. The original calm formation suddenly became violent. Countless thunder and lightning are walking upstream in the array, like thunder dragons in a thunder pool. Fire. As the second word of Reardo sounded, the fire element on the left hand also poured into the magic circle. The two different elements of thunder and fire are alternately fused together, making the entire array full of suffocating and destructive aura. Lightning flame shock. Raldo's voice sounded, and the magic circle in front of him suddenly began to shake violently. Boom. Thunder flames hundreds of meters wide spewed out from the six-pointed star array, and instantly moved towards Noah's Ark in front of him. The originally huge Noah's Ark was instantly swallowed by 100-meter wide thunderfire. Boo! When thunderfire came into contact with Noah's Ark, it made a harsh roasting sound. Raldo released a full 10-second lightning strike before he stopped. Losing the six-pointed star array, the lightning strike instantly dissipated on the seabed. The next scene shocked Zip Nipton, the straw hat on the sunny not far away, and others. Where's the boat? Usopp's eyes widened in shock. Father Raldo is too powerful. Noah's Ark was destroyed in an instant, and he didn't even have a scum. Jinping opened his mouth in surprise. It's terrible. Is this the strength of the four emperors? Sanji said with a solemn expression. Is that the full power of Father Raldo? It's terrifyingly strong. It seems that in the 2 years since Father Raldo disappeared, he has become stronger again. Ace swallowed in shock. Although Raldo's approach was a bit violent, in this case, there was no other way. After learning about the situation, Neptune said angrily, "Hey, it's really that damn Duncan. The scum of Fishman Island. It's so infuriating that he even wants to destroy Fishman Island. Jinping, send someone there immediately. Hunt him down." Raldo waved his hand. No need, that Duncan was turned to ashes with the ship just now. Then Raldo followed Neptune into Fishman Island, and Jinbei was assigned to be in charge of Luffy on the Sunny. Ellipsis. Minister. Go and ask Bai Xing to come out. Since that Duncan no longer exists, there is no need for the shell tower. Neptune said to the minister. Yes, Your Majesty Neptune. The minister bowed out of the palace. After the minister left, Neptune motioned for Raldo to sit down. Oh, it's really hard for you. Today you saved our Fishman Island again. I really don't know how to thank you. Raldo smiled and shook his head. What is there to be grateful for? Your Fishman Island is protected by our Whitebeard pirates. As the vice captain, this is my duty. While the two were chatting, a pink figure swam in from outside. Imperial Father, did you call me? Wow, Mr. Raldo, why are you here? Bai Xing said in surprise when he saw the blonde boy beside Neptune. Well, because of some things. This time I came to Fishman Island again. As a result, I ran into that Duncan and killed him. Raldo looked at Bai Xing and said. Hey, what about that Duncan? Lord Raldo is amazing. In the future, Bai Xing will not need to stay in the shell tower. Bai Xing looked at Raldo with admiration. Watching the two of them chat more and more happily, Neptune quickly cleared his throat. If they don't speak again, the two of them will probably completely forget themselves. That, Bai Xing, go back, I originally wanted to tell you this. Since you know now, you can go back. Neptune looked at Bai Xing tenderly. After Neptune finished speaking, Shirahoshi did not leave. Two lush fingers kept circling. That, Lord Father. I don't want to leave, and I have a request. Request. Say it. As long as I can do it, I will promise you. Neptune was surprised, and then nodded to Shi Xing. I want to go on an adventure with Lord Raldo. After staying in Shell Tower for 10 years, I really want to see the outside world. Bai Xing looked at Neptune pitifully. After hearing Bai Xing's words, Raldo and Neptune were stunned for a while. Neptune was stunned, because the day finally came. Raldo was stunned, but he felt that he was inexplicably approached by Bai Xing. Follow me on an adventure. How can this be done? The new world is full of dangers and there are countless strong people. Bai Xing's body size is very eye-catching. It doesn't matter what the father said, you have to ask Raldo. After Neptune said, he kept winking at Raldo. The meaning is obvious, let Raldo find a way to reject Shi Xing. Raldo also noticed Neptune's behavior, and waved his hand behind him, indicating that he received it. That, Mr. Raldo, can you? Bai Xing wants to go on an adventure with you. Bai Xing turned his pitiful gaze to Raldo again. He was stared at by the pitiful gaze of Bai Xing. Raldo's prepared words were instantly thrown away. Well, it's not impossible to take an adventure together, as long as you can reduce your body size. Raldo said to Shirahoshi after thinking for a while. Chapter 45 _ The White Star, who shocked everyone, returned to the Moby Dick. There's no problem with this. Lord Raldo, look. Bai Xing folded his hands together, and his whole body exuded a warm light. When the light dissipated, Raldo and Neptune were shocked again. Neptune felt that his chin seemed to have grown a lot longer, perhaps because he had been shocked too often recently. Because Bai Xing turned into a girl in a light pink dress in front of Raldo and Neptune. Shirahoshi, who became a human girl, looks very similar to Raldo in height. Raldo is about 4 meters and 5 meters, while Bai Xing is about 4 meters. White Star, when did you learn to change shape? As a father, you don't know why. Neptune looked at White Star in surprise. Well, my father never went to Shell Tower to see Bai Xing. So Bai Xing didn't tell my father. Bai Xing's little hand rested on her pink chin and thought. Raldo was completely amazed by Bai Xing at this moment. If it is said that Bai Xing when the mermaid princess was beautiful, then, after the transformation, Bai Xing is even more alluring, and wearing a light pink and white dress makes Bai Xing look very delicate. Lord Raldo, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Raldo was in a daze, Bai Xing stepped forward and waved to him. Who had reacted, cleared his throat quickly, cough, since the body shape problem can be solved. Then I can't refuse. Do you really want to take an adventure with me? Bai Xing nodded and looked at Raldo with a smile. Well, when Lord Raldo came last time, Bai Xing thought about it. It's just that he couldn't change shape at that time, but now Bai Xing can. Raldo turned his head to Neptune and shrugged helplessly. The meaning was obvious, I didn't do it anymore, and it was Bai Xing's initiative. Neptune rubbed his brows with a melancholy face, and then lamented, alas, the female university is not to be left behind. Go, go, it's good to have your own pursuits and dreams. It is impossible for the emperor to keep you imprisoned in the fish. The world outside is even more exciting on this third of an acre of the Isle of Man. Quote. With Neptune's permission, Bai Xing hugged Neptune's body excitedly. Thank you, Lord Father, I'll pack up now. Bai Xing turned his head and changed his body, turned into the beautiful princess again, shook his tail fin and left the palace. Seeing Bai Xing so anxious, Neptune laughed and shook his head. This girl is really hard to say. However, Raldo, Bai Xing, this girl, is entrusted to you, you must protect her, you know. What you said is so ambiguous. What is White Star entrusted to me? You haven't made it clear which kind of entrustment you want, it's easy to be misunderstood. Although Raldo felt that Neptune was playing a pun, he still responded to him. Raldo nodded, don't worry, I'm here. No one can hurt Shirahoshi. After getting Raldo's promise, Neptune's heart was relieved. After all, Raldo is a terrifying 4-emperor-level powerhouse. With his protection, even the generals can't move a single hair of Bai Xing. Well, when are you going to leave? Neptune said to him after hesitating. As soon as possible, I've been out for a long time this time. It's time to go back and see Newgate and the others. Raldo said to Neptune after drinking. After 3 days. Raldo and Ace officially left Fishman Island on the Sunny. The only thing that was different from before was that there was one more person on board when I left this time. Raldo kidnapped the precious princess that Neptune had treasured for 20 years, which made Neptune cry and deliver it. For safety's sake, Father Raldo, let me escort you out, Jinbei said to Raldo. Then Jinbei stood in the ocean and escorted the Sunny towards the New World. Meanwhile, on the sea at the entrance to the New World, a huge whale-headed ship was parked there, and the figures on the ship were constantly looking towards the sea. Dad, you said that boy Ace sent us a message 3 days ago. He said he found Father Raldo, why hasn't he come out yet? Marco lay on the railing feebly and complained. Gee la, what's the matter? Are you so anxious to see Raldo? Whitebeard smiled softly. Hey, Captain Marco is right. We really miss Dad Raldo, and we are worried about him. I don't know how Dad Raldo has been doing in the past 2 years. Joe scratched his head with a smile. Hey, look, something is coming out of the water. A pirate said, causing Marco and the others to gather. Really or not, hurry up. Maybe it's Father Raldo and the others. Foil Beast rushed over quickly. Everyone on the Moby Dick came to the right side of the hull, and a huge shadow was gradually emerging from the sea. Whoa! The hull of the Sunny abruptly emerged from under the sea, after a perfect arc in the air. It landed on the sea precisely, causing layer after layer of splashes. Raldo, who was standing on the bow, saw the Moby Dick not far away at a glance, and turned to Luffy and said, Thank you. We will disembark here and look forward to seeing you in the future. How careful you have to be, Luffy. I'm waiting for you to challenge me. Ace stepped forward and hugged Luffy, then said to him. Ah, I will definitely challenge you. Luffy pressed the straw hat on his head, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After saying goodbye to everyone, Raldo turned back to Ace and Shirahoshi and said, Ace, Shirahoshi, are you ready? Let's go. After the two nodded, Raldo covered the power of the wind under the 3 of them. Carrying 3 people, they flew to the Moby Dick together. Because it was the first time to fly, Shirahoshi was very frightened. In a hurry, she grabbed Raldo's shirt tightly. Huh, Father Raldo is back, a pirate quickly exclaimed when he spotted Raldo flying on the sea. The 2 ships were not far away, and after a few minutes, Raldo landed firmly on the familiar Moby Dick. Looking at the girl who was still lying in Raldo's arms with her eyes closed, Marco and the others were surprised. This, Father Raldo, you must have found us a mother. What are you talking about, Jose? Don't you look familiar to the woman in Papa Raldo's arms? Hey, it's true that Marco said that. She looks like the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Quote. Bai Xing naturally heard the discussions of the crew members, so she dared not raise her head. At this moment, her face was as red as a peach, and she could get out of the water with a pinch. Okay, everyone, stop joking. Where's Newgate? Raldo patted the white star to signal her to leave first, and then asked Marco. Chapter 46 Dressrosa's Anomaly, 3 parties move together. This Bai Xing can't leave without leaving, she can't let her hang on her to see Newgate. In this case, 9 times out of 10, he will be treated as a pervert by Newgate. Just as Raldo was about to act, a familiar figure slowly walked out of the crowd. Boo la 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 la. Welcome home, sons, prepare a banquet. Newgate waved with a smile. Oh, everyone cheered and jumped up. As a result, the entire Moby Dick began to busy with the welcome banquet of Raldo. Newgate looked at Raldo, who was sitting beside him. Boo la la la, brother. Can you tell my brother how you got the white star? Fool. When Raldo heard the word, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Why do you say that? I'm like a strange uncle who fools girls. No, I'm just like a pervert. People Bai Xing asked to follow us on an adventure. Also, when I'm not here, you have to protect her. Raldo glanced at Newgate and said. Newgate smiled and patted Raldo's shoulder. Don't worry, it's not just to take care of your younger brother and sister. Leave it to me, even if a Kainu wants to move his younger brother and sister. I'll take his arm too. Quote. Raldo was speechless. He didn't want to talk to Newgate anymore. Raldo was afraid that Bai Xing would have another identity. Bai Xing on the side, since the banquet started. The smile on his face never stopped. She lived in the shell tower all the year round. When had she seen such a lively scene? Bai Xing was also very happy looking at the people below who were drinking, singing, and playing games. She now feels that her decision to follow Raldo to take risks is the most accurate decision she has made in so many years. White Star, come and sit here. Newgate waved at White Star. Seeing Newgate calling him, Shirahoshi quickly got up and trotted over. Sitting next to Raldo, looking at Newgate, he said, "What's wrong? Grandpa Whitebeard." "Gee la la la, I heard what Raldo said. Did you offer to follow him this time?" "No regrets." Newgate raised his brows slightly and looked at Bai Xing. He deliberately omitted a few words, just to see if Bai Xing had any reaction. "Well, I told my father, and my father agreed. Lord Raldo also agreed to my request. It must be a very interesting thing to sail with you," said. The week after the banquet. Raldo and their Moby Dick finally returned to the base, just when everyone was about to disembark and rest. A hurried report came. "It's not good, Dad. Raldo, Dad. Just received the information from the brothers that a large number of our crew members have disappeared in Dressrosa recently." A pirate explained in a panic. Hearing his words, Raldo stopped. "Dressrosa? Isn't that Shichibukai Doflamingo's territory? Missing people. The only one who can do this is the girl named Exiatang under Brother Ming." "Hey, let's be more specific. What happened?" Marco was also gloomy at this time, with anger in his eyes. "Dare to put his hand on the head of their Whitebeard pirates. I am afraid that the old birthday star hanged, and he is tired of living." After the pirate's explanation, Raldo and others understood. It turned out that a pirate group under their banner went to Dressrosa to purchase, but only the people who landed, but no one returned. This made the pirates panic and call for help from the Moby Dick. Raldo rubbed his chin with his left hand and raised his brows slightly. Newgate, let me handle this matter. Newgate also hesitated for a moment, then said, you just came back, and you haven't had a good rest yet. I think Marco will do it. Marco also stood up at the moment. Yes, Dad. Raldo. You just came back, let me handle this matter. Raldo shook his head and rejected the kindness of the two. This is a special thing. If Marco is accidentally deceived by sugar, it will be the most troublesome thing. But from the analysis of the pirate's words, Raldo came to a conclusion. Those who landed in Dressrosa were not turned into toys, and it looked like they were imprisoned. If turned into toys, those people would be wiped from everyone's memory. Naturally, no one will come to tip them off. This matter is quite special. When Marco is away, you have to take good care of everyone. Raldo patted Marco on the shoulder and said to him earnestly. Okay, don't worry, I will do my duty. Marco nodded. When Raldo wanted to leave, Baishing appeared and told him to go too. Raldo, who couldn't beat Baishing, finally gave in. Along with Shiratoshi, he flew towards Dressrosa. Young master, is there really no problem? The big vortex spider is the man's subordinate. Let's turn them into toys. Torapal looked at the young man sitting on the chair worriedly. The short-haired youth sitting on the chair, a silver light flashed under the red sunglasses. Brother Ming slowly poured a glass of red wine, gently squeezed the foot of the glass, and swayed the liquid in the glass slightly. Looking at the red wine that was as rich as blood, Brother Ming raised his head and swallowed it. No need. I'm sure Whitebeard already knows about it now, even if we turn the giant vortex spider into a toy. After the incident is revealed, we will be beaten even worse. Brother Ming said slowly. The young master is still thoughtful, so what should we do? Do you want to let it go? Torapal asked suspiciously. No, Luo and Straw Hat Luffy should have come. The arena is open normally, and the highest reward is directly displayed. This time, play a big one. Brother Ming got up and looked out the window, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. In fact, in addition to the pirates, there are also navies on the outskirts of Dressrosa, ready to land at any time. Fujitora, won't you be too talented this time? In such a place, two of us are actually sent in the future. The man with the black dragon-headed man looked at the purple figure beside him in surprise. It was the 4th Admiral of the Navy who spoke, Hailong Aiku. Unlike Fujitora, his strongest skill is not swordsmanship. It is the most bizarre fruit ability. Marshal Akainu also took a fancy to this point, and directly promoted him to the 4th General. After all, this ability is really too special. Even Akainu's ability may not be able to stabilize Aiku. Chapter 47_name. My name is Pangolin. No, this Dressrosa is indeed a little weird. It's normal to send 2 generals. Let's go, land. Fujitora got up and walked towards the port after saying that. Hey, I don't know if I'll see you here. Raldo. Aiku glanced at the ocean behind him with his eyes under the mask, and then landed on Dressrosa with Fujitora. Lord Raldo, haven't we arrived yet? Baishing looked at the boundless blue sea below and said with a little doubt. I see. That should be Dressrosa, Raldo said after inspecting. Then Baishing looked up and saw a huge rock standing on the sea not far away. What was wrapped in the rock was their destination this time. Dressrosa. The island of Dressrosa has a very long history, said to be 900 years ago. The ruler of this island is the Don Quixote family, that is, the family of Doflamingo. There were many changes in the middle, which led to the change of ownership of the kingdom. Now it's back in the hands of Brother Ming, which only shows that there are some unknown secrets hidden in it. Raldo is not interested in these secrets, he just came to investigate the disappearance of their pirate group. As long as Brother Ming doesn't jump out and cause trouble, Raldo will never beat him. After a while, Raldo gently landed on the port with the White Star. Except for some porters and merchants, there were no other special people on the port. After Raldo and Shiraishi left the port, a person lurking in the dark called the phone bug in his arms. Moses, is that Mr. Smile? This time Dressrosa has an incredible person. The naval intelligence officer said to the phone bug with a solemn expression. An incredible character. Tell me, who is it? Asked Yi Xiao curiously. The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Raldo. The intelligence officer slowly read out Raldo's name with a trembling tone in his voice. Okay, I understand. You are responsible for contacting the headquarters, and Hailong and I will handle the matter here. He gave a smile and hung up the phone. What's wrong, Fujitora? What happened? Hailong Yuguang said with a slight smile. It's really a big deal, but now it's going to be more troublesome. Fujitora nodded slightly, and slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. The white eyeballs hidden under the eyelids were revealed, which looked very terrifying. Tell me now, what's the matter? You're always intrigued by me, aren't you afraid I'll give you a shot? Hailong raised his brows slightly, looking at Fujitora with a displeased expression. It's Raldo, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He's also here in Dressrosa. Also, if you dare to use electricity, I'll let you experience the feeling of lying on the ground again. While talking, Fujitora drew out the wooden sword in his hand. A powerful purple devil fruit ability instantly enveloped Fujitora's entire body. It made him look like a vicious dog that came out of hell. I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Hailong waved his hands quickly and said. At the same time, Hailong Iku's heart was also slightly cold. Huh, Raldo, I don't know what you will look like when you see me now. Really looking forward to your expression. In the castle in the center of the island, the man with a long snout pushed open the door in a panic. Dover. Not good. That Raldo actually came over in person. Okay. The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Why did that monster suddenly appear? Didn't he disappear for 2 years? Why at this time? Ignore this for now, you send someone to entertain him. No, you invite him to come over in person. We can't make any more enemies now. I'll go catch that guy Luo, and I'll talk about other things when I come back. He stepped on his shoes and left the house. Dover is right, there are many dangers now. If you can reduce one enemy, you can reduce one. I'll go to settle that Raldo first. Torapal said, rubbing his chin. ... Wow, Lord Lealda, look. This country turns out to be a country where toys and humans coexist. Looking at all kinds of toys on the street, Bai Xing said happily. Yeah, that's why Dressrosa has so many adventurers and tourists. Raldo responded with a smile. Think in your heart, is it harmonious? I am afraid that only a simple little girl like Bai Xing would feel that this place is very harmonious. Anyone who knows some inside stories knows exactly what is hidden under this harmony. This beautiful lady, do you want to buy a flower hat? I have never seen a girl as beautiful as you, maybe only this hat can match your beauty. A toy bear stopped Reardo and Shiraishi in front of him, he said respectfully. This hat is so beautiful. Bai Xing took the white flower hat in his hand and looked at it carefully. A few red peony flowers are displayed on the brim of the white hat, which is quite a reddish feeling. Raldo put a hat on Bai Xing's head, a light pink long dress, and her beautiful long pink hair. The whole person is like a princess who came out of a fairy tale, exuding a pure and beautiful atmosphere. It's very suitable for you, I bought this hat. Raldo smiled and handed the money to the teddy bear. After a blessing, the teddy bear left, and went on to sell the goods it made to others. On the way, Bai Xing has been playing with the flower hat that Raldo bought her, while Raldo pondered without saying a word. Are there really talking and thinking toys in the world? Probably not. Even the old woman Lingling has given food a soul, so that food can think and speak. The situation in Dressrosa is also different from that of Bigmom, where the toys have no soul. All of them were made by living people, so you and Shirahoshi need to be more careful. Unconsciously, Raldo and Bai Xing walked in front of a huge ring building. Looking at this huge ring-shaped building, Raldo said in surprise, huh? Ancient Roman Colosseum. Then Raldo shook his head, here is one piece. Where did you get the Colosseum from? This should be Dressrosa's arena. It looks like the contestants are being recruited ahead, so let's take a look. Then Raldo and Bai Xing came to the registration office, and after inquiring, they paid the deposit and chose to participate in the competition. What about the name? Every contestant needs a name. The person in charge of registration stopped Raldo and said, "Name. The original name must not be used, and I haven't investigated the matter. The name Raldo can't be exposed, so it's better to change it first. My code name is Pangolin, and if she's talking, it's a coward," Raldo said with a smile. "Hey, why am I called a coward? And what is that pangolin? Is it an animal?" Bai Xing said with a puffed mouth. Chapter 48_Mace. I still have Sagelang. Of course, pangolins are very cute land animals. They can not only dig stones, but also make chicken soup. Raldo explained with a smile. Although the registration staff on the side thought the name was weird, they still registered Raldo and Shirahoshi. According to the arrangement of the arena staff, Shirahoshi and Raldo signed up together, so they were arranged to fight in the D field. Coming to the rest area of D field, Raldo found many famous people in the New World. The Green Peppers of the Eight Treasures Navy, Lao Kai, Abu. These people are also a very famous and powerful force in the sea. The old man with green pepper once had a fight with the hero Garp. Because he was accidentally flattened by Garp on the forehead, this guy began to hate Garp. That's why after learning about Luffy's true identity in the original book, he attacked Luffy's death. After a rough tour, Raldo found a blonde boy with an iron pipe on his back in the corner. With such a weird outfit and weapon, this should be Sabo. To be precise, it should be the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Chief of Staff Sabo. But now Ace is not dead, and the burning fruit is not used as a reward for the arena. Why is this Sabo here again? There must be another reason. Raldo took Bai Xing straight past the other contestants and walked in the direction of Sabo. Sabo, who was thinking about the problem, suddenly found two people standing in front of him, and quickly raised his head. "Hello, what's the matter?" After Raldo landed on the island, he slightly changed his outfit with wooden elements. On Raldo's right face, a wooden mask covered Raldo's face. Since Raldo only showed half of his face, Sabo did not discover Raldo's true identity for the time being. When he saw Bai Xing next to Raldo, Sabo couldn't help but be amazed by Bai Xing's beauty. This lady is so beautiful. Looking at the two of them, are they all here to participate in the competition? Well, do you know what the reward is? I came in too quickly and didn't see it clearly. Raldo nodded and then asked. This time the reward is also a very rare superhuman type, the escape fruit. Sabo took out the arena announcement from his arms, with a huge brown devil fruit painted on it. Escape fruit. I haven't heard of it. I don't know if this escaping fruit is stronger than Newgate's shocking fruit. After a few chats, Raldo said goodbye to Sabo. With Shirahoshi, I found a resting position and sat down, waiting for the start of the game. Sabo's eyes never left Raldo. He always felt that this person was a little weird. What's weird? He hasn't found it yet. ... Right now, the battle in our arena is about to start. After some intense registration and voting. This time, we are participating in the competition with 4 regions, and there is only one rule. That is, those who fall off the ring, lose. Let us competitors from all major regions are invited to enter the arena. The man with the horn dual hat shouted loudly from the high platform. Suddenly, the whole arena was full of people, and all the audience were shouting loudly. Squeak! The iron gates around the arena opened one after another, and countless contestants rushed in. There are muscular men, and there are emaciated old men. After Raldo made a lap, he took Bai Xing to the southwest corner of the ring. This is the only vacant place in the entire arena, and it is also a relatively conservative area. Although there is a pool behind, this is not a trivial matter for Raldo. Lord Raldo, why don't I return the staff to you? If you don't have a staff, aren't you good at using your abilities? Bai Xing looked at Raldo beside him suspiciously. I saw Raldo smiled at her, and then said, "You hold it first. If you give it back to me, it is very likely that your identity will be exposed. And now I don't need much help. Staff. Unless it's a great work spell." Bai Xing nodded as if he understood. Well, then Bai Xing will protect the staff for Lord Raldo first. After all, Bai Xing held the staff tightly in his arms, for fear of being robbed by someone. Seeing this scene, Raldo frowned slightly. At this moment, he wanted to be that staff, and felt the pain of suffocation in Bai Xing's arms. Oh no, instead of that staff. To bear the pain of suffocation for it. As an honest man, how can I have such an idea? It's just that the staff is still young, and some things it can't afford. Just when Raldo was thinking about it, a green-haired man whistled and walked towards them. Okay. This stuff. Isn't it Barotomio, the big iron fan of Luffy in the original book? Why is he here? Under Raldo's surprised eyes, Barotomio slowly came to the two of them. He eased his trouser belt with both hands, and reached for the gun. Seeing this scene, Raldo suddenly felt an alarm. Not good. Don't let this product contaminate Bai Xing's pure and lovely heart and eyes. Fuck off, Barotomio. Raldo flew and kicked Barotomio directly to the other end of the arena. Boom. Raldo's full-strength kick directly caused Barotomio to smash into the crowd. Immediately, thick dust swayed, and the surrounding players were also overturned by the shocked people. This scene immediately caused the announcers and audiences on the high stage to take a deep breath. Who is this person? How powerful? That's right, one kick can have such great power. It seems that this arena has been watched. Come on, Mask Boy, we are optimistic about you. Quote. The audience on the field was not only not afraid, but also cheered for Raldo. Oh, that blonde kid is not ordinary. Abu, Lao Kai, be more careful in a while, today's competition is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Xingjiao took a deep look at Raldo and said to the two behind him. Jingle bell. As the announcer Gaz rang the bell, the entire arena was instantly chaotic. There were fights and screams everywhere, and the dust raised by the fierce battle immediately covered the entire arena. Except for this corner of Raldo, the rest of the place was covered by dust. This also resulted in the fact that everyone wanted to challenge Raldo. Little brother in the mask, let you taste the power of the mace. A very burly man waved the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Raldo. Looking at the strong man attacking him, Raldo raised his brows slightly. Mace. I still have Saralang. Fire fist. Raldo covered the fire element with his right hand and hit the strong man. A beam of fire soared into the sky, directly roasting the strong man into black carbon. Chapter 49 _ Brace, Annoying Barotomio. The sturdy man who lost consciousness lay on the ground impressively, with thick smoke constantly blowing from his body. Half an hour later, there were only more than 20 people left in the arena in an instant. The weak have been eliminated, and some are piled up in the southwest corner of the arena. Because Raldo has a female relative by his side, and Raldo looks younger. So naturally it became the target of many people, but the results were also obvious. All of them, without exception, were smoking thick smoke and lying on the human mountain, in the southwest corner. Is there any more? Can you not come one by one? It's very tiring. After clapping his hands, Raldo said helplessly to the people on the field. Sabo also looked at Raldo with a solemn expression, because he had already discovered Raldo's identity. With the freedom to use fire as a means of attack, aside from Ace. That's the only one. The vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Raldo. Diamante, who was monitoring the entire game in the dark, also discovered Raldo's identity and quickly called Torapal. Moses, Diamante, what's the matter with you? I'm looking for that Lord Raldo, let me know if you find it. Torapal said after connecting. I found out, that person actually dressed up as a contestant in the arena. What should I do? Diamante frowned slightly as he looked at Raldo in the ring below. This is the guest that the young master asked them to entertain. If something goes wrong, not only will it ruin the plan, but it will likely be hit hard by it. I see, don't worry. I'll be there right away. Torapal hung up the phone and hurriedly walked towards the arena. That adult actually went to the competition. Is he also interested in that reward? If that's the case, you might as well give him the Dundun fruit. By the way, let's pull in our relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. ... Oh, unexpectedly, the penguin is actually the vice-captain of the famous Whitebeard pirates, Raldo. Sabo smiled slightly, and looked at Raldo with flickering eyes. Okay. Does Sabo still see it? Raldo was surprised in his heart. In fact, it's not Sabo's fault. Raldo's ability is too iconic. Others present also had a rough guess, but it was not as accurate as Sabo. Oh, as expected of the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, you can see that. Raldo raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party. All the spectators and contestants present couldn't help taking a breath of air. What? That boy is the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates who shocked the world. No wonder he is so powerful. After all, he was able to defeat the existence of the three generals by himself. The Revolutionary Army is here too. He's still a second in command. It's going to be bad now. ... Hearing Raldo explain his identity, Sabo looked at each other in surprise. Huh? How did you know? For Sabo's question, Raldo couldn't tell him that I watched it on TV. I can't tell you that. I have no ill will towards your Revolutionary Army, as long as you don't provoke the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, even if you are Ace and Luffy's brother, I will not be soft-hearted. Raldo's eyes were slightly cold, and he looked at Sabo. Don't worry, we're not going to mess with your monsters. Our main target is those things of Mary Joa. Sabo said with a wave of his hand. That's all right. I'll go first. There's nothing to do in this arena. I'm not interested in that reward either. Raldo waved his hand and planned to leave the arena with Bai Xing. Wait a minute, although it's very rude. But I have a request, can you fight me? I want to know how far apart I am from you. Sabo stopped in front of Raldo and pressed his hat said. Bartolomeo, who was kicked out by Raldo before, heard Raldo's true identity at this moment. He quickly took out a bunch of wanted orders from his arms. Except for the straw hats, it was Raldo's wanted order. Lord Raldo, I finally found you. It turns out that I was actually kicked by Lord Raldo just now. What a loving thing. Bartolomeo ran to Raldo, said with a strange expression. Bartolomeo's words in the front are quite normal, but the words in the back sound strange. Seeing Bartolomeo, whose expression was gradually becoming perverted, Raldo ran up again. He kicked Bartolomeo out directly, and Bartolomeo was inserted straight into the auditorium like chopsticks. Why are you so perverted? You come to harass me over and over again. Next time, I'll give you a second day of ice and fire. Raldo poked out his ears impatiently. After dealing with Bartolomeo, Raldo looked at Sabo again. Well, what did you just say? Do you want to fight with me? Sabo looked at Bartolomeo, who was inserted in the audience, and a little cold sweat broke out on his forehead involuntarily. We'll definitely visit. ... That's it, welcome at any time. If that guy Ace knew that you were still alive, he would be very happy. Raldo patted Sabo on the shoulder, and then left the arena with Shiraishi. As soon as he arrived at the door, a man with sunglasses in a blue coat and a runny nose stood in front of Raldo. Dear Mr. Raldo, our young master has a request. Oh, that guy Ming Jie. You should know the purpose of my visit to Dressrosa this time. I don't want to play those twists and turns. Raldo looked at Torapal with his hands in his hands. I know. These things are just a misunderstanding. The people below accidentally caught your Whitebeard pirates. Torapal said quickly. Was caught by mistake. That's not right. With such a big man, can he still be blind? Or, do you think I'm easy to fool? Raldo's eyes were cold, and the surrounding walls instantly condensed ice ballast. The sudden cold air made Torapal sneeze involuntarily. No, please calm down, Lord Raldo. We will give you a perfect solution to this matter, and please move to the palace. Torapal bent down and made an inviting gesture to Raldo. Forget it, let me see what the perfect plan you said is, and lead the way. Raldo cast a glance at Torapal and said. Okay, there is a carriage for you and this lady outside, please come with me. After Torapal finished speaking, he walked outside. Chapter 50_Attack. Black Dragon General Shot. Outside the arena, a very luxuriously dressed elevated carriage was stopping by the side, after Raldo and Shirahoshi entered. The carriage went in the direction of the palace heights, and in front of the carriage, a team of navy was approaching. That is General Fujitora and Hailong. Why did the navy come to Dressrosa? No, I have to tell the young master. Torapal looked forward with a solemn expression. When the carriage passed, Fujitora and others took the initiative to move out of the way. At this moment, the black dragon inadvertently glanced at the blonde figure in the carriage window. Hailong, what's wrong? Do you have any questions? Fujitora turned around in surprise when he felt that Hailong stopped. Hailong looked at the carriage that was gradually disappearing at the end of the street, and there was a flash of electricity in his eyes under the mask. Can't go wrong, it's definitely you, Raldo. After some thought, the corner of Hailong's raised mouth slowly calmed down. It's nothing, I just saw an old acquaintance, let's do business first. Do you still have old acquaintances here? I've never heard you say it before. I only know that Lieutenant General Garp brought you back to Marinfando. Fujitora nodded slightly. For Hailong Aiku, it can be said that he suddenly appeared on the sea. The only thing the Navy can understand is that Aiku was brought to the Navy by Garp 2 years ago. After Garp's separate training, Aiku successfully became the 4th Admiral of the Navy with his Super Devil Fruit ability and physical skills. The most strange thing is that this Aiku, codenamed Black Dragon, will never take off the dragon horn mask on his head. This also makes people very curious about what this general looks like under the mask. Ellipsis. After passing through a field of sunflowers, the carriage finally entered the palace. Under the leadership of Torapal, Raldo and Shirogane came to the drawing room of the palace. Squeak. Pushing open the heavy golden mahogany door, a red figure stood at the end of the palace. Fur, welcome to my country. Please sit down, I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. Brother Ming walked slowly to Raldo and said with a smile. Seeing Brother Ming's kindness, Raldo was embarrassed to refuse. As the old saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling person. Since that's the case, then I'll be more respectful than to obey. Bai Xing, let's enjoy Dressrosa's food. Raldo looked at Brother Ming, and then opened a chair for Bai Xing. After Bai Xing sat up, Raldo also sat down next to Bai Xing. Seeing that Raldo didn't reject him, Brother Ming's hanging heart dropped most of it. In this situation, more is worse than less. The guy Rona had just been captured by himself and was locked in the upper house of the castle. Now I have heard from Torapal that 2 admirals of the navy are also on the island. Could it be that the underground transaction between himself and Kaido was exposed? Impossible, the confidentiality of this matter has been done very well. Unless it's the Rona guy. Thinking of this, Brother Ming involuntarily clenched his fists, and his eyes under the sunglasses flashed a fierce light. This time, I won't let you go no matter what. Luo. After a general discussion, Brother Ming directly agreed to Raldo's request. Directly return all the large vortex spiders that were caught by mistake. Before Raldo left, Ming-jae also asked whether Raldo would intervene in this matter. Although Raldo's subsequent answer sounded uncomfortable, he was very relieved. I'm not in the mood to intervene, and I don't want to intervene in your troubles. I'm here to take away our companions of the Whitebeard pirates. As long as you don't put your hands on our heads, everything is easy to say. Rayleigh after one more glance, he left the palace with Bai Xing. Fufu, interesting person. Let's go, deal with that guy first. You've caused me so much trouble, why don't you teach me a good lesson? Bull left the parlor. That's Father Raldo. Hey, Father Raldo, we are here. Squard, who was released from the large vortex spider, saw the two of Raldo in the distance, and waved quickly. After seeing the large vortex spider and his party, Raldo walked over there with Bai Xing. How is it? Are you all okay? Raldo looked at each other with a little worry. This man is also a sad person. In the original book, he stabbed Whitebeard because he was bewitched by a Kainu. Because of the appearance of Raldo, the scene in the original book was naturally not reproduced. Therefore, not only did the big vortex spider not separate itself from others, but it became closer. I'm sorry, Father Raldo. We are useless and cause you trouble, Squard said with tears. What nonsense, since you called me Dad. Then I have to take on the responsibility and name of Dad. Let's go back to Moby Dick. That guy in Newgate is very worried about you. Rayleigh patted Squard's shoulder more and comforted. Hey, this time we found a good treasure. We're going to take it back to Dad. Squard wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled. Just as Raldo and others were about to leave, a blue light suddenly appeared within Raldo's line of sight. Be careful, ice crystal shield. Raldo instantly blocked in front of Bai Xing, Squard and others, and shaped an ice shield with one hand to block the incoming blue light. Boom! The seemingly inconspicuous blue light directly hit Raldo's ice crystal shield heavily. A half-meter deep cave appeared on the ice shield. Oh, I thought that this time, I could penetrate your ice shield. It seems that after 2 years, your strength is still terrifying. A man wearing a mask walked slowly from the shadow of the street. Come out. Black dragon horn helmet, cloak of justice. What kind of weird outfit is this? Is there such a person in the original book? A series of questions suddenly filled Raldo's head. Father Raldo, he is the Navy Black Dragon Admiral, Squard said in shock after seeing Aiku's appearance. General Black Dragon. This should be the person Ace told him on the boat a few days ago. The 4th Admiral of the Navy. Interesting. Squard, you leave first with Bai Xing. Let me deal with it here. Rayleigh glanced at Squard and others behind him with extra light. Squard gritted his teeth, and staying here with himself and others would only cause trouble to Father Raldo. An enemy of the level of a general is no longer accessible to him and others. Okay, Father Raldo, be careful. After Squard said worriedly, he led the crew to protect Bai Xing and left the street. Chapter 51_shocked, the Black Dragon General turned out to be Anilu. Your behavior is not right, why don't you chase Squard and the others? Looking at the Black Dragon still standing still, Raldo looked at the other party in surprise. Aiku shook his head and pointed at Raldo, my target is you. Raldo, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Raldo looked at Aiku in surprise, me. You made a mistake. Although your navy is catching pirates, I don't seem to have provoked you. You didn't offend me. You throw Lao Su from a height of 10,000 meters, and now you say you didn't offend me. You are amazing, you are arrogant. Aiku pulled out a brand new golden stick from behind, with an angry expression on his face. Look at Raldo. 10,000 meters in the sky. I remember. Are you Anilu? But what about the thunder drum behind you? How did you become a navy? Raldo suddenly thought of something and looked at Aiku in surprise. Hey, you don't have to worry about it. The thunder drum broke, can I say it? You say, can I say it? Aiku said with red eyes and gritted teeth. Raldo's mouth twitched slightly, didn't you say it? But it was broken. This should have nothing to do with me, who made you so fragile? 60 million volts Thunder Dragon's feet. Aiku turned into a thunderbolt and appeared above Raldo, kicking several blue slashes towards Raldo. Looking at Land's feet mixed with Thunder Dragon, Leardo's expression was a little dignified. It seems that Anilu has learned a lot in the Navy in the past 2 years. Not only has his temper changed, but his strength has also become stronger. Although I don't know how he got into the Navy, but now that they met here, the two of them would not be able to avoid a battle. Anilu, the thunder element is not your exclusive right now. Thunder Flame Fist. Raldo stepped back slightly, and his right hand quickly condensed 2 different elements of thunder and fire. the thunder element flashing blue light on the right and the fire element flashing red light on the left gradually converged. With Raldo's fist, the thunderous flames filled with powerful aura rushed towards Thunder Dragon Slash. Boom! The two powerful attacks collided instantly, and the powerful shockwave generated by the collision of Thunder Dragon and Thunder Flame directly shattered the countless houses on both sides of the street. Residents nearby looked at the two in the center of the battle area with panic. These two people are too scary. The one wearing the cloak of justice seems to be the new admiral of the Navy, Hailong. What? General Hailong? Who is that blonde boy on the opposite side? He can actually tie with the general. I remembered. He is that monster's younger brother. The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, known as the strongest emperor, Edward Raldo. Now I am different from before. You are good at using long-range abilities to attack. So I analyze that melee combat is your shortcoming. Aiku turned the golden stick in his hand, and the whole person turned into blue light and rushed towards Raldo below. Although your analysis is quite reasonable, how can you make sure that I won't melee? Armed color, Raldo raised his brows slightly, holding the staff across his body to block Aiku's golden rod. 100 million volts lightning transfer. As Aiku's voice sounded, a more powerful current rushed to Raldo along the golden rod. Feeling the incoming electricity, Raldo looked at Aiku hidden under the mask in surprise. I said Analu, oh no. General Aiku, have you forgotten that I can also use mine? So you use what does this mean? To electrocute me. Damn, I forgot as soon as I got up. After Aiku reacted, he kicked Raldo's staff. The whole person took advantage of the strength to jump back, and once again distanced himself from Raldo. I didn't expect you to grow so fast after only 2 years, which is indeed a bit unexpected. But you, a general, still have a little water in it. Elemental Dragon. Raldo raised his brows slightly. A stronger and more powerful elemental force instantly poured into the sky. Immediately, the entire Dressrosa sky turned gloomy. Watching the giant dragons stick their heads out of the clouds, the residents below took a deep breath. How powerful is this Raldo? He can actually summon a creature like a dragon. No, look, so many dragons. It's miserable, it's miserable. Will we also be affected by these giant dragons? Does it need to be said? Run away. The residents who reacted frantically fled towards the outskirts of the town. Hey, it's really troublesome enough. 300 million volts Thunder Dragon 10,000 army. Aiku pinned the golden stick behind him, and gathered a huge power of thunder in his hands. Countless thunder dragons appeared beside Aiku, facing the element dragon of Raldo in the sky. The terrifying aura emanating from the two of them directly split the sky above into two. Countless lightning bolts flashed down vertically, and the surrounding roads and houses were not spared and all Hattori became coke. Just when the two were about to start, a purple figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the two. Fujitora, Raldo and Aiku said in surprise at the same time. Aiku, what are you doing? Have you forgotten our mission this time? Fujitora turned his head slightly and scolded Aiku behind him with a serious face. Of course I won't forget. When I solve this Raldo first, I'll go on the mission with you. Seeing Fujitora stand up to stop him, Aiku hummed dissatisfiedly. Your Excellency Raldo, I hope you can take your own face and stop this attack. If the two of you fight here, the civilians of Dressrosa will be affected. After scolding Aiku, Fujitora turned around and said to Raldo. Okay, then I'll give you this face. I don't want to fight here, it was Aiku who attacked first. Raldo raised his brows, then waved his hand to cancel the elemental dragon in the sky. Thank you for your kindness, and I will thank you on behalf of the residents here. Fujitora said slowly, unable to feel the powerful momentum around Raldo. Don't say I seem to be a villain, and I, Raldo, are not indiscriminately killing innocent people. However, your navy is quite different. Raldo looked at Fujitora in front of him with strange eyes. This Fujitora is not ordinary, for the justice in his heart. even dared to scold Akainu on the phone, and when the Warring States saw him, he had to say a cow with admiration. It's nothing, I'm just sticking to my inner justice. Fujitora shook his head, then turned and left. Forget it this time. Next time, I will definitely beat you to the point where you can't stand up. It's a shame. Aiku gave Raldo a deep look, and then canceled the thunder dragon hovering beside him. If you want to fight, I will accompany you at any time. Raldo raised his brows slightly and said to Aiku, who turned and left. Chapter 52 _ The matter is exposed, the cage of captivity is opened. After leaving the battle area with Fujitora, Aiku became more and more angry. Hey, Smile, why did you stop me just now? Do you know who that person is? The big pirate. Don't you have any ideas? Aiku looked at Fujitora very puzzled. It can be seen from the fact that he was able to stop the attack. That Raldo is not an extremely evil person, and our target this time is not this person. What Doflamingo did is the real darkness. Fujitora frowned slightly as he looked at the palace heights not far away. ... Young master, there is a navy outside asking to see you. It's that General Fujitora and Hailong, with a large team of navy soldiers. Diamante said into the phone. Who was repairing? Luo paused slightly after listening to the call. I see, I'll go right now. Torapal, you're looking at Luo here, understand? Brother Ming turned to the snotty man beside him and instructed. I understand, Dover. Don't worry, I'll leave it here. Torapal said with a nod. ... I said, laugh. Do we have to wait here? Can't we just go in? What kind of etiquette do you play with a pirate? Aiku looked at Fujitora with an unhappy expression. Aiku, Doflamingo is not just Shichibukai. He is also the king of this country, so we must maintain the most basic etiquette. I really don't know how Marshal Akainu would let such a rude person become a general. Fujitora frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with Aiku's words and deeds. Listening to Fujitora talking about himself, several hash symbols appeared on Aiku's forehead involuntarily. What do you mean by being rude? I am a general because of my strength. If I hadn't been able to beat you, I would have already done it. ... Fufu, I don't know what the two generals have to do with bringing so many soldiers to my country. Brother Ming looked at Fujitora and the others in confusion. That's right, we received a report. It is said that you, Dressrosa, operate a black business and are suspected of having connections with the four emperors Kaido. Fujitora said while taking out the world government's investigation order from his arms. Hearing this, Mingji's face instantly turned gloomy, but he quickly returned to normal. Black industry. I, Dressrosa, are a member of the world government, how can I do black industry? Since you didn't do it, please allow our people to enter your factory for inspection. Aiku stood up and looked at him disdainfully when he noticed that Brother Ming was different. That's fine. Diamante, take these naval friends to our factory to check. Brother Ming instructed the man beside him. After Diamante nodded, he left the palace with a group of naval soldiers and searchers. Since you're here, why don't you come in and drink some hot tea, because people say that I, the king, don't treat you well. Brother Ming turned slightly and invited Fujitora and Hailong. If that's the case, then thank you for your hospitality. Fujitora nodded slightly, and then walked slowly into the palace. I said that your navy doesn't really listen to the wind and the rain. Those people don't have a word of truth in their mouths. We are an ordinary country, how can it be possible to deal with a terrible existence like Kaido? Ming brother looked at the two said. You are not an ordinary king. You are Tianyasha, one of the 7 seas. I have heard that other kings exchanged 2 islands with you for Dressrosa, but you will not exchange them. Aiku frowned. Wei picked up and looked at Brother Ming. Chiwahai. What can Chiwahai mean on this great and strange route? Brother Ming said disdainfully. Just when Aiku was about to say something, the inspecting navy walked in from outside. Report, General Laugh, General Aiku. There is no problem with the Dressrosa factory, and all the products produced and sold are legal products. The man in the Major General's clothing saluted and said. After listening to the report from the Navy, Brother Ming's dangling heart was relieved. I've said it all. Dressrosa, are a serious country, and I won't do things to those I can't see, Ming Jie said with a smile. If that's the case, then I won't bother the lower class people. I've caused trouble for your country, and I'm leaving. After Fujitora finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, the palace wall on the side suddenly burst open. The two figures rushed out of the thick smoke and rolled on the ground for a few laps before they stopped. Can't go. Everything Doflamingo said is false. He has been trading with the 4 Emperor Kaido, making artificial devil fruits and selling them to Kaido. This is the witness to making artificial devil fruits, scientist Caesar. Luo grabbed Caesar's body with one hand and Caesar's heart with the other. Luo, you bastard, where's Torapal? Brother Ming looked at Luo with a gloomy expression. Torapal fell into my tactic, he may have been drinking water in the moat now. Luo said with a glance at Brother Ming. Bastard. 5-color thread. Ming brother, who was extremely angry, directly threw out his fruit ability, and the 5-color thread exuding a powerful breath directly slashed at Luo in front of him. Puff. Luo, who was seriously injured, was completely unable to resist Ming's attack, and 5 bloody holes were torn out of his chest in an instant. Wait a minute, you can't move this person, I have something to ask him. Fujitora pulled out the wooden knife and blocked it between Luo and Ming. Fujitora, I advise you not to meddle in your own business. This is our internal family business, and it's not your Navy's turn to intervene. Brother Ming, who was in a state of anger, even omitted the honorific title of general to Fujitora. You have no right to intervene in your family affairs, but the words of this young man are related to the old man. Tell me about your evidence. Fujitora said slightly, facing Luo behind him. Caesar, you'd better answer truthfully, otherwise, I'll crush your heart, Luo said, pinching the heart in his hand fiercely. Caesar, who had just sat up from the ground, suddenly felt a burst of heart palpitations. The whole person is like a fish that lacks water, constantly flapping on the ground. I said, please don't torture my heart. I have been instructed by Doflamingo to conduct experiments on artificial devil fruit in Punk Hazard. And the trade object of devil fruit is Kaido of the Beast, one of the 4 emperors. Caesar, after slowing down, said everything he knew. Brother Doflamingo, I also hope that you can take the initiative to come with us. After listening to Fujitora, he said to Brother Ming with a flat face. Fufu, let's go with you. Do you think I'm a fool? Since we've come this far, there's nothing to say. Brother Ming looked at the few people in front of him with cold eyes, and then turned around. Smashed the side window, jumped directly to the top of the palace. Bird's nest. Brother Ming sprayed countless white lines against the sky with both hands. After reaching a certain height, the white lines spread out like fireworks. Chapter 53 _ Pass the Buck. Broken Mind. At this time, at the National Gate of Dressrosa. After Raldo ended the battle with Aiku, he soon joined Squard and others. The abnormality in the sky caught Squard's attention, and he looked at the sky with a shocked expression. Dad Raldo, look. What is that? Okay, is there something in the sky? Raldo raised his head suspiciously and looked towards the sky. I saw countless white lines rapidly spreading around Dressrosa. Seeing this, Raldo's brows jumped slightly. Bird's nest. Brother Doflamingo, I am a star, you are a star. You are actually playing yin. Squard, you are responsible for protecting the White Star. I will go to Tianyasha and take care of it. Greetings, a moment. Lord Raldo, you, pay more attention to your safety. Bai Xing looked at Raldo worriedly. You can rest assured, Father Raldo. We will definitely protect Princess White Star. Squard patted his chest and assured Raldo with a serious face. I'm relieved with your words. Raldo nodded to Squard, and then flew to Dressrosa Palace. It's not that Raldo didn't think about leaving, but the release speed of the bird's nest was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the entire Dressrosa was covered, giving no chance to react at all. Raldo thought while stepping on the wind element. What happened to Brother Ming? Why did he release the bird's nest all of a sudden? Over time, the area covered by this nest will become smaller and smaller. Although nothing can be seen for a short time, once the nest has shrunk to a certain extent. No matter what people or buildings are, they will be crushed or cut into pieces, which is the scary part of the bird's nest. So if you want to solve the bird's nest, you can only beat Brother Ming to a coma and half to death. That's why Raldo went straight to the palace. Our actions are exposed, everyone is dispatched. Destroy the navy and other irrelevant personnel. Ming brother stood on the roof of the palace and instructed the phone bug. Yes, young master. Gradius hung up the phone after answering, and got up to inform the other officials of the family. ... What should I do? A smile. That Brother Ming escaped. After watching Brother Ming escape through the window, Aiku turned back and said with a smile. I can feel Tenyasha on it. Fujitora pointed to the ceiling above his head with the sword in his hand. Above. It's easy to say. Look at me. Thunder thunder gun. A dazzling blue thunder light suddenly flashed on Aiku's clenched right hand. As Aiku threw his fist upwards, the power of thunder as thick as a bucket gushed out. Boom. The entire palace trembled violently under the power of Aiku's thunder. When the shaking stopped, a huge pothole appeared on the heads of Aiku and others. Luo on the side looked at Aiku in shock. Is this the strength of the 4th Admiral of the Navy? It's simply not a dimensional existence. Straw Hat Master, you must not come to rescue me. These two generals, I am not sure by myself. In fact, Luo ignored a problem, that is, with Luffy, the two of them went together, and it was not enough for a general to jam his teeth. Major General Mizjin, you take someone here to guard these pirates. I will arrest Doflamingo Tianya with a smile. Aiku glanced at the navy beside him, and then the whole person turned into a wipe. The arc flew into the pothole above his head. After releasing the bird's nest, the corner of Mingji's mouth rose slightly. Fur, since the matter is exposed. I have to bury all of you here. After all, only dead people can't speak. Just when Brother Ming was about to leave, a thunderlight suddenly flashed from the pothole and rushed towards his face. Seeing this scene, Brother Ming's eyes were slightly cold, and his right hand was instantly covered with a domineering look to block the incoming attack. You're right, it's true that only dead people can't speak. But just because you want to kill us, isn't it a bit too arrogant? Aiku raised his brows slightly and looked at Brother Ming. Fufu, although your strength is indeed very strong, this is my territory. As long as you don't defeat me within a certain period of time, this cage will devour you little by little. Brother Ming, the right hand suddenly loosened, and with the help of Aiku's hitting force, the whole person quickly retreated. When he came to the edge of the city wall, Brother Ming jumped off the top of the palace, and quickly fell to the city below. Fighting is definitely impossible, and only delaying time and waiting for the bird's nest to shrink is the only chance for him to win. Thinking of this, Brother Ming turned his head and glanced at Aiku, who was standing on the fence, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The new admiral. Now it doesn't seem to be too much, and I have escaped from my hands over and over again. It seems that the strength of this year's naval admiral is not very good. Just when Aiku was going to pursue elementalization, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, swept towards Ming brother, who was falling at a high speed. The curious Aiku stopped moving and looked at the figure below with his arms around him. He wanted to see who it was, and dared to rush directly to Brother Ming. Brother Ming also noticed the figure that was gradually approaching him, and frowned in surprise. That is Raldo. Damn it, how could I forget about this stuff? I should wait for him to leave before putting the birdcage. Brother Doflamingo, are you playing yin? Shaped by ice, backhand punching in the face. Raldo urged the power of the elements in his body, and a huge fist made of ice instantly appeared beside him. Under Mingji's shocked gaze, an ice fist that was several times bigger than his own body slammed into him fiercely. Boom! After a deafening crash in the air, the huge ice fist smashed back Mingji's falling body. Aiku, who was at the top of the palace, raised his brows slightly, and then turned his body to the side. The figure of Brother Ming, who flew back upside down, brushed Aiku and landed heavily on the slate floor. Brother Ming's face was gloomy, and he sat on the ground without saying a word. He never imagined that he managed to escape from the entanglement of General Aiku, but was beaten back by an ice fist from Raldo. Could it be? Is God going to kill me? Click. Just when Brother Ming was thinking, a feeling of powerlessness suddenly spread throughout his entire body. Looking down, he found that a seafloor stone handcuff was placed on his hand at some point. What's wrong with coming back in such a hurry? Suddenly my conscience found out. Aiku couldn't help sneering as he looked at Brother Ming, who was all tattered and had only one sunglasses. Although the Navy gave him a good transformation, the rebelliousness and mischievousness in Analu's bones are not so easy to get rid of. It's just taking advantage of others. It's also complacent. Admiral of the Navy is too much to lose. Brother Ming replied sarcastically, not to be outdone. Aiku doesn't care about Brother Ming's ridicule. This has to be changed to 2 years ago, when he said anything, he wanted to let Brother Ming have a taste of God's punishment. Chapter 54_Surprise. Drought Jack. Ever since he was thrown into the sky by Raldo and joined the Navy. It was only then that Analu realized how vast the world is and how terrifying the powerhouses at sea are. Thinking that he would be complacent because he called himself a god on that small empty island, Amy felt a burst of shame. After realizing these problems, Analu decided to change his name to Aiku and cover his face with a dragon horn helmet. After being put in Halushi handcuffs, Brother Ming lost his control over his abilities. The bird's nest scattered over Dressrosa's head naturally dissipated. The bird's nest disappeared. It seems that Brother Ming has lost consciousness. Now that it has been solved, let's go back to Squard and the others. Raldo looked up at the dissipating bird's nest, and then adjusted in the air. After a while, he went back along the same path. Since the whole thing happened relatively quickly from the beginning to the end, Raldo, who returned, quickly found Squard and others. Squard, Shirahoshi, are you all right? After Raldo fell, Ho looked at a few people worriedly. Squard and the others are amazing. He has been protecting me just now, Lord Raldo. Bai Xing said with a smile. Well, it's just some small ones. After you left, Daddy Raldo, there were a few short-sighted guys who wanted to plot against Princess Whitestar. Let me teach me a lesson and then ran away. Squard scratched his head embarrassedly. After Raldo nodded to show his understanding, he left Dressrosa with Shirahoshi and Squard. On the out-of-sight street, a few thugs were leaning against the wall and panting. A burst of fire suddenly descended from the sky, swallowing several gangsters in an instant. For those who want to get their hands on the White Star, how could Raldo save their lives? After all, he came this time to rescue Squard and the others. As for Dressrosa's secret, Raldo said that he was not interested at all, and he didn't even think about getting involved. After returning to the port, Squard sent someone to take the helm and set sail, and then their ship gradually left the Dressrosa waters. After leaving Dressrosa, Raldo called Marco. It wasn't that he didn't want to call Newgate directly, it was that Marco was in charge of everything aboard the Moby Dick. Marco, who was busy on the Moby Dick, saw that Squard's phone worm was ringing. Suddenly looking at the phone bug in his hand with a surprised look, he remembered that this guy Squard disappeared in Dressrosa. Could it be? The other party wants to use Squard to threaten Dad to do something terrible. Thinking of this, Marco quickly connected the phone to see what the other party wanted to do. Moses, is that Marco? I'm Raldo. Squard and the others have been found by me. Now we are preparing to return, your position has not changed. Raldo said to the phone with his head down. Marco, who was about to start a war of words with the opponent, heard Raldo's voice. Immediately, the corner of his happy mouth rose, and he said excitedly, "It's Daddy Raldo." Well, something happened to us. If you are here, Daddy Raldo, go directly to Cake Island. Cake Island. Isn't that BIGMOM's territory? Newgate, what are they doing there? Cake Island, how did you guys go there? What happened in the past few days while I was away? Raldo said to the phone bug in surprise. That's right, that BIGMOM said that he wanted to unite with Dad. If Dad doesn't agree, BIGMOM will threaten Dad. If he doesn't agree, he will let Dad Raldo disappear into the sea, Marco said at the end. There was a slight pause. After Raldo said he understood, he hung up the phone and threw the phone bug to Squard. Newgate also believes this threat. Alas, I really can't do anything about this cheap brother. Actually understood that Newgate did not believe in the threat of BIGMOM. Instead, she could not tolerate her unbridled humiliation of her own family. Thinking of this, Raldo couldn't help frowning. Although Newgate's original intention is good, if their Whitebeard pirates and BIGMOM pirates start a full-scale war, the wide range of the battle will definitely cause chaos in the whole new world. No, this battle cannot be fought. Squard, turn around. Go to the Cake Island in the BIGMOM territory. After making up his mind, Raldo said to Squard. Cake Island, Daddy Raldo, didn't we go to see Daddy and the others? Squard scratched his head in confusion. Although their Whitebeard pirates and BIGMOM pirates are the same four emperors, if only he and Daddy Raldo go together. Squard was still a little scared. He was just an ordinary pirate with a bounty of 4 or 5 billion. Compared with their big bosses with billions of bounties, they are not of the same level at all, right? Newgate and the others have already set off for Cake Island, we just need to go there to meet. Raldo explained. That's the case, I understand. Little ones, turn around. Go to Cake Island. Squard nodded, and then said to his subordinates. ... Not far from the Big Eddie Spider pirate ship, a ship depicting a mammoth was gradually approaching them. On the mammoth's boat, the flag of the beast pirates was hoisted high. A man with a pair of huge horns was standing quietly on the deck. This person is Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues of the beast pirates, and the bounty is as high as 1 billion Bailey. In the New World, he is also a powerhouse with a reputation. He came out this time mainly because he received a signal from Tianyasha for help. Kaido just thought about it, and then sent Jack to support Tianyasha. After all, if something goes wrong with Tianyasha, his plans for an artificial devil fruit could be extended indefinitely, which is the last thing Kaido wants to see. Captain Jack, there's a boat coming up ahead. It seems to be a large vortex spider under Whitebeard's banner. What should we do? Should we avoid it? After observing, a member of the beast pirates looked at Jack behind him. It's just a pirate group under Whitebeard, not the deity of Whitebeard. Why do you want to avoid it? What do you think Lao Su is? Pull the boat over, and I will destroy him myself. Jack's eyes widened, his face gloomy. Said. Seeing Jack's terrifying expression and the terrifying aura emanating from his body, the members of the beast pirates responded, yes. Yes, let's move now. On the other side, Raldo, who was sitting on the bow, naturally found the mammoth that was approaching. Huh. This elephant seems to be the ship of Jack of the beast pirates. How did he come towards him? Do you say? The passiveness of this guy relying on the boat has been activated again. Chapter 55_Big Explosion, Mammoth Jack bravely fights Thunder Unicorn. After the mammoth got close to the big vortex spider's ship, Jack found the figure sitting on the bow. Blonde. Staff. What the hell? It was that man. Raldo, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Jack looked at Raldo in shock, his eyes were as huge as copper bells. Drought Jack from the beast pirates. What, you have something to do with me? Raldo raised his eyebrows and looked at Jack. HMPH, stand in the way of our beast pirates. No matter who you are, you have to pay the price. Jack snorted disdainfully. Not to mention the large vortex spider standing in the way, what if it was the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Raldo? When did Jack ever fear these people? It seems that you want to touch it. Raldo slowly got up and jumped onto the deck of the mammoth. Bastard, who put you on my mammoth? Jack roared angrily when he saw Raldo board the mammoth like no one else. Your mammoth. Will it agree to you when you call it? Raldo raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Jack and said. The corners of Jack's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't talk to him anymore. If I go on, I'm afraid I'm going to vomit blood. What do I call the mammoth? Will it agree? Have you ever seen a boat talk? Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Jack's clenched fists were instantly covered with armed colors, and he smashed towards Raldo. Because Jack is a murloc, Jack looks about the same as Raldo in height. But in terms of body size, it is twice as big as Rayleigh. After all, the two majored in not the same aspect. Looking at Jack's double punches, Raldo created an ice crystal shield with one hand to block Jack's attack. Jack was a little surprised when he saw the ice shield that suddenly appeared and blocked his fists. It was the first time he saw Raldo, and he didn't know what Raldo's abilities were. You can actually use the ice of the former Admiral Aokiji. Could it be that he killed Aokiji? Just when Jack's brain hole opened, a burst of air rang out, pulling him back from his delusions to reality. I saw that the ice shield in front of Jack instantly burst into countless ice crystal fragments. Under Raldo's manipulation, the ice crystal fragments gradually transformed into slender ice needles. The power of ice, Chinban. As Raldo's voice fell, countless ice needles rushed towards Jack. Looking at the overwhelming ice needles, Jack quickly hardened his armed color. The whole person instantly turned into a pitch-black appearance, as if he had just climbed out of the coal mountain. Countless ice needles shot at Jack's body, making a dull and weak crashing sound, unable to pierce his armed skin at all. The members of the beast pirates behind Jack are not as powerful and domineering as Jack. All of them were shot into dice by the ice needles, blood splashed all over the deck, and the entire deck was immediately dyed red. The pirates, who were lucky not to be stabbed by the ice needle, looked at Raldo in horror. It's too strong. That Whitebeard pirate's vice captain Raldo can actually use the abilities of the former General Aokiji. Wow, I'm so lucky. If it wasn't for my own life, I'm afraid I'd be dressed as a dice like everyone else. It's terrible. Is this the man with a bounty of 2.3 billion? Quote. Jack didn't even look at the terrified members of the beast pirates behind him. HMPH, are your ice needles tickling me? It seems that the same is true of Raldo, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Jack looked at Raldo disdainfully and said. Seeing that his ice needles couldn't hurt Jack, Raldo's brows were also slightly wrinkled. Indeed, for an enemy who is deeply proficient in the domineering of the armed color, this level of ice needles cannot pierce the defense of the armed color at all. Just slightly blocking the ice needle I released at will, makes you so happy. Then, you have to keep the expression on your face. Raldo raised his brows slightly and gave Jack a meaningful look. Thunder Keelin. Raldo raised the obsidian staff in his hand, and a huge thunder force surged into the sky instantly. Sass, sorry, I'll use your move. The sky, which was originally very clear, suddenly became dark. On the waveless sea of Gujing, there were sudden waves of turbulent waves, and the strong sea breeze made the sails of the mammoth rustled in the air. Roar! A unicorn beast flickering with thunder light poked its head out of the clouds. Two incomparably scarlet eyes locked Jack on the mammoth tightly. Seeing this scene, Jack involuntarily oozes sweat on his forehead. The mighty aura of this beast of thunder made him feel like he was facing Kaido directly. On the other side of the mammoth, the big vortex spider and the others took a deep breath. Then, what is that? It's terrifying. Could it be the new ability that Father Raldo has mastered? I didn't expect that Father Raldo could actually use the thunderbolt of the General Black Dragon. The aura of this thunder monster is so terrifying, it feels like it's facing the four emperors. Just when the big vortex spider and others were shocked, the unicorn in the clouds began to move. Roar! I saw the Thunder Keelin with its bloody mouth open, and charged towards Jack on the mammoth with a deafening roar. Jack looked solemnly at the thunder beast that was rushing towards him, and his whole body instantly transformed into a 10-meter tall mammoth. Look how I smash your proud attack to smash. Jack, who turned into a mammoth, leapt towards Lake Keelan. Although Jack is indeed brave, he misestimated the power of Lake Keelan this time. Boom! After Lake Keelan made contact with Jack, the entire sky instantly flashed a burst of blue light. The explosion caused by the lightning surge engulfed the mammoth in an instant. The powerful shock wave directly tore the sky into two halves, and the sea surface was like a rubber band that had been cut with a knife, and it was pushed away layer by layer. Just when everyone looked at the thick smoke from the explosion, what was the situation? A figure with black smoke fell out of the thick smoke, and flew towards the mammoth at a high speed. Boom! The unconscious Jack slammed into the deck of the mammoth. The huge body directly smashed a huge pothole on the deck of the mammoth. Captain Jack! The members of the Beast Pirates who reacted ran to the pothole in panic. After doing all this, Raldo clapped his hands, left the mammoth, and returned to the ship of Squard and others. Just as Raldo landed on the deck, the mammoth behind him suddenly exploded violently. The monstrous fire soared into the sky, gradually swallowing the figure of the mammoth. It turns out that Raldo buried a lot of Mars on the ship before leaving the mammoth. As Raldo clapped his hands, Mars exploded sharply. There is a scene of fire on the mammoth now. I don't know if it's God's will or what. The waves that suddenly rolled up instantly extinguished the flames of the mammoth, and swallowed the mammoth into the seabed along the way. Seeing this, Raldo couldn't help but sighed. Alas, what a crime Jack has done in this drought, and disasters are linked one by one. Chapter 56_Ugly Bubble Guy, Tristan Street. Squard on the side twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard Raldo's words. It seems that the one who caused all this is Father Raldo, right? What does it have to do with God? After thinking about it, he didn't dare to say it. What if Daddy Raldo is not happy, and he also plays a duet of fire and water for himself? It's better to go sailing by yourself, and keep a certain distance from dangerous people. Father Raldo, I'll take the helm. You can rest here and call the people below if you need to. After Squard said something to Raldo, he ran away in a hurry. Looking at Squard who left in such a panic, Raldo gave him a slightly surprised look. Strange. Why is this Squard suddenly so flustered? Do you want to go to the toilet? Forget it, let's take a good rest. I have been fighting for the past few days, and I feel like my body is about to be hollowed out. Lord Raldo, give you fresh juice. Just when Raldo sat down to rest, a tender white arm suddenly appeared in his sight. Huh, juice. Thank you, White Star. You can sit down too. Raldo smiled at White Star, then snapped his fingers at Void. Beside Raldo, a wooden stake quickly grew from the deck and instantly turned into a very luxurious wooden chair. Wow, sure enough, every time I see Lord Raldo casting a spell, it feels amazing. It's like magic. Bai Xing blinked his big bright eyes and looked at Raldo with admiration. Cough, cough, as long as you like it. Feeling Bai Xing's fiery gaze, Raldo looked away unnaturally. Although he looked away, the corner of Raldo's eyes would still be on Bai Xing's body from time to time. At this moment, Bai Xing sat quietly in the chair. The sea breeze gently blew across Bai Xing's pure white face, slightly lifting the blue silk on her temples. Under the sunlight, the pink skin looks very smooth and delicate. In Raldo's view, Bai Xing is as beautiful and moving as the fairy who came out of the painting. No matter when or from any angle, whenever he sees the White Star, Raldo has only one evaluation in his heart: beauty. Raldo is not a native of the pirate world, so he won't be squeamish. As an excellent man in the 21st century, Raldo has always advocated that love must be shown bravely. Just when Raldo was about to say something to Shirasu, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang in Raldo's ear. Boom! A cannonball smashed directly on the left side of their ship, huge splashes of water splashed out, and salty seawater rain fell directly on the deck. What's the matter? What's the matter? What happened, Father Raldo? Squard ran over from behind with a puzzled look on his face. Raldo slowly got up and looked straight ahead with a cold face. On the sea not far away, a very luxurious-looking ship was spewing flames at them. Call out. 3 pitch-black cannonballs burst into the air quickly and flew towards Raldo and the others. The repeated attacks have already angered Raldo. I saw Raldo's right hand slightly raised, and 3 ice needles quickly condensed on his side and flew towards the cannonball. Boom! 3 ice needles split the incoming cannonball in 2, and a shattered cannonball exploded in the air instantly. The strong shock wave pushed the ships below a little distance. On the ship that attacked Raldo and the others, a fat man with a bubble helmet was standing on the deck. HMPH, stupid pariah. How dare you resist the great creator of the world? Drive the boat over, and I will destroy them. Saint Tristan said disdainfully. As ordered, Lord Tristan. A man in a suit said respectfully to him. Then he went to instruct his subordinates to speed up and drive in the direction of Raldo and the others. This ship with the dragon people is the world government's dragon escort ship. Tristan Saint has just returned from a trip to one of the New World countries and plans to return to marry Joa. As a result, they happen to meet Raldo and the others, with the idea that the dragon people are the highest species. Tristan Street ordered the people under him to fire and sink Raldo and the others. Because Tristan Saint felt that no one could stop him on his path. Once there is, destroy it. When the 2 ships approached, Tristan Saint noticed the white star beside Raldo. Immediately, there was a shortness of breath, and there was a faint drool coming out of the corner of the mouth. The whole person looks like a wild boar in rut, very ugly. Hey, untouchables over there. The great Draco ordered you. Bring the woman beside you, and I'll spare you, said Tristan, pointing to White Star. Skeward, who was standing beside Raldo, instinctively swallowed. Father Raldo, he's a Tianlong person. What should I do? Skeward looked at Raldo nervously. Although the Tianlong people are weak like chickens, the forces behind them are not chickens. No matter who, as long as they attack the Tianlong people, they are bound to be hunted down by both the Admiral of the Navy and the world government. That's why Skeward is worried, not that he's afraid of the Draconians. But I was afraid that if I killed this thing, I would make a mess. Why didn't Raldo, who is a traveler, know this truth? Originally, Raldo didn't plan to attack the Tianlong people, he just wanted to enjoy his life in peace. But this Tianlong man actually stretched out his hand to his side, and gave him the idea of hitting Baxing. This touches Raldo's bottom line. You look ugly, you are just a wild boar cub. You are too embarrassed to talk. I think the sow is quite suitable for you, man, forget it. Raldo raised his brows slightly. With Tianlong people. When Tristan heard Raldo's words, his whole body trembled with anger. It looked like a lump of meat being stirred in a meat grinder, shaking constantly. Bastard, do you know who you are talking to? This is the great Tristan. The great creator of the world, Lord Tianlong. Are you trying to fight against the world government? The man in the suit beside the Tianlong was angry said. Dragon people, so what? It's just a bunch of world garbage. Today, I, Raldo, will be an environmental ambassador to clean up the garbage for you. Raldo's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly urged the obsidian staff in his right hand. Power of fire, meteor fire arrow. As Raldo's voice fell, countless fireballs appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the Tianlong people below. Saint Tristan, who had never seen such a scene, instantly collapsed to the ground. A roaring yellow liquid flowed out from under him. Quickly protect Saint Tristan, the man in the suit shouted with a look of panic when he saw the fireballs flying all over the sky. Chapter 57 Tianlong people die, Akainu is furious. At this moment, a figure quickly rushed on the deck. When passing by Tristan Saint, he suddenly jumped up and swung a knife at the sky full of fireballs. An azure blue slash suddenly flew out, instantly extinguishing the fireball in front of him. Seeing the figure of the shot, the man in the suit finally let go of his hanging heart. Navy, I ordered you to kill those pariahs. Tristan Saint, who had reacted, pointed at Raldo angrily and said. Ghost Spider, Skeward, are you related to him? Seeing the ghost spider, Raldo looked at Squard in surprise. Squard's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he quickly waved his hand. How is that possible, Father Raldo? That guy is a Navy. Yes, I just saw that you all have a spider in your name, so I'm a little curious. Don't worry about it, Raldo said embarrassedly. The ghost spider that landed on the bow had a slightly livid face under the brim. What's the meaning? I am a dignified lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. You actually said that I am a relative of a pirate. Also, what kind of judgment method do you use with your name? This is not reasonable at all. Raldo, the deputy captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Do you know what it means for the Tianlong people to shoot? It's too late to stop, I can let you go. After adjusting his emotions, the ghost spider said lightly. Before Raldo could speak, Tristan Saint, who was paralyzed on the ground, took the lead and said, What? You want to let go of the untouchables who humiliated the Creator? I'm going to sue you at the Admiralty. I want the Admiral to evacuate. Your job. Hearing the words of Saint Tristan behind him, the ghost spider's hand holding the knife trembled slightly. It's not that he is afraid of his opponents, but that he is trying his best to control himself, for fear that he can't help but turn around and cut the Tianlong people. Isn't this Tristan Saint all nonsense? If I had beaten Raldo, would I still be talking to each other here? That is a monster that can go head to head with the 4 emperors and fight against the generals. No matter how confident he is, he can't choose to fight this monster. Don't waste your words, this bullshit celestial dragon. You must die today, let alone you stop it. Even if the red dog comes, I will kill this celestial dragon. Elemental dragon. Raldo raised his brows slightly, looking at the ghost spider, then a huge elemental force spurted out from the staff. Immediately, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds. The endless darkness enveloped the entire sea in an instant. The clouds mixed with thunder and lightning kept rolling. Roar! A dozen gigantic dragon heads protruded from the clouds, and the terrifying coercion directly caused the people on the world government ship to instantly collapse on the deck. The ghost spider looked up at the giant dragon in the sky, and couldn't help rolling its dry throat. The pupils dilated slightly, and there were a few beads of sweat on the forehead under the helmet. Is this the true strength of the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Not a level at all. But even so, he couldn't take a step back. Losing the life of the Tianlong people, even if Marshal Sakaski is protecting him, he will be peeled off by the people of the world government. As Raldo waved his hand, the elemental dragons in the clouds rushed out one after another, roaring and rushing down. The ghost spider gritted his teeth, and the blade in his hand completed the armed color entanglement in a flash. He jumped up and rushed towards the element dragon. During the process of jumping up, the ghost spider kept releasing slashes towards the element dragon. However, the gap between the two is too big. Raldo's elemental dragon is far from being cut off by ghost spiders. The element dragon instantly engulfed the ghost spider's figure, and smashed it with the ghost spider to the Tristan Saint on the boat. Boom! After the elemental dragon landed on it, a deafening explosion sounded from the entire ship in an instant. The monstrous fire broke through the thick smoke and went straight to the clouds, and the whole sky was roasted red by the flames. After doing all this, Raldo let Squard sail away without even looking back. In the firelight, the charred ghost spider slowly climbed up, clenched the knife in his hand, and split the boat in half with one knife. If he didn't act decisively, the whole ship would be devoured by this monstrous flame. Where's Saint Tristan? Go and find it. The ghost spider, who had collected the knife, roared at his dazed subordinates. Everyone turned over the deck from start to finish, but did not find any trace of the heavenly dragon Tristan Saint. Finally, behind a burning wooden box, the remains of the dragon man were found. At this time, Saint Tristan had already been burned into a roast pig by the raging fire, and the whole person exuded a scorched black stench of meat. The ghost spider and others watched this scene and fell silent. Tristan died, but was burned alive by the fire. It's good now, all of them will be punished. Those with high official positions do not need to die, and those without official positions may die without even being a scumbag. Report to the headquarters immediately, saying that the deputy captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Raldo, ignored the obstruction and forcibly killed Tristan Saint. After thinking for a while, the ghost spider said to the navy behind him. After the naval intelligence officer responded, he quickly sent the information and on-site photos by fax. Inside the Marine Vando Naval Building. After reading the information, Akainu burned the information to ashes with his anger. Damn Whitebeard pirates. Going to move those celestial dragons again. Messengers. Raise the reward of the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates to 3 billion, and send out a new wanted notice all over the world. Akainu-faced shouted at the door. Originally, he was dying of a headache. On the one hand, there was a new force emerging in the new world, named New Navy. According to the content of the intelligence, the commander of the new navy is the former Admiral Zephyr, who is his teacher. Because the world government did not recognize the new navy, Akainu sent Kizaru to deal with the new navy. Just after dealing with this matter, I received information that Whitebeard and BIGMOM are preparing to meet. I don't know whether it is a fight or an alliance. Just when he was thinking about how to deal with Whitebeard and BIGMOM, he didn't expect that Raldo would give him such a trick again. It's good now, the 5 immortal things of the world government, it's time to talk to me again. Sure enough, just as Akainu thought of this, the world government's phone worm on the table rang. This is the Admiralty headquarters, the office of the Admiral. Although he was a little reluctant, Akainu still picked up the phone. Sakaski, come to Marihoa. After the old man on the phone said coldly, he hung up the phone. Looking at the phone bug that hung up in his hand, Akainu's eyes flashed fiercely. Damn Whitebeard pirates Vice Captain Raldo, I won't let you go. Chapter 58 _ A different navy. Z Zephyr. Ellipsis. A few hours later, on the sea of the New World. A young man with blonde hair was lying on a chair and said to the man beside him, Squard, how long do we have to enter BIGMOM's territory? Squard looked at the sea and looked at the chart of the New World in his hand. Go back to Father Raldo. It is expected that tomorrow we will be able to enter the territory of BIGMOM. Tomorrow. It seems that they are not slow, and they can arrive within a week after being delayed on the road for so long. Squard's boat is really not bad, as expected of a sailboat with 3 masts. Just as Raldo was about to fall asleep, an exclamation brought him back to reality again. Captain Squard, look, what is that? Shouted a pirate lying on the railing. Huh, that's the Navy, so many warships. Are you kidding me? Looking at the dozens of warships on the sea ahead, Squard shouted in surprise. Okay, could it be that there are a lot of people from the Navy? But it's no wonder, after all, he slaughtered a Tianlong person not long ago. It is also reasonable for the Navy to dispatch in large numbers. Raldo slowly got up from the chair and walked towards Squard and others. This matter is because of itself, if the Navy really has a large force. We can only let Squard and the others escape with Shiraushi, and take care of the aftermath. When Raldo came to Squard, he couldn't help being stunned. I'm afraid this is not the Navy of Half Marin Vando, right? Huh, no, why are these Navy emblems a little weird? Why are there other objects on the seagull? Raldo raised his brows slightly and looked at the warship in front of him. After thinking for a while, Raldo knew who was coming. Don't worry, it's not the Navy. But it can also be called the Navy, Raldo said while looking forward. After Squard and the others listened, they felt confused and didn't understand anything. What does Papa Raldo mean? What is the Navy and not the Navy? Now that Papa Raldo speaks, it is becoming more and more mysterious. The purple figure standing on the opposite boat instantly caught Raldo's attention. Is that Zephyr? Speaking of Zephyr, that is a real naval powerhouse. A top figure who once taught 3 admirals, the former Admiral, Black Wrist Zephyr. Squard, you can go first with Bai Sheng. The enemy who came this time is not ordinary. I will break it for you. After Raldo finished speaking, he flew towards Zephyr's fleet. On the lead ship of the Zephyr fleet, a tall woman with blue hair noticed the flying Raldo. "Mr. Zephyr, someone is flying towards us." Ayan pointed at Raldo, who was flying ahead, and said to the tall man beside him, "Well, I saw it. I didn't expect to encounter a big fish this time." It turned out to be Raldo, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Zephyr squeezed out the cigarette in his mouth and moved his shoulders slightly. For Zephyr, Raldo can't say he hates him. After all, to a certain extent, Zephyr, like Raldo's previous life, is a hard-working person. One was killed by the pirates, and the other was killed by the pirates. If the original Raldo hadn't died, he wouldn't have pierced into Raldo's body. Boom! Just as Raldo was about to approach the fleet, all the cannons of the navy spewed flames at Raldo. One by one, the incomparably dark shells went straight to Raldo. Ice crystal shield. Raldo urged the elemental power in his body and opened his palms in front of him. A huge rectangular ice shield suddenly appeared in front of Raldo, blocking all the flying shells from the outside. Boom! Countless shells hit the ice crystal shield, causing waves and thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, the ice crystal shield was still floating there intact. Huh, that Raldo can actually use Kuzan's ability, it really surprised me. The eyes under Zephyr's sunglasses were a little surprised. "Be careful, Teacher Zephyr, plant shield." The strange man beside Zephyr urged the fruit to construct a huge plant shield, blocking the flying ice needles. The power of fire, the rain of rockets. The obsidian staff in Raldo's hand suddenly burst into a strong flame, and the entire dark sky was instantly illuminated by the fire. Countless flames instantly filled the sky above Raldo's head, and he waved with Raldo. Countless flames turned into arrows and swept towards the fleet ahead. Looking at the overwhelming fire, Aim swallowed involuntarily. What kind of monster is this Raldo? How can he use two natural abilities at the same time? Hey, what am I supposed to be? It turns out to be a replica of Sakaski's ability. Zephyr raised his huge robotic arm and fired a burst of fire at the rockets in the sky. Countless rockets were destroyed in the air, but quite a few rockets dodged Zephyr's attack and slammed into the hull. Boom! The rocket landed on the deck, causing bursts of explosions. 9 times out of 10, the fleet behind Zephyr was shrouded in monstrous fire, and countless soldiers screamed in pain. Damn pirates! You actually hurt my soldiers like this. Seeing the sea of fire behind him, Zephyr clenched his hands involuntarily. Damn, you're wrong, right? If I don't attack, won't you attack me? Raldo floated in front of Zephyr, looking at him with a slightly raised brow. Don't attack. What a joke. Pirates shouldn't exist. All pirates should be wiped out. Zephyr stared at Raldo with cold eyes. Zephyr's answer was not unexpected at all. Raldo knew that the other party hated pirates, but he didn't expect to hate them to such a degree. I am afraid that Zephyr's situation is the case in which Xu Xian's novels have gone into trouble. HMPH, do you think you've seen ruthless pirates? That's all pirates. Pirates are also good and bad. Don't you have a navy that behaves badly and behaves badly? Raldo the same cold stare at Zephyr. After listening to Raldo's words, Zephyr's icy eyes were slightly hesitant. Yeah, don't they have bad manners and bad behavior in their navy? If not, why did you choose to quit the navy? Then Zephyr thought of the scene where his wife and children died at the hands of the pirates, and his shaky heart suddenly hardened again. It turns out that pirates can also deceive people, and they were almost fooled by you. Yes, you were right. There are also unhealthy trends in the navy, so I set up a new navy. The pirates their navy dare not kill, I will kill them. What the navy dare not do, I will do the new navy. All in all, I will do what the navy can manage, and what the navy can't do, I will do it. Zephyr nodded slightly, then swung his mechanical arm towards the front. Raldo. Chapter 59 Kazuna doesn't talk about martial arts, but engages in sneak attacks. Looking at Zephyr flying towards him, Raldo activated the power of the wood element. Countless vines instantly covered Raldo's left hand, and the huge vine arm instantly smashed towards Zephyr. Boom! 2 arms, 1 wood and 1 iron, collided violently. Feeling the powerful force from the vine arm, Zephyr found that his mechanical arm was trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, Zephyr smacked his lips slightly dissatisfied and said, "Sure enough, you are still old, and your physical strength is not as good as you young people. But don't think that you can beat me like this." The corners of Zephyr's mouth rose slightly, and many small mouths suddenly opened on the mechanical arm. The purple Halushi missile flew out of the mechanical arm in an instant and shot towards Raldo in front. The two were close at hand, and Raldo had no time to defend against the missiles released by Zephyr. With an idea, Raldo kicked away Zephyr's mechanical arm, and then put the arm wrapped around vines in front of him. Boom! Countless missiles exploded beside Raldo in an instant, and thick black smoke enveloped Raldo in an instant. The powerful shock wave made Ain, Bins and the others involuntarily retreat a few steps. I was hit by Zephyr-sensei's Halushi missile. This Raldo will have to peel off his skin if he doesn't die. Bins said proudly. Even if the big pirates in the New World encounter Teacher Zephyr, if they are not careful, they will die. Yin said while brushing her hair. Storm barrier. A roar suddenly sounded in the smoke from the explosion. The white storm visible to the naked eye instantly tore the smoke from it. The blonde boy holding an obsidian staff was suspended in the center of the storm. Really, I don't think it hurts or itches. Zephyr, where did you find the two puppets? I feel like they're about to blow you up. After the smoke was blown away, Raldo waved his hand to cancel. Surrounding storm barrier. Smooth kid. Didn't Whitebeard teach you to restrain yourself in the sea? Zephyr stared at Raldo with a gloomy expression. Oh, is it illegal to drag? You tell me which law stipulates that people can't be dragged. Raldo replied, not to be outdone. There's no point in fighting at sea, if you really want to wrestle with the old man. Just go there, Zephyr said, pointing to the island not far away. Raldo looked at Zephyr in surprise. What is it? Do fights have to be on your mind? Have you picked a grave for yourself? Then I don't mind giving you a ride. Raldo folded his arms and looked at Zephyr with a slightly raised brow. Speaking madly, I think that island is quite suitable as a grave for you, a vicious pirate. Zephyr said with a bad expression. Although Zephyr hates pirates extremely, he has not yet lost his mind. After all, Zephyr was once an admiral of the Navy. In addition to his extraordinary strength, Zephyr's wisdom was also extraordinary. The reason why they chose to transfer the battle site is because Zephyr arranged explosive rocks on the island in advance. It was originally used to destroy the island, but now it seems that it can only be given to this Raldo first. What are you going to do? Go with us. Or go by yourself. Don't worry, although I hate pirates, I'm not the kind of villain who breaks his promise. If you don't go to the island, you won't do anything. Withdrawing the mechanical arm, he stared at Raldo who was floating in the air with a calm expression. I don't have the habit of taking the same boat with the Navy. I'll wait for you first. Don't be afraid to come. Raldo glanced at Zephyr with a frown, and then stepped on the wind. Force quickly flew to the island. The other side of the island. General Polsolino, we have found the trace of Z. They are heading towards this island, which is not bad at all as you guessed. Lieutenant General Mole said to the figure on the chair. Sure enough, Mr. Zephyr. Kizaru got up slowly, a ray of light flashed under the orange sunglasses. This time, Kizaru took the initiative to invite Ying to participate in this operation to destroy the illegal organization Z. As a student of Zephyr, Huang Yuan can be said to be the most aware of Zephyr's behavior. After the first island was not successfully blocked, Kizaru took a group of navies to wait on the island. He believed that this island with explosive rocks, it will definitely attract Zephyr and others to come. First to leave the Z Navy, has already flown to the island at this moment. Looking at the Zephyr fleet that was still some distance away from the island, Raldo decided to observe the island first. After all, he didn't believe that Zephyr would propose a duel on the island for no reason. Raldo has seen the theatrical version of the previous life, and he knows that Zephyr has mastered a very terrifying weapon. This weapon is similar to a bomb, when the amount piles up to a certain level. Such bombs can even wipe an island off the charts, which is what worries Raldo the most. After all, with the power to destroy an island, it is even easier to destroy yourself. When Raldo came to the back of the island, 5 warships docked on the shore caught Raldo's attention. This time, it is not the new navy led by Zephyr, but the serious navy. There are 5 headquarters warships, which means that there are at least 5 lieutenant generals on the island. Although the lieutenant general does not pose any threat to the current Raldo. But many ants can kill elephants, so be careful. At this time, Kizaru, who came to the deck, looked up and noticed the silhouette flying in the sky. Huh, that's Whitebeard Pirates Vice Captain Raldo. Why is he here? Could it be he's also interested in explosive rocks? It's troublesome now, let's stop it for the safety of the world. Kizaru stretched out a finger, and a dazzling laser beam instantly shot out towards Raldo. Call out. Raldo, who was thinking, suddenly sounded an alarm in his heart. Quickly dodging to the side, a golden laser beam brushed Raldo and flew over. Okay, is this the laser beam of Kyabu? After dodging, Raldo patted his chest in shock. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would be utterly chilled. Kazuna, do you have a sense of public morality? It is uncivilized to release laser light indiscriminately. What if you hit someone else? Raldo roared angrily. Kizaru standing on the deck. He was stunned by Raldo's sudden scolding. Why does the old man become uncivilized after shooting a laser beam? By the way, the old man seems to have fired at you from the beginning. Is it okay not to hit someone? I'm still as articulate as ever. You want to steal the explosive rock. As a navy, I don't want to hit you. Who do you hit? Kizaru put one hand in his pocket and looked at Raldo with a slightly raised brow. After listening to the words of the yellow monkey, Raldo involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. Want to steal explosive rocks yourself? Your meowing eye saw it. Chapter 60 Zeph's parting last words. Yellow monkey opens up. Aren't you too busy being a general? Inexplicably, you gave me a hat. When did I want to steal the explosive rock? Raldo frowned, glaring at Kizaru and said. Well, you are slandering like this. The old man is very tired to be a general, and there are many things to do every day. 8-foot mirror. Huang Yuan held his hands slightly round, and a golden light shot out from Huang Yuan's hand, which kept in the air. Refraction. The yellow monkey, which was transferred by the light, appeared directly on the right side of Raldo, and it was a heavy kick to Raldo. Raldo, who had been prepared for a long time, instantly raised his right hand to block Kyabu's attack. Don't you go against your heart when you say this. Kizaru, who doesn't know that in the entire navy, you are the one who can sneak around the most? Raldo raised his brows slightly and looked at Kizaru. Kizaru was a little surprised. How could Raldo be so clear about his own affairs? If he hadn't known that the other party was a pirate, he would have thought that Raldo had inserted eyeliner beside him. No, I can't let this stuff go on. Mole and the others are all listening below. If this is stabbed to Sakaski, I am afraid that this month's salary should be deducted again. Kizaru suddenly increased the strength on his feet and directly knocked Raldo out a few meters. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Kizaru clasped his hands together, and then a golden long sword appeared in Kizaru's hands. Waving the Sky Kong Cloud Sword in his hand, Kizaru kept slashing towards Raldo. Comprehensive defense, self-freezing. Raldo flipped his right hand, and a blue crystal popped out of his palm in an instant. The blue ice crystals grew rapidly, turning into a round ice ball and wrapping Raldo in it. Every time Kizaru's Tiankong Yunjian smashed into the ice hockey puck, it would make a crisp thumping sound. This doesn't mean that Kizaru is doing useless work. Raldo clearly sees that with the first time Kizaru smashes the Tiankong Cloud Sword, the thickness of the ice hockey will be melted. Although the melting speed is not fast, if Kyabu is allowed to smash like this all the time, it's only a matter of time before the puck shatters completely, so Raldo intends to interfere. Shui Ling, waterspout. Raldo's fingers in the ice ball moved slightly, and a huge vortex suddenly appeared on the calm sea. Then a sturdy water column shot up into the sky and went straight to the yellow monkey. Seawater is a natural enemy for devil fruit power users. When he noticed that the water column was sprayed towards him, Kizaru chose to retreat without hesitation. It's such a troublesome ability, Raldo. However, my target this time is not you, so let's talk about it next time. Kizaru noticed the approaching Zephyr fleet, and after saying a word to Raldo, the man turned into golden light and disappeared in place in an instant. Only the stunned mole and the others were left behind. Raldo, who was floating in the air. Mole and other lieutenants look at me and I look at you. There is a message in everyone's eyes: confusion. Why did General Polsolino suddenly leave? Isn't it inappropriate to run half a fight? What does it mean to leave them behind? Let them have a few lieutenant generals to touch Raldo. After thinking for a while, Mole decided to deal with this matter rationally. Quick! Everyone chases in the direction of General Polsolino. After Mole instructed the navy behind him, he jumped off the boat and rushed towards the island. After a while, Raldo was the only one left on the naval warship. Raldo frowned slightly and looked at the other side of the island, which was red and golden for a while. It seems that Kizaru has already done a job with Zephyr, and this situation does not hurt him at all. No matter which side loses the battle, he can go over and pick up the leak. But Raldo didn't want to do this, and at this moment, a ridiculous idea had arisen in his mind. That is to save Zephyr from Kizaru. Raldo also understood that Zephyr was actually a very poor person. No matter who is responsible for the murder of a relative, I am afraid it will become extreme. After making up his mind, Raldo activated the power of the wind in his body and swept towards the battle area in the center of the island at an extreme speed. In addition to being pitiful for Zephyr, Raldo also wanted to see what kind of force this so-called new navy in Zephyr's mouth could become. After arriving on the island, Zephyr did not find Raldo. Just when Zephyr gave up the fight and prepared to set up the explosive rock, a dazzling light suddenly poured into his sight. Years of fighting instinct made Zephyr dodge the laser beam of Kizaru to the limit. You really came, Polsolino. Zephyr, who was dodging, stared at Kizaru with a gloomy expression. Teacher Zephyr, I advise you to go back with me obediently. For the sake of teachers and students, I will find a way to save your life. Kizaru said to Zephyr calmly. Although Huang Yuan was calm on the surface, he was already entangled in his heart. For this man who had taught him, Kizaru couldn't bear to kill. Go back. Don't think about it, Polsolino. That dirty navy is no longer the navy I used to be familiar with. Don't bother, let's fight. Just a burst of fire. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Teacher Zephyr, I am also under orders. The Tiankong Yunjian appeared in Huang Yuan's hand again, flashed to Zephyr's side in an instant, and slashed towards Zephyr. Zephyr instantly covered the mechanical arm with armed color, and blocked Kyabu's Tiankong cloud sword again and again. The other hand, which was covered in armed color, directly grabbed the blade of the Amangura cloud sword. The front section of Zephyr's robotic arm instantly flashed a dazzling red light, and the yellow monkey, who was facing the red light, instantly felt a fatal threat. Directly cut off the ability output to Tiankong Yunjian, and the whole person turned into golden light and dodged to the side. Just as the figure of the yellow monkey dodged away, a huge torrent of energy spewed out from Zephyr's mechanical arm. Boom! The red light that didn't hit the yellow monkey directly blew the sharp peak not far away into a flat top. It's terrifying, Mr. Zephyr. You're going to kill me. If that's the case, I'll have to be serious. The yellow monkey on the side looked at the empty mountain, and said with some fear. I should have told you. Don't rely too much on the fruit's ability. If you didn't cut off the Tiankong Yunjian just now, that mountain will be your end. Zephyr looked at Kizaru with a cold expression. Is this your last word? Farewell, Teacher Zephyr. 8-foot Changgu Yu. The figure of the yellow monkey suddenly appeared in the air, and the whole person turned into a dazzling gold star. Countless light bullets were instantly shot from Kizaru and flew towards Zephyr below. On the other side, Ain and Bins, who had just arrived, saw this scene and shouted, "Teacher Zephyr! Great Voyage, the strongest emperor of the Whitebeard pirates." Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61 _ Mushroom cloud rising into the sky, bicycle man at sea. Zephyr looked at the light bullets flying all over the sky, raised his hand and took off the sunglasses hanging on his eyes. "Forget it, just leave here. It's a special feeling to be mourned by one's own students, isn't it?" Zephyr muttered to himself with a dull expression on his face. "Exit, I said." "Zephyr, are you showing off your head? The duel you promised me hasn't been completed yet. Do you want to be a dishonest person?" Raldo's figure instantly appeared in front of Zephyr. Yu Guang glanced at Zephyr and said, "Raldo, what are you doing here? Do you want to be buried with the old man?" Zephyr looked at Raldo in surprise. Hearing Zephyr's words, Raldo's mouth twitched slightly. "The ghost wants to be buried with you, and if you want to be buried with me, you must at least be a girl." Storm Thunder Shield. Raldo inserted the obsidian staff on the ground, and two different elements, thunder and wind, appeared in his hands instantly. As Raldo folded his hands together, a huge thunder screen appeared in front of him, covering Raldo and Zephyr. Boom! As soon as Raldo's defense was covered, the sky-filled light bombs hit it heavily. The continuous explosion sounded instantly in the ears of Raldo and Zephyr. Looking at Zephyr, who was swallowed up by the explosion, Yin finally couldn't hold back his emotions, and raging tears welled up in his eyes. "Teacher Zephyr, I'll accompany you too," Ain cried and wanted to rush over to die with Zephyr. Binz, who was beside him, quickly stopped Ain. Both of them were students of Zephyr, so Binz naturally couldn't watch Ain do stupid things. Binz was also very sad about Zephyr's death. When the thick smoke of the explosion dissipated, a shield flashing blue light appeared in everyone's sight. "Huh, exactly. What's going on?" Kizaru looked at the huge shield that suddenly appeared below with a puzzled expression. Under the gazes of everyone, the shield filled with the power of thunder gradually disappeared into the air. Two figures, one old and one young, suddenly appeared in the center of the shield. "I didn't expect that I, who dedicated my life to the Navy, would owe my life to the pirates today." A faint smile hung on the corner of Zephyr's mouth. "Since you know you owe me a life, then you can keep it well, and you can give it back to me when I want it," Raldo said with a glance at Zephyr. Seeing that Zephyr was not injured, Yin cried with joy, "Mr. Zephyr, it's really good that you're okay." Kizaru also looked at Raldo and Zephyr below, a former admiral of the Navy and a deputy captain of the Four Emperors. "When did these two go together?" "You'd better leave first, just leave it to me. You still have your own mission, new admiral, Mr. Z." Raldo pulled out the staff on the ground, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. "What a strange person, if only pirates were like you." Zephyr smiled and shook his head, then got up and prepared to leave. In fact, at the moment Raldo sacrificed himself to save, Zephyr had already let go of the hatred in his heart. After Raldo left, Zephyr had been thinking about what Raldo said. Yes, no matter what power it is, there will be both evil and good sides. The Navy is a force for good, but there are also bad people in it. Pirates are the power of evil, and there will also be people like Raldo mixed in them. Seeing Zephyr want to leave, Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you trying to leave?" "That's not possible, Teacher Zephyr." Just as Kizaru was about to act, a scorching fireball flew towards him instantly, brushing past his naval shawl. Kizaru looked down curiously, and saw that Raldo was holding an obsidian staff in his left hand, and a fireball was suspended in his right palm. Obviously, the fireball just now was thrown by Raldo. "If you want to chase Zephyr in the past, you'd better pass me first. See if I imitate this move, Bachi Chong Fire Bomb." Raldo's voice just fell, and countless fireballs appeared in an instant. On both sides of his body, he rushed towards the yellow monkey in the sky with a destructive momentum. Seeing the fireballs flying all over the sky, Kizaru's brows jumped slightly. He would never have thought that one day his unique trick would be used by others, and it was a second innovative version. After thinking for a while, Kizaru decided to perform elementalization to avoid the flying fireballs. After all, effortless. Your imitation is quite similar, but the accuracy is far worse. After dodging the fireballs one by one, Kizaru said to Raldo with a look of disdain. Really? I don't think so. Who told you that my target is you? Goodbye. The man of light. The corner of Raldo's mouth rose, and then the figure quickly withdrew back. Okay. The target is not yourself. Is it? Thinking of the yellow monkey here, he hurriedly turned around and looked back. I saw a large number of fireballs released by Raldo, flying towards the explosion rock in the distance. This is really bad. Under the shocked eyes of Kizaru, the first fireball successfully hit an explosive rock. In a burst of abnormal shaking and rising, the explosive rock suddenly burst open. The explosion of the first explosive rock is like the first fireworks on the night of the New Year's Eve, which means that the follow-up fireworks show is about to start. Boom! Explosive rocks exploded one after another, and the deafening sound of explosions kept reaching the ears of everyone present. The monstrous flames generated by the explosion quickly rushed towards Kizaru, feeling the heat coming from his face, and after Kizaru swallowed his saliva, he quickly elementalized and left the place. Raldo, who had already flown away from the island, hurriedly looked back after hearing the explosion. I saw a very huge mushroom cloud slowly rising from the island. It looks very spectacular, and it has the feeling of throwing a nuclear bomb in the Red Police world. Well, I hope Kizaru can be safe. After Raldo glanced at it, he continued to fly forward. After returning to the ship, Zephyr smiled slightly after seeing the mushroom cloud that exploded. This is the second island, and there are 2 more missions to complete. I didn't expect you to help the old man to complete the second mission. Yes, don't I, funny pirate. Teacher Zephyr, what shall we do next? Ian said in doubt while supporting Zephyr. Continue to implement the Z plan. Go to the next mission island. Zephyr's mouth raised slightly, looking at the burning island. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Ain and Bin saluted Zephyr, and then led the fleet to turn around and head towards the next location. In a remote corner that no one noticed, a blue bicycle was parked on the sea. The man with black sunglasses looked at the departing Zephyr fleet calmly. Well, the man who found himself is still very handsome, isn't he? Teacher Zephyr. Chapter 62_urgent mission appears. Beat her up. An urgent task has appeared, please pay attention to the host. The sudden sound of the system prompt almost made the flying Raldo fall out of the air. This system is elusive, why is it still sending an emergency mission? Raldo opened the system panel in surprise. Host, Edward Raldo. Equipment, Obsidian Staff, unique. Abilities, Elemental Control, Wind, Water, Fire, Wood, Ice, Thunder, Element Fusion. Domineering. Points, 37,000. Mission, ring the golden bell in the sky for 2 years, reward points, 660,000 completed. Update task status. Mission, the 4 Emperors BIGMOM triggered the marriage passive, and immediately rushed to the Cake Island to beat her up. Let her understand that the new era does not support arranged marriages. Reward, Earth Elemental Mastery, unfinished. Bounty, 3 billion Baileys. After seeing the updated urgent mission, Raldo's mouth twitched slightly. Is this BIGMOM going to do something? The ghost is willing to marry her. Why does this old woman want to marry everyone when she sees it? Beat her up. This can have. As a young man in the new era, Raldo hates arranged marriages the most. The change in the bounty at the bottom also caught Raldo's attention. Has it risen to 3 billion? It should be because he killed the Tianlong people. This red dog is too cautious. If a celestial dragon dies, there are still so many alive. If Raldo's idea was to be heard by the 5 old men of Mary Joa, they would have to come and kill him. What are the dragon people? They are the descendants of the Creator, the most noble race in the world. How can you just kill it? However, only the Navy and ordinary people would care about the identity of the Tianlong people. Big pirates like Raldo, Kaido and the others don't care what kind of thing you are. It's okay if you don't make a fool of yourself, but if you dare to make a fool of yourself, it will kill you. This reward is quite special. Is it controlled by the earth element? Although I use the power of the elements to motivate my staff and attacks, I might as well imitate others. Let's go first and think about it later. Raldo rubbing his chin, he muttered. With the new task, Raldo increased the output of the wind element power. The whole person turned into a white meteor and went straight to Cake Island. Why does Raldo know the direction of Cake Island? Naturally because he has Newgate's life card. Go according to the life card, there is nothing wrong. Dad, is it appropriate for us to just go to Cake Island? What if BIGMOM sets up an ambush? Marco walked over to Newgate and said. Gee la, that stinky old woman won't do that. But she dares to threaten me, and she has to teach her a lesson. Newgate's eyes narrowed, looking at the island not far away. Because Newgate itself is not far from the territory of BIGMOM, they quickly arrived at their destination. The island in front of the Moby Dick is very unique in appearance, and the whole is a huge version of the cake. This is the base of the Four Emperors BIGMOM, Cake Island. Puro, is it finally here? The Whitebeard pirates. Puro said, staring at the Moby Dick, which was slowly approaching. Marco and others on the boat also found Sparrow and others on the shore. It's not BIGMOM, but the Candy Minister Puro to pick us up. This BIGMOM doesn't care about you at all. Joss said with some displeasure. Beasta stepped forward and patted Joes on the shoulder, and said comfortingly, don't worry, we have to follow Dad's instructions. That BIGMOM does this, I want to give her a sword. After landing, Newgate led Marco and others to jump off the Moby Dick. Where's that stinky old woman Ling? Take me over there to find her, and dare to threaten me with Raldo. It seems that she has been too comfortable, so I have to talk to her today. Newgate turned his eyes away coldly. A glance at Sparrow said. Watched by Newgate's icy eyes, Sparrow felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, and shivered involuntarily. Sparrow swallowed, adjusted his state and said slowly, well, I hope you don't misunderstand. Mom, she doesn't mean to threaten, after all, you are all old friends for many years. Please come this time. There are other reasons. Please also go to see my mother with me. If that's the case, then you lead the way. Newgate said lightly. Under the leadership of Sparrow, Newgate and others walked through the forest to the Cake Castle. In the open space outside the castle, countless delicacies were placed on the table in order. All kinds of strange-looking fruits are placed on the plate. Directly in front of the table, a tiger tank in a red spotted skirt. Oh no, a woman was sitting on a chair, looking at Newgate and the others who came in with a smile. Long time no see, Whitebeard. No, Edward Newgate. Lingling's mouth lifted slightly, looking at Newgate. Chapter 63 _ The two emperors confronted each other, and Raldo appeared. Ah, it's been a long time. You stinky old woman, do you know what you've done wrong? Newgate's eyes flashed with silver, and he said coldly. Mom, make a mistake. Are you kidding me, Newgate? Lingling stared at Newgate equally coldly. A powerful aura of kings emanated from Lingling instantly. Looking at this scene, Newgate slightly raised the pheasant knife in his hand and slammed it on the ground suddenly. A domineering arrogance that was not inferior to Lingling burst out from him and pressed towards Lingling. The moment the breaths of the two kings came into contact, a strong shock wave burst out. The food and drinks on the table were all shaken to scum, and the entire Cake Island vibrated violently. The residents of the island fell to the ground in fear after feeling the powerful breath. After confronting for a while, Lingling put away her aura. He sat down in his chair again, as if nothing had happened just now. Mom, forget it, it's not worth it to fight with you. This time I invite you to come for something else. I want my child to marry your co-captain. Ling said calmly. Ling's remarks made Newgate pause slightly, and Marco and others widened their eyes in shock. Hey, marriage. It's a lie, doesn't that mean we're going to join forces with BIGMOM? But, does Father Raldo agree to this matter? What do you think, Marco? How do I see it? How can I see it? I must be standing there. Well, just pretend I didn't ask you just now. I think it's okay, if Father Raldo agrees. Then aren't we a strong alliance? Watching the sons talk more and more, Newgate cleared his throat. Cough, let's stop discussing. Marriage or not, we'll have to wait for your Father Raldo to come back. Having arrived at Raldo not far from Cake Island, he immediately noticed the Moby Dick docked on the shore. Moby Dick. It seems that Newgate and the others have arrived. Why didn't they see Squard and their ship? After Raldo inspected, he found that there was no ship with the big Vortex Spider pirate flag hanging, and he was a little surprised. It should be that he flew too fast. Squard and the others should not have arrived. Forget it, don't wait, just go to the island and find Newgate and the others. Shortly after entering the island, Raldo found Newgate and others under the castle. Marco, who had nothing to do to look around, looked up and saw Raldo who was descending. Father Raldo is here, Marco said excitedly. Hearing Marco's words, the rest of the people looked up. After seeing Raldo's figure, everyone shouted with excitement. Papa Raldo, here. Ha ha ha, Daddy Raldo, we all want you to die. Father Raldo, are you not injured? Jose, you idiot, how can you say that about Father Raldo? After Marco heard what Jose said, he gave Jose a shudder heavily. Marco, I'm here, I'm also worried about Father Raldo. Jose rubbed his aching forehead and complained. Okay, Marco, don't blame Jose. He's worried about me too. Raldo's figure slowly fell in front of everyone and said to Marco. Gee la, brother. Why did you come back by yourself, Shishing? Newgate said in surprise when he found that Raldo was the only one. Oh, I handed over the White Star to Squard and the others. I'll come over first, and they'll be behind. Raldo explained. Newgate nodded and said, what do you think about that stinky old woman who wants to marry us? Hearing Newgate's words, Raldo thought of his mission again. Marriage, shouldn't it be, with me? Raldo stared at Newgate. Before Newgate could speak, Ling, who was sitting not far away, took the lead and said, Mom. That's right, I'm marrying you. Given your different identities, I can let you choose. After listening to Ling's words, Raldo frowned slightly. If a ghost wants to marry you, it's fine if you're weird, your daughter is even weirder than you. Raldo couldn't help thinking of the girl who married Sanji in the anime. I don't know if I don't see it, I was startled when I saw it. It's actually Yang Jian from the One Piece version. I refuse. I already have, someone I like. Besides, I hate arranged marriages the most. Raldo shook his head and said. Newgate, who was familiar with his brother's conduct, was not surprised by Raldo's answer. When he was young, Raldo hated others forcing him to do things, not even himself as a brother, let alone an outsider's BGIMOM. Hearing Raldo rejecting herself, Ling's smile gradually disappeared, and she stared at Raldo coldly. Rejection. I advise you to think about it again. Chapter 64 Ling was shocked. The story of the Rock's ship. What are you thinking about? I said refusal is refusal. I didn't expect that after decades, you are still so annoying. Raldo looked at Ling with a frown and said. Decades. Decades ago, when the old lady was rampant at sea, you didn't know where you were. Ling said with a gloomy expression. Really, you are really amazing, the former member of the Rock's Pirates, Charlotte Ling. Raldo looked at Ling with a slightly raised brow. When Raldo mentioned rocks, the temperature of the entire space dropped by several degrees. How did you know rocks? Did Newgate tell you? Ling's eyes instantly turned cold. She is a member of the Rocks Pirates, except for Newgate and Kaido, only those old fellows of the same generation know. Goo la la la, that's not what I told him. Maybe you forgot, he's my brother Raldo. Newgate said with a smile. Raldo, impossible, that guy is in his 50s, how could it be possible? Ling was stunned for a moment when she was halfway through. A pair of big eyes kept swiping at Raldo, who was as blonde as Newgate, and had the exact same face shape as the boy at the time. The only difference is that now Raldo has a black wooden stick inlaid with gems in his hand. Mom, it turns out that this sea is really amazing. You haven't changed for decades, Edward Raldo. Ling said while looking at Raldo with strange eyes. Since you already know, then you should understand. It is impossible for me to agree to your marriage. Raldo looked at Ling with a slightly raised brow and said. Mom, you don't want to get married, as long as you can beat me. I agree with you to refuse, how about that? Ling said, standing up with a smile. Before Raldo could speak, Newgate, who was protecting his younger brother madly, waved his pheasant knife and looked at Ling with cold eyes. What? You are itchy, do you want me to give you a knife? Stinky old woman. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Napoleon. Ling raised her eyes slightly and shouted to the top of her head. Yes, Mom, the pirate hat on Ling's head suddenly said. After Hat finished speaking, he slowly opened his eyes. It jumped off Ling's head like a little man, and turned into a big knife and fell into Ling's hands. The two confronted each other again, and the powerful momentum once again shocked everyone present. Go and call the 3 generals over here. I'm afraid there will be unexpected situations in this situation. Sparrow said to the people behind him with a flustered face. Just when the pirates were about to turn their heads, 3 different figures were slowly walking over. No need, big brother. After we received the notice, we quickly returned from the nearby kingdom. Katakuri walked to Sparrow's side and said. Well, second brother is right. We came back as soon as possible to prevent things from getting worse. Cracker said after glancing at Marco and the others. Okay, let's wait and see. I hope there won't be a fight, after all, the 2 of us are too big. If we fight, it will definitely affect the whole new world. Smoothie stared at the Whitebeard pirates and said. Raldo stretched out his hand to stop Newgate, then raised his brows and looked at Ling. Duel. Do you think it's reasonable for you, a 4 emperor, to duel with a little pirate with me? Mom, little pirate, you really know how to joke. Rocks Pirates trainee member, Raldo. Ling raised Napoleon in her hand and looked at Raldo. If that's the case, then come on. I hope you can be so calm later. Shuiling Water Dragon Bomb. Raldo urged the elemental power in his body, and a blue water dragon flew from the river beside him. Came out. The huge water dragon roared towards Ling who was not far away. Facing the incoming water dragon, Ling suddenly jumped up and swung a sword light towards the water dragon. Boom! The huge water dragon was instantly shaken into pieces by the sword light, and turned into countless raindrops on the ground. Although it is a bit cheeky, there is no such thing as chakra in the pirate world. Raldo was naturally shameless from the next door, and brought some skills to use for himself. But the only advantage is that Raldo doesn't need a seal, he just needs to activate the elemental power in his body. Seeing that the water dragon bullet was defeated by Ling, Raldo couldn't help frowning. It seems that I am not very familiar with the skills I have just learned. The simply constructed water dragon bomb is indeed not as strong as other people's seals. Mom, what? Is this only your strength? Is your strength stopped at 20 along with your age? After defeating Raldo's attack, Ling looked at Raldo with disdain and said. What? Judging people by appearance. You'll know soon if there is any change in strength. Elemental Fusion Double Dragons. Raldo raised his staff, and the energy column shining with different elements went straight into the sky. Chapter 65_Weo vs Sangyong. Bigmom in a coma. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire Cake Island. The dark clouds fell down, making everyone below feel suffocated. Newgate looked up at the sky, and then said solemnly, Marco, tell everyone to retreat. This time the attack is not ordinary. I am afraid that the old woman has suffered. Well, I see, Dad. Marco nodded, then turned around and ordered everyone to retreat. Katakuri on the other side nodded slightly, and a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he is using the ability to predict the future again. When he activated his ability, the whole person instantly became gloomy. Just when Katakuri was about to call out Lingling, a deafening roar interrupted his thoughts and actions. Roar! In the dark clouds in the sky, a huge elemental dragon suddenly appeared. Marco and others who have seen this scene thought that Raldo was only increasing the power, but did not expect to create a dragon that combines two different elements. Every elemental dragon that protrudes from the clouds has two different elemental powers entangled in it. The powerful breath of the element dragon made Lingling, who was holding Napoleon below, feel a little shocked. Unexpectedly, Raldo, who was only a trainee crew at the beginning, has grown to such a degree now. Under Lingling's gaze, the elemental dragon dormant in the clouds began to move. Swinging huge dragon bodies one by one, they drilled out of the clouds and swept towards Lingling at a very high speed. Mom, I'm really underestimated, Weo. Lingling stepped on a white cloud and flew into the sky. Napoleon in her hand suddenly sent a red slash at the element dragon. Boom! As soon as 2 or 3 elemental dragons touched the slash, they were smashed into energy blocks and exploded in the air. This explosion also successfully shook the slash into nothingness. The remaining elemental dragons passed through the thick black smoke and immediately rushed in front of Lingling. Boom! The explosion of 7 or 8 double dragons directly knocked Lingling out of consciousness, under the eyes of everyone. Lingling's huge body fell heavily and hit the ground like a meteorite. Seeing Lingling, who was knocked to the ground by Raldo, Sparrow and the others exclaimed with pale faces, Mom! After reacting, Katakuri wanted to go up and check the specific situation of their mother. A figure burning with blue flames appeared in front of Katakuri and the others. Now it's the duel between Father Raldo and Bigmom. I don't want anyone to interfere. Please stay here and cooperate, Marco said, staring at Katakuri. Cooperation? Marco, what are you kidding? Our mother is injured now, don't blame us for being rude if you stop. Cracker yelled at Marco angrily, then clapped his hands at the void. Bang, bang, bang. A dense array of biscuit soldiers instantly appeared behind Cracker, and as long as he got the second brother's order, he could direct these biscuit soldiers to rush to Marco in front of him at any time. You're welcome, Cracker. What kind of rude method do you want? Just rely on your trash biscuits that break when you touch them. The diamond-shaped Joe stared at Cracker with cold eyes. Cracker snorted indignantly and turned his attention to Katakuri. Although Katakuri is not the eldest among their siblings, their strength is definitely one of the best. Katakuri frowned, looking at the captains of the Whitebeard pirates who gradually appeared beside Marco. Marco, Beasta, Joes, Ace. Each of them is extremely powerful. On the other hand, on my side, only my eldest brother Sparrow, Cricket, myself, Smoothie, and others are still on their way. The disparity between the strength of the enemy was so great that Katakuri suddenly became entangled. After thinking for a while, Katakuri nodded slightly and said, Okay, we will cooperate with you. But I hope you can tell that Raldo not to be too harsh. If there is no mother, what will the new world be like? The consequences should be understood. Quote. Don't worry, Daddy Raldo is not a person who doesn't care. It's just a duel, not a life and death fight. There won't be any big problems. After thinking about it, Marco said to Katakuri. According to the years of getting along, Marco and others have already had a deep understanding of Raldo. In addition to saying some new words, I also like to laugh with them in private. But when it comes to business, Father Raldo can be said to be very serious. So Marco believes that Daddy Raldo will not act too irrationally. Looking at Lingling, who had passed out in a coma, Raldo slowly stepped forward. It's not that he wants to appreciate the other party's rushing gesture, but he is wondering why the system doesn't prompt the task to be completed. Raldo read the task content again in confusion. This time Raldo caught the keywords and beat her up. It seems that you should beat her by yourself, but so many people are watching. Isn't it inappropriate to beat up an old woman yourself? Raldo activated the wind element in his body, and instantly set off a hurricane that blocked the battle area. Chapter 66 Once again tortured BIGMOM, new elements are in hand. Looking at the hurricane rising around him, Raldo moved his wrists. HMPH, now I'm not afraid of being seen. After all, bullying an old woman is not a glorious thing. The vine arm. Raldo stimulated the wood element in his body, a green that was as crystal clear as cold jade. The light wrapped around Raldo's arm impressively. After the light dissipated, countless vines appeared out of thin air, spreading on Raldo's arms. A few seconds later, a huge vine arm covered Raldo's arm impressively. After moving the vine arm a little, Raldo slowly walked to Lingling and slammed down on her old face. Bang, bang, bang. The people outside the wind wall could only hear a thumping sound like a drum, and couldn't see what was going on inside at all. After beating Lingling fatty for a minute, Raldo stopped in surprise, the falling vine arm. Why doesn't this prompt the task to be completed? Could it be that he was not playing enough? Then go ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Raldo waved his vine arm and smashed it for more than 10 minutes before he finally heard the system's sound. The urgent task is completed. The reward is being distributed. Please wait for the new task to appear. Finally finished. My God, if it's not finished, this arm will be broken by the vines. For the first time, Raldo felt so tired from hitting someone. After a short rest, Raldo looked at Zoodling on the ground and felt that he was still suitable for the easy job of being a remote mage. Although his physical skills are not bad, he has been cultivating the mage's elemental abilities since Raldo crossed over, and rarely uses physical skills to fight. While Raldo was thinking, a khaki light suddenly appeared in the void. Under Raldo's surprised eyes, the light slowly flew into Raldo's body. At the same time, Raldo felt that there was another plate on the element formation in the body. It is this mission reward, the earth element. For the usage of the earth element, Raldo didn't have too many thoughts in his mind. The only understanding of the earth element is the earth dragon bullets and earth shield walls used by the earth ninjas when watching Naruto. Well, one more elemental power means more combat power. Maybe it will be useful to the earth element in the future. When Raldo was about to leave, he looked back at Lingling who was lying on the ground. Isn't it good to go like this? After all, she also helped herself to complete the task, so let's help her a little bit. Raldo rubbed his chin and walked to Lingling who had turned into a pig's head. Raldo raised his staff and lightly tapped Lingling's body. A vibrant fluorescent light instantly enveloped it. The swollen bulge on Lingling's face quickly subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the treatment, Raldo frowned and looked at Lingling. This old woman is an enemy, and it seems that it is not very good to treat the enemy by herself. After thinking about it carefully, Raldo slowly took out a black brush from his arms and smeared it on Lingling's face. After doing all this, Raldo snapped his fingers lightly and cancelled the hurricane shrouded in the surroundings. Seeing Raldo's figure, Marco and the others excitedly waved to Raldo. Daddy Raldo, here. Are you all right? Raldo walked quickly to the side of Newgate, Marco and the others, holding back the smile at the corner of his mouth and said to everyone, quick, let's go. Without waiting for Newgate and the others to reply, Raldo flew in the direction of the Moby Dick. Marco and the others scratched their heads in confusion, and then turned their puzzled eyes to Newgate who was on the side. Newgate pondered for a while, then said to Marco and others, listen to your father Raldo, let's go. Then a group of people quickly left the periphery of Cake Castle and ran towards the Moby Dick on the shore. The author is very active and can discuss an exchange with each other. Chapter 67 _ Big Turtle. The two Charlotte brothers who brushed the performance. Come on, let's go and see how Mom is doing. After Sparrow reacted, he hurriedly said to Katakuri and the others. Seeing that Whitebeard and the others had left, Katakuri quickly ran to Lingling's side. The next scene made Sparrow and others widen their eyes in shock. There were indeed no scars on their mother's face and no visible scars on her body. But, what's up with that huge black turtle on the face? Purro, this, what's going on? Purro said suspiciously. It's too much. That Raldo is too much. To draw a turtle on my mother's face is really deceiving. Cracker said through gritted teeth. I will definitely avenge this revenge. Together with the revenge on Fishman Island last time, I will pay it all back. Katakuri angrily threw a punch, directly smashing a house next to him. Sparrow hurriedly activated his abilities and reshaped a new candy house to stand in place. Looking at the house that was restored in front of him, Katakuri angrily smashed it into pieces again. The next second, a brand new candy house appeared in Katakuri's sight again. So, Katakuri began to smash the candy house non-stop, and Sparrow kept pushing the fruit power behind him to create a new candy house. Smoothie on the side watched the bizarre behavior of the two and involuntarily twitched the corners of his mouth. What are Katakuri and Sparrow doing? Is it possible to brush up on the construction performance of Wangwo buildings? Looking at the candy house that kept restoring in front of him, Katakuri frowned slightly and looked at his fists with a puzzled expression. Is it an illusion? Has his strength declined? Why do I always feel that this house has been destroyed countless times by myself? Confused, Katakuri once again threw the candy shop into dust. The next second, the brand new candy house appeared in his sight again. This time, Katakuri finally found the abnormality, and his brows jumped, looking back at Sparrow, who was waving a candy scepter. Brother, what are you doing? Sparrow looked at Katakuri with a puzzled expression. Paro, what else do I want to ask you? Katakuri, what are you doing? I smashed you as soon as I built it, and you just built it. Just smash it. If you're not satisfied with this style, you can just say it. Katakuri nodded slightly, and then said to Sparrow, I'm just venting my emotions, the Whitebeard pirates have gone too far. Also, since you asked, let me tell you, this style it really doesn't look good. Big brother, you should study the art field again. After speaking, Katakuri walked straight to Lingling's side. Supporting Lingling's comatose body, she slowly walked into the candy castle. Sparrow looked at Katakuri who was gradually leaving, and immediately roared angrily, Ha! How dare you say that there is something wrong with my art? Is that how you talk to your elder brother? Come back to me, Katakuri, have you forgotten the clan rules of our Charlotte family? Looking at the gradually irritable Sparrow, Cricket rubbed his head helplessly, and then stepped forward and patted Sparrow on the shoulder. Forget it, big brother. Second brother, he didn't say that on purpose. We all look at the art of the whole world. Didn't you design the whole world? And, you can't beat the second brother. Smoothie also walked to Sparrow's side and patted him lightly. Cricket is right, rather than worrying about this. Let's think about how we can make a comeback with Whitebeard. Quote. Seeing that everyone returned to the candy castle, Sparrow sighed helplessly. ... The people who have returned to the Moby Dick are all around Raldo at this moment. Father Raldo, what happened just now? I made you leave in such a hurry. Marco looked at Raldo with a puzzled expression. Chapter 68_Danger. Scourge was seriously injured, Shirahoshi was tied. Without any hesitation, Raldo told Marco and the others what he had just done to Lingling at Cake Castle. After listening to Raldo's explanation, Newgate couldn't help laughing out of laughter. Gee la, I didn't expect you to do this, brother. If that old woman knew about it, I'm afraid she would come and fight with you. Marco said before Raldo, It's okay, Daddy. Our Whitebeard pirates aren't vegetarian either. If she dares to come, we'll beat her up. Joe's on the side nodded in agreement. Marco is right, that BIGMOM dares to come. We will fight her directly. Seeing that Jose was so confident all of a sudden, after wiping his saber, Beast looked at Jose with a look of surprise. I said, Jose, why are you suddenly so excited? That's BIGMOM, talk to the old man. Daddy exists on the same level. Quote. Hearing Beast's words, Jose scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Isn't this where Daddy Raldo and Daddy are there? Otherwise, how dare I say that? After listening to Jose's explanation, Marco and others burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, Jose, who is quite honest on weekdays, also has such a funny side. Okay, let's go quickly. It's not safe to be in other people's territory, it's better to go back to your own territory. Raldo said to Marco and others. That's true, but, Father Raldo, did you forget something? What about Squidward and Princess White Star? Marco nodded in agreement, then paused and said. White Star, not good. How could I forget this girl? Raldo rubbed his forehead with a headache, took a deep breath and said to Marco, Marco, I remember you have Squidward's contact information, call him immediately and ask where they are. Marco nodded, and then took out the phone bug marked with the giant vortex spider from his pocket. Blue blue blue. As the phone bug slowly opened his eyes, a rather urgent voice came from the phone. Hello, is that Captain Marco? I'm in trouble here. If possible, come and support me. Princess White Star was captured. Squidward said anxiously. After listening to Squidward's words on the phone, all the crew members present took a deep breath. Isn't it? Squidward and the others are in trouble. And Princess White Star was kidnapped. Who is so bold? Squidward and the others are also quite famous big pirates in the New World. Most people won't touch him at all. What? We don't even know where Squidward is. Let's see what Daddy Raldo and Daddy have to say first. Quote. After Newgate heard it, he slowly turned his eyes to Raldo who was on the side. I saw Raldo's face instantly gloomy at this moment, and his clenched fists made a crisp sound like bursting beans. Brother, don't worry too much. That girl Bai Xing will be fine. Since the other party took her away, it means that he did not want to kill her. Newgate patted Raldo on the shoulder in relief. Hearing Newgate's comfort, Raldo exuded an icy aura, which slowly subsided. I understand, Newgate. Raldo exhaled slowly, looking at Newgate calmly and said. Marco, you ask Squidward, who captured the White Star, and then ask Squidward where they are now. Newgate cast a glance at Marco and said. Chapter 69 _ Parting Ways, the Whitebeard pirates are all dispatched. Although Newgate can't see any change on the surface at this moment, but his heart is already as anxious as Raldo. This Bai Xing was his unanimously appointed sister-in-law, so what if he was kidnapped by outsiders? Isn't that just hitting him Newgate in the face? It seems that they haven't shot for so many years, and some people have forgotten what it is like to get angry with this most terrifying man in the sea. Squidward, who captured Princess White Star. Where are you now? We'll go to support you right away. After receiving Newgate's instructions, Marco quickly asked the phone bug. Ahem, on our way to BIGMOM's territory, we encountered the 3 calamities of the beast pirates. He destroyed our sails and kidnapped Princess White Star. I also saw being beaten by Father Raldo before. Wounded Jack, he's also on Jin's ship. Squidward said, coughing. Captain Squidward, stop talking. You are too injured. A pirate's voice came out through the phone bug. Yes, you have a good rest first. We will complete the follow-up communication for you. Another pirate said with some worry. After Marco and the others heard the voice of the Squidward crew, they lowered their heads one by one, looking at the phone bug with a gloomy expression, and suddenly a huge evil spirit slowly rose from the Moby Dick. The 100 Beast Pirates, that fellow Jin. Daddy Raldo, let's go to Wano country. Marco said through gritted teeth. Newgate did not respond to Marco's words, but turned his attention to Raldo. This time, he hoped that Raldo could give the order. Raldo noticed Newgate's gaze, and after thinking for a while, he said to everyone, whether it's Squidward or Shiraushi, they are all part of our Whitebeard pirates. We never abandon our family and companions. Malkay, you are the fastest, you go to support Squard and the others. The rest of us set off directly to Wano country. If you can come over, we will join in Wano country. After listening to Raldo's words, Marco hesitated a little. He also wanted to go with the two fathers to Wano to save Princess Shirahoshi, but the situation on Squard's side was also very urgent. As the only person in the group who can fly, he cannot refuse. Papa Raldo gave this errand to himself, which is to believe in himself. After he figured it out, Marco nodded solemnly at Raldo. Don't worry, Father Raldo. Squard and the others will leave it to me. You and Dad will go and save Princess White Star. Bar. Marco activated the fruit ability, and the whole person instantly turned into a blue phoenix. With a leap, he left the Moby Dick. Through a conversation with the crew of the worm Squard, Marco learned about Squard's location. So after rising to the sky, it flew straight in a certain direction. Looking at the blue figure gradually disappearing into the sky, Raldo turned around and said slowly to the crowd, Marco has already set off, let's hurry up and set off. All the Whitebeard pirates set off. Go to Wano country. Quote. With an order from Raldo, the huge whale head of the Moby Dick slowly moved away from Cake Island and drove away in the direction of the sea. Oni Island outside of Wano. Jack, are you sure you have caught this woman? Will that Raldo come? Jin asked suspiciously, looking at the man covered in bandages. Yes, according to my previous observations, this woman should be the friend of Raldo. Jack glanced at Bai Xing, who was imprisoned in the cell. Because Shirahoshi shrunk in size and turned into a humanoid. For a while, Jin and Jack didn't discover her true identity. I just feel that Bai Xing's face is familiar, as if he has seen it somewhere. Chapter 70_Abnormal Wano Country. 9 Fish Pull the Boat. HMPH, it ruined Lord Kaido's good deeds. Joker was arrested, and the production of artificial devil fruits was forced to stop. Find a way to bring this Raldo over and let Lord Kaido solve him. Jin looked at him slightly. Look at the White Star said. Hearing the exchange between Jin and Jack outside the cell, Bai Xing held his hands worriedly. Lord Raldo, please don't come. Bai Xing will be fine here. HMPH, you are muttering to yourself here, and you can't hear your love. Maybe, he is already on his way to Wano. A fat man in black and white striped suspenders raised his brows slightly. Looking at the White Star said. Quinn, why are you here too? Are you not monitoring the mine? Jin said in surprise when he saw Quinn's figure. Quinn took a deep breath of the cigar in his mouth and slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke. Don't worry, the matter over there. I have already left it to Junta to deal with it. I came here to tell you something. What's the matter? Brother Quinn is worth coming to Ghost Island in person. Jack looked at Quinn curiously. The Straw Hats have already arrived in Wano, and, according to our spy report, the Red Scabbard 9 heroes and others, and the remnants of Odin have also appeared in Wano. Quinn nodded slightly, and there was a flash of silver in his eyes. Light. After listening to Quinn's words, Jack said with a look of disdain, HMPH, it's just a bunch of rubbish living in the past. I'll kill them now. After Jake finished speaking, he planned to get up and leave. Jin reached out his hand and stopped Jake. You should take good care of your injuries, it's not time to move those people, after all, the time is not ripe. Jin looked out the window meaningfully at Hehe. Country. Ellipsis. Raldo and the others who left from Cake Island have now reached the periphery of Wano country. Looking at the current that was almost perpendicular to the ground in front of him, Raldo couldn't help thinking of the upwelling current he encountered when he was on Gaia Island 2 years ago. However, there are still some differences between the two. Upwelling currents arise out of thin air, and the ocean current in front of him was going straight up along the stone wall. How? My wind element is still not able to drive an object as large as the Moby Dick. Raldo said with a frown. When I was sailing, I have been to Wano country, and I will leave the matter of landing in Wano country to my brother. Newgate patted Raldo on the shoulder with a smile, indicates that Raldo does not need to worry. Gollum. Suddenly, the sea beneath the Moby Dick began to boil. Countless huge shadows slowly appeared below the Moby Dick. Whoa! The huge shadow rushed out of the sea in an instant, and Raldo took a closer look. It turned out to be a group of huge carp. He thought it was a sea king. I saw that after the group of carp rushed out of the sea, they swam non-stop towards the waterfall current of Wano country. Jose, it's now, Newgate shouted to Jose, who was standing in the bow. After getting Newgate's order, Jose suddenly waved the noose in his hand. He successfully caught the 9 giant carp swimming in front of him. Driven by the carp, the Moby Dick, which was parked on the sea, moved slowly. The boat climbed vertically along the waterfall current on the stone wall. After a while, the Moby Dick climbed to the top of the waterfall. Is this the country of Wano? Next, I have to investigate the location where Shirahoshi is being held. In order not to attract the attention of Kaido and the others, Newgate, wait for me here. Raldo thought for a moment. After that, he looked at Newgate and said, if that's the case, then we'll be here waiting for you. If we need to take action, we'll launch a flare. Don't be stubborn, you still have us. Newgate handed Rayleigh a signal flare. Gentle said to Raldo. The author is very active and can discuss an exchange with each other. Chapter 71_Angry Orochi, want to marry Shirahoshi. On Onishima on the other side of Wano, Quinn walked out of Kaido's room frowning. There's no need for that big snake to live. Lord Kaido wants to execute him. Quinn told Jin, who was standing by Kaido's latest order. Jin looked at Bai Xing in the cell, and immediately raised his brows slightly, as that big snake. Why don't we borrow the hand of that big snake to kill the big snake first, and then we will attack him? How to borrow it? There is no resentment between that Raldo and Orochi. How could he help us deal with Orochi? Quinn looked at Jin in confusion. Jin pointed to the detained Shirahoshi. Isn't that big snake like beautiful women? Send this woman over and spread the news all over the country at the same time. As long as that Raldo comes to Wano, he will definitely go to find the big snake. I see, this is a really good idea. I'm just going back, so let me take this woman away. Quinn said, looking at Jin. Jin nodded, and then ordered his subordinates to take Shirahoshi out of the cell and hand it over to Quinn beside him. Quinn took Shirahoshi away from Onishima and took a boat to Wano country. The capital of flowers. General Orochi's mansion. After looking at it for a while, the extremely obscene-looking Orochi suddenly salivates. Not bad, is this the woman Kaido said he gave me? She is absolutely beautiful, I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Come on, let me take a good look. Looking at the unknown creature gradually approaching him, Bai Xing covered his eyes in fear and kicked out at the same time. At this time, the physical advantages of the Murlocs were revealed. Click. Bai Xing's seemingly weak kick directly broke the 3 ribs of General Orochi. The big snake that was kicked and flew out by Bai Xing's small body instantly knocked down the vase behind him. Whoa! The smashed vases fell to the ground one by one. I didn't notice the big snake that was covered with debris, and when I turned over, it was covered in debris. The pain of the broken rib had already made the big snake in pain, and it pierced the fragments of the vase again. Ah, bitch. It hurts me, ah. Lock her up immediately, I'll starve her for a few days. Feeling the pain in his body, the big snake grinned and roared. Hearing the roar of the big snake, several female servants walked in and quickly took Bai Xing out. This scene happened to be seen by Xiaozi, who came to perform for Orochi. Xiaozi was known as the most beautiful woman in the country of Wano. Orochimaru also took a fancy to this point, so she would let her dance for herself. Xiaozi glanced at her in surprise. Bai Xing, who was taken away from her side, was the first time she saw such a beautiful woman. Judging from Bai Xing's dress, Xiaozi judged that the other party was not from the country of Wano, and it was very likely that the snake was caught from outside Wano. Please wait here, I will report to General Orochi. A samurai stopped Xiaozi, who wanted to enter, and said to her at the same time. Xiaozi nodded, then bowed slightly and said, It's time for Sir Lao. Shortly after the samurai entered, Xiaozi heard the roar of the big snake. No, no, that damn woman. My rib seems to be broken, doesn't she refuse? The order goes on, I will marry her in 3 days. If you enter my mansion, can you still run? Said gloomily. Getting married. It must be the girl just now. How can a disgusting person like the big snake be worthy of that beautiful girl? At this time, an inexplicable idea was born in Xiaozi's heart, that is, to find a way to help Bai Xing escape from the Orochi mansion. The author is very active and can discuss an exchange with each other. Chapter 72_Dress Up, Sneak into the 9 Miles, New Information. Having been lurking beside Orochi for so many years, Xiaozi knew very well what would happen if Bai Xing fell into Orochi's hands. Just when Xiaozi was thinking about how to save Bai Xing, the door in front of her was slowly opened. Please come back, General Orochi is in a bad mood today. You don't need to perform. After the samurai said something to Xiaozi, he turned around and went back to the room. When leaving, Xiaozi glanced at the house in her right hand from the corner of her eye, and Bai Xing's figure appeared in her sight. Sure enough, the girl was locked up here. Many years ago, he had been locked in here too. Xiaozi, who left the big snake mansion, thought for a while and then walked straight out of the flower city. She intends to find Xiaoren, who is lurking outside the flower capital. She believes that Xiaoren must have a way to rescue the girl. Raldo, who had already stepped into Wano country, wanted to be less conspicuous. After randomly selecting a wandering warrior on the street, he pulled it into the alley and rewarded him with a big mouth on the spot. When he came out of the alley again, Raldo had taken off his black jacket and replaced it with a blue kimono with a white spray pattern. Looking down at the clothes on his body, Raldo frowned slightly. He always felt that the clothes on his body were inappropriate, but in order to facilitate this operation, Raldo still accepted this outfit. Raldo was walking on the streets of Jori, and the residents of the surrounding Wano country looked at him with strange eyes. This made Raldo a little puzzled, and he changed into a kimono. Why are these people still looking at themselves with strange eyes? After thinking about it, there was no result. Raldo shrugged helplessly. Forget it, it's important to find Shirahoshi. Let's find someone first and ask the location of Onishima. According to Raldo's understanding of the original book, the place where Kaido and others are located is called Onishima. But the exact location of the Ghost Island, Raldo is not clear. It's not because of his makeup that people in Wano country look at Raldo differently, but because of the things around his waist. Raldo, who can't use a sword, did not grab the sword of the wandering warrior. Instead, he pinned his obsidian staff to his waist, which looked no different from the samurai of Wano from a distance. But at close range, everyone felt that this person was a little abnormal. Who goes out with a mallet around their waist? I am afraid that there is only one person in the country of all in Raldo. If you let those in Wano country know, the club in their eyes is on the same level as the supreme sword. I am afraid they will be shocked and speechless. Maybe there are people who want to grab it. Standing on the street of Julie, watching the shops on both sides of the road, Raldo nodded slightly, thinking, to ask for information, the best place is naturally a tavern. A place like a tavern is a mixed bag, with people of all identities. It is the most appropriate to get information there. After having a goal, Raldo went straight to the tavern not far away. Julie Washong. The name of this tavern is really elegant, and the owner must be a very particular person. Raldo raised his brows slightly as he looked at the tavern in front of him, and then stepped into the tavern with great strides. As soon as he entered the door, the loud noise and the overwhelming smell of alcohol instantly enveloped Raldo. Not caring about the strange eyes of the people around him, Raldo walked straight to the bar. Boss, here's a bottle of sake, it's more fragrant. Raldo slapped some broken gold on the bar and shouted to the people behind the bar. Raldo knew that Wano had been closed to the country, so Bailey could not be used in Wano. Fortunately, when Raldo left the Sky Island, he deducted some gold by the way. Otherwise, Raldo really wouldn't be able to pay for the drink. Okay, wait a moment. After accepting the money, the boss turned around and walked to the barrel to get wine for Raldo. In order to find out the information, Raldo moved his right hand down slowly. A few taps on the obsidian staff around his waist. A burst of unbright green light centered on Raldo and spread to the entire tavern in an instant. The wood-based knowledge and color that I learned from Hancock before came in handy at this time. Hey, have you heard? General Orochi is going to marry a wife. She seems to be a foreign woman. I heard that she is very beautiful. Even Shaoxi, the flower capital, can't compare to that woman. After taking a sip of wine, the famous samurai said to the person beside him. That's right, my brother is the guard of the Flower City. Look, I have a new announcement here, isn't it beautiful? Another samurai took out a notice from his arms and pointed it flamboyantly. Said the person beside him. The author is very active and can discuss an exchange with each other. Chapter 73 _ Tavern Turmoil, Collapsed Lingchuan. On the left side of the notice that the samurai took out from his clothes, a portrait of a pink girl filled half of the notice, which was very conspicuous. Raldo took a closer look. It was the white star he had been looking for. The other people around the samurai, after seeing the notice in his hand, sighed at Shirahoshi's beauty. Just when the samurai was about to put away the notice, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. I heard you say just now, do you know the specifics of this matter? Raldo frowned slightly and looked at the warrior holding the notice. What, don't you know? But it's normal. The information in Julie is much slower than that in Wadu. If I hadn't had a brother who served as a guard in the general's residence in Wadu, I'm afraid I would be the same as you. I don't know. Lingchuan looked at Raldo with some surprise in his eyes, and then said quite proudly. Wano country is a country with very clear hierarchies. People in the flower capital look down on people in the village, and people in the village also look down on people in the village. Obviously, this samurai regards Raldo as a resident of Julie Township, so he does not intend to continue communicating with Raldo. I heard that a new kabuki restaurant opened in Guri. I'll treat you today, everyone. After putting away the notice, the samurai said to the people beside him. As soon as they heard that there were still girls watching, several other warriors had wicked smiles on their faces. Okay, go for a walk. I wanted to go a few days ago, but I haven't had time to spend it all the time. That's right, if it wasn't for the patrolling of Julie today. Maybe when we can go. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Lingchuan treats guests, so we must kill him. Quote. Looking at Raldo, who was still standing in front of the table, a samurai in black kimono drew out his saber and said angrily, Bastard, why are you still standing here? You're in the way of the uncles. Get out of the way. Raldo didn't think he was angry, and raised his brows slightly as he looked at the group of people and said, Since you are all in such a hurry to leave, can you take a look at that announcement next time? After listening to Raldo's words, Lingchuan, who was wearing a red kimono, gave Raldo a surprised look. Huh? You just want this piece of paper? I'll give it to you, so that the uncles can have fun. Lingchuan took out the notice that he had put away from his arms, and threw it on Raldo without even looking at it. Thank you, I hope your excellency will keep this little money. Raldo took out a small piece of gold from his arms and stuffed it into Lingchuan. Lingchuan glanced at Raldo in surprise, whether there was something wrong with this person. It's just an internal announcement, and you still want to give yourself gold. But, you get gold for nothing, don't give it for nothing. Okay, alright, because you are so good. I won't care about you, sir. Lingchuan took the gold with a smile, and then turned sideways and left Raldo. The corner of Raldo's mouth rose slightly and glanced at the few people in Lingchuan who left the tavern. You don't care if I offend you. Then your offending me isn't over yet. When Lingchuan just took the gold, Raldo quietly made some small hands and feet on his body. Raldo quietly injected an extremely small ice element into Lingchuan's body. After the ice element entered the body, it went straight to his lower body. He directly froze some of his tiny blood vessels. I am afraid that in the next month, Lin Chuan will not dare to go to the kabuki place. Seeing that the other party provided him with information, Raldo just punished Lin Chuan a little, and did not intend to hurt his life. Night. A room in a kabuki venue in Curry. Lin Chuan looked at the dusty woman in front of him with a silver face. Beauty, my brother is here. Just when Lin Chuan was about to take action, he suddenly felt a little strange. In the past, the red sun should rise in the east, but today there is no reaction at all. Ling Chuan, who was quite curious, pulled off his clothes and lowered his head to check carefully. Only when I saw it, I found that not only was Dongsheng gone, how could even the red sun become smaller? After thinking about it, Lin Chuan instantly found the murderer who caused him to become like this. Apart from the blonde samurai he met at the tavern today, he never had contact with other strangers. The bastards of the 9 Miles Samurai. He actually manipulated this uncle's body. I must kill you, Lin Chuan roared in the sky. He swore that if he ever ran into that hateful blonde warrior again, he would smash him into pieces. Do not let him also taste the taste of the red sun not rising in the east, and then smash its corpse into 10,000 pieces. Lin Chuan, where the red sun couldn't rise, looked at the kabuki on the side, and couldn't help but sighed. Today, I have something to do, so I don't need you to accompany me. I understand the rules, pay as you go. After Lin Chuan threw some silver taels to kabuki, he sorted out his clothes and left the room. You ask him where he goes without sleeping in the middle of the night. Of course, to find Raldo. But the result of his night walk was doomed to come back in vain, because at this moment Raldo had left Julie and entered the capital of China. Ordinary warriors can't get close to General Orochi's mansion, so Raldo intends to repeat the old trick. Chapter 74_Disgusting Serpent, Enraged Raldo. The Orochi mansion is very recognizable, and the most luxurious and special one in the capital of flowers is the one. Under the cover of the night, Raldo activated the power of wind in his body and flew quickly at the top of the house. The samurai who lived in Wano would never have imagined that someone would fly in the sky. So when they patrol, they naturally don't look up at the sky. Raldo, who was flying in the sky, patrolled the streets below a little. Soon, Raldo found the target of this operation. A patrol officer of the general's mansion, who had left the team, walked into an alley with no one. His hands kept fiddling with the waistband of his trousers. Obviously he wanted to put a wave of water. When he was about to release the water, Raldo's figure slowly landed in front of him. The patrol samurai looked at Raldo who fell from the sky in shock, and the movement of unbuttoning the waistband of his trousers also stopped. In the middle of the night, I won't be a ghost, right? The samurai's heart beat faster and faster like rock music in a DJ dance hall. After falling to the ground, Raldo slowly walked towards the patrolling samurai. Looking at Raldo who was constantly approaching him, the patrolling samurai quickly drew out his knife and said to Raldo tremblingly, "Don't come here, I'll tell you. I'm from General Orochi, if you come over again, I'm welcome." Raldo ignored the threat of the patrolling samurai at all, walked straight to him, and stretched out his palm to him. "Do you know what this is? If you answer right, I'll let you go. If you answer wrong, you go. See Amaterasu." After listening to the patrolling samurai, he hesitated a little and said, "Is it palm?" Raldo shook his head, looked at the samurai and said, "Wrong, it's a slap." Under the watchful eyes of the patrolling samurai, Raldo's palm smeared an afterimage from the air and landed on his face ruthlessly. Pop, pop, boom. The samurai who ate Raldo's 2 big mouths staggered and fell backwards. The fallen body smashed over the wooden box containing the fruit behind him, and the glowing red apple rolled to the ground in an instant. Looking at the unconscious warrior, Raldo skillfully took off his armor and left this remote alley. Ray was a little too strong when Raldo waved his hand, which caused the samurai to untie half of his trouser waist, which naturally fell off when he fell. Without the restraint of the waistband of the trousers, the instinct of the body made the decision instead of the samurai. A torrent sprayed out instantly, watering the samurai and all the fruits on the ground. After putting on the armor, Raldo took advantage of the patrolling passing by. He successfully inserted into the end of the team, and followed the patrol team into the Orochi mansion. After entering the Orochi mansion, when Raldo was at the corner, he successfully separated from the patrol in a single turn. Orochi's mansion is very huge. If you look for it one by one, you may not be able to find it even at dawn. Raldo looked around and found that there was no one around, and then took out the obsidian staff pinned to his waist. Raldo held the staff in his left hand and suddenly activated the wood element in his body. As the staff struck the ground, a green wave that was hard to find with the naked eye instantly radiated out. After a few seconds passed, the whole picture of Orochi's mansion came into Raldo's mind. Raldo closed his eyes tightly, and kept searching for the location of Bakesing through the knowledge of the wood system. When Raldo searched for the house on the right, the familiar breath instantly flooded into his perception. It's a white star. Raldo opened his eyes suddenly, and then the figure quickly ran up the corridor. When Raldo came to the house where Shirasu was imprisoned, an extremely obscene voice sounded from inside. "Beauty, I have already ordered. 3 days later, we will be married. At that time, you will have no choice if you want to run." The big snake looked at Bai Xing, who was huddled in the corner with a silver smile. Bai Xing looked out the window with a pale face, unable to stop lamenting in sadness in his heart. "Lord Reardo, where are you? Bai Xing is so scared. Anyway, you will be mine sooner or later. Why don't you let me taste it in advance?" The big snake licked the corner of his mouth and slowly approached Bai Xing. "Call out." When the big snake made a move, a sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded from behind him. The big snake just turned back, and a strong recoil took it away. "Ah, it hurts. Who is it? Dare to attack this general?" Orochi looked down at the ice needle stuck in his shoulder, and roared angrily. Raldo held the obsidian staff and kicked open the door of the house. "General Orochi, you are really annoying. You dare to ask for anyone, don't you know that she is my Raldo's woman?" Raldo looked at Orochi with a gloomy expression, his eyes exuding terrifying killing intent. Meaning. The moment he saw Raldo, Shirahoshi couldn't hold back the bitterness in his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Lord Raldo, Bai Xing misses you so much." Seeing Shirahoshi crying, Raldo's heartstrings were touched again. The author is very active and can discuss and exchange with each other. Chapter 75 _ The big snake is afraid, give you a chance and you are useless. The tug of the heartstrings made Raldo's killing intent on Orochi even stronger. I don't care who she is. Now that I have given an order to announce, she will become the woman of my serpent. The serpent slowly got up, raised his head and ignored Raldo. Having been in a high position for a long time, he has become accustomed to disdain and arrogance. When seeing the armor on Raldo, Orochi tacitly assumed that Raldo was one of his patrolmen. Because he robbed his woman, he would come to him for an explanation. The big snake's eyes turned slightly, and now that he was unarmed, he might as well appease the other party's emotions first. While waiting for the other patrol officers to come over, he turned his face against him. "Well, you should be from the patrol team. Don't be angry, General, I stole your woman, that's really my fault. So, how about I compensate you with a mansion and 10,000 taels of gold?" Vice friendly appearance comforted Raldo. Seeing Orochi's superb acting skills, Raldo couldn't help but frown and clapped his hands. "The acting is awesome. If there is Hollywood in this world, I have to give you a Best Actor award to make you one of the best in the pirate show business. A superstar. Your subordinate is not very good. What is acting? Do you think I am acting with you? Who in the whole Wano country does not know that I, General Orochi, have always spoken and said nothing?" Orochi said slightly angrily. Raldo rubbed his ears impatiently and said, "Don't you just want to delay time? Waiting for your patrolling guards to come and save you?" Seeing that Raldo saw through his plan, the smile on the snake's face disappeared instantly. Since you have seen it, then I will not play. I hope you don't know what's wrong. If you retire now, my promise will still be valid. If you wait for the patrol to come, you will only have to die. The big snake said with a gloomy expression. How do you still have the courage to say this? Is it the courage that Liang Jingru gave you? I'll let you know today, what is a Mamam pig heart? Earth element, earth wall. Raldo stared at the big snake calmly, the staff in his hand tapped lightly on the ground. Boom. Suddenly, the whole house began to shake violently. The big snake, who was not prepared in the slightest, instantly fell to its knees. A thick earth wall rose from the outside, directly blocking the entrance to the house. The unusual shaking of the mansion alerted all the patrols in the mansion. Quick, there is an abnormality on the right side of the mansion, everyone will rush over immediately. Report, according to the guard, General Orochi is in the house on the right. What? Then don't hurry up. Quick, send someone to inform Lord Quinn. Lord Quinn happens to be in the flower capital. Quote. After a while, a dense number of patrol members gathered outside the earth wall. Hearing the noisy footsteps outside the house, the big snake smiled again, and looked at Raldo with disdain. HMPH, you didn't leave just now, but now you have no chance if you want to leave. Now you kneel down for me, I can. Before Orochi's words were finished, Raldo turned his left hand. The obsidian staff slammed into the throat of the big snake, and the powerful force instantly shattered its throat. The throat suffered a heavy blow, and the big snake felt a little dull in his chest, and suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out. The big snake looked at Raldo in fear, but after opening his mouth several times, he couldn't make any sound. Raldo put away his staff, bent down and pressed the snake's head. If you don't care about it once or twice, the more you say it, the more outrageous you are. What's the matter? It's not over. Ah, you think that with the group of crooked melons outside can you fight with me? Fight with me more, do you have the strength? Didn't you bring that broken knife? Come and I'll give you one. Raldo took off a samurai sword from his waist and threw it to Orochi. This knife was brought along by Raldo when he was ripping off his clothes. Raldo grabbed the big snake's wrist and put the knife on his neck. Come on, don't you want to kill me? I gave you the knife, move your hand and swipe the knife. My life is yours. Quote. The big snake instinctively rolled his dry throat. In his heart, there were 10,000 Raldos who wanted to be slaughtered and were close at hand. But the hand holding the handle of the knife can't be used no matter what. Seeing that Orochi didn't move for a long time, Raldo turned his wrist and the knife in Orochi's hand fell to the ground. Give you a chance and you're useless. Ah, give you a chance, you're useless. You have done a lot of evil in this life and killed your master ungratefully. In your next life, be reincarnated as a beast. Open the big snake. Wood element, vines are entangled. Raldo urged the staff, and countless vines emerged from the ground, wrapping the snake's body. Click. The vine that completely wrapped the serpent suddenly tightened. The big snake, whose bones were shattered, lost his life in an instant. In order to prevent Bai Xing from seeing such a bloody scene at close range, Raldo did not lift the vines entangling the serpent. Chapter 76 _ The Orochi is finished, and the plague Quinn is blocking the way. After dealing with Orochi, Raldo walked slowly to Shirahoshi. Reaching out his hand to help Shirahoshi up from the ground, he gently brushed off the dust on his skirt. You have been wrong these past few days, Bai Xing. Raldo said to Bai Xing gently. Bai Xing wiped the tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, shook his head slightly, and stared into Raldo's eyes affectionately and said, Bai Xing believes that Lord Raldo will definitely come to Bai Xing, and Bai Xing has always believed. After listening to Bai Xing's remarks, Raldo felt as if he had already stood in her heart. Raldo could clearly perceive any fluctuation in Bai Xing's emotions. Don't worry, I promise that this will never happen again. I will always be in your sight, guarding you. Raldo embraced Bai Xing in his arms and hugged Bai Xing tightly. Delicate body. Bai Xing, who was embraced by Raldo, suddenly showed a few blushes on her pink face. Well, I believe in Lord Raldo. Bai Xing slightly shyly leaned his head on Raldo's chest, and Raldo's heartbeat sounded to Bai Xing's ears. Raldo's ears moved slightly, and the rustling footsteps outside the house suddenly sounded. Quick! Blast this wall! The patrol captain hurriedly ordered his men to put some explosives in front of the door. Hearing this sentence, Raldo lowered his head and said to Bai Xing in his arms, "Shi Xing, hold me tight. The people outside are about to blow the door, so let's leave from the roof." Bai Xing nodded, and then his hands stretched out from both sides of Raldo's body to the back, and 10 slender fingers were tightly clasped together. Feeling the softness from his chest, Raldo knew that Shirahoshi had hugged him tightly. Mini thunder flame shock. Raldo raised his obsidian staff, and a small hexagram circle appeared in the void. Boom! The patrolman who was about to ignite the explosives was stunned for a moment. It hasn't ignited yet, why did it sound? Looking in the direction of the sound, the patrol members of the mansion looked up at the roof one after another. I saw a thick black smoke slowly rising from the roof. Look! Someone came out of the thick smoke. A sharp-eyed team member said, pointing to Raldo who had just rushed out of the roof. The patrol captain took a closer look. Wasn't Raldo holding the woman captured by General Orochi? Do you say? Broken. General Orochi was probably killed. Thinking of this, the captain of the guard hurriedly shouted to the person in charge of lighting the explosives, "Quick! Quickly light the fire. General Orochi is in danger." After reacting, the patrol members hurriedly lit the stacked explosives. With a loud bang, a small hole was blown open in the earth wall created by Raldo. The patrol captain quickly brought people in to check the situation, but found a vine ball in the house. The bright red blood slowly dripped onto the ground along the lines of the vines. When the patrol leader cut the vine with a knife, the black charcoal snake rolled out from the vine like a loach. The patrol captain took a few steps back in shock, and he instantly collapsed to the ground with weak legs. The black charcoal serpent is dead, and the general serpent is dead. Now, what should we do? Captain, a team member stepped forward and said suspiciously. What should I do? I know what to do. Don't hurry up and catch the murderer. The blonde warrior just now must be the murderer. After the patrol captain calmed down, he shouted angrily at his subordinates. Raldo, who left the Orochi mansion, flew over the flower capital with his arms around Bai Xing. Just as Raldo looked down at the girl in his arms, Bai Xing's pink forehead and beautiful pink long hair. It looks extraordinarily beautiful under the moonlight. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in Raldo's sight. Feeling that the other party's breath was different from ordinary people, Raldo stopped flying and suspended in the air with the power of wind. After Raldo looked at it for a while, he determined the identity of the visitor. He likes to hate cigars, wears sunglasses on his face, has golden braids hanging down behind him, and is very plump. There are various indications that he is the Plague Quinn, one of the 3 plagues of the beast pirates. HMPH, I didn't expect you to come. Jin is right. With this woman as the handle, you will definitely come. Quinn looked at Raldo with a slightly raised mouth. Hearing Quinn's words, Raldo stared at him coldly. Oh. So, you guys deliberately captured Shirahoshi. So what if it is? What if it isn't? Do you think that you can leave after you come to Wano? You ruined Lord Kaido's plan. Today, I will take care of you for Lord Kaido. Kui said disdainfully. Under the watchful eyes of Raldo and Shiro, Quinn's body gradually changed. His neck gradually elongated, and his hands became elephant-like hooves. After a while, a dinosaur creature from ancient times, the orange Brachiosaurus, appeared in front of the two of them. I am an animal, ancient species, Brachiosaurus fruit. Next, I will let you feel the horror from ancient times. Quinn stepped on the roof with all 4 limbs and feet, and the whole dragon jumped up suddenly, waving the sturdy neck like a stone pillar smashed towards Raldo. Chapter 77 _ Face-to-face ice shield, gradually collapsed Plague Quinn. Looking at Quinn's big neck, Raldo raised his staff calmly, ice crystal shield. A huge white ice shield appeared in the air, and Quinn, who was unprepared, smashed his head on the ice shield. Boom! The thick ice shield made Kuiu feel a little dizzy at the moment, and he seemed to see the stars all over the sky beckoning to him. Quinn, whose mind was a little unclear, instinctively swayed in the air a few times. Quinn's huge Brachiosaurus body slammed heavily on the house, directly crushing the house under him to crumbs. Seeing Quinn swaying Tanyuyu to stand up from the ground, Raldo frowned slightly. You can't rely on me, it was you who had to bump into it yourself. Quinn, who gradually regained consciousness, gritted his teeth and stared at Raldo in the air. Damn, don't be complacent there. I only got a little dizzy after drinking a little wine, not because I hit your ice at all. Raldo controlled the power of the elements with one hand and controlled the ice shield to fall in front of Quinn. Oh, is that so? Why don't you try again? Looking at the ice shield so close, Quinn's mouth twitched. Why is this Raldo so real? I just pretended it a little. You just want me to hit the ice again. You think I'm stupid. Watching Quinn stay still, Raldo pushed his palm forward slightly. The huge ice shield slowly stuck to Quinn's face, and the icy and biting cold air instantly opened up Quinn's two veins. Feeling the chill on his face, Quinn's brows jumped involuntarily. What's going on here? If I don't hit your ice shield, you can stick it up yourself. Should I say you are caring, or should I say you are sincere? It's too much to deceive people. I don't want to break your icebreaker with one foot. Quinn stepped back slightly and left the ice shield that was next to him. The two strong and powerful front hooves suddenly lifted and stepped heavily on the ice shield. Boom! There was no sound other than a dull crash. The two front hooves of Quinn Brachiosaurus quickly became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Quinn blowing his front hooves continuously, Shiroshing and Raldo's arms couldn't help laughing. There is no way, Quinn in the state of Brachiosaurus, the posture of blowing his hooves is very funny. Quinn needed to bend his long neck down and aim at his hooves before he began to breathe. Ice-frozen multicrystalline shield. The obsidian staff in Raldo's hand lit up with a blue light, and many ice shields appeared beside Quinn to block it. Although Quinn is not the opponent of Raldo, Quinn's skin is too thick. If you continue to spend with him, you will only attract Kaido and Jin from the Beast Pirates. In the face of 4 emperors and 3 disasters, Raldo could not do his best. Because in his arms, there is a white and beautiful white star who needs to be guarded. After trapping Quinn, Raldo took Bai Xing and quickly left the flower capital. Originally, Raldo planned to fly directly back to the Moby Dick on the shore. A figure that appeared in the distance in the sky made Raldo dismiss the thoughts in his heart at the moment. Raldo, who took the white star, plunged into the village below. After Raldo inspected, he found a dilapidated wooden house with no light. Let's go over there first, it's night. After the day, we'll return to the Moby Dick. Hearing your accident, Newgate and the others are all here. Raldo said to the white star said. Hey, everyone is here. This makes Shirahoshi a little happy. Shirahoshi blinked and looked at Raldo. Just when Raldo was about to speak, a powerful breath instantly appeared within his range of perception. For the sake of safety, Raldo directly motivated the wooden element, and countless vines rose up, wrapping Raldo and Bai Xing. Just after finishing the camouflage, a huge blue dragon flew over the heads of Raldo and Shiroshing. Kai cast a glance at the pickle village behind him with extra light. He seemed to sense the aura of a strong man just now. Why did it suddenly disappear again? Is it an illusion? Forget it, let's go to the flower capital immediately. Quinn found the trace of Raldo. This time I must tear this Raldo to pieces. Even if the old guy from Newgate came, he would stop him. Don't live with me. Kaido's eyes flashed a fierce light, and then swayed his dragon body and flew to the flower capital. Newgate, who was sitting on the deck chair of the Moby Dick, sneezed suddenly. Seeing this, Marco hurried back to Newgate's house. He took out a huge coat, draped it over Newgate, and said with a worried expression, Dad, you should go back to rest. We're watching over Daddy Raldo. As long as Raldo is here, we are watching. I'll let you know as soon as Papa signals. Newgate shook his head with a smile, and then looked worriedly in the direction of Wano country. Gee la la la, I'm not old enough to fall down with a sneeze. I don't know, how is Raldo now? Quote. Josh held a huge hot water bottle and slowly placed it in front of Newgate, grinning and saying, Don't worry, Daddy, Daddy Raldo is very strong. Even if that Kaido comes out, they may not be able to keep Papa Raldo. Chapter 78_anyone. Anomalies in the house. Newgate stared at the direction of Wano country with a slight gaze. Kaido is not an ordinary emperor. Just wait, if Raldo doesn't send a signal tomorrow night, I will take you to land in Wano country. Go straight to Raldo. Hey, don't worry, Daddy. Why don't I sneak into Wano with Marco first? Ace smiled and looked at Marco beside him. Well, Ace, if you're worried about Daddy Raldo, you can go with the others. I just came back from such a long journey, and I feel a little tired. Marco moved because of the long flight. Some stretched arms. Both of you, save yourself. You and Marco enter Wano country together, in case you are discovered. Wouldn't Daddy Raldo be exposed? Vista rolled Ace and said. Ahahaha, you're right, then let's wait for Father Raldo's signal. Ace scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Pickle Village. After completely unable to perceive Kaido's breath, Raldo removed the vines covering himself and Shirogane. The bright moonlight fell down again, reflecting the slender figures of Raldo and Bai Xing on the ground. White Star, let's go to that house for a night first, what do you think? Raldo said, pointing to the dilapidated house not far away. I've listened to Lord Raldo, but is it not good to occupy other people's houses so casually? Bai Xing hesitated for a while and then said to Raldo. It's all right, let's go first. If it's an abandoned house, let's stay for the night. If it's an occupied house, I'll pay them some money. Raldo rubbed dotingly White Star's head. Feeling Raldo's touch, Shirahoshi smiled and said, Well, Mr. Raldo is really a gentle person. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been with Bai Xing for so long, Raldo would have thought that he had been awarded a good person card by Bai Xing. After all, this good person card is like a nirvana for feelings. Once the other party shows the good person card, you are basically cold. Holding Bai Xing's boneless little hand, Raldo couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and then the two walked straight towards the dilapidated house. Looking at the dilapidated wooden door in front of him, Raldo reached out and knocked lightly on the unbroken part of the wooden door. Excuse me. Is there anyone? After Raldo knocked on the door, the air suddenly calmed down. Apart from the creaking sound of the wind blowing through the hole in the door, there was no other sound nearby. After confirming that no one was there, Raldo slowly pushed open the dilapidated wooden door. Click. The weather-beaten wooden door seems to be completing its final mission. At the moment Raldo pushed it, the whole door collapsed to the ground. A large piece of dust was raised, causing Raldo and Shirahoshi, who were choked, to cough. Cough, cough. How long has this house been uninhabited for? The dust is almost piled up. I'd better use my ability to clean it first. Raldo stretched out his hand to cover his mouth and nose, and said after inspecting the house. When Raldo was about to use the power of wind to clean the house, a few very slight breathing sounds suddenly reached Raldo's ears. White Star, you follow me. There are some bugs in this room, wait for me to clean them up first. Raldo stared coldly at the dark inner room in front of him. For the sake of safety, Raldo activated the thunder element in his body. An electromagnetic barrier is formed on the surface of Bai Xing's body, which can prevent some emergencies. This trick was learned by Raldo from a princess who could discharge electricity, and people used it to prevent peeping. I use it to prevent sneak attacks, and the difference is not very big. Bai Xing, who followed behind Raldo, held Raldo's shirt tightly with a pair of small hands. Feeling the strangeness of Bai Xing behind him, Raldo cast a look at Bai Xing, signaling her not to be afraid. Then Raldo held the staff in one hand and slowly carried the other hand behind him. Raldo carried the palm behind him, and a crystal-clear crystal was floating in the palm of his hand. As long as there is something wrong, Raldo can instantly release the ice crystal shield to defend or attack with 1,000 needles. When entering the back room, Raldo stopped moving forward. In his perception, those breathing and life-like individuals are hidden around. I advise you to come out. It's not a normal person's way to hide, Raldo said slowly after patrolling around. A few seconds after Raldo's voice fell, a rustling voice came from the house. Sure enough, we were discovered anyway. Do you want to go out? Usopp. Shish. Are you an idiot? Luffy, that guy is obviously trying to deceive us. Don't you reveal the truth as soon as you speak. Ah, is it? Zoro, have we exposed? Quote. Really, how can you be a captain like you? Oh, since the super has been exposed, let's go out. Frankie is right. If it's exposed, then there's only a fight. With the sound of a tender voice, a dozen figures gradually emerged from the shadows. When he heard the first person speak, Raldo already knew who it was. I really didn't expect to meet them here. How do you say something? The world is so small. Raldo's hand holding the staff turned slightly, and many tiny fireballs instantly filled the corner of the room. The originally dark room was instantly lit up. Looking at the unique shape of the boy in front of him, Luffy smiled excitedly and said, "Ahahaha, it's actually you. Ah, it's really unexpected." Chapter 79 House Talk, Terrible Nami. Raldo raised his brows slightly, looked at Luffy and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to meet you here." "Oh, it's Raldo. I thought it was Kaido's people chasing after him." Zoro walked out from behind Luffy slowly on his clogs. I saw that Zoro had a standard samurai braid, and a white kimono was lined under a green jacket. Zoro, who had been using swords all the time, changed into Wano country's clothing style, but he couldn't even see a trace of a foreigner's flaw. After looking at Soren's clothes, Raldo noticed the hideous scar on Soren's eyes, and said in surprise, "Sauron, what's the matter with your eyes?" This. During the battle, I was accidentally scratched by the enemy. Zoro pointed to the scar on his eye and explained to Raldo. "Lord Luffy, is this person your friend?" A man dressed in orange with black and white stripes at the same time slowly walked out of the shadows. "Well, Raldo is our friend. He is also Ace's father. He is the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He is very powerful." Luffy turned his head and said to Kinemon. "The Whitebeard pirates? Isn't that the one that took Mr. Oda away?" Kinemon looked at Raldo in shock. At this moment, a very short girl obediently stuck her head out from behind Luffy, Ace's father. But he looks so young. Xiaoyu blinked her bright eyes and kept looking at Raldo. She didn't believe that the boy in front of her would be Ace's father. Robin's mouth was filled with a faint smile. "If you only look at the face, it is indeed similar to us. But he is already in his 50s. Robin's remarks made Xiaoyu and Kinemon exclaim in shock. Just when everyone sighed that Raldo was incredible, Sanji noticed the figure behind Raldo. Wearing a white floral dress, she is very tall. The pink and beautiful long hair was draped behind him like a waterfall, and the pink face was slowly showing from behind Raldo. The moment he saw Shirahoshi, Sanji felt like his heart was about to jump out, and he couldn't control his emotions at all. "Beautiful, beautiful mermaid princess, hello. I'm Sanji, the beloved knight of love, can I buy you a cup of coffee?" Sanji suddenly appeared beside Raldo as if he was hanging. Mimi looked at the white star behind Raldo. Looking at Sanji's appearance, Raldo knew that the problem that this guy couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman had committed again. "Get up, you perverted nosebleed porn fanatic." Raldo flew out with a lightning-like kick, kicking Sanji out directly. Boom! Sanji, who flew upside down, slumped to the ground, his body twitching continuously, and at the same time he kept mumbling, "Beautiful. Beauty kicked me, so happy. Ah, life is worth it." Because Raldo kicked too fast, Sanji thought it was Shirahoshi who kicked him. Seeing Sanji, who was gradually bleeding from the nose, Chaoba suddenly turned pale, and hurriedly stepped forward to treat. "Sanji, you have to hold on. No more nosebleeds. You are the 7th time today, and you will lose blood if you continue like this. More dead. After listening to Chopper's words, Raldo couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. This Sanji is not an ordinary person. He sprayed blood 7 times a day without dying. As expected, none of Luffy's ships were normal. Yo ho ho ho, Her Royal Highness Princess White Star. I have a request, can you? A skeleton with a black top hat said slowly. When Brook was about to say the second half of the sentence, Nami's fist was mixed with a very terrifying atmosphere, and suddenly hit Brook's head. Shut up, you pervert, who will show you that thing? Nami yelled at Brook angrily. Brook, who was knocked down by Nami, lay on the ground like a caterpillar and twitched. I am sorry. I feel like my heart is about to be punched out, even though I'm just a skeleton. Looking at the very funny Straw Hat Gang in front of him, Shirahoshi couldn't help but let out a clear laughter like a silver bell. After cleaning up the 2 perverts in the group, Nami walked over to Shirahoshi and comforted, I didn't scare you, Shirahoshi. If you don't always take it to heart, you just don't see these 2 perverts. Speaking of which, Luffy, why did you suddenly come to Wano? Raldo asked Luffy beside him in confusion. Hee, Kinemon and the others are our friends. We are here to help them take back their country and defeat Kaido. Luffy said with a smile. It's not difficult to take back the country, mainly because the beast pirates are not easy to solve. Judging from your injuries, you should have been in contact with Kaido. After seeing the bandage on Luffy's body, Raldo slowed down. He spoke slowly. Well, that guy is as strong as a monster. Just one move, I was brought down. However, I will not give up. Kaido guy, I must shoot him. Luffy looked firm said. Chapter 80 Good News and Bad News, Mortal Peach Debut. After finishing his thoughts, Luffy asked Raldo in turn, by the way, why did you come to Wano country? Hearing Luffy's words, Raldo's eyes suddenly turned cold. An icy, biting cold air instantly radiated from Raldo as the center, and snow-white frost condensed on the walls of the entire house. The people from the Beast Pirates captured Shirahoshi, and that black charcoal Orochi wanted to forcibly marry Shirai Shing. I just rescued Shirahoshi from the Orochi mansion. After returning to the Moby Dick tomorrow, I'll go to the Ghost Island to find him. Kaido calculates the account, Raldo said with a cold expression. After listening to Raldo's words, Kinemon said in surprise, the Orochi mansion. That is to say, did your excellency Raldo just come out of the Flower City? Raldo nodded at Kinemon, yes, I just came out of the Flower City, is there any problem? Kinemon suddenly thought of something, and lightly patted his head with his right hand. A few hours ago, Shaoran left Pickle Village and went to the Flower Capital. She said that today, Rayleigh told her that the big snake had caught it. A woman, I hope Shaoran can rescue him. Could it be the one beside you, Lord Raldo? Quote. After listening to Kinemon's words, Raldo looked at Shirahoshi beside him in surprise. Did you see anyone when you were in the Orochi mansion? Bai Xing stretched out his lush jade fingers and gently touched his chin. After thinking about it seriously, he nodded to Raldo. When Shirahoshi was about to speak, a slight knocking sound suddenly sounded from outside. Boom, 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 boom. Originally, Xiao Ren planned to knock on the door according to the right password. When she came out of the house, she found that the dilapidated wooden door was gone. After patrolling for a while, Xiao Ren found the wooden door that he had stepped on under his feet. She was just a little curious, why did the door suddenly collapse? Forget it, there is no door, knocking is the same everywhere. The moment Raldo heard the sound, he immediately activated the elemental power in his body. Beside Raldo, many ice needles condensed out of thin air and aimed in the direction of the gate. Countless ice needles were suspended in the air, constantly flashing a dazzling cold light under the illumination of the fire. Seeing that Raldo suddenly condensed ice needles, Kinemon quickly stopped in front of Raldo. Lord Raldo, please don't get excited. This is our contact code, it should be Shinobu and the others coming back. Raldo raised his brows and glanced at Kinemon, then snapped his fingers lightly to cancel the ice needles floating around him. Seeing Raldo cancel the attack, Kinemon let out a sigh of relief. Raldo is a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and he is also the vice captain. If Raldo really attacked, he alone would not be able to successfully stop it. After adjusting the state, Kinemon turned around and walked to the door of the back room. He reached out and tapped the wall lightly. Boom, 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 boom. A sound completely different from outside the door came from the inner room. After a while, several figures came in from outside. At the head is an oversized ninja in a pink tights, with 2 red ninja knives on her back. Kinemon, I have good news and bad news for you, Xiaoren said with a tangled expression. What happened, Xiaoren? Could it be, have you lost your love again? Jinwyman looked at Xiaoren in shock and said. A few tic-tac-toe appeared on Xiaoren's brows, and with a sudden wave of his right hand, a few shurikens were inserted into Kinemon's body in an instant. I've already said that the question of my broken-heartedness should not be brought up again. Kinemon, do you want to fight with me? Well, let's get down to business. The good news is that when I went to the Orochi mansion just now, I heard the patrol people say that Orochi was killed. The bad news is that I didn't find the woman Hiyori-sama said. After knocking down Kinemon, Xiaonan began to talk at length. Hearing the news of Orochi's death, a sound suddenly came from behind Xiaoren. Everyone looked back with the voice, and saw Kanjuro's eyes widened in surprise, and the huge brush in his hand fell to the ground at some point. Xiaoren looked at Kanjuro, who was stunned in the same place, and asked in slight surprise, Kanjuro, what's the matter with you? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Kanjuro hurriedly adjusted his mentality, bent down and picked up the weapon that had fallen on the ground. Ah, it's fine. I'm just a little shocked. The day we've been looking forward to is finally here. After pulling out the shuriken stuck in his body one by one, Kinemon looked at Kanjuro after patrolling. Kanjuro, where is Momonosuke-sama? A boy who was a little lower than Xiaoyu suddenly jumped out from behind Kanjuro. I'm here, aren't you startled? Kinemon. The moment Momonosuke jumped out, Raldo's eyes froze on him. Bald, ugly, wretched. These words suddenly came to Raldo's mind. He really couldn't figure out how a child could grow up like this. However, Raldo, who is familiar with the original work, knows that this Momonosuke is not a child. He, Kinemon and others are people who have traveled from the past to the future. In other words, this Momonosuke is a child on the surface, but he is already an adult at heart. Momonosuke's eyes kept rolling when he saw Shirahoshi next to Raldo, obviously thinking of some bad idea. Great Voyage, the strongest emperor of the Whitebeard pirates, Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81 Kinemon's request to save Yasushi Tono. What a beautiful elder sister, can I hug my elder sister next? Momonosuke pretended to be innocent and walked slowly towards Shirahoshi. Hearing Momonosuke's words, Shirahoshi only tilted his head slightly. She didn't quite understand why this child wanted to hug her as soon as she came up. When Momonosuke was about to approach Shirahoshi, the expression on his face gradually became wretched. This scene happened to be noticed by Raldo next to Bai Xing. Raldo reached out his hand to stop Momonosuke, and looked at Momonosuke with a slightly picky look. Don't think that your father is Odin, you can mess around. If you dare to do something bad, I will beat you as well. Kid. Looking at Raldo, who ruined his good deeds, Momonosuke said with a slight anger, who are you? You know my identity, and you dare to stop me. Seeing that Raldo's face was gradually gloomy, Kinemon hurriedly ran to Momonosuke. Momonosuke-sama, Your Excellency, Raldo is your father's captain. Please don't misunderstand and get angry. Momonosuke glanced at Raldo in surprise. Father's captain. So what? There is nothing I can't do that I want to do. Thinking of this, Momonosuke's brows involuntarily knit together. This Raldo has always been by the beauty's side, he is not easy to start. I can only wait for Raldo to be away, and I am looking for an opportunity to start. The haze on his face was fleeting. Momonosuke looked at Raldo calmly. It turns out to be my father's captain, I'm rude. Although it was very unpleasant to see Raldo, on the surface, he still had to look like a gentleman. Father's captain, the strength must be extremely terrifying. No matter how lustful you are, you can't lose your life. For Momonosuke's little actions, Raldo saw all of them. It's just that due to the relationship between Odin and Newgate, Raldo can't do anything to Momonosuke. But, you can't, and it doesn't mean that others can't. The power of belief can span the universe and time and space. Raldo believes that people who have seen One Piece will definitely turn this belief into power to change the fate of Momonosuke. After making sure that everyone was present, Kinemon knelt on the floor and gave a deep kowtow to Raldo. Your Excellency Raldo, I have an unkind request, I hope you can agree. Kinemon, who suddenly knelt down, gave Raldo a jump. What are you doing? Don't kneel, I didn't give you New Year's money. Not caring about Raldo's complaints, Kinemon continued to say, although I know it's not good to do this, I hope you can do the lower class a favor for Oda-sama's sake. Help? What help? He has already killed the old man by the black charcoal snake, and the pressure on Kinemon and the others should be reduced. After thinking about it for a while, Raldo calmly looked at Kinemon who was kneeling on the ground. Come up and say, since you are Odin's retainers. Then, as long as it is a reasonable request, I will satisfy you. Hearing Raldo's words, Kinemon quickly stood up from the ground. Thank you, Your Excellency Raldo, that's the way it is. Yasushi Tono will be executed tomorrow in the capital of flowers, and I hope Your Excellency Raldo can join forces with you. Wait for the others to go together and save Yasushi Tono. After listening to Kinemon's words, Raldo rubbed his chin. Tono Yasushi, I haven't heard of it, but it looks like it has something to do with Odin. Alright then, I'll go with you tomorrow. Raldo nodded, agreeing with what Kinemon said. After negotiating the departure time, the three groups rested at their respective locations. In order to guard against that Momonosuke, Raldo used the power of wood to create a vine hammock. A vine hammock that hangs high, wraps yourself and Shiraushi in it. Momonosuke, who sneaked out of the house, saw the hammock. With a displeased spit, he returned to the dilapidated wooden house. He did not expect that this Raldo's vigilance would be so strong. Ellipsis. 9 a.m. the next day. In the center of Watchung Street. Countless residents of the Flower City gathered on the street and looked at the high platform in the middle of the road with a puzzled look. What are you doing today? Did someone else do something wrong? Oh, haven't you heard of it? General Orochi was assassinated, and it is said that the murderer caught it. General Orochi was assassinated, really or not? How can this be fake? My brother is the guard of General Orochi. Quote. While the residents were talking, a figure dragging a chain slowly appeared at the end of the street. A blue afro, and a kimono with tattered patches. It was Raldo and Kinemon's mission target this time, Tono Yasushi. It's Yasushi Tono, Kinemon, who noticed Yasushi Tono's figure, exclaimed in a low voice. Under everyone's attention, Yasushi Tono was taken to the center of the street. Yasushi Tono was tied to a post with the bondage of two samurai. Below the pillars, there are many short firewood piled up. It seems that the other party wanted to burn Tono Yasushi, which must be said to be a bit too cruel. Chapter 82 _ Double disasters appear, self-defeating. Raldo doesn't care, since Kinemon asked him. Then this Tono Yasushi will definitely survive, otherwise, where will he put his face? Just as the samurai was about to set fire to fire, a slender figure in a yellow kimono suddenly jumped out of the crowd. Stop, I don't allow you to hurt Tono Yasushi-sama, Orochi's lackey. Juji-chung held his hand on the handle of the knife and looked at him coldly. After discovering that it was Juji-chung, Kinemon and the others widened their eyes one after another. Why is Juji-chung? It's broken. Without him, we can only act in advance. Kinemon and the others jumped out of the crowd one after another and landed firmly beside Juji-chung. Looking at Otian and the others who were gradually showing their faces, the two figures in the attic in the distance involuntarily raised the corners of their mouths. It seems that the big fish is gradually coming to the surface. Ember Yuguang glanced at Jack beside him. The bandages on Jack's body have been reduced a lot, thanks to his physical fitness and devil fruit ability. For someone else, after taking Raldo's trick, at least he would have to lie in bed for half a year or 8 years. HMPH, if you want me to tell you, let me go over now. Catch all those Odian remnants. Jack stared coldly at Kinemon and the others not far away. When Jin was about to speak, a figure hidden in the crowd immediately caught his attention. That woman. Raldo is even here. It's really interesting. It seems that this time not only can harvest the remnants of Odian, but also destroy the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The 2 goals of Lord Kaido should be completed together today. Jack, just do as you said this time. Dispatch. I'll take care of the rest of Oda, and you'll be in charge of the one in the crowd. After Jin finished speaking, he transformed into a black pterosaur and rushed towards the execution ground. Jack, who was focused on staring at the execution ground, did not hear Jin's words clearly. The one in the crowd. Which one is that? How can you say something, big brother? Jack just swept the crowd of onlookers a little, and found Raldo and Bai Xing in the crowd. When he saw Raldo, Jack frowned slightly. Could it be that Jin wants me to deal with Raldo? But he is not that Raldo's opponent. Huh, that kid. So familiar. Jack looked at Momonosuke standing near Raldo in surprise. He always felt that he had seen this child somewhere. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Jack's mind. It was Kazuki Oden's son, Kazuki Momonosuke. After discovering Momonosuke's identity, Jack understood what Jin meant. Jin should have asked himself to catch that Momonosuke, and then used Momonosuke to force the remnants of Kazuki out of the water. Jack didn't have the ability to fly like Jin, so Jack could only jumped off the high platform in an instant, and strode toward the execution ground. Go ahead, save Tonoyasu-sama now. Kanjuro and I are in charge of the attack, and Kikuno-chung, you go to untie the bond. After Kinemon gave a command, he took out the 2 swords from his waist and rushed up. Just as Kinemon and Kanjuro were fighting with Orochi's men, a figure quickly landed in front of them. The remnant of Kazuki Oden. It's been a long time. Jin looked at Kinemon and the others with disdain. Seeing the toothless pterosaur in front of him, Jinwei's face was instantly pale, and he quickly shouted to the crowd, no. It's the 3rd disaster of the beast pirates, Jin. Your Excellency Raldo, please take action. Seeing this, Raldo knew that he could no longer hide. Holding Bai Xing's little hand, he slowly walked out of the crowd, staring at Jin with cold eyes. You really make me look good, beast pirates, Yan Calamity Jin. HMPH, how dare you ruin the affairs of Lord Kaido? You are destined to fall here today, Jack. After seeing Jack's figure, the corners of Jin's mouth raised slightly. Don't worry, big brother. I will complete the task you gave me. After speaking to Jin, Jack's figure quickly passed Jin and Raldo, and ran straight to the crowd. Looking at Jack passing over him, Jin was slightly stunned. What the hell is this Jack doing? Didn't he agree to let him deal with Raldo? Raldo is here. What are you drilling into the crowd? Momonosuke's face paled instantly as he looked at Jack, who was running straight towards him. The 2 short legs trembled uncontrollably. No matter how he controlled his legs, he couldn't move a step in place. No, don't come here. Momonosuke, who had nowhere to go, leaned against the wall and looked at Jack with a look of fear. HMPH, Momonosuke Kazuki. Let's see where you're going this time. Jack, who rushed in front of Momonosuke, stretched out his huge palm and grabbed Momonosuke in his palm, then jumped in Jin's direction. Looking at the figure in Jack's hands, Jin's brows raised slightly. What is Jack doing to catch that thing? The remnants of Guangyu are just a bit of a headache, but they are not enemies that cannot be solved. The current strong enemy is this blonde boy. Jack, who came to Jin, revealed the Momonosuke in his hand. The mission you ordered has been completed, and I have brought back Kazuki Oden's son. I asked you to deal with Raldo. What are you doing with this thing? Jin's words revealed some helplessness. Jack looked at Momonosuke in his hand, and said silently for a while. I'm sorry, big brother. Since it's not him, I'll kill him. As soon as Jack's voice fell, he increased the strength of his hand. There was a sound of bones breaking from Momonosuke, who was being held by Jack. Feeling the severe pain coming from her body, Momonosuke groaned with a hideous face. Chapter 83_click. Crushed Peaches. Momonosuke-sama. The bastards of the Beast's pirates, let go of Momonosuke-sama. Kinosuke roared angrily, looking at Momonosuke who was groaning in pain in Jack's hands. Jack glared angrily at Kinemon, and at the same time increased the strength on his hand. Let it go if you say it. Who do you think I am? I'm Jack. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Let me go, you bastard. Momonosuke, who was squeezed to the point of suffocation in Jack's hands, waved his hands and feet and struggled. Seeing Momonosuke's pained appearance, Jin opened his mouth to stop Jack's next move. Wait a minute, Jack. I suddenly feel that this little thing is useful. You should save him first, Jin said to Jack beside him. Hearing the elder brother's words, Jack stopped increasing the strength in his hands. But he wouldn't just let go of Momonosuke. After all, Jin said that this thing might still be useful. Raldo also wanted to let Momonosuke rush to the street here, but because of his own identity, it was impossible for Raldo to watch Momonosuke die. Unless Jack and Jin directly ended Momonosuke's life on the spot, which was force majeure. No matter how powerful Raldo is, there is no way to save him. I advise you to put that little guy down, or don't blame me for being rude. Raldo stared at Jack coldly. The terrifying aura emanating from Raldo made Jack, who was being watched, feel as if he was facing Kaido. After adjusting his emotions a little, Jack stared at Raldo with the same cold eyes. HMPH, don't think that if you beat me once, I'll be afraid of you. With Jin here today, I'll see how rude you are. White Star, stand behind me and don't move. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you when I fight later. Raldo said slightly sideways to Bai Xing. Seeing Bai Xing nodding, Raldo turned his right hand, and two elements of different colors, one red and one blue, instantly appeared in Raldo's palm. Elemental Fusion, Thunder Flame Gun. Raldo stretched out his hand to face Jin and Jack in front of him, and the fusion element in his palm suddenly turned into two sharp spears and stabbed at Jin and Jin. The Thunder Flame Gun is a new type of attack generated by fusion elements, with flame as the gun body and lightning as the gun head. Two elements with extremely amazing destructive power. The destructive power produced by the fusion is even stronger. Jin stared at the incoming Thunder Flame Spear with cold eyes, and without hesitation, stretched out his dark arm covered in the color of his weapon, and grasped the body of the Thunder Flame Spear. How could Raldo's attack be blocked so easily? After grabbing the Thunder Flame Spear, Jin's brows could not help but frown slightly. He found that the power of the Thunder Flame Spear in his hand was a little astonishing, and his arm, which was covered by the Armed Color Plus ability, was trembling slightly. Jin, who was really helpless, quickly took a few steps back, and at the same time released the Thunder Flame Spear in his hand. Without Jin's restrictions, the Thunder Flame Spear, like a bolt of lightning, instantly rushed into the houses on the side of the street. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose slowly from the place of the explosion, and none of the surrounding houses were spared, and they were all burned to ashes. Jack on the other side was not as quick as Jin. The instant the fast-flying Thunder Flame Spear stabbed Jack, he rushed into the house on the street together with Jack taking Momonosuke in his hand. Looking at the sound of the explosion that hasn't sounded for a long time, everyone looked at Raldo who fired the Thunder Flame Gun in surprise. The meaning is obvious. Why did the attack on this side not explode? Raldo didn't want to explain much about this. If there was an explosion here, wouldn't Momonosuke die in his own hands? Jin didn't take care of Jack who was buried in the rubble. He knew that such an attack would not kill Jack. A person with a strange ability can actually use multiple elements. However, that's it for you. Jin nodded slightly, and then Jin fluttered his huge wings and threw himself at Raldo. Looking down from the sky, Jin was like a ferocious black lightning, rushing towards Raldo not far away. As the most powerful of the three disasters, Jin is extremely tyrannical in both physical skills and abilities. In the blink of an eye, Jin appeared in front of Raldo. Waving the huge claws transformed into a toothless pterosaur, he stabbed Raldo fiercely. Raldo's right hand was instantly covered with armed color, urging the fire element in his body, and suddenly smashed out at Jin's sharp claws, Max Fire Fist. An oversized pillar of flame spewed out from Raldo's arm. The huge flame engulfed Jin's figure in an instant. Jin, who was wrapped in flames, did not suffer much substantial damage. After all, Jin is also code-named after the fire disaster, and coupled with the hard skin of the toothless pterosaur, Jin has some immunity to flames. As Jin enjoyed the warmth of the flames around him, a powerful electric current rushed down the flame pillar. Not good. After the flames, lightning was added. As soon as this idea appeared in Jin's mind, the thunderbolt had already struck Jin's body. The current of 100 million volts instantly ripped open the hard skin of the toothless pterodactyl, and Jin, which was wrapped by the thunder flame pillar, was instantly ripped apart by the electric skin. Resisting the pain in his body, Jin struggled to flap his wings and flew to one side. After leaving the range of the thunder flame pillar, Jin, who fell to the ground, stared at Raldo with a slight panting. This time, Jin was indeed a little careless, which led to such heavy damage. Looking at Jack, who came out of the ruins, Jin stared at Raldo with a narrowed pupil. Jack, send a signal to Lord Kaido. He must be abolished today. Abandon him. Jack frowned and looked down at Momonosuke, who was unconscious due to severe pain in his hand. Big brother asked me to abolish him, and this thing has now crushed all the bones of my body. How can I waste it? After looking at it for a while, Jack turned his attention to a certain part of Momonosuke. Seems. That's all there is to it. After confirming the target, Jack's free hand instantly covered with armed color, and it was a heavy punch to Momonosuke. Click. There was a sudden sound from a certain part of Momonosuke's body, and a strange colored liquid that exuded a stench slowly dripped down Momonosuke's legs. After seeing this scene, all the people on the street took a deep breath and hurriedly covered their key parts. Chapter 84 _ The curtain of war is about to open. The twin kings set off. An important part was attacked, and Momonosuke, who was in a coma, instantly woke up. After taking a deep breath, Momonosuke let out a roar that resounded through the sky. Ah, it hurts. What did you do to me? After waking up, Momonosuke began to struggle in Jack's hands. It doesn't matter if you don't struggle. As soon as Momonosuke struggled, he felt something was missing between his legs. And as he struggled, a piercing pain continued to spread to his brain. In order to confirm whether it was his own illusion, Momonosuke hurriedly tried to get in touch with Dabaojian. There is only one response available, no way to get in touch. No, you lost the most precious thing under me. I'm no longer a man. Momonosuke muttered with a pale face. Seeing that Jack smashed Momonosuke's key parts with one punch, Raldo felt a coolness drifting from his lower body. This Jack is too ruthless, and directly smashed the big sword of other children into scum. However, seeing this scene, Raldo not only didn't have the slightest disgust, but also felt a little carefree. Jack, what are you doing? Jin asked Jack suspiciously. No matter how powerful Jin was, after seeing Jack's behavior, he couldn't help shaking. There is no way, for male creatures, the destruction of the great sword is tantamount to the end of the world. Brother, didn't you tell me to abolish him? Jack raised the petrified Momonosuke with a puzzled face. Jin rubbed his brows helplessly, took a deep breath and said to Jack, I asked you to abolish this Raldo with me, and immediately send a signal to Lord Kaido. Realizing that he had misinterpreted Jin's meaning again, Jack's heart raced through 10,000 grass and mud horses. Who told the big brother to speak without a subject? If it was said that Raldo was abolished from the beginning, I would have understood it. After thinking about it, Jack didn't dare to say it. The free hand took a flare from his body. As Jack pulled the lead, the signal flares shot straight into the sky. Ha! Smack! A fireworks with the pattern of the beast pirates burst in the air and appeared. This scene happened to be seen by two groups of people at the same time, one side was a member of the Beast Pirates. On the other side is the Whitebeard pirates docked on the shore. After receiving the signal, the two groups reported to their captain at the same time. HMPH, has it finally appeared? Edward Raldo, today is your death anniversary. Kaido in the Ghost Island stared at the reward order with cold eyes. Kaido, who was extremely angry, squeezed it hard, and the flask in his hand suddenly burst into pieces, and the mellow wine and debris splashed across the room. Go, inform Hawkins that they are going to the flower capital. Kaido said to the reporter, then quickly got up and walked out of the house. This time, he is going to kill the guy who ruined his plan with his own hands. On the coastline at the other end of Wano country, Ace on the bow of the Moby Dick noticed the beast pirates' flares rising into the sky. Although it is not the signal flare launched by Father Raldo, the signal flare with the pattern of the beast pirates must be related to Father Raldo. After all, other than Father Raldo, who else in Wano country can make the beast pirates send out a signal bomb for help? Without hesitation, Ace quickly turned around and ran back to inform Newgate, Marco and others on the boat. After listening to Ace's statement, Newgate nodded slightly. It seems that the matter is more urgent, little ones. Your father Raldo is in a bad situation. All the members will go to Wano with me to support Lay. Erdo. After hearing Newgate's order, Ace and the others, who had been impatient for a long time, cheered loudly, oh. Newgate picked up his pheasant knife, led everyone in the Whitebeard pirates to jump off the boat, and strode toward Wano country. Ellipsis. In the patrol team of Julie Township, a man sitting on a beast received a phone bug and looked at the capital of flowers calmly. Who is it that can make Kaido do himself? Is that you, Straw Hat? Luffy, turn around and go to the Flower City. Hawkins turned his head and said to the people behind him. As a fortune teller, Hawkins was used to making a fortune telling on everything. Looking at the instructions of the card in his hand, Hawkins frowned tightly. The win rate is only 3%. It seems that the enemy faced today is no trivial matter. Outside the village of Picking Up Leaks, a group of people were running non-stop towards the capital of flowers. The man wearing a white flower hat looked helplessly at Luffy beside him. The straw hat owner, why didn't you say this earlier? Ahahaha, I forgot. Sorry. Luffy scratched his head embarrassedly. Luo, who was arrested in Dressrosa, originally thought that he was destined to enter the great underwater prison that never saw the light of day. After all, it was Admiral Fujitora who was guarding him at that time. When the Navy escorted Luo from Dressrosa, he was rescued by Luffy and others by exchanging civet cats for the prince. A white bear in the costume of the Red Heart pirates gradually approached Luo, and said with a flustered face, Captain, it's not good. Others called just now, and Hawkins and others are also heading to the flower capital. Chapter 85 _ The Rabbit Incident, Momonosuke Despair. Hawkins. That guy must have received an order from Kaido. If so, wouldn't Kaido also go to the Flower City? Luo said with a shocked expression after thinking for a while. It's just right. This time, I must knock Kaido away. Luffy said firmly with his eyes. In addition to Luo and Luffy who are galloping, there is a red-haired man in a red coat in the faraway rabbit well. The huge iron fist that condensed countless iron tools slammed towards the heavy gate of Tujing, and smashed the iron gate of Tui with one punch. After the gate was gone, the prisoners who were being held in Tui escaped in a swarm. Kid took Kira and ran in the direction of the flower capital. Kid and these prisoners were able to escape because Quinn and other members of the beast pirates who were guarding Rabbit had left Rabbit in a hurry after receiving the call. Without the heavy guard, breaking through the rabbit well is simply a piece of cake for Kid. While the patrolmen were not paying attention, Kid took his life in an instant. After taking off the key hanging on the patrolman, after a while of fiddling, he untied the Heilushi handcuffs that bound him. Kaido, this time, I will never let you go. Kid glanced at Kira beside him, and said gloomily. After he was captured by Kaido, Kira lost contact with him. When Kid saw Kira again, Kira had already become like this. Kid knew what Kaido had been planning, to create a pirate group with all devil fruit abilities. But there are only so many devil fruits in the world, and even if Kaido is the fourth emperor, it is impossible for him to collect all the fruits. So Kaido turned his attention to the artificial devil fruit, because the current technology is not mature. Kaido has been arresting people for experiments, and Kira is one of them. Ellipsis. HMPH, Lord Kaido will be here soon. At that time, you won't have a chance to leave even if you want to. Jin stared at Raldo with a flat expression. Let's go. I'm afraid you made a mistake. We haven't figured out the account of you taking Shiratoshi, and now you owe me another account. Raldo looked at Momonosuke, who was already in shape in Jack's hands. After all, his father Odin was a former Newgate crew member. You can't just watch Momonosuke die ruthlessly, can you? Oh, so you care about this gadget. Jin glanced at Jack and motioned for Jack to throw Momonosuke to him. Having understood Jin's words correctly, Jack threw Momonosuke in his hand to Jin without saying a word. Taking Momonosuke in his hand, Jin looked up and down this little thing with a ferocious and somewhat ugly face. Don't you care about this gadget? Then I will torture him. After cancelling his ability, Jin held Momonosuke's collar with one hand and suspended it in the air. The other hand was placed under Momonosuke's feet, and Jin's fingertips suddenly burst into flames, burning towards Momonosuke. Z. Looking at the flames that suddenly appeared under him, Momonosuke struggled more frequently. How could Momonosuke struggle to get out when he was caught by the flames? Soon, Momonosuke's feet were burned red by the flames of Jin. The pain in the lower body has not subsided, but the burning pain from the hot flames once again spread into Momonosuke's brain, constantly stimulating Momonosuke's nerves. Ah, you bastard, why don't you just kill the next one? You devil, Kinemon, hurry up and save me. Momonosuke's facial features were tightly knit together, and he roared at Kinemon with a pale face. Hearing Momonosuke calling out to him, Kinemon anxiously wanted to rush up, but was stopped by the man in front of him. Raldo on the side did not dare to act rashly. After all, Momonosuke was in Jin's hands. No matter how fast he was, Jin could instantly kill Momonosuke. So, an embarrassing scene appeared. Everyone present watched Jin torturing Momonosuke, but no one was willing to step forward to help. Seeing that no one dared to step forward to help him, Momonosuke's heart was full of despair. Are you going to die here like this? Is this the end of Father's last wish and the mission of the Kazuki family? Looking at Momonosuke, whose feet were burned to the point of being red and swollen, Jin cancelled the flames at his fingertips. He pulled out the weapon attached to his waist and slashed at Momonosuke's right arm. Pat! A short arm fell heavily to the ground as Jin waved. A bright red liquid spewed out from Momonosuke's body like a fountain. The wounds on his body gradually increased, and bursts of piercing pain continued to penetrate his brain. The physical and mental torture had completely torn Momonosuke's throat, and he could no longer make any sound. Jin did this to delay time. Although he couldn't beat Raldo, someone could. In order to prevent the chips in his hand from losing too much blood and dying, Jin applied fire therapy to the place where Momonosuke broke his arm to stop the bleeding. Momonosuke was paralyzed by Jin's actions. Momonosuke wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide countless times, but he never had the courage to speak. Chapter 86_Momonosuke dies, Kanjuro is exposed. Rumble. The originally clear sky in the flower capital gradually became gloomy, and a gust of wind blowing from nowhere instantly lifted a large number of houses into the air. When everyone was surprised, Raldo stared at the sky with a solemn expression. Because Raldo sensed that there was a very powerful life form dormant in the clouds. In the entire Wano country, there are people who can have such a powerful atmosphere. Only the captain of the beast pirates, Beast Kaido. Sure enough, under the gaze of everyone, a huge dragon head protruded from the clouds, and a pair of sharp dragon eyes locked onto Raldo below in an instant. Are you ready to die? Edward Raldo, Kaido's huge dragon body emerged from the clouds and instantly turned into a human figure and appeared beside Jin. "Lord Kaido," Jin said respectfully after seeing Kaido. Kaido nodded, and Yu Guang glanced at the unknown creature in Jin's hand. After a closer look, I found that this unknown object turned out to be the son of Kazuki Oden. Kaido didn't even want to deal with this weak ant-like thing. The target to be solved now is Raldo standing in front of him. For this kid who ruined his plan, Kaido wanted to kill him immediately. "Jin, stop wasting time on meaningless things," Kaido said to Jin without looking back. Jin didn't respond to Kaido's words, and looked down at Momonosuke, who was already bloody in his hands. "That's the end of your role, disappear, the little devil of the Kazuki family." Jin looked at Momonosuke who was dying, and suddenly pierced Momonosuke's body with the sword in his right hand. Looking at the long sword pierced into his body, Momonosuke's face showed the last expression in his life, despair and fear. After Momonosuke's life ended, flames appeared in Jin's hands again. The Momonosuke that he was holding in his hand was burned to ashes, and as the breeze blew, it naturally floated in the air. Kazuki Momonosuke, since then, has no trace to follow, and disappeared into the world as a speck of dust. Looking at Momonosuke dissipating in the air, the knife in Kinemon's hand fell off involuntarily and hit the ground heavily. Momonosuke-sama, dead, the Kazuki family's mission is over, Kinemon muttered with a dull gaze. Raldo on the side, after seeing Momonosuke disappear. For some reason, I suddenly had the urge to play a good luck song. Just when everyone was thinking, a hearty laughter broke the sad atmosphere. "Ha ha ha ha, Lord Orochi, have you seen it? The last single seedling of the Koyuki family is gone. My mission is complete." Kanjuro laughed in the sky. He found out that Kanjuro was actually laughing. Kinemon glared at him when he came back to his senses. "Kanjuro, I didn't expect. The traitor is actually you." "Yes, I'm the double agent who broke into you by the Black Charcoal Orochi and the 100 Beast Pirates. My code name is..." Before Kanjuro could finish his words, a huge ice pick instantly penetrated his body from behind. Looking at the ice pick stuck on his body with a shocked expression, Kanjuro felt a sweetness in his throat, and suddenly spit out a blood mist. "I thought you had a problem yesterday, so hurry up and gather with your Black Charcoal Orochi core. He's been waiting for you all night." Raldo faced Kanjuro's palm, and a visible chill was continuing. Emergence. Kanjuro, whose physical strength was gradually draining, could no longer support his increasingly heavier body with his feet. Boom. Kanjuro, who lost consciousness and life, slammed heavily on the ground, and a cloud of dust suddenly swept up. Kazuki retainers have no opinion on Raldo's solution to Kanjuro. Since Kanjuro is a traitor, whoever gets rid of him is the same. It was a pity for Kikuno-chung and the others that Kanjuro, who had murdered them for 20 years, died a little too easily. Raldo turned back and inserted the obsidian staff on the ground, and an azure blue barrier instantly enveloped the white star for several meters. "The next battle may be dangerous. You can just stay within the barrier of the staff, Shiro. Remember, you must not step out of this circle, understand?" Raldo put his hands on Shiro's shoulders, said solemnly. After all, the opponent this time is Kaido, who is known as the most powerful creature in the world. Raldo is not completely sure and can easily defeat Kaido. The 4 emperors, he has now come into contact with all of them. 2 years ago, it was just a discussion with Red Hair, and a few days ago, it was also a discussion with Bigmom. There are rules for learning from each other, that is, they will not be dead. This time, it's no longer a duel with Kaido, but a life and death fight. After instructing Bai Xing, Raldo turned around and walked out of the barrier made by the staff, staring at Kaido with cold eyes. "Come on, since you want to fight, then I will accompany Raldo to the end." HMPH, arrogant kid. It's just as annoying as the kid from 40 years ago, and your names and looks are very similar, which makes me hate it even more. Kaido pulled out the huge wolf teeth around his waist. Great, looked at Raldo with disdain. Chapter 87 _Reckless Luffy, Supernova gathering. Without a staff as a medium, Raldo can still use the power of the elements. It's just that the damage may be weakened. After all, the greatest help for the mage is the staff. Raldo condenses thunder and fire in one hand and terroir in the other, and can create a powerful fusion of elements at any time to attack Kaido. Just as Kaido and Raldo were about to start, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Kaido, Luffy in 4th gear, his legs kept bouncing in the air, and rushed straight to the direction of Raldo and Kaido. Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't this the Straw Hat Luffy who was beaten down by himself? Exactly, he and Raldo cleaned up together. Rubber, 2-door Great Ape King gun. Luffy's hands were like Bellamy's springs, constantly compressing in the air. Facing the fast-approaching 4th gear Luffy, Kaido slowly raised the mace in his hand. The hand holding the mace turned, and a powerful arm domineering instantly covered the entire mace. Thundering gossip. Kaido waved the mace in his hand towards Luffy, and Luffy also fired the long-charged Ape King spear at this moment. The two powerful overlords were domineering and collided in an instant. After only a second of stalemate, Luffy was kicked out by Kaido. This battle came and went in a hurry. The unconscious Luffy flew out again in the direction he came from. Afterwards, Luo and the others came over, and after seeing Luffy flying back upside down, they all sighed helplessly. Hey, the head of the Straw Hat. It's still so reckless, I really can't do anything about you. Room. The slaughterhouse. A blue light circle suddenly appeared in Luo's palm, and the light circle gradually expanded to a radius of several hundred meters. With a slight lift of Luo's finger, Luffy, who flew upside down, instantly exchanged positions with the stone in front of Luo. After seeing Luffy's figure, Chopper and the others hurriedly stepped forward to investigate. There's no big problem. It's just that he lost consciousness temporarily. Kaido is really scary. Just swinging a stick, he knocked Luffy down. After checking carefully, Chopper opened his mouth in shock to everyone said. Oh, the last time the Straw Hat Master was in a coma like this. If I hadn't used my ability to transfer the Straw Hat Master's position, I'm afraid the Straw Hat Master would already be in Tujing prison now. Luo rubbed his forehead helplessly. For Luffy's reckless character, he really can't do anything about it. Since the captain is in a coma, then, as the crew members, we should go out instead of the captain. The corners of Zoro's mouth rose slightly, and he slowly pulled out the words Hidai and Yanmo from his waist. Yanmo's sword was exchanged from a woman with Chushui a few days ago. Ah, you're right, now it's our turn. Sanji took out the lighter in his pocket and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Chopper, you stay with Beppo to take care of Luffy. The battle is left to us. Usopp put one hand on the brim of his hat and smiled at Kaido, who was standing at the end of the street. After deciding, Luo followed Zoro and the others and continued to move forward, running towards the area of Kaido and Raldo. Just as they passed the intersection, a group of people appeared from both sides, blocking Luo and the others in the middle of the road. It is forbidden to pass here, the Straw Hats and Luo of the Heart Pirates. Hawkins said flatly. Oh, do you think you alone can stop us? Zoro looked at Hawkins and said with a slightly picky look. Hawkins didn't immediately respond to Zoro's words, but began to play with the divination card in front of him. If I play against you alone, the winning rate is 0%. If you add 2 people, the winning rate is 47%. I think it can be played, what do you think? Drake, Appo. Hawkins glanced slightly. On the right, 2 figures slowly walked out. 47%. Although I have always believed in your divination ability, but this time I don't believe it. I think our win rate is 100%. The corner of Drake's mouth suddenly turned into a huge dinosaur. His eyes were cold, stared at Sauron and others. Oh, yeah, would you like some battle music to refresh your mind? Yo, I'm Appu. A man in oriental clothes with braids said slowly. Appu's speech is very interesting, just like the pirate version of Karabi. Hey. Are you bullying people? You have 3 gangs, we only have 2. Is victory impossible? Usopp pointed at Hawkins and said. When Hawkins was about to speak, two figures suddenly fell from the sky. Now, it's 3-3. Hawkins, we have to settle our accounts. Kid's right steel arm slammed on the ground, staring coldly at Hawkins sitting on the beast's. Seeing Kid and Kira, Hawkins raised his eyebrows in surprise. Kid, how did you escape from the rabbit well? I don't need to explain to someone who is about to die. It's all your fault that Kira has become like this. I'll let you pay the debt with blood today. Hit Hawkins. Chapter 88_Supernova Burns, Raldo vs Kaido. Kid's action was like a signal to start a war, instantly driving everyone to take action. Drake, who was in a dinosaur state, threw off Kid's attack with a tail, and at the same time opened his bloody mouth and bit him away. The sharp teeth, which were bigger than a mineral water bottle, emitted a dazzling cold light under the sunlight. Death Explosion Star. When Drake was biting towards Kid, a black sphere suddenly flew out from behind and shot directly into Drake's mouth. Boom! A red flame burst out from Drake's mouth instantly, and the strong explosion shattered Drake's teeth directly. The severe pain in his mouth made Drake frown involuntarily. Looking in the direction from which the explosives flew, Usopp was holding a huge slingshot at him. Drake stared coldly at Usopp. The damn straw hats, I'll take care of you when I get rid of Kid. Sauron on the other side flipped his hands, and the words Hidaui and Yanmo were instantly covered with the domineering military color of ordinary ink bamboo lacquer. I didn't have fun last time, this time I'll continue. Daolu, you should go upstairs. Zoro jumped, and the double swords in his hands appeared side by side and slashed towards Hawkins. The powerful sword intent and domineering made Hawkins, who was sitting on the beast, hurriedly drew his knife to resist. Boom! Soren's knife slashed heavily on Hawkins's knife, and Soren's powerful force made Hawkins' wrist that held the knife begin to tremble slightly. Although Sauron and Hawkins are both supernovas in the worst era, Sauron can be a few blocks away from Hawkins in terms of swordsmanship. After a stalemate for a few seconds, Hawkins decided to retreat. If you carry it hard, you will definitely get hurt. Hawkins slightly bent his wrist, and with the help of Soren's strength, he pushed his figure to retreat quickly. Ellipsis. On the sea outside Wano, a huge boat stopped quietly under the waterfall. Hey, how are we going to get up? I've been waiting for a long time, and I haven't seen any giant carp at all. The big fat man holding a chicken leg looked anxiously at the red-haired man on the bow. Don't worry, Lou, the giant carp will be here soon, just wait a while, Shanks said to Lou with a calm expression. Don't worry, Whitebeard is not an irrational person. I don't think he will make too much trouble, Beckman said slowly after taking a puff of cigarette. Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks frowned slightly. Ah, if it was before. I thought so too. I thought Whitebeard wouldn't make too much trouble. But this time, the situation is different. Beckman's pupils converged slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. You mean, the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Raldo? Shanks nodded, as an old rival and friend for many years. He really knew Whitebeard too well, and Whitebeard could give everything for his family. That Raldo is also Whitebeard's younger brother, if Kaido really hurts Raldo. He felt that Whitebeard would definitely fight against Kaido, and he would be out of control by then. Shanks sighed, then looked up to the top of the waterfall. I hope things haven't gotten to the worst. On the streets of Flower City. Because of Kaido's appearance, the onlookers have long since fled. Aside from Raldo Bakesing, Koyuki retainers, and Kaido, the entire street was completely empty. The annoying ants are gone. Now it's your turn. Kaido waved the mace in his hand and rushed towards Raldo. Jin and Jack on the side were fighting fiercely with those of Koyuki's retainers. This result is also in line with Raldo's intention. Without the meddling of other people, he can concentrate on fighting with Kaido. Raldo's hands were instantly covered with armed colors, and the flames entwined with thunder and lightning instantly appeared in Raldo's hands. Come on, let me see how terrifying the world's strongest creature is. Thunder Flame Fist. Raldo smashed his fist at Kaido, Boom! The two domineering forces of different colors collided instantly, and Raldo, who had only mastered the armed color for a few years, felt an inexplicable pressure. Raldo's eyes turned cold, and he directly released the elemental power in his body to its maximum power. More powerful thunder flames poured out instantly, increasing the strength of Raldo's arm against Kaido by 100 times. Boom! As Raldo suddenly increased the output of thunder flame, Kaido was actually repelled by Raldo and retreated a few steps. Kaido, who retreated, did not feel angry, but the fighting intent in his eyes became more abundant. Interesting, this is worthy of your 3 billion reward. Come on, show all your strength. Raldo frowned slightly, this guy seems to be addicted to fighting. Originally thought Kaido was just drinking and seeking death, but now it seems that he is also addicted to fighting. Then I'll satisfy you. Elemental Fusion Elemental Holy Sword. Raldo put his hands together, and countless elements instantly appeared beside Raldo. Wind, fire, thunder, water, ice, wood, earth, the power of several elements circles Raldo. As Raldo's hands were slightly separated, the elemental power surrounding Raldo poured into Raldo's palm instantly. A colorful element holy sword with thunder as the handle, ice as the sword bead, water as the handguard, fire and wind as the blade, and wood and soil as the body of the sword gradually appeared in front of Raldo. Chapter 89 In the nick of time, Whitebeard debuts. Looking at the elemental holy sword floating in front of him, Raldo held it in his hand. This is also the first time he has used the power of elements to integrate and develop a shaping weapon. This elemental holy sword is not an ordinary weapon. The holy sword made of elements as a whole will attach the power of the elements when attacking. Holding the elemental holy sword in one hand, Raldo stomped on the ground with both feet and quickly swept towards Kaido. Facing the fast-approaching Raldo, Kaido's eyes shone with light. Kaido discovered that the sword in Raldo's hand actually exuded an aura that made him feel a little palpitated. But heart palpitations return to heart palpitations, which does not mean that he will definitely lose. Nice power, come on. I'm looking forward to you killing me now. Thunder gossip. Kaido raised the mace in his hand and smashed it at the incoming Raldo. Elemental Holy Sword, Thunder Flame Slash. Raldo stepped forward and slashed heavily with the elemental holy sword in his hand. Boom! The elemental holy sword in Raldo's hand and Kaido's mace collided suddenly, and a powerful shock wave suddenly burst out. None of the houses with a radius of 100 meters survived, and all were knocked into ruins by the shock wave. Raldo turned the hand holding the element holy sword slightly, and a thunderous flame exuding a destructive breath burst out from the element holy sword in an instant. With a destructive momentum, it suddenly sprayed towards Kaido in front of him. The monstrous flames engulfed Kaido's body in an instant, and a sound of burning skin suddenly sounded from the flames. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his body, Kaido's brows involuntarily frowned. This kind of familiar and unfamiliar pain, I haven't experienced it for many years. Kaido, who was enveloped in flames, suddenly waved the mace in his hand. A powerful hurricane suddenly appeared, blowing away the thunder flames around Kaido. Interesting, I really deserve to be the deputy captain of the Whitebeard pirates. I hope you don't end it so soon, I haven't had enough fun yet. Kaido's voice just fell, and the whole person instantly turned into a 100-meter blue dragon and flew into the sky. Kaido's huge dragon head faced Raldo on the ground across the air, and as Kaido opened the dragon's mouth, a more powerful light instantly gathered. Seeing this scene, Raldo's pupils instinctively shrank. He knew that Kaido's heat breath could be exhaled after being transformed into a dragon, but he didn't expect Kaido's heat breath to be so terrifying, and Raldo felt heart palpitations just by gathering energy. In fact, Raldo is not afraid of Kaido's heat. Raldo was worried about the white star not far behind him, and the protective barrier created by his staff also had a limit. Just relying on the terrifying coercion of this heat breath, Raldo instantly judged the answer. The barrier constructed by the obsidian staff could not stop this heat breath. But Raldo will not give up. Until the last moment, no one knows the final result. Raldo raised the element holy sword in his hand above his head, and countless elemental light balls flew out of the holy sword in an instant. Various elemental light balls lingered on the top of the holy sword, gradually converging and merging. When Raldo was preparing to strike with all his strength, Kaido's heat breath had already gathered, and with the aura of destruction, he quickly swept towards Raldo. In an instant, Kaido's heat breathed towards Raldo. Feeling the heat on his face, Raldo frowned and looked a little tangled. The elemental holy sword in his hand is gathering elemental flash, and it cannot be interrupted or stopped at all. Are you saying that you are going to retire here? Rayleigh glanced at the white star in the protective barrier of the staff with extra light. It's just a pity that it has affected you, Bai Sheng. Just as Raldo was about to face the result that happened next, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in Raldo's sight. Want to touch my brother, Kaido? Do you think you've lived too long and want me to fix you? Newgate stood in front of Raldo, his right muscles suddenly agitated, facing the attacking heat breath suddenly punched. Click. The sound of space fragmentation suddenly sounded, and the heat released by Kaido was intercepted and destroyed by Newgate. Looking at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared below, Kaido's eyes flickered slightly. Whitebeard. No, Newgate, you said just now that he is your brother. Impossible. That kid, didn't he die decades ago? Gee la la la, what nonsense are you talking about as a bug? Even if you die, my brother won't die. Newgate held a pheasant knife and looked at Kaido with disdain. Kaido ignored Whitebeard, and his eyes focused on Raldo again. The first time he saw Raldo's wanted notice, he felt very strange. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Raldo. How can there be two people with the same name in the world? And even the appearance is exactly the same, the reason why Kaido feels that this Raldo is not the Rock's trainee Raldo he knows. It's because Kaido and Raldo had a feud decades ago. Chapter 90_High-Spirited, Whitebeard returns to the year. After the Rock's pirates disbanded, Kaido has been sailing with the Whitebeard brothers. After Whitebeard left Raldo alone on the island, Kaido went into action. Although he wanted to kill Raldo, Kaido would not be so stupid as to take action himself. After all, the Whitebeard guy was no weaker than himself. If Whitebeard finds out that he made it by himself, Whitebeard will definitely chase after him like Garp chases Roger in the future. So Kaido used a lot of money and a natural devil fruit to find the famous big pirate at that time, and asked the other party to deal with Raldo. After seeing what Kaido gave, the captain agreed without a word. Kaido, who was dormant in the sky of the island, saw with his own eyes that the captain led someone to kill Raldo. Then Kaido shot, destroyed the pirate group at sea, and got his things back. This is why Kaido wonders why Raldo appears. If Raldo is dead, what is this now? Ghost. Even now, Kaido won't tell what happened back then. What if Raldo didn't die? Just now, I can kill Raldo with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart. HMPH, even if the two of you are together, I can kill Raldo in front of you. I've done bad things to me many times, but I'm not happy if he doesn't die. Thunder. Kaido stared at the two with a cold expression, and then roared into the sky. Rumble. Countless thunder and lightning emerged from the tumbling clouds, and rushed towards Raldo and Newgate below with a destructive momentum. Brother, help me sweep the formation, it only takes 10 minutes. Raldo said to Newgate while gathering the energy of elemental slash. Hearing Raldo calling his brother, Newgate's adrenaline surged instantly. Newgate's inner emotions were complicated, and he hadn't heard Raldo call him brother for so many years. Don't worry, don't say it's 10 minutes. Even if you say that you let my brother fight this bug for 3 days and 3 nights, my brother is not afraid. The corners of Newgate's mouth rose slightly, a huge war intent instantly rose from Newgate's body. Marco and others who came later looked at Newgate in shock. This is Dad. It's been years since I've seen Dad so excited. It's terrifying. An old man with such a terrifying aura has not been seen since Roger's death. Ha ha ha, I'll just say it. Dad is not old, he just doesn't want to shoot. Quote. Everyone, you sighed one by one. Their Whitebeard pirates have lost count of how many years they have not been so passionate. That's Princess White Star. Let's take Princess White Star to a safe place first. Dad is angry, and this town may be destroyed. Bai Xing hurriedly said to Ace and the others beside him. Indeed, if Dad gets angry, that area will be reduced to ruins. Ace nodded, and then followed Marco to the White Star. Seeing Marco and the others approaching quickly behind him, a smile finally appeared on Shirahoshi's worried face. Marco, Ace, everyone. Why are you here? Well, I'll discuss this matter later. Princess Shirahoshi, you want to avoid us. Ace scratched his head and said to Shirahoshi. Because things are more urgent now, he has no way to answer them one by one. Bai Xing nodded and prepared to follow Ace and the others away from the barrier. When passing by the staff, Shirahoshi hesitated for a moment, then pulled the staff out of the ground, hugged it in his arms, and quickly left with Ace and the others. Raldo, who was gathering to attack, naturally noticed Shirahoshi, who followed Ace and the others. That's fine, if there is no Bai Xing present. I can do my best. Raldo glanced at the energy that was gathering on the elemental holy sword and said. Newgate, exuding a monstrous fighting intent, suddenly swung a knife at the descending thunder. An extremely terrifying blade light flew out from the pheasant blade, instantly blasting Kaido's thunder into pieces. Looks like you're not old yet, Whitebeard. Kaido frowned and flew towards Newgate from the sky. HMPH, you bug in the sewers. Even if I'm 90 years old, I can hit you until you can't stand up. Newgate jumped up suddenly and waved the pheasant knife in his hand at Kaido, who was attacking. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the pheasant knife in Newgate's hand, Kaido hurriedly waved his dragon claws to resist. Boom! Two extremely terrifying tyrannical arrogances collided in an instant, and the entire houses in the flower capital were crushed into crumbs by the shock wave generated by the collision of tyrannical arrogance. Shanks, who had just landed in the Wano country, looked at the monstrous fighting spirit and terrifying domineering generated by the center of the Wano country, and his face suddenly became solemn. Quick! Speed up! Whitebeard and Kaido are already fighting. After Shanks finished speaking, he accelerated his pace and ran non-stop towards the flower capital. Beckman's eyes flickered slightly. The world's strongest man, the world's strongest creature. The two strongest emperors in the sea collided. If they came back a little later, Wano Kingdom would most likely cease to exist. Chapter 91 / A devastating attack. Head, stop those two people first. Don't worry about us, we'll be there later. Lu shouted to Shanks, who was running ahead. Okay, then I'll go first. Shanks nodded, leaving an afterimage on the ground, disappearing from the sight of Beckman and others in the blink of an eye. This speed, the head is still as fast as before. Watching Shanks disappear, Jesus Bupa said with a sigh. As soon as Jesus finished speaking, Lu and Beckman looked at him in surprise. Ellipsis. Flower City. At Newgate's age, he doesn't play at his peak. Since the last time Raldo used the wood elf of the wood element to mend Newgate's body, Newgate has found that his body seems to be gradually getting younger. The strength in cells that had declined due to age gradually recovered and became fuller after 2 years of repair by the wood elves. You can go up in the sky when you turn into a worm. You'd better go down to me. The corner of Newgate's mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly activated the ability to shake the fruit. He turned the pheasant knife in his hand and smashed the dragon-like Kaido directly. Boom! Kaido's hundreds-meter-long dragon body suddenly fell, smashing heavily on the streets of the flower capital. A 100-meter crater suddenly appeared, and Kaido's huge dragon body was lying in the crater. Whitebeard at his peak, let alone Kaido of dragon transformation, even if Roger came, he would not dare to eat Whitebeard's full-strength shock fruit. The most terrifying disaster is not blown out. But Newgate punched it out. After Kaido came back to his senses, he cancelled the fruit ability, turned into a human form again, and jumped out of the giant pit. Kaido, who jumped out of the giant pit, looked solemnly at the Whitebeard who fell to the ground. "You've really changed, Whitebeard. But that's more interesting." Kaido reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth from being hit by the shock fruit. Although Kaido is good at fighting, he is not a mindless fight. In the face of a person with abilities like Whitebeard, the human form obviously has an advantage over the dragon form. When Kaido was about to attack, a very terrifying aura suddenly appeared within the range of his perception. Kaido hurriedly followed the breath and looked around, only to see that on the weapon in Raldo's hand, a colorful light ball containing enormous energy was condensed. Kaido looked at Raldo in a little shock. This energy ball with a terrifying aura had reached the level of seriously injuring himself or killing himself. No, can't let Raldo condense anymore. The moment he made up his mind, Kaido stomped on the ground and smashed Raldo with his mace. Newgate noticed that Kaido had diverted the attack target, and quickly concentrated the ability of the shaking fruit on the pheasant knife, and slashed hard in Kaido's direction. A white ball of light suddenly flew towards Kaido with destructive fluctuations. Thundering gossip. Kaido let out a roar, and the mace in his hand slammed into the ball of light shot by Newgate. Boom! Blocked by Kaido, the ball of light exploded directly on the spot. The ground hundreds of meters around cracked instantly, and the position where Kaido was standing collapsed directly. Looking at the hollow that suddenly appeared under his feet, Kaido slammed his mace into the stone wall beside him and stopped his body from falling. With the mace as a support, Kaido jumped out again. At this point, Raldo's elemental slash was also ready. "Brother, get out of the way. It's time for me to perform. It's time for Kaido to suffer," Raldo said to Newgate in front of him, and at the same time signaled Newgate to let go. Bit. When Newgate heard Raldo's words, he quickly stepped aside. "Brother, your ability is a bit terrifying. The gathered energy makes even my heart palpitate." Newgate stood aside, looking at the elemental holy sword in Raldo's hands with some shock. Raldo didn't respond to Newgate's words, staring at Kaido who jumped out of the hole. "Kaido, you have to take the gift I prepared for you." Elemental slash. Raldo slammed the elemental holy sword in his hand at Kaido. As Raldo swung the holy sword, the raindrops that were falling in the sky paused for a few seconds. Supernova and others who had already escaped from the capital of flowers, after sensing the terrifying aura of elemental slash, all turned pale in the direction of the capital of flowers. Hey, it's real or fake? Is it a lie? Is such a terrifying attack really something a human can do? Luo said with a shocked expression. This kind of breath is a slash. Is it a slash stronger than Hawkeye? The gap between the worlds is so big. Soren's hand on the handle of the knife trembled slightly, not because Sauron was afraid of the opponent's strength, but out of the desire for the strong. Sauron was full of fighting spirit. Hey, Joes, do you think you can withstand this move? Ace stared at the flower capital, and said to Joes without looking back. Joes didn't immediately respond to Ace's words because he didn't know how to respond. Although he claims to be the hardest defense, he also has the hardest diamond fruit in the world. But for such an attack, Joes, who has always been confident, is a little confused at the moment. Chapter 92_Shanks appears. The face fruit is activated. Boom. A figure appeared in front of elemental slash. When Shanks arrived at the flower capital, he just saw Raldo hit elemental slash. This Raldo's slash is so terrifying. In terms of power and breath, it doesn't feel much worse than Captain Roger's God Avoidance. No, if you let this slash out, I am afraid that the country of Wano will fall for most of it. Shanks held Griffin in one hand and waved the knife in front of him, preventing elemental slash from advancing. If you look at it closely, you will find that Shanks does not completely block the next elemental slash. Shanks was pushed back by elemental slash, and his feet dragged long scratches on the ground. Shanks shook Griffin's hand slightly, and a little sweat could not help oozing out of his forehead. He thought he could stop Raldo's attack, but he didn't expect him to overestimate himself. Seeing that his elemental slash was stopped by someone, Raldo raised his brows slightly and looked at the figure. Shanks. How could he be here? Shouldn't he be a negotiator again? Shanks' pupils suddenly widened, and the griffin in his hand tilted up, directly changing the flight direction of Elemental Slash. Boom! The Elemental Slash that flew into the sky exploded in the clouds. A shock wave comparable to the explosion of a nuclear bomb directly blasted a huge hole in the surrounding sky for 10 kilometers. The clouds covering the top of the Flower City were gone, and the huge and pitch-black void in the sky was bottomless like an abyss. Shanks just glanced at the void, and felt as if his soul was going to be swallowed by the black hole. Not only Shanks, but everyone outside the Flower City stared wide-eyed, looking at the void in the sky with shock. Red-haired kid, what are you doing here? Newgate looked at Shanks in front of him with a surprised expression. Shanks returned to God, and tremblingly put Griffin back into the scabbard. Feeling the pain in his hands, Shanks couldn't help but look down, and then he was shocked to find that his tiger's mouth was slightly torn, and bright red blood was dripping down his fingers. After adjusting his state, Shanks glanced at Kaido behind him, and then looked back at Newgate and Raldo. I'm here to stop this fight, Shanks said calmly. Stop, HMPH, redhead. Are you dreaming? I advise you to get out of the way. This is a grudge between me and that Raldo. Kaido glared at the redhead in front of him with a displeased expression. Gee la la la, I am here. You don't want to touch a single hair of my brother. The pheasant knife in Newgate's hand suddenly hit the ground, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Seeing that the two sides were still fighting, the redhead felt a headache. Don't Kaido and Whitebeard care about the weight at all? Do you not know how serious the consequences will be if you fight? The two of you should stop. I know there is a grudge between you. Now that the fight is over, the anger should be relieved a lot. If the fight continues, it will only expand the situation and casualties. If anyone is still not relieved, then come down and be an opponent. Shanks' eyes were slightly cold, and he slowly put his hand on Griffin's hilt. Newgate didn't speak, but looked at Raldo beside him. This time, Raldo is the protagonist, and his brother is just here to help. After listening to Shanks' words, Raldo couldn't help but fell silent. If you really do this with Kaido, it will inevitably become a battle between two pirate groups. As the old saying goes, whether the new world is chaotic or not is entirely up to the four emperors. If a full-scale war breaks out between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates, the new world will definitely become a mess. Raldo didn't care what the new world would become, even if there was another Fifth Sea Emperor, it wouldn't have much to do with him. What Raldo really cares about is whether it will anger the old man of the world government after this incident has caused great turmoil. The 5 old stars never made a move in the original work, so Raldo couldn't judge the strength of the opponent. If he was alone, Raldo would not be afraid of so many pots and pans. Now Raldo has a beloved Bai Xing, a blood-related brother, and a group of silly boys laughing and laughing. For these reasons, Raldo had to think more about them. Okay, since you said so, then I'll give you this face. After thinking for a while, Raldo nodded slightly and looked at Shanks. Seeing Raldo let go, Shanks' dangling heart also dropped. Thank you, if there is a chance in the future, I will invite you to drink. Shanks said to Raldo with a serious face. Hey, annoying red hair. This time is not over, I will find you next time, Raldo. Kaido looked at Raldo coldly, then turned and left the battle area. With the red-haired Shanks here, the battle is destined to go no further. If there is no fight, then what is Kaido doing here? Kaido turned into a blue dragon and jumped into the sky suddenly, and when he was passing through the 3 disasters, he slowly said, Jack, Quinn, Jin. Go back to the Ghost Island. But those criminals. Jack looked at the Straw Hats and Kid and others in the distance, and then said hesitantly. Don't worry, listen to Lord Kaido's arrangement and go back to Oni Island first. Jin glanced at Jack, then turned into a toothless pterosaur and followed Kaido away. Chapter 93_Abandon Bro. Lonely Newgate. Kaido and Jin are gone, and Hawkins and the others are no longer staying. While Zoro and others were in a daze, they hurriedly sat on the beast and fled the scene. Looking at Kaido, who had disappeared from sight, Shanks couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, this mission has not failed. Raldo looked at Shanks, and then suddenly thought of something, and quickly urged the power of the wind to fly out of the flower capital. Seeing Raldo leaving in a hurry, Shanks glanced at Newgate suspiciously. Is he? Newgate smiled helplessly. Gee la la la, my brother has forgotten his brother when he has a daughter-in-law. Hearing Newgate's explanation, Shanks smiled and scratched his head, then took a closer look at Newgate. Ha ha ha, that's normal. Who wants to watch over you old guy all day? By the way, Whitebeard, you seem much younger. Regarding Shanks' doubts, the corners of Newgate's mouth rose slightly. This is a secret. Speaking of which, the Straw Hat Kid who bet on his arm seems to be in this Wano country. Don't you want to take a look? Seeing that Newgate didn't want to answer, Shanks stopped asking. Everyone has their own secrets, and it's a little less polite. No, if I see it now, it will be different from the agreement. Shanks looked in a certain direction outside the capital of flowers. He could sense that Luffy was in the country of Wano, so he deliberately avoided Luffy's direction and entered the flower capital from the other side. In fact, Shanks didn't have to do that at all. That guy Luffy is still lying on Chopper's body because he ate Kaido's thundering gossip in front of him, unconscious. When Shanks was about to leave, a group of familiar figures suddenly appeared in his sight. Head, are things resolved? Lou hurriedly shouted after seeing Shanks. Shanks gestured to Beckman and the others, then turned around and said to Newgate. Then I'll go first. Next time, I'll visit your boat in person and pay you and Raldo a drink. It's not a good wine, I don't want it, Newgate said with a glance at Shanks. Hearing this, Shanks smiled and said, sure, then we'll leave. After finishing speaking, Shanks walked slowly to Beckman and others, and disappeared at the end of the street with them. Seeing that he was the only one left in the street, Newgate sighed helplessly. This brother doesn't know that he feels sorry for his brother, and he left me here alone. Although Newgate thought so, the smile on the corner of his mouth never disappeared. For his only brother, Newgate could not bear to be angry. Ellipsis. Raldo, who flew out of the flower capital, kept looking around. Okay, are you there? After Raldo made a lap, he found Marco and others on a small hill not far away. He quickly increased the power of the wind under his feet, and the whole person turned into a lightning electrode and swept towards the hill. Marco, who was talking to Ace, noticed the figure approaching behind Ace. After taking a closer look, Marco said excitedly, it's Father Raldo. Father Raldo is back. Hearing Marco's call, Ace and the others looked back. Suddenly, the whole hill was cheering, and everyone was waving to Raldo. In the center of the crowd, Bai Xing held Raldo's obsidian staff tightly in both hands. After seeing Raldo's figure, the worry on his face disappeared instantly, and a sweet smile hung on Bai Xing's face. Raldo found Bai Xing among Marco and others, so he flew straight past the group of big men and landed firmly in front of Bai Xing. Looking at Raldo, who was close at hand, Bai Xing's face was slightly red and slightly shy, and handed the staff in his arms to Raldo. Seeing the waves of the white star tumbling as the staff left, Raldo widened his eyes in surprise. Why was there a sudden urge to destroy this staff? This obsidian staff is so evil. Raldo told himself righteously in his heart, I will not go to hell, who will go to hell? It is precisely because this staff is evil that Raldo wants to replace it, and there is absolutely no other idea. Seeing that Raldo was reluctant to take the staff, Bai Xing stretched out his slender hand and shook it in front of Raldo's face, looking at Raldo with a puzzled expression. Lord Raldo. What's the matter with you? Not only did Raldo not respond to Bai Xing's words, but his eyes widened even more. Anyone who has gone to school knows that there is a word called chain reaction. As Shirahoshi waved his arms, his body would inevitably shake. Feeling that he seemed to be getting more and more deviated from the right track, Raldo quickly shook his head and threw out all these miscellaneous thoughts in his head. I'm fine, how about you? Have you been hurt? Raldo took the staff and asked with a worried look. I'm fine, Marco and Ace have been protecting me. Shirahoshi shook his head and said he was fine. Ha ha, it's hard work, everyone. Raldo turned back and said to Ace and the others. Seeing Raldo thanking him, Marco, Ace and others scratched their heads embarrassedly. Ahahaha, this is what we should do, Father Raldo. Yes, yes, Princess White Star is also a part of our Whitebeard pirates, isn't she? No, I think Princess White Star is a good match for our Father Raldo. It's just like a talented woman, a natural pair. Quote. As he spoke, the style changed. From being embarrassed, it became a match for Raldo and Shirahoshi. From the perspective that Bai Xing couldn't see, Raldo gave Marco and others a thumbs up. Chapter 94_eerie, figure on the Moby Dick. By the way, Dad Raldo, why didn't you see Dad coming back with you? Where is Dad? Ace, who found that Raldo was alone, asked with some doubts. Oops, if Ace didn't say anything, I would have forgotten about Newgate. When Raldo was about to turn back to find Newgate, a very individual laughter sounded from behind everyone. Goo la la la, brother. You hurt my brother too much. I only think about Xing, and don't care about me. Newgate looked at Raldo with strange eyes. Seeing Newgate's figure, Marco and others made way for him. Huh, am I, Raldo, that kind of person? I treat everyone the same, okay. Broken by Newgate, Raldo felt a little hot on his face, and said quickly. Seeing Raldo blushing, Newgate stopped joking. Little ones, in order to celebrate the safe return of your father Raldo and Bai Xing, go back to the boat and have a banquet. Newgate waved his hand and turned back to Ace and the others. As soon as they heard that there was a banquet, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Seeing everyone gradually leaving, Raldo took the initiative to hold Bai Xing's hand and followed behind the crowd. Bai Xing lowered his head and said nothing, looking at his hand held by Raldo, feeling very happy and warm inside. Oh, have you finally come back? It seems that I can finally leave this ghost place. A figure on the Moby Dick slowly stuck his head out, looking at Newgate and the others who were approaching. Newgate, who was chatting and laughing with Marco and others, suddenly paused, and his sharp eyes shot directly at the Moby Dick on the shore ahead. Seeing that he seemed to be discovered, the figure on the boat quickly shrank back. Hoo, this look is too terrifying. Just looking at it, it feels as if some terrifying existence is staring at it. The figure who retracted was a little scared and patted his stalwart chest. Raldo also sensed the life fluctuations on the Moby Dick, and led Shiraishi to Newgate's side. The two brothers looked at each other and nodded. Seeing the strange behavior of the two fathers as if they were responding to the code, Marco and the others scratched their heads in confusion. Vista, Sachi heard that the fish in Wano country is different from the outside, and the taste is very delicious. Take someone to catch some. Raldo said to Vista and Sachi beside him. Okay, Daddy Raldo, let's go now. Vista and Sage nodded, and then walked towards the coast with them. Then Raldo assigned some tasks to others, and after a while, only the White Star Raldo and Newgate were present. Come on Newgate, let's see what kind of kid it is. Sneaked into the Moby Dick. Raldo said to Newgate. Gee la la la, I didn't expect that someone would dare to lurk on my boat. This scene seems familiar, and it's still in the same place. Newgate recalled the man decades ago, and smiled helplessly. After the three of Newgate boarded the Moby Dick, they found that there was no one on the deck. Raldo and Newgate turned on their arrogance at the same time, and after exploring the entire ship, they still didn't find it. Oh, it seems that this is a master of concealment. After being searched by our brothers, there is no flaw, Raldo said with a slightly raised brow. When Newgate was about to make a move, Raldo stopped him. Don't look for it, the figure will come out by itself later. A few hours later, Marco and the others returned to the Moby Dick with the collected ingredients. At Newgate's order, the Moby Dick turned its bow and left Wano country. After the chefs led by Sachi had cooked all the ingredients, the celebration officially began. Countless fruit roasts and wines piled up on the deck, and all the people sat around the food. Ace, don't eat all. Come, let's fight today. Beasta walked over to Ace with a barrel of wine, and patted Ace suddenly on the shoulder. Ace, who was eating frantically, was suddenly slapped by Beasta, and the roast meat he had just swallowed stuck in his throat. Ace beat his chest frantically, and after finding that it didn't work, he picked up the wine barrel on the side and poured it into his mouth frantically. With the help of drinks, the barbecue that was stuck in the throat was finally smoothed out. After feeling the abnormal feeling in his throat disappear, Ace let out a sigh of relief. Huh, Beasta, you bastard, you almost choked me, come on. Let's have a good touch today, I have to drink you down. Ace picked up a wine barrel and placed it in front of Beasta, frowning. Looking at Beasta with a slight pick. Ha ha ha, come and see everyone, our Captain Ace is going to have a drink with Captain Beasta. Marco waved to the crowd and said. After a while, the surroundings of Ace and Beasta were crowded with people. Seeing that everyone was so happy, Newgate and Raldo, who were not far from the crowd, touched each other's glasses. Raldo moved his fingers slightly, and a small piece of barbecued meat and drinks gradually shifted to the cabin. She, who was already hungry, instinctively licked her dry lips when she saw the food not far in front of her. Chapter 95_Ace's female friend. Or girlfriend. At this moment, she is so entangled in her heart, should she take it? If you take it, your identity will be revealed. But if she didn't take it? She raised her eyebrows and lowered her head to rub her stomach, which was flattened by hunger. After some ideological struggle, desire overcomes reason. She slowly stretched out her white and tender hand to grab the food not far in front of her. And Raldo, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but smile when he saw the fish taking the bait. When the figure was about to reach the food, Raldo held a void. A strong wind emerged directly from behind the figure and blew it onto the deck. Boom! Everyone who was drinking and eating turned their heads after hearing the sound. Huh, who is this? When did we get a girl on board? I don't know, it must have hit our ship by mistake. It's broken, I guess 9 times out of 10, it came from Wano country. You're really saying that? You see, she has the same outfit as Captain Azang. Quote. Beasta and Ace, who were drinking together, saw everyone gathered on the other side. The two suddenly felt a little surprised, and squeezed in with the wine glasses in their hands. When Ace saw the figure on the deck, his eyes widened in shock. Yamato. When Yamato heard someone calling him, he quickly looked up, and suddenly found a familiar figure. Ace, why are you also on the Whitebeard pirates? Yamato looked at Ace in surprise. Hearing that the two knew each other, all the crew members felt confused, as were Raldo and Newgate at the rear. When did Ace know such a beautiful girl, and she still looked very familiar? Beasta, who was supporting Ace, patted Ace with a wicked smile. I can't tell, when did our Captain Ace meet such a beautiful girl? Oh, I can't see it, Ace. You still have this set. Marco looked at Ace and said with a strange look. Seeing that everyone was making fun of himself, the thin-skinned Ace couldn't hang up for a long time, and quickly turned his eyes to Raldo and Newgate for help. Seeing Ace's look for help, Raldo and Newgate looked at each other and laughed heartily. Goo la la la, it's okay Ace. You are at this age. Newgate also looked at Ace with a strange look. Ha ha ha, it seems that our little Ace will soon be out of singleness. Raldo raised his eyebrows and looked at Ace and smiled. Seeing the two daddy laughing at him along with the others, Aston felt helpless for a while. Daddy Raldo, daddy. Why, even you guys say that. Seeing that Ace was about to steam out of shyness, Raldo stopped teasing and waved to everyone. Okay, everyone, stop teasing Ace. Since this girl is Ace's friends, that's our friends from the Whitebeard pirates. Toast to our new friends. Raldo's words just fell, and the entire Moby Dick once again fell into the joyous atmosphere of a banquet. Let's eat. How long have you been hungry? Yamato. Ace watched Yamato's frantic eating, and his brows jumped. Good guy, how can Yamato be able to eat better than himself? It seems that the title of Big Stomach King on the ship will change hands in the future. Raldo had no impression of Yamato. After seeing the other party's dress and the two horns on his head, Raldo had a guess. After all, in the entire Wano country, it seems that only the beast pirates have horns on their heads. Haven't eaten for a few days. Of course, I'm hungry, Yamato responded to Ace while eating. Seeing that Yamato and Ace had the same taste as Ace, Raldo felt that the two were too married. Marco and other captains sat down around Raldo and Newgate with wine glasses. Look at this girl, she should be from Wano country. I don't know which family you belong to, Izo said after seeing Yamato choked, handing her a glass of wine. Taking the wine glass that Izo handed over, Yamato drank all the wine in the glass. After feeling almost eating, Yamato wiped his red lips with his cuff. I am indeed from the Wano country, but I am not a member of any family. Daihei answered Izo's question calmly. After listening to Yamato's words, I hid her brows slightly. Isn't it a big family? It seems that it should be an ordinary family, no wonder I have no impression. Ace, since you know this Yamato girl, you must know her identity. Tell us about it. Marco put his arms around Ace's shoulder and raised his eyebrows at Ace. Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Ace smiled mysteriously. Hey, if you say Yamato's identity, I'm afraid it will scare you all. Che, Ace, do you think we were frightened? We've all fought in Marin Bando, what else is there to be afraid of? Tell us now, Ace. Hearing Ace betrayed, Joes turned the page. He rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 96_Huang Yuan side, it's not that enemies don't get together. Ace looked around, then cleared his throat, cough, actually. Yamato is Kaido's daughter. As soon as Ace finished speaking, the entire Moby Dick instantly fell silent. Apart from the sound of a few people's wine glasses falling to the ground, there was only the chirping of seabirds flying overhead. After a few seconds, Marco and the others who reacted looked at Yamato and Ace in shock. Hey, liar, this little girl is Kaido's daughter. When Ace said that, I realized that Yamato and Kaido have the same horns. By the way, how could Kaido give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Quote. Hearing Ace revealing Yamato's identity, Raldo was also slightly shocked. This Yamato is really no different from what I guessed, and it really is a member of the 100 Beast Pirates. However, what Raldo didn't expect was that Yamato was Kaido's daughter. After carefully looking at Yamato's appearance, Raldo raised his brows slightly. Then a question came into my mind, is this really Kaido's child? Does Kaido have this gene? Seeing that everyone around was surprised by his identity, Yamato shrugged, my father is indeed Kaido, but I don't like that old guy at all, so I sneaked onto your ship and wanted to leave with you. The country of peace. Hey, do you want to take an adventure with us? But, aren't you afraid of Kaido chasing him? Ace scratched his head and looked at Yamato beside him suspiciously. Yamato shook his head and pointed at Raldo with a green finger. Don't be afraid, that blonde little brother over there, I see that he can compete with my father. With him around, why should I be afraid? Seeing that Yamato was pointing at Father Raldo, everyone fell silent. What this girl said is quite reasonable. With Daddy Raldo and Daddy around, why are you still afraid of Kaido? Raldo rubbed his chin with one hand, and after thinking for a while, he waved at Ace, signaling Ace to come over here. Ace saw Father Raldo's gesture of comparing himself to him, and quickly got up and walked in front of Raldo, looking at Raldo in confusion. Father Raldo, what's the matter with you calling me here? Raldo looked at Ace, and then at Yamato, who was sitting on the deck chatting with Marco and the others. Ace, tell Daddy the truth. Do you have anything to do with that girl? Raldo asked with a smile. Ace scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and at the same time glanced at Yamato. No, she and I are just ordinary friends. Raldo, who has quite a bit of experience in this area, can't see what Ace thinks. Raldo patted Ace gently, and said to Ace gently, "Since they have already boarded the boat, there is no reason to go back. The only thing that girl from Yamato knows is you have to take good care of them. As for Kaido, Newgate and I are here. If Kaido dares to come, I'll let him go back on his knees." Hearing what Father Reardo said, Aston smiled happily. "Hey, then please too, Daddy." After Ace left, Newgate took a sip of wine, then looked at Reardo. "Brother, what do you think about Yamato?" Raldo looked at the happy people on the deck, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Well, it's not easy for Ace as a child. Wouldn't it be better if this could be done? La, you were right. If that Kaido dares to come, let him taste the power of our brother again." Newgate laughed immediately after hearing Raldo's words. After 3 days. A warship is drifting slowly on the sea, and Kizaru is lying on the deck basking in the sun. Since the last time he was trapped by Raldo on the island and let Zephyr go, Kizaru reported the situation to Sakazuki. Sakazuki first fired a saliva machine gun at Kizaru, and then let Kizaru continue to pursue Zephyr. Huang Yuan, who originally wanted to return home, had no choice but to dismiss this idea and continue the mission. "I just received information from a certain branch today, saying that they have found traces of Zephyr." Kizaru hurriedly instructed the people below to turn around and drive towards the branch. Just when the yellow monkey was about to take a sunbath and take a good sleep, an exclamation brought the yellow monkey back from the dream. "Not good. Admiral Polsolino, there is the Moby Dick in front of us." After a navy found the Moby Dick in the distance, he said to Kizaru on the deck with a panicked face. "Okay, Moby Dick." Hearing the exclamation, Kizaru took the newspaper covering his face, slowly got up from the reclining chair, walked straight to the bow of the boat, and looked at the whalehead in the distance. "What a coincidence, just thinking of you appeared." The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Raldo. The eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses were slightly cold, flashing with a cold light. The last time Raldo pitted himself, he almost got seriously injured by the explosion of the rock. "This time I met, why should I ask for some interest back?" Chapter 97 Yellow Monkey. Old man passing by, yes, passing by. You can't let it go. Lieutenant General Mole, order someone to move the warship over. Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets, and glanced at the mole behind him from the corner of his eye. The mole looked a little weird, and after a little hesitation, he left the deck. On the Moby Dick at the other end, thanks to the addition of Yamato, the communication and laughter on the Moby Dick have not stopped. A pirate lying on the bow saw a dark shadow suddenly approaching on the sea. Curious, he quickly took out the binoculars to watch. "Okay, is that a warship? Why is there a man standing in front of the warship?" When the telescope was moved up to Kizaru's face, the pirate's jaw widened in shock. "Enemy attack. It's a warship, and Kizaru is on it." After returning to his senses, the pirate quickly turned his head and shouted to the people on the deck. Hearing the word, enemy attack, all the people who were resting quickly got up and gathered on the whale's head. "Damn it, it's really Kizaru. Josh, go and call the two daddy over here." Marco stared solemnly at the warship on the sea in the distance. When Jose was about to turn his head, 2 tall figures had appeared behind him. "No, Marco, we've already come," Raldo said slowly, standing behind the crowd. When Marco and the others heard the sound, they looked back and found that the 2 old men were already standing behind them, which made them feel much more at ease. Seeing the figure on the opposite warship, Raldo couldn't help being a little surprised. "I rely on Ape Yellow. Why is this guy so diligent all of a sudden? Could it be that Akainu gave him a bonus? Within a mouthful, this is really bad. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates are here." Seeing the figure gradually appearing on the bow of the Moby Dick, Kizaru raised his brows in shock. The hands in the trouser pockets were already dripping with cold sweat. Captain Whitebeard, Vice Captain Reardo, Phoenix Marco, Fire Fist Ace, Foil Beasta, Diamond Yoja. Seeing the familiar and powerful figures flashing across his line of sight, Kizaru's heart collapsed a little. I just want to ask Raldo for interest, why does it feel like I have stabbed the Whitebeard pirate's nest? Raldo held the obsidian staff in his arms, and raised his brows as he looked at Kizaru. Yo, Kizaru. Long time no see, why, are you here to arrest us? Hearing Raldo questioning himself, Kizaru felt tangled in his heart. Originally, he really wanted to come to Raldo to fight, but who knew that the cadres and captain of this ship were here? Is this still beating? I am afraid that as long as I make a move, I will be tied up by the monsters on the opposite side in the next second. Huh, it's been a long time. I have another mission this time. I'll talk about arresting you. Let's talk about it next time. Sayuna. The Navy on top kept gesturing. After receiving Kayaburu's order, the warship quickly turned around not far from the Moby Dick and headed in the other direction. Seeing that the Moby Dick was not chasing after him, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. This time it was really a mistake, not considering the existence of Whitebeard and others. The mole suddenly turned around when he saw the ship, and returned to the deck with some doubts. Looking at Kizaru, he asked, Admiral Pulsolino, aren't we going to attack the Moby Dick? Why did the warship suddenly turn around? The eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses glanced at the mole. Huh, those monsters are all on the ship. Even if I don't think about myself, I have to think about the Navy on our ship, right? It's pointless to sacrifice. We have to learn how to use it. The least cost for the greatest victory. Quote. Hearing Kizaru's words, the Marines on the deck were moved to tears. As expected of a general, he is always thinking about our ordinary soldiers. Woohoo, I will always follow in the footsteps of General Pulsolino. Me too, I want to uphold justice with General Pulsolino. Quote. Seeing that the soldiers were moved to tears, Kizaru's old face couldn't hold it anymore, and he quickly cleared his throat. Cough. Okay. I know your thoughts. Now go out and continue to chase the criminal Zephyr. Everyone on the Moby Dick looked at the warship that was gradually moving out of sight, and suddenly glanced at each other with a bewildered expression. This, isn't Kizaru here to fight? Joe said puzzled. Ha ha ha, I think Kizaru must have seen the two old men, so he changed his mind and retreated temporarily. Vista said with a smile. Vista is right, there are two old men here, and another general will be our victory. Marco nodded and said. Raldo looked at the warship that had disappeared, and raised his brows slightly. This is no different from the yellow ape in his impression. It would be strange if the yellow ape took the initiative to attack. After all, Kizaru is the most punctual person in the entire Navy. As long as he arrives, he will clock in and get off work. Go to the office a second later and you won't find him. Hey, Ace, was that the so-called Admiral just now? It doesn't look that good. Yamato put his elbow on Ace and wondered. Ace pressed his hat, which was blown up by the sea breeze, and turned around to explain to Yamato, Yamato, you can't think like that. The general is a very strong existence. If I meet Kayabu, I will only be beaten. If not, the two old men are on the boat. I'm afraid Kizaru killed them just now. After listening to Ace's explanation, Yamato nodded in understanding. Chapter 98_Shocked, Newgate's son. This yellow ape came and went in a hurry. Everyone who just ignited the desire to fight thought they could fight the Navy. Unexpectedly, after the yellow monkey said a word, he turned and walked away. On the entire Moby Dick, the leisure fishing time was once again returned. In fact, their Whitebeard pirates have always been like this. Occasionally, pirates with short eyes are making trouble in the territory, and they will all be dispatched to eliminate or drive away the group of troublemakers. Because Dad is also getting older, the negative effects of using junjun fruit all year round on the body are very obvious. This has led to fewer and fewer shots of the Whitebeard pirates in the sea. Even so, no one dared to underestimate them. The reason why the whole crew was aroused by the desire to fight has to start with Raldo getting on the ship. Whether it's the king of the windless belt, or the top 3 generals of the Navy, or the three generals of the BIGMOM pirate group singled out on Fishman Island. Every battle was carried out by Raldo with them. This made the blood of the Whitebeard pirates quiet for many years to be burned again, and even Newgate, who was treated by Raldo, regained the blood of the year. Newsbird. Speaking of which, I haven't seen a newsbird recently. Wait until I get a piece of news. Marco lay on the bow, frowning slightly at the newsbird flying through the sky. Marco stood up straight with a carp, turned his hands, and suddenly turned into a pair of huge blue wings. Marco stomped on the ground with both feet and jumped to chase after the newsbird. The flying newsbird felt a dangerous aura behind him, and when he turned around, he found that Marco, who had turned into a phoenix, was swept towards it at high speed. It is no more than a few pounds of meat all over its body, so why does this big bird take a fancy to itself? The newsbird wanted to cry without tears, and at the same time accelerated the flight speed. Seeing the newsbird suddenly speeding up its flight, Marco blinked in surprise. What's wrong with this little thing? I just wanted a newspaper, and I didn't say I wouldn't give me money. Why did I run so fast? Marco waved his hands suddenly, and a huge wind was generated from under the wings, pushing Marco forward at a high speed. Whoa! Marco's figure swept over the newsbird, blocking the little guy in the air. Marco frowned slightly and said to the newsbird, I'm just here to buy a newspaper, what are you running for? When the newsbird heard that the other party was not here to eat his own, he was relieved and took a newspaper out of his mouth and handed it to Marco. After paying, Marco returned to the Moby Dick with the newspaper. Marco, you're back. Tell us, what's written on the newspaper? Joes looked at Marco curiously. Marco didn't immediately respond to Joes, smiling and frowning for a while, looking very tangled. What's the matter? Did our Captain Marco encounter any difficulties? The expression on his face was like the weather on the Great Route, it was sunny and rainy for a while. Vista looked at Marco in surprise and said. Marco looked at Joes and the others who were gathered around, and sighed helplessly, the newspaper has updated Father Raldo's reward order. After listening to Marco's words, Ace scratched his head with some doubts. Update Dad Raldo's bounty order, why are you unhappy? Could it be, Dad Raldo's bounty has dropped? Ace's words expressed the doubts in the hearts of others, and Joes and others turned their curious eyes to Marco and looked at him expectantly. No, it's not lowered. Dad Raldo's bounty has risen to 3 billion Baileys. Marco laughed and shook his head. After hearing this number, Joes and others who were present took a deep breath. 3 billion Baileys. How many years has it been since such a high bounty appeared? Except for the father and the 4 emperors, they have never seen 3 billion pirates again. Isn't this a good thing? Marco, why are you so frowning? Joes asked incomprehensibly. Marco didn't respond to Joes, but turned the paper around and said, well, see for yourself. Whitebeard 2, Edward Wable has committed crimes on the sea. A reward is hereby issued, with a reward of 480 million Baileys. Ace read the words in the newspaper carefully and read them out. As soon as Ace finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. What? Whitebeard 2, could it be from our Whitebeard pirates? Edward Wable, how come you have the same last name as Papa and Papa Raldo? This guy, could it be the father's son? Look at what he said about the second generation. Feeling that something was wrong, Ace hurried back to call Newgate and Raldo. Ellipsis. After listening to Ace's explanation, Newgate's face suddenly became gloomy. Ace, you mean a person named Wable was registered in the newspaper? Ace nodded and said, well, we just came back to inform Dad after seeing this, to see if you know him. Raldo raised his brows when he heard the name Wable. Before crossing the pirates, Raldo also knew the existence of this person. Whitebeard 2, also known as Edward Wable. In the original book, Whitebeard only appeared after his death. He used the banner of Whitebeard everywhere to sabotage, while killing the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, while occupying Whitebeard's territory. According to Raldo's memory of the first half of his life, he had no impression of this Edward Wable at all. So Raldo guessed that this Wable is likely to be the story of Newgate's solo adventure. Brother, who the hell is this Wable? Why don't I have any impression at all? Raldo looked at Newgate, who frowned beside him in surprise. Chapter 99_Mystery Invitation, Pirate Expo. Looking at the newspaper that Ace brought back, Newgate's frowning brows slowly loosened, and he said to Raldo with a complicated expression, I'm not sure if this person has anything to do with me, but the only thing I'm sure about is the thing is, I haven't had children. Hearing this, Raldo couldn't help but reach out and rubbed his chin. That means, this Edward Wable has nothing to do with you. Newgate nodded, his eyes twinkling with silver light. For whatever reason, use my name to do evil. I won't spare him. Raldo slowly got up and held the staff in his hand. Why don't we do it like this? We'll be dispatched now. Go find that Wable and ask it clearly. After Newgate thought for a while, he smiled and said to Raldo, Boo la la la, it's okay, I have a brother to help me deal with the problem. I can also relax a lot, brother. When Raldo was about to leave Newgate's room, Ace ran in again in a panic. Not good, Dad, Raldo. We also received an invitation. To be precise, it was the invitation that Dad Raldo received. Ace took an invitation letter to Raldo and Raldo. Newgate said. After listening to Ace's words, Raldo and Newgate looked at each other suspiciously. Although Ace is frizzy on weekdays, is it a bit too frequent today? After a while, a Whitebeard too was formed. What is it this time? Raldo took the invitation letter in Ace's hand suspiciously and looked at it carefully. As Raldo read down, the expression on Raldo's face gradually became surprised. Pirate Expo. This term can be unfamiliar or familiar to Raldo. Before crossing, Raldo also spent money to go to the cinema to watch the Pirate World Expo, which was a fanatical action to be precise. Although this Pirate Expo has been held for many years, this time the expo is not so simple. Raldo, who has seen the movie, understands that at this World Expo, there is a very terrifying monster hidden, Douglas Barrett. This cargo is not only the crew of One Piece Gul D. Roger, but also can play on par with Rayleigh. It can be said to be a monster among monsters. Seeing Raldo's expression, Newgate asked suspiciously, What's the matter? Brother, I see something is wrong with your expression. Is there anything written on it? Raldo sighed and handed the invitation letter in his hand to Newgate. Oh, brother. Let's take a look. Newgate took the invitation and raised his brows slightly after reading it. Pirate Expo. The organizer is Festa. Isn't this guy dead? How about it? Brother, do you want to go? Raldo looked down at the staff in his hand, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Go, of course. However, I won't go alone, but we will go together. After listening to Raldo's words, Newgate laughed happily. Boo la la la, is there any need to say that? We are brothers. I am just looking for the feeling of my youth. After listening to the conversation between Raldo and Newgate, Ace couldn't help but light up. Oh. Really? We can go too. Hey, I'll let everyone know now. Ace ran to the door excitedly. As soon as he opened the door, a large group of figures appeared at the door. Without the door as a barrier, a group of people pressed towards Ace. Boom. In an instant, Ace was completely crushed by Marco, Joes and others. Joes, you are so heavy. Get up, crush me. Ace stretched out his hand from the gap and slapped Jaws' body. Sorry, Ace, I didn't mean to. Joes scratched his head in embarrassment, and quickly pushed up the person who was pressing on him, and at the same time quickly got off Ace. Looking at Marco and the others who suddenly appeared at the door of the room, Raldo said in surprise, Marco, Joes, what's the matter with you? Marco smiled embarrassedly. Well, we've all seen the invitation letter. So, we want to ask Father Raldo what you think of this. Before Raldo spoke, Ace, who got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, raised his head and said to Marco, Marco, I just asked. Daddy and Daddy Raldo agreed to participate in this Pirate World Expo. Let's all go together. Hearing Ace's words, Marco, Joes and the others couldn't help but get excited. Wow, really? Our Whitebeard pirates are also going to the Pirate Expo. I heard that the expo is exclusively for pirates, and all the pirates who were invited go back. Ha ha ha, why is there an impassioned passion all of a sudden? Quote. Seeing that Marco and others were so excited, Raldo said to Newgate, "It seems that everyone wants to participate, so let's go." The corners of Newgate's mouth rose slightly, and he waved suddenly at Marco and the others. "Okay, Whitebeard pirates, let's go. Onward to the World Expo." As soon as Newgate's voice fell, Marco and others raised their hands and cheered excitedly. Ellipsis. Some island in the New World. Ha ha ha, our plan has finally begun. This time, we have specially invited two different beings. Straw Hat Luffy, with a bounty of 1.5 billion Bailey, and Edward Raldo, the deputy captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty 3 billion Baileys. An afro-haired man with sunglasses said, looking at the bounty on the wall. Chapter-100 shocked the expo, the Whitebeard Pirates debuted. In the shadows. A tall man slowly got up, his eyes flashing red. Edward Raldo, the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Bounty of 3 billion Baileys. It seems that this time the expo will be even more interesting. Ha ha ha, pirates. No matter which sea area you are from, welcome to the Pirate Expo. You can do whatever you want here, but there is a rule. That is, if anyone leaks a secret to the Navy, he will be present. All the pirates will be destroyed together. A fat man stood on the high platform and introduced. Below the high platform, a circular inner bay is inserted in the center of the island. On both sides of the inner bay, there are dense figures, which are the pirates who came to participate in the World Expo. Cough, then I will tell you why the Pirate Expo is held here. According to legend, after Roger got One Piece, he brought all the crew to this island. He buried his most precious treasure here, and said this sentence, "In the highest and darkest places, our answers are buried." The host said the biggest secret this time. After the pirates heard it, they all gasped in shock. True or false? One Piece Roger's treasure. Shouldn't it be One Piece? If it's Roger's treasure, then I'm going to participate. Well, you'd better save it. Roger's treasure, I'm going to fix it. Quote. Just as everyone was talking about it, ships came in from the outer river channel one after another. One Piece's treasure. This time, none of you want to rob me. Kid glanced at the nearby ships and said with a look of disdain. Huh, it's me who wants to become the Pirate King. I must get the treasure of the Pirate King, Luffy said to Kid with full of fighting spirit. Whoa. When the two were arguing fiercely, a very tall whale head passed between Luffy and Kid's boats. The host on the high platform saw this very representative ship at a glance. That is Moby Dick. It's the Moby Dick of the Four Emperors Whitebeard Pirates. The host shouted into the microphone in shock. After listening to the host's narration, all the pirates were shocked again. My God, the Whitebeard Pirates have all been invited. It's terrifying. There are two living legends on that Moby Dick. Yeah, one is the strongest man in the world, and the other is the only deputy captain who has exceeded the 3 billion bounty for decades. Both of them are the existences who can single out the four emperors. They are simply monsters among monsters. Quote. Hey, the Whitebeard Pirates are here too. It seems that this event is not easy. In front of a tea-drinking table on the street, the white-haired man in sunglasses frowned after listening to the broadcast. On the left side of the man, a very beautiful girl took down the newspaper that blocked her vision. Mr. Smog, even the Whitebeard Pirates are here. Could it be that the man is really here? Smoker's eyes twinkled, staring at the bounty in his hand. Ah, yes. The crew of the original One Piece Gul D. Roger, Douglas Barrett, who became the descendant of the devil. Then, what should we do next? Do we directly notify the warships outside to arrest them? Dasky looked at Smog in confusion. No, you are on standby here. I'll investigate the Festa base that hides its secrets. Smog slowly got up and left the table, walking straight towards the tower. In the crowd, a man in a white suit with pigeons hung up the phone bug and looked at the tower with a frown. Festa, Barrett, One Piece's treasure. What are you going to do? Lucci's eyes narrowed, staring at the tower. Just as everyone was sailing toward the annular inner bay, a huge vortex suddenly appeared on the water. The fastest ship was twisted into pieces by this huge vortex, and it was silent on the seabed forever. Boom! Just when everyone was surprised by this huge whirlpool, the sea level suddenly rose sharply, and a huge water column shot up into the sky. Looking at the water column suddenly rising into the sky, Luffy said in surprise, "Wow, that's amazing. This is exactly the same as the rising ocean current on that empty island." Usopp stared at a pair of dead fish eyes, and said to Luffy helplessly, "Luffy, this is the upwelling current." Hearing Usopp's words, Luffy turned his head in surprise and said, "Really? Ha ha ha, no matter how much. Frankie, rush up." In the streets and alleys of the island town, a yellow figure was stumbling along. Luo is a supernova. Naturally, he also received an invitation to the Pirate Expo. After Wano country was separated from Luffy and others, he came here with the crew. As the first pirate group to arrive, Luo Xian had nothing to do and just wandered around the island. When passing through the underground caves of the island, I discovered the secret of this expo. Festa naturally also found Luo's trace, and Barrett, who was dormant in the dark, quickly shot and broke Luo's arm with a punch. Just when Barrett wanted to kill Luo, Luo used his power to escape.